down to the ground. You're dragging me, it's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain, it sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself, but this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I hurt myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you said myself, but this is the last time. But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never enough.
We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art. Let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart. Drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, open when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless nights, long fights, it felt right. We were alive, we would go out. We were so loud, we were so proud. We had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless. Time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. Here I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled.
It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way. Even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan.
It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold.
yeah. I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me go. This is my quest, I'ma make it known. They call me obsessive, oh I know. Call me selective with my notes, call me aggressive with my flow. Call me offensive even though
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, life's tough. Try to get by, life's rough. Try to do it right, it's not enough. Even though you try, you still mess up. But I'm still gonna fight for what I love. Still gonna die for what I love. Still gonna try, I won't give up. Still gonna fight until I've won. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
some injuries, mentally and physically. Studied them religiously so I don't repeat history. And people won't admit to me they don't want a victory. Bad enough to get a C, they'd rather just go leave it be. And oh, this journey I've been on since 13, working hard and learning, never stopping searching. Yeah, it's burning, all this passion hurts me. I took action working, writing down these words.
No, I'm not okay, I just wanna be something. I don't wanna be nothing, living all alone. No, I'm not alright, I'm just barely getting by. But I'll tell you I'm just fine, so you leave me alone. They say I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret. Cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win, I won't stop till the end, no.
I don't get what I want, I get what I need. Every single day I'm heading off to my dream, and I get everything that I damn well please. I don't give a damn if you all listening to me, cause I run it. I'm the only one that really want it, I'm the only one that's really on it. I'm just being honest, I'm just doing everything I promise, cause I want it bad enough that I'ma make it as an artist. And I know I'm not the smartest, and I know I'm not the largest, but I promise you that I'ma be the one that worked the hardest. Cause I promise you that I'm just getting started, and I promise you that my skills are getting sharper. So I'ma get charted, can't be guarded. Nah, I'm the one to get retarded. Get the party started, yeah, get the party started. Yeah, so let me get up on it, yeah.
Bitch, you got me fucked up, I don't know what's up. Pour that shit in my cup, we bout to turn up. Crank this shit up so loud, sounds like we're sold out. In front of a whole crowd, we lose control now. Don't take this shit too personally, everybody got a different version of me. Everybody gotta be learning from me, everybody wanna be working with me. And I feel like there's uncertainty and urgency to find out what you wanna be. But honestly, we change our minds constantly, so stop and breathe and find out who you wanna be.
Failure ain't an option.
option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now.
Me, I don't give a fuck if you got a college degree. Did you learn anything? Really worth anything? 200 grand later and we're not even working. Student loans worth more than what we're earning. Best lesson I learned is to keep on searching. Find your true passion and get to work. And better take action or you end up serving. Yeah, that's a fact. So you better clean up your act. So you better raise up a stack and tell the world they can suck on that. Don't come back, pack your bags. You take a trip and don't relax. You hit the switch and just attack. You find your niche and make some racks. Don't hold back.
Everybody wake up, it's time to break up with the life you made up. It's time to trade up, live the life you want now, a life you don't doubt. I could give a fuck how, just figure it out. Wake up, man, this life is a blur. Everyone's got an opinion, so which one you prefer? Cause I'll give you one that's coming from an entrepreneur. Don't give up on your dream if it's what you deserve. Failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me, failure ain't an option, so I'd be cautious. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit, no, because I want this. Don't try to stop me now. I hope that you're watching. Don't try to stop this, work until I'm nauseous. Cause I will not quit.
Six as to who gets to keep that dream alive for now.
Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
League's assassin.
Yep. Yep.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think there are any particular draft styles that should come true. I think 496 was much more focused on pretty much a standard draft rhythm. We were seeing things like Tide, we were seeing Ricky Grimstroke along with the Ember coming through. So I think both teams are just focused on playing what they want. And to be fair, Execration and 496 hasn't really played each other all too much, at least in 2021. They only played in closed qualifiers for the DPC in Season 1, and they played once in the Season 1 upper div. And that did go, first series went the way of 496 in those closed qualifiers. The main stage itself, Execration managed to take it out. So it's really even across both teams, and that should lead to a very competitive match here.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
The Shrek.
Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
I think it's pretty solid from both sides. Doesn't show too much. There's some flexibility on the Leshrac and the Doom. We've seen Doom mid. We've seen Doom off. Same thing with Lesh mid, Lesh off. Sometimes Leshrac 4, but doesn't feel likely with Nyx on hand. You'd want that to get farm priority for your Ags upgrade coming out. Not so much the Blink nowadays, but could also be a possibility. I think what we need to see now is more build up here. Like, there's still a possibility for Execration to eye something like the Grimstroke. Like, they open with Doom, they have the line, they could go Grim, double Hex, double Doom. Could be really good with that Soulbind and just gives you more value with this kind of opening. So I'm wondering if 496 actually prioritizes that as a ban, as they've pretty much taken out cores throughout their entire bans here. DK gone, Broodmother gone, TA, Kunkka. So a lot of options for Execration, and that Grimstroke really is standing out for that kind of opening.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty long, it was a pretty long think about it from 496, right? They really took their time in weighing those options. I think it's a smart ban. It would make it hellish, not just for the double Doom, but even in laning, right? That Grimstroke's really potent. The Inkswell combination with the Doom running up with you at Scorched Earth is pretty strong. Stroke of Fate is a pretty nice slow to play with and a really good nuke in that laning stage. So I think it just kind of covers their bases here for 496. What I'm keen to see next is how 496 continues their own draft. Like, we see Lesh, that's already a lot of good push. They don't have the option for the DK that we tend to see with Leshrac, with that flexibility on having the DK mid, having the DK off, Leshrac mid, Leshrac off. That's a bit of a swap. And of course, building up on the push that Leshrac itself provides would have been really nice. We do see a respect ban from Execration. Lifestealer is something Drew absolutely loves to play. So they kind of just prevent him from having that comfort pick. We've seen Drew just pretty much throughout the time he's been in 496, like Lifestealer's been a mainstay. Execration do pick up the puck, so that does kind of signal that the Doom's going to be off lane. And of course, 496 are going with the Winter Wyvern. So they've got some good counter team fight now. They've got good saves with that Cold Embrace. But there's a lot of magic damage from Execration to deal with that Cold Embrace save anyway.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Riki.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yep, it ties into that early aggression as well. Ricky's not here. That takes too much time to farm up. Basically, just wait around for a rate band into Diffusal. Release all you need, maybe an Orb of Corrosion along the way, and then you're good to go. The backline's not going to stand up for too long. You might need a BKB on the Ricky this game, just because of Hex. It's a bit too potent if you get caught out in the middle of a team fight and you don't manage to lock in the line. Say you prioritize Doom instead, or you prioritize the AA, but we don't normally tend to see defensive items stacked up in the Ricky, so we'll have to see how Drew decides to play it. I think the one thing with Execration, the AA pick is, not only is it something that 496 has to focus on, as you mentioned, but this also takes away the potential for that Winter Wyvern heal. You cold embrace someone, but if they get Ice Blast, it doesn't really matter. So it's just a great counter pick to that sustain that a lot of teams love on the Winter Wyvern, and this does raise a couple of questions for 496, probably something on the offlane to tie up some team fight. They've got Winter's Curse to sort of set up. I think they're going to want more AoE control coming through, something to really start some team fights for them. The option of Mars is still in the pool. We don't actually see it banned out, and we know that that's something 496 has run quite a fair bit throughout the past year. So that could be a really strong pickup for them to tie it up. Works great with your Lashrak, great with your Nyx, great with the Ricky tricks of the trade. So if it's not banned out by Execration, that could be a nice last pick here for 496. Oh, yeah, that was pretty rough. Yeah. Yeah, and we always blame Canis Vulpus for that in NA. Just oh no, Pale Horse. Yeah, Pale Horse loves it way too much. Love the Mars ban. Execration saw that coming in. Took a bit of time there to ban it out, but that would have been a perfect closer here for 496. Even that Darkseer, right? Iron Shell, Ricky, you love to talk about that Surge combination. Even Nyx Darkseer is pretty good. Vendetta and Iron Shell is also potent. You're going to have to look for a different source of team fight. Maybe a Tide Hunter. That is something 496 loves to run. I just don't know if it really is the kind of thing you want. The cooldown's a bit long in that Ravage, and that's really one of the reasons why we haven't seen as much Tide from a lot of these teams.
Radiant team pick.
Night Stalker.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Juggernaut.
Choose your hero.
Yeah, definitely not. The last time we saw Execration go for the Jug, I believe they went Battle Fury and Palos as well. So you are right. Like, he loves farming. I don't know if you really want to do that here. There's no real need for the B Fury against something like the Riki or Lesh or Night Stalker. You're not getting much fight potential out of it. It's just really farm. So we'll have to see if Palos will want to slow that game down. Of course, if he does, Puck and Doom can kind of stall it out for you. And it does give some room for your line in particular to get a blink up, which would be really useful in gap closing and getting some of those engagements out. But it's a bit worrying, right? Like, not just for the Jug, but when you think about Doom, we've been seeing a lot of Dooms rush Midas, even from the off lane. So that could mean 2 slow cores coming through. We'll see if Nico actually opts for that Midas buildup that we've seen a lot of players go for, especially in the An Major when it was there. And we'll see. I think if they play it too slow of a pace, 496 is a team that doesn't play slow. Like, even Drew on his pause 1, he doesn't like farming around. He loves jumping around, joining fights. That's why he loves the Lifestealer for the offensive infests. And with a Night Stalker, with a Lesh, with a Riki, once you have the Fusel up, these guys will be ready to fight by around the 15 to 20 minute mark. So Execration will have to watch that pace here. The drafts, I think it's really just down to execution and timing. 496 don't have long cooldowns. Their longest one's probably Winter's Curse and Dark Ascension. Beyond that, the Leshrac and Nyx can keep running around. The Riki doesn't need too much time to farm. For Execration, let's say you miss your Doom target, or you doom the wrong target, you're
There'll be no more harass flying out from Bombi. They'll leave him be. Of course, we should talk about this top lane. John Drew is going to be there with Bombi. It's up against Nico and BDZ. Right now for Drew, he's having a great old time. 16-4 on this Riki. Seems like there's no pressure being applied, and I suppose with this kind of laning duo of Doom and Lion, you can't really do much to slow Drew down.
Yeah, it's pretty steady for Drew. Like, he can just play around with backstab or the blink strike if things get rough. BDZ, I mean, he'd maybe want to line up some hits, but I don't think you can really look for a kill op unless Nico gets a nice creep to devour. So probably not going to be able to find that. It's only the Wild Wing creep that's kind of left her as well. Not the best for an offensive Doom. And that does mean that Drew has his work cut out for him. Top of the last hits, no pressure at all. Is actually going to rush that Diffusal and Power Treads into Diffusal, it looks like. And once that's up, again, that's a major timing. Drew doesn't need to sit in this lane once he has some items up. He can start looking around the map, and that could hurt Execration. We talked about Doom. It's a slower hero. You play around Devour more than anything else. Maybe one Doom once you're 6, but you really are just about that farm, and that slower pace could hurt if Drew's just allowed to farm like this.
Yeah, I mean, Drew, he's just going to want that Diffusal Blade, and as soon as he has that up, I'm sure he'll start rotating across with his team and just start making those plays. It's one of the things about Riki, right? Like, he just needs that one item to be very, very effective, and we'll see once he does get it up what he does intend to do. Still a very quiet game thus far. 4.5 minutes in, no kills occurring. We have not seen First Blood. Everyone just securing CS. Does feel like 496 are just slightly ahead in terms of the CS game right now, but again, it is very even. I suppose why I say they're ahead is you've got Hung who's pretty even with Yoe, but more importantly, you've got this Riki being played by Drew, who is pretty decently ahead of the Jug right now. And I think with a Night Stalker Riki, you can be so much more impactful so much earlier with these heroes rather than, say, the Puck Jug.
Yeah, it just takes more build-up for both of those heroes to go online, and even the Doom. They're all cores for continuing time. Levels will go up.
Speaking of Drew, he's going to be in danger. Bombi going to show up to try and help out, and of course you have the blink strike there, and Bombi will give Drew over a tango. Pulls him up a little bit and just lets him go. Meanwhile, bottom lane, however, Palos Ended up getting quite low as well, but not quite low enough to drop. In fact, Nico now, top lane, going to be in danger as Hung's made the rotation over. But you've also got Yowie there. Looks like Hung, he's going to be the one to drop quite low quite quickly. Orb is going to connect. He'll try to go for a run and does get those bottle charges up. And the Earth Spike is not going to land, so he will make it out. Even gives him the voice line on the way out. He's just perfectly fine. So again, still no first blood occurring.
Yep, we're at 6 minutes in. Very lucky here for Hung.
Oh, Nico.
The eastern bot.
Every time I say no first blood occurring, John, something's happening as Nico, he is going to go down to Drew. And I would say that is going to be a pretty big nightmare for the side of Execration. He's already farming so well, and you gave him that first blood gold. Ricky's one of those heroes you never want to give that bonus gold to.
No, definitely not. And that's going to set up for Drew to just have that smooth ride. Already has the power treads up. Feels good down mid.
Mid lane, Hung, he's been silenced up. He doesn't have the crippling fear anyway, but it doesn't look like he needs as a Yowie. He's going to try and orb out of this. Hung will chase him down to the ends of the earth, connects the void and gets the kill. A very nice setup from Hung, and even forcing the rotation over from RR. In fact, he cancels the TP, he runs back towards the south. I mean, why the hell not? He's got some nice regen, he'll be fine.
Yeah, it's a really deep dive, but it's at nighttime. It's level 7 for the Night Stalker. You've got Dark Ascension up. You can look to set up and find those kills. Execration just a bit slow in the response. The TP in from RR was pretty late. Puck was already gone by the time he kind of commit. And it's just that haste. It came down to that lucky rune for Hung on the bot area, whereas the puck was circling in from top. Didn't manage to get that refill. Really just abusing that mobility on the Night Stalker. And it just sets up. 496 off to a really good start. 1k lead up. All of their cores pretty much farmed really nicely right now. Especially Drew, 39 to 11 in his lane. Really not bothered at all by the Doom. Dat PB's lane a bit more even, but to be expected. You're up against a Jug. Leshrac is mainly magic damage based. Maybe you could go for the Edict, but without a stun out, it's not really easy to chase down the Jug and fully commit. So Palos is kind of allowed to build up. Interesting note on Palos here on the Jug mic. He's going for Diffusal Blade Juggernaut. So it's a shift out from that farm-heavy Battle Fury you saw last time, which is good news. Now, with a Diffusal, that does mean that he's going to have to look to fight early. You definitely don't want to sit back and farm. It's not like the Yasha, which you could argue at least gives you move speed to go across the camps a bit faster, accelerate your farm. Diffusal doesn't do that. It's got some stats, mainly agi, sure, but doesn't really keep you up. He shifted out again, actually. Never mind. Never mind anything I said. He's going for a Maelstrom, which will keep in the farming. So it kind of sorts that out. He's not going to necessarily look for fights. He can kind of sit back and farm if he wants to with a Maelstrom.
He hasn't really got much of a choice, though, right? Like, you can't afford to get Battle Fury this game, that's for sure. And I think it is going to be a matter of either Maelstrom or something like the Diffusal Blade. But I'd say the option for Maelstrom is probably still better. Like, you don't want to go Diffusal and then just have no impact, is what it would feel like. I think the Maelstrom is just going to be much more effective this game and still gives him the chance to just farm up if he needs to. Because it is going to be a very tough game with the way things are going so far for Execration. We'll see if they can try to keep up here with 496, who have just been looking very good to get their qualifier run started. In this draft, I mean, we've talked about it already, but if they take off, if they get a little bit of momentum behind them in this game 1, it's going to be extremely hard to slow down this train that is 496.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to stop that. And I'm already seeing the build-up. As we said, Nico on the Doom is going for the Midas.
Ooh.
So Doom's timings, I mean, it's going to be accelerated, sort of, because you can kind of get farm up, but that just delays the actual output of that farm till a bit later. So there's going to be a big window there for 496 to take advantage of that slower offlane, advantage of this slower build-up on Yowie, on the puck. Really not at the item advantage you'd expect the puck to be at. Just double nulls right now with Bottle, and Brown Boots still to come out, and Nico's doing a good job of abusing that.
Absolutely. So the rune picked up, a regen rune for Hung. Doesn't really have the ulti up right now, so he might just kind of wait out that ulti to be able to kind of make the rotation, but as I say that, he's going to run down south. Looks like RR is going to be targeted, and it is nighttime after all. As Hung, he's still going to dive the tier 2, it looks like. No, he thinks about it, thinks better of it. Just lets RR go. It's still going to be nighttime for a fair bit of time anyway, and again, he's going to have the ulti up very, very soon. So he can get very aggressive, especially knowing he has that free reset with the regen rune now. As mid lane, they might need to get started right now because their Nyx Assassin has been caught out. He's going to try and make a run for it, but in the end, Palos is able to spin him down. In Execration, they commit 4 heroes to the mid lane to make sure that that Nyx Assassin dies.
Yeah, that's an interesting rotation for the mid. Maybe expected to catch out Hung Hung instead. But the Nyx isn't a high-value target, and the fact that you drag your jug away is just mildly worrying. I think it's just down to the fact that the triangle camps were taken by Doom. Or Puck as well is going to be playing around that area. He's not hanging around by the bot lane, which is kind of open right now for farm. So it looks like they might be looking for the tower trade to come out soon. Issue is, for Execration, their push isn't amazing. They've got healing ward to sustain the creep wave, but their heroes don't particularly hit towers well. So when you compare that to that BB, the Diabolic, even just at level 2, you're not going to match this kind of push potential from 496.
Yeah, I don't think they can evenly trade, John. Like, Hung's going to be able to TP up top with that BB, and we talked about this. They have the better team fight, especially if it's nighttime. Hung's going to be hitting like an absolute truck. And Palos, he is up there. He's going to start a bit of a push, but he has to be very cautious. He is completely on his own. Luckily, they do have vision of Hung Hung right now, and they know he's in the Radiant jungle. So Palos knows he's safe for now. Oh, even Bombi removing half his HP pool immediately. As the rest of Execration, again, seeing Hung Hung, want to try and go for this kill. It is daytime now. He has the ulti, but he might need to pop it as the Dream Coil is committed now. Yoe gonna start this things off, and the Earth Spike does come in as well. They've got enough damage and control. And Hung, he was farming in a dangerous position. He does get punished for it.
Yeah, just a bit risky there, but it draws the attention away from softer targets like, say, the Riki. I don't think you mind too much as the Night Stalker there, as you're trading that for pretty much free farm for Drew. His Diffusal, it's almost up as well, Mike. Like, he's only lacking, what, 400 gold now? And once that's up, well, your Riki's going to be ready to join you in invading that jungle.
I just watched Bombi take a large creep off Palos. It always hurts, John. Every single time. The Palos, he'll lose that 50 gold and just back off. It is a rather hard game for the Jug, and you can kind of see that reflective in the net worth of that Juggernaut. Currently almost just about 4k, but now the nighttime has been popped again, and here they come. The cavalry right in onto Palos. He's going to try for the TP, and he's barely going to make it out in time. One more hit would have done the job, but they just could not get it off. Instead, they'll have to find some other targets. They found RR. They'll take the Ancient Apparition life. Certainly not what 496 wanted, but they'll have to take what they get.
Yeah, it's not the kill they'd want, but that does give them an opportunity to de-ward the triangle area. So they've got some sentries down. They could look to drop an obs, although...
Oh, nice coil. Bombi has been trapped up. He's got the curse, but they are staying pretty well split. And there's your curse out now on BDZ, but it's not going to matter. He's all by himself in Execration. They will be able to trade support. So a nice little trade going on there from this Radiant side, and let's back to the farming game for a bit. Because you've got Nico with the Doom up, but you're probably going to have to wait for that Dream Coil before you get aggressive with that Doom. They'll just dissipate now, and again, just get back to that CSing.
Yeah, and the slower pace of just going back to farm is a bit more favorable there for Execration, although...
Oh, they've got a nice sentry. They do find out Drew. They get the Doom out and committed straight away, even with the finger. They will get the Riki kill, but they've lost Palos. It's going to be an even trade. In fact, never mind even. Nico, he's trying to run, but he is going to drop. Palos just got deleted.
Oh, man. That's pretty awkward coming up for Execration, like... And pretty awkward for me. I have to admit, I disconnected right then. I'm sorry. I didn't actually see that. I saw... Okay, this is what I saw. I saw the Doom and Drew dropping low, and then it just disappeared. So I was basically as dead as Drew was. Yeah, but still, a good trade coming out for 496. They killed Drew. That's already pretty darn big in and of itself. So they killed Palos. So losing Drew isn't as big of an issue. And Drew's actually ready now. He's got the Diffusal, so he could look to go again. They know Doom's down.
They're going. TP's up. There's your Blink strike in from Drew. He does get one, but now they're onto the left track. Can they make him survive that BB? He's going to be alright, but the coil does lock him in. Yowie still going to the backside. Omni going to be very nice from Palos onto 3 heroes. That's a great setup. And Bombi, he tried to hold them back with the curse, but it just wasn't enough. As Palos, he could just go for such an easy Omni with that Dream Coil setup. And that's what you want to see from Execration. They can't afford to make mistakes in these team fights. Everything has to land perfectly.
Yeah, you can't afford to slip up like that in the execution. Like, they underestimate just how strong Palos can be with just the hammer and the Omni. And they're not really given the opportunity to use Winter's Curse. Like, we pointed this out in the draft, but don't have the best AoE control outside of Winter's Curse and outside of Impale from the side of 496. That's all they have. Unlike Execration, they've got Dream Coil, Ice Blast to go on top of that. They've got the Earth Spike, which is easier to land than Impale from the Nyx. So it's just tougher for 496 if a couple of spells miss. And they forced to fight in a weird spot. Like, that's a tier 1 top. It's a very easy access point for TPs, and they just kind of maybe underestimated how much Execration was willing to commit in the counterfight, and they get punished for it. So they lose their 2k lead, it's down to 1k, and it's not quite an advantage for either side yet, but Execration is finding a little bit more now. Maelstrom up on Palos, he's also going back for that defusal now. He's going to be really strong in these fights. For 496, they need to pace themselves around those cooldowns. So they know Doom's down, they know Omni Slash is down for a bit more. They can go around and look to play pickoffs. That's where they really have that strength. And they do smoke up. They've got the cooldowns off, except for Winter's Curse. They can go hunting here.
But they can. They kind of need to as well, because with that Diffusal Blade, you don't really want to play the slow game. But as I say that, Drew currently across the map, as they are going to go instead into the Radiant Triangle, onto RR. They'll take another easy kill. But again, they want a lot more than that. I do love the way RR's positioning himself throughout these throughout this game so far, just always frontlining for the team, ready to break the smokes. In 496, they continue to commit a lot, but really get nothing for it, as now Drew. They know he's in the tree line somewhere, and the orb is not going to give vision, as the sentry was out of range, but now the dust is out. They've got him. Drew, he reveals himself, and they've got the coil. Now they've got him trapped up. Nico goes in, and there's your finger out from BDZ. Execration, while they are still 2k net worth behind, they are looking pretty darn good at this 15-minute mark. As mid lane, they're going to start another fight onto the Nyx Assassin, but Hung, he'll try to go onto BDZ. Get rid of that line as soon as this team fight starts, and they'll get him. Once again, though, that's about all they're going to get. But they probably won't be able to stick around for that tier 1 tower.
And Execration just counter-fighting so well. Like, they catch out Drew. You compare that to RR. Like, as you mentioned, for 496, all they're catching is RR. Whereas for Execration, their smoke leads to Ricky kill. They're slowing down his farm. He does not flash farm as well as a Jug with Maelstrom. So Drew's going to be starting to lag behind if he does drop a couple more times. Palos is still trying to play that catch-up game, though, but the gap isn't too big at this point, and you should feel pretty good if you're Execration. Still, the 3k lead on 496 gives them a lot of leeway to play with. Hung is saving up for his BKB into the Blink. That's going to help him out in the Night Stalker to gap close and find some more bigger targets in these engagements. But Execration, with that kind of movement out a while ago, they've kind of clumped up top. They can go for that tier 1 top, and with the mid tier 1 taken off, they could start to invade that top jungle completely and keep that farm game up.
Absolutely. Bit of a push going on at the top side. 496, they're going to try and go for the bottom tier 2 tower, but it's going to be a much slower kind of push. Like, they will just leave it for now. Just invade that Radiant jungle. Mid lane, Hung. He's going to show himself. They really want to try for that mid tier 1 tower. They've already committed that initial Diabolic Edict, though, so they might just have to wait a bit. Ice Blast, going to give a bit of vision. They pop the ulti, they see a TP coming, but Nico, he blinks away, so instead they want BDZ. They are unwilling to dive that far in. And instead they'll go after the mid tier 1 as Hung is thinking about a bit more. In the end, is going to decide better of it. He'll just back out.
Yeah, it's took them a while. but they managed to finally take that mid-tier 1 so they can invade that bot jungle themselves, and both sides can start trading jungle areas to farm. We're already seeing Apollos take full advantage of that, and the side of 496, they could look to shove into tier 2. That's where the difference lies. It's back to that push potential from the Leshrac, and although Execration has their Jug up top, it's just not as scary as a Lesh. Like, they have to commit the Fortify once more. That's even not enough to shove back this wave, so that BB could just look to go again once the next creep wave is in.
Yoe, he's TP down bot. He's thinking about that BB. You've also got Nico around. Jump in, there's your curl out. They've got the Leshrac, even with the Ice Buster flying. However, there's your curse out. Bombi putting a stop to it all, and they will burst down the puck onto Nico now. He thought about throwing out the Doom, but it's not going to be thrown out. They will hold on, as now BDZ, he needs to try and hold on, as he's being chased down by Drew, and he will probably just get taken out, and does. In Execration, they lose 3 just like that.
And that was big. And it's again all off the back of Bombi. The Winter's Curse now, it's much easier for him to land. He's got a blink up on this Winter Wyvern. So the issues he was having earlier on of just catching one hero in the curse, of just catching one support in the curse, not going to be as big of an issue. And you saw how well that fight broke out. Dreamfoil might have been out, but Doom wasn't used, so they couldn't get the control beforehand from Nico, and they dropped their tier 2. It's just all these things lining up for 496, the push, the counter fight with the Winter's Curse. Execration has to remember that the Winter Wyvern Curse is probably the biggest spell right now for 496 to pace themselves around it. They have to go back to kind of respecting that spacing as we have seen them do beforehand.
Absolutely. Definitely very scary stuff. They get caught with their pants down here, and of course it's that Winter's Curse you've always got to be worried about when you're playing against Bombi. Very kind of famous for his Winter Wyvern. One of his best kind of heroes to play. So now 496 just trying to take over the map. You've still got Palos farming very well though. Like, he's got the Maelstrom up, he's got the Diffusal Blade as well, so he's got plenty of damage and he has the ability to fight with his team if he needs to. But he is falling behind Drew and he has fallen behind Hung. In fact, Hung is going to go into Yoe right now. They've got the stun out, they've got the silence, and they'll get another great kill. And that's not what you want to see if you're Execration. Losing that mid puck so easily, as they'll even get the courier of BDZ. And now, TP's up top, Drew. Gonna have a gander. Palos, he'll just spin TP out immediately. And at the very least, Execration, they get everyone else out scot-free. So you just kind of feel the confidence of 496 with this draft.
Yeah, they're just finding big pickoffs, and it's one of those things with a puck in this game. It's not a very easy puck game. There's no direct hex, but the AoE silences really make it tough, and you can see Yoe is trying to save up for that BKB next, and it's going to be really useful once that's up. It's just, he's still a bit off with gold. And it's coming back to that previous point. You've got a Jug farming, you've got a Doom farming. Where does the puck go for himself, you know, to get that farm up? There's not too much space. He has to take the risky lane farm to try and save up. Leaves you open to jumps like that from 496. And even with that Midas build-up in Doom, you're not really getting a net worth lead here. Execration, Nico's top for his team, but he's lagging behind Ricky by about 100 gold, lagging behind Hung by about 100 gold, and that's inflated by his Devourer as well. So it's just not a great feeling right now for Execration.
You've got a blink up as well now on Hung, John. So you've got another wave initiating for the team, and that's going to make Yoe's life that much harder. Along with his supports, of course. And that Crippling Fear as well just lasts such a long time during the nighttime. 7 seconds at max level. It's very hard to imagine being able to survive without a BKB up. This top lane, that BB, currently being watched by the side of Execration, but they aren't going to make the jump in. They'll let him go. Looks like even 496 just want to take a bit of a break from the fighting. Get their own core items up and maybe come back a little bit later. But I've got to say, as the time goes on and the time where they're not farming, it does feel like Execration are pulling back that net worth lead. So you can't really say that this kind of farming game favors 496 at all. You'd almost prefer them to just keep running at the side of Execration, but for now they are just going to calm down and wait it out a bit.
Yeah, assists definitely does feel better for Execration. The Midas gets to pay for itself in this downtime. Your Jug just gets to clear out camps really quick with Yasha and the Maelstrom up now. For 496, they might be waiting for a couple of items. Just the farm difference, if you notice, is really down to the supports. Like Bombi and Hussa have just been allowed to kind of get more. And the next big thing from these supports is that Nyx Assassin Ags. It's just about one part away, and that could be another thing that piles onto that team fight with the Blinks, with the Winter's Curse. Have to watch out, but there is the smoke here from 496.
That there is. Nico, he's going to be there to break the smoke. Instead, again, it's going to be RR. He's always in that same position, waiting for them to run right into him. And now Hung, he's got the Blink, so he's out onto Palos, but BDZ. He's going to be able to save the day. Make sure they can't go any further and get anyone else. And so instead for 496, it's back to the drawing board, trying to find somebody else, and they have. They found Yoair, but he's got a BKB this time.
Just what I needed.
Pops the charge. That'll be about it.
It's first charge on a BKB doesn't feel great for a puck, but it is doing its job, saving yourself from those silences that really holds you back. So if they kind of reveal that BKB a bit early there in Execration, if they want to look for a counterfight, they might have to wait for that cooldown. But all of their spells are up. Dream Coil's ready, Doom is ready, Finger is ready, even the Omni Slash if they want to come back in. So they know Dark Ascension's down for a bit longer. They could maybe look to commit if they wanted to. But as you mentioned, Execration just kind of want to sit back and farm. They don't really care if they don't find kills. 4K net worth lead from 496. Again, it's mainly down to the supports. Every other core pairing is within 100 or so gold of each other. Nothing significant yet from either side, and that puts Execration at a pretty even playing field despite what the stats say overhead.
Palos is starting to get bigger and bigger. I mean, it is getting rather scary now as he is top of the net worth board. And we've seen Palos' junk. He's very good on this hero, especially once he has the Aghanim Scepter up. Things get very scary for 496. Yet they still kind of remain very calm in their own jungle right now, 496. Just taking their time, not trying to rush this game whatsoever. I suppose you've still always got to be afraid of Drew as well on that Riki. Drew is kind of going back to a bit of a more defensive build now with the Linkosphere coming out. There you see, maybe a smoke up, Execration. They've grouped as 5. Where are we headed? Mid lane, they did barely see the Nyx Assassin. Hustler, he's going to show up again. Does back off at just the right time. Execration, a bit of hesitation here. Not quite making the initiation in, and that's actually given Hustler enough time to get his Aghanim Scepter up now. So even the Nyx Assassin going to be much more difficult to try and take out. And with that Ags, they could try for the Roshan. It is generally extremely hard to fight into a Roshan pit when you are up against the Ags Nyx. But instead, 496, they're going to go for a big smoke up again. See who they can find as their first victim here in this team fight. In fact, never mind, they are going to go back for the Roshan now.
Yeah, so it's going to be straightforward. No wards coming out from Execration at this side, so they don't know the Rosh is happening yet. They might have an inkling as to where 496 is, but they're not really making their way over. So this could end up being a freebie for 496. Nice first Aegis to save perhaps Drew or DatDB here, and it's just going to be a bit tougher for Execration to come in. Perhaps with a Dark Ascension pop, they might be able to tell, but nah, it's a bit too late. And that's going to be a nice injection of gold. Again, the second life for Drew in this case is going to be really useful as well. And Drew actually shifted out his item build as well, Mike. Instead of Linken's, he's actually committing to that Scotty. So he just wants more stats. The slow is great. The heal reduction is going to be useful against the Jug. And it's not going to take too long for that to be up. One ultimate orb up. Maybe about 2,000, 3,000 gold left for the rest of the farm up. And once that's ready to go, I think you're pretty much set on a Riki to really just constantly look for those engagements.
Yeah, I like that as well, right? Like, he's got the Aegis up, so he doesn't really feel like he needs the defensive item with the Lincoln Sphere. At least for now. It's 496, or rather Drew, trying to make his way over into the mid lane, but gonna calm down as Nico, looking into that mid lane, wants to go after Hung, does pop his BKB, but Hung, very fast reactions with his own BKB. They could not get the stun off, and now Drew getting more vision for the team, but 496, they're not going to jump in yet. Being very patient, waiting for the right target. Drew, you know he'd love to go after BDZ, but BDZ, he's known to bait you in like this. And 496, they will not take the bait, they'll back off. They'll wait out the right moment. But things are getting very tight in this game one. As we do run in a Hung, he's been hexed up, BDZ starting the fight, and here comes Palos onto the left track. You've got Hustler around, but the impel doesn't really land, and now Hung, he should die, or rather, it was that BB, but now Hung's in on the Night Stalker. There's Drew, just blink striking away. He's gonna be alright. So they get the left track. 496, they were a bit late to the party. In the end, they get everyone else out. And Execration, I suppose by killing off that BB, it's just going to buy them more time to keep this farm game going.
Yeah, the engagement from 496 was really disjointed. Drew was chasing down Yoa, who had a haste rune. He couldn't really lock him in. So their big DPS and Ricky was in a different part of the fight, although BDZ.
Instilling the fear of God, John. Drew. He's that Ricky player. You know how it is. As a support, you can't be alone on the map at this stage of the game up against the Ricky. He will just take your life every single time. BDZ is going to be taken out as 496. Again, showing up in that mid lane. Hustler was scouted dewarding. They jump in, they want the Nyx, but he's going to try and make a run with the Spike Carapace. But they'll commit everything just to make sure he dies. The rest of 496, again, not going to try and jump into the team fight. Just waiting for that right opportunity.
It's a lot of patience from 496. At the same time, dropping heroes like this one by one just gives so much more to Execration. You get to wait for their cooldowns to be back up. Next Ice Blast is just about 20 seconds off. Finger is only a minute away. They still have the Doom. They still have Omni. They still have Dream Quill. But 496 isn't getting the spell usage that they'd want. Like, the next time these big engagements break out, they still have to worry about the Doom and the Dream Coil. They aren't quite set to be defensive about it yet. Again, no Lincolns for Drew means that Doom, Hex, Finger's just gonna fly right through. It's not careful.
Great stun out, Drew. He got caught, but he's gonna be fine. They don't commit all the way. No Doom being committed. I mean, they kind of half committed with the Dream Coil, but just a little bit too afraid of Bombi's Winter Wyvern, it seems like, in the back lines. They don't want to get cursed. So they let Drew go, but now without a coil, how do you defend? In fact, Drew, he's going to jump in. He spotted out RR. Gets one, Yoe. Try and orb away, but Drew is still on the chase. They'll eventually just let him go. They'll get back into that mid-tier 2 tower if they can. I say that, Drew, from the high ground, trying to get some vision, does find Yoe. Oh, he's going to be just fine. There's that BB, pops the Edict. Gets a bit of damage off into that tier 2, and 496, again, quite conservative play, are going to back off.
It's really strange from Execration, that early start to the fight, where Nico came in. He jumped in, he got the stun onto Ricky, right? And then he devoured a creep. He didn't use Doom. And that could have ended up really differently if Execration just doomed up to Ricky and got their spacing right. They weren't clumped up yet. They could have just tried to lock down Drew and punish there, but they miss an opportunity, and this time 496 managed to turn it around. They don't find the biggest kill though. They only really kill the AA, and they still don't get the big spell use. Dream Coil's a relatively short cooldown, especially with that quickening charm up on Yoe, so it just kind of resets itself. And they still don't find a tier 2. So it's a bit of a equal game still. Like, you're not trading anything big. You're not progressing on map control. And as we mentioned, every single time the game doesn't move forward in a meaningful way, Execration just wins out this farm game. The Devour, the Midas works out. The Jug just clears out waves a lot better. He's sitting on his Ags, going for the Ag Shard next. His spin is going to be annoying down the line. For 496, their Aegis is about to expire, so they're not going to have that safety net for long. And Drew has to be conscious about that. If he's looking to play risky with where he's farming right now, could be a bit risky without that second life.
Absolutely. Nico, he's got the refresher orb up. Aghanim Scepter there as well onto Yoe, so some big items popping up now for Execration. You can see them grouping up, getting ready for a smoke. They'll pop it right behind Palos. He's going to be the bait for the team. 496. Oh, that's a very nice scan out from Execration. Right on top of the Dire Heroes. They slowly make their way over, but Yoe, Nico, kind of watching them very carefully. Do jump in. They've got the coil on Bombi. They want that Wyvern dead. Meanwhile, Nico does get the Doom out onto the Nyx. However, on the side, they've got Palos. They've got the Juggernaut. They don't want to lose him like that, but they do. Now the secondary Doom is out, though. They've got the Ricky with that Doom, but doesn't matter. You don't have your follow-up. It just wasn't a great team fight, John.
Oh, God. Like, it was nice that they killed the Winter Wyvern. They were too split up. It was two heroes up front. The Jug couldn't keep up. Dooming the Nyx when he's already burrowed did nothing. Like, sure, the stuns didn't come out, but you can't kill him. He still has 50% damage reduction while burrowed down. I don't know if that counts as a passive, although...
Well, they've got Drew there in the stun, but again, I doubt they have the damage as now BDZ is going to get caught out and does drop. And 496, with this edict from that BB, can take these towers and racks very, very quick. And without the buybacks available in Execration, it's some very unfortunate timing for them as they just bought those big items up. But it's going to cost them very hard, and 496, if they really wanted to, could just start forcing in the mid lane as well. If they understand the buybacks just aren't there.
Yeah, it's a bit slower going, though. With the tier 2 up, I think there's enough time for the Jug and the Lion to respawn and enough time to mount that defense. They play it safe. You go back, they've got a 7k lead back up. They're 1 racks up, so one lane is always going to shove in that bot lane. The Roche, it's about less than a minute left until we see the respawn. That could be the objective they play around. Free Ag Shard coming through on Roshan number 2. Cheese as well. Gonna be pretty darn big. They also get some big items flying through. Hung's got the Basher to play with on top of this early Nullifier he has. So it's really easy to lock these heroes in. And for Execration, that was their double Doom earlier on. They need to think really hard about who they target first and just how they space themselves, because that was too far out. Without Palos staying with that dual core of Doom and Puck, the follow-up damage just doesn't come out.
Oh, here we go, Execration, another big smoke up. They do have 2 Dooms up, so they can certainly make this work, and they do spot out Bombi, and that's the target they want again. Ice Blaster's in, big coil out as well, locking them down with the Doom out onto Zap BB. This time it looks a lot better for Execration, but for how long is Hung now getting to work? But there's your Omni Slash out. Palos getting so much damage with the Cold Embrace. Gonna save the days now. Palos, he's way too far forward. He's gonna drop, and now they really jump in. A great setup from Bombi, catching out 2, and they will just get to work. What can you do with the Execration? What can you do?
Not much. Like, they got a pretty decent start. They kill off the Winter Wyvern again. They jump in. The damage just... It's Cold Embrace versus Omni Slash, and the buyback just absolutely ruined it. Bombi just comes back in, saves his team, gets a big Winter's Curse. We saw the Doom flying out at the end. Now they're forced to buy back. Respawns are short, so at least it's 3 heroes for the defense. But once your Doom respawns, he's not going to have Doom. Once your Drug respawns, not going to have Omni. This is a really hard call to save this mid-set racks, and 496 might just get away with taking them.
At least they can't get megged yet. There is still a tier 2 tower up at that top lane, but you certainly don't want to be 2 racks as down as Drew. He thought about jumping in on Yoe. He won't do it though. Again, very kind of conservative surgical play here from 496. They're not taking any risks. Only taking the team fights they know that they can win. They back off again. Trying to check if that Roshan's up, but it's going to be about a minute and 15 seconds away. You may as well wait that out though if you're 496. Like, you've got a 14k net worth lead right now. You know you're well and truly ahead in this game. With that Aegis up, and that second Roshan with the shards and the cheese on top, you're just going to be way too far ahead for Execration to even try and fight back.
Yeah, and it's just going to get harder and harder. Look at Drew. He's got the Satanic up. He's got a Self-Dispel with the active. Be much harder to lock in that Ricky. Heck, even just getting a Dust off. It's going to be super annoying now for the side of Execration. And it's going to be awkward. Like, they're 14k behind, and this is where that entire slow game spiel we were seeing from the draft just bites you in the bum. You are farmed up in your Doom, but it feels like you missed your window. Your Jug just counteracted by the Winter Wyvern, and Execration are forced to think about all of those things. They have to kill the Winter Wyvern first, they have to group up, but also stay far apart to not get Winter's Cursed if they fail. It's just much harder for Execration to approach these fights.
Oh, they are under vision, John. Coil, it's going to lock down Hung. So they've got the Night Stalker locked down. However, Drew, he's going to jump in on Palos. He'll force the spin. Again, unwilling to go much further. They'll back off. Roshan, 1 second away. Drew, he's going to wait it out. He knows the timing. Onto the Roshan they go. Do you want to see the Riki shards here, John? Or is there a particular shards you think will be the most suitable for the side of 496?
I think Winter Wyvern shard is really good here. Lower cooldown's great, although Nico?
Yeah, never mind that. Nico's jumped in. He wants to go for the fight, but he's a bit too early to the party. They're going to go ahead and doom up the Nyx Assassin, but he's burrowed right now. He's such a tanky boy. And here we go, Hung, he's on the backside, they'll get the Hex on feed, is he trying to save the day? Bombi trying to help out Hung, Hung will make a run for it though, he's going to be alright for now. Yoe can't finish the job, Palos trying to get forward, he can't finish anyone off quite yet, but they do find Drew in the pit, they actually get the Riki down, and now they found Bombi onto Hustler, they want that Nyx Assassin, and they'll probably be able to find him. The buybacks aren't there for 496. In Execration. This time around, make the team fight work, and they're going to be the ones to claim that second Roshan. And that's a huge deal for this Radiant side. They needed everything they could get right now, and that Aegis and Shards is certainly going to be very effective.
Yeah, that's huge. 496, not quite getting their positioning right. I think that burrow area for our Nyx was not ideal. Kind of sticking right by the pit entrance rather than, say, behind the pit, on the sides of the pit. Just way too direct and just easily counteracted. He did manage to grab first Doom, which I think is already pretty alright for Nyx, but he couldn't change his position and he couldn't use his spells. No big opportunity for the Winter's Curse coming through from 496 that time around, and that also hurt their chances. And it was a bit too split of a fight. Hung was jumping on the left side. Our Riki was stuck near the pit area. They needed to focus their damage out. They needed to focus their control into one portion of the map. And Execration were very, very well played and very well executing that split up and making it work for themselves. So they've got life here. They dragged the lead down to 8k. They've got a lot of safety nets now on their Jug. And they've got the second chance with the cheese on their Doom as well. So they can look to make something happen here. 496, they don't seem to be shaken up all too much though. They smoke up, they group up, they know Doom's down. The refresh is down for a bit longer as well, so they could make use of this.
They want to avoid the Jug. John Hung, he's got the Swift Link up. He does pop the ulti, but who's he going on? He's going to pop the Crippling Fear too, but Yoe, he's got the BKB up, and now the Coil's out. They've locked down Hung. Finger, though, not going to do much. The Lotus Orb was there in time. Now they go after RR instead. They'll start off with the Ancient Apparition and Palos. He'll be targeted by that baby, and what a curse coming out. Bombi, he locks him down, but will they have the further control? Palos, he'll get the Swift Link off, or rather Swift Slash off, just in the nick of time, and he still has the Omni. He'll make a run with the spin. Buyback is there by Nico. That'll be it. They get the buyback they wanted. Still 2 down on the side of Execration. But they still also have that top tier 2 tower. The side of 496, they've got to try and sort out that top creep wave and at least take down that outer tower before they can try to go for the megas.
It's a bit of an awkward time for 496 to re-engage here. Nico does have the double Doom, but he could be spotted out. Bombi? What is this?
They're just looking at each other. Like, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing here? It does sound. Nico's like, wait a minute, was that the real Winter Wyvern? Alright.
They didn't even attack each other, Mike. They literally stood right next to each other and were just like, hey, what's up?
Hey, what are you doing here? What are you doing? What's the matter with you?
Awkward situation in your pubs when both of your teams are smoked and both of you walk by each other and neither side turns around? It's like that. Oh, yep, I guess we're not ganking. We're done.
It's one of those things. You go to the shopping center and you see a friend from high school that you don't want to talk to anymore. And you look at each other, you make eye contact for a second, and then you just turn your head and walk away. Like, oh, I don't want to talk to that guy. Happened to me the other day.
Mutual agreement not to never mention. Wow, you managed to go out. How social of you, Mike.
Well,
It's still last outer tower gone. Not very social for Execration.
it's to a fast food restaurant, John. Don't get your hopes up. I wasn't doing anything very
fair
social.
enough.
I was just very hungry.
Still, Execration should be a bit hungry now as well. Their map is really shrinking out, so it's almost like they're kind of stuck at home, right? Like they can't go out. Lanes are always going to be shoved in on bot and mid. This farming build-up, it's starting to really come out with the itemization. We're seeing a Lincoln's next on Nico. We see the butterfly out on Palos, so he's going to be much more durable. There's no pierce here from 496, no way of going through that evasion. So this could be a big reveal, and there is a smoke out from Execration. If they find a good kill here, this could give them a bit of bounce
BB,
back.
it's been caught. They commit the doom. They commit the finger. They blow him up. 496, do you want to go in? It's a 4v5 scenario. Hung, he's gone too far. They've got the coil off. Nico, he has a secondary doom. They might just commit it. In fact, they found Drew. They found the big one. Can they burst down the Ricky, though, as Nico? He needs to back off a bit. Cold Embrace there. You've got your Winter's Curse as well. It's only locked down Palos. It looks like it's going to be a good fight for the side of Execration. However, they've let Drew get out of there. He's going to survive. Meanwhile, BDZ, he's been caught out. They even caught Yoe. Oh, now Palos, he's going to try and run. How much HP was that on Drew? It was like, it must have been 50 HP maximum.
Yeah, right on the edge. Hustler got the last minute impale right when Yoe was about to get the last right click off. And that was it. He turns around, he pops his little Minotaur horn, he turns on to Satanic, and comes back full HP on the edge for 496. Execration have to come back in here to defend these last set racks.
Palos is going to move in. Nico, he's got no dooms up, but he's going to try his best as Hung actually goes way too far and does end up dying. Meanwhile, on the backside, though, BDZ, he's going to die back on the Lion. That's one support gone. It's a 5v3 scenario as Palos. Nice flicker away. There's your Omni Slash, or rather Swift Slash as well. He's going to try and back, but he's been caught out. He's been silenced. He'll try with the flicker to keep running. Diffusal out, but Drew is still chasing him down. They will be able to pick him off. He'll back onto RR. Nico, he jumps in onto Hustler. Hustler's still going to be fine though. They have the hills out. He will survive another day and just walk his way out as the mega creeps. They are now up for 496. In Execration, the game suddenly gets infinitely harder. But they aren't out of it yet. Though I say that, Palos, he's going to get jumped on the immediate bash out from Hung. He's going to try and back now as the Ice Blast. Fly in. That'll be enough. Or will it be? Dream Coil is there. Omni is available, but the silence is there in time. A great smoke screen out from Drew. They're trying to focus down the jump. He can't do anything. He's trying to flicker, but he can't survive. He does drop it. They call the GG. 496. A great game one coming out from the Vietnamese squad. In Execration, they are one game away from being knocked out of the qualifiers.
Yeah, that was beautifully played from 496. So, like, amazing execution start to finish. I think that's the big thing. Like, they managed to play around these timings. They got a really good lane coming out for Drew. They get some good rotations out from Hung early on. And there were a couple of moments where it felt like they were playing a bit too slow, but Execration weren't really looking for openings every single time their spells were off. When Doom was up, when Finger was up, when Green Coil was up, that's when Execration should have been running around. But it was always 496 running in, even if those spells were up. They were always confident in taking these fights. And it just fell a bit flat for Execration. I don't think it was down to itemization or anything. Maybe a little bit to draft. Like, it was definitely a bit too slow, especially when you saw the Lesh and Night Stalker come through for 496. And for 496's part, I have to say, Mike, we've been watching them for the last year. We saw them at the start with 458. And this is very reminiscent of that 496 from that era. It's that aggression. It's that flexibility. They run the Leshrac off, the Night Stalker mid to kind of get those lanes going. And that's the 496 I've been looking for the past 6 months since they lost 458. So it's good to see that spirit of 496 coming back in. And we'll have to see if Execration can kind of face off against this juggernaut that feels revitalized now.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself just then as well, I probably shouldn't be saying Vietnamese stack anymore, right? Because they do have Drew, who's, I believe, Indonesian, and Hustler. Where's Hustler from again, John? I believe Mongolia? Yeah. So there you go. It's a Vietnamese organization, I suppose I should say. Just for, just in case anyone's listening gets a little bit annoyed. So there you go. With that, though, it is MLP Dota, it is John X Fire. We're going to head to a very short break, but right after that break, we'll be back with game number 2, and we'll see if the side of Execration can force us to a game number 3. We'll see you soon.
Adrenaline, yeah, I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me, I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah. Yeah, she's got some nice long hair, and you know that she's a bad chick. All the boys stare, can't help it, it's a habit. Clothes that she wears, short skirt and a jacket. I just wanna get her all alone on a mattress. I just wanna have it, I just gotta have it. Rumors all around say her body is fantastic. All natural, not a piece of fur is plastic. Head to her toes, yeah, they say that she's a latch. Yeah, the whispers all around say she has a reputation. Don't believe it till I see it, so I want a demonstration. And I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated. But that only makes it better, and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated. But she's got me captivated, so the game, I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. Got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed. I heard you like to get away. I heard you like to stay out late. I heard you had a couple boyfriends. I heard they didn't treat you right. I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold. where she came from, nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession. Got bad intentions. She's got a body like a cold thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a cold thing. She likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely. I want that body, baby, show me.
Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Let's go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the world is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell him #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
touch but never love the feeling. Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Love the touch but never love the feeling.
See how it develops. 496's part, I mean, they're protecting the Winter Wyvern with that AA ban. They take care of the Invoker, so maybe expecting, say, the Dragon Tail Arrow plus Sunstrike combo, and you also take out the Spectre, which we know Palos likes to play as well. So they're also covering their bases. They go into the Axe, which is open. I mean, we've seen a lot of Axe yesterday, Mike, on the A stream. It did not work out. Even in the post-game interviews, we were told, yeah, we tried Axe, it didn't work. They tried Axe, it didn't work. I guess Axe just doesn't work for any of us. We'll have to see if it works for 496. I'm hoping this is an offlane Axe with a Leshrac mid. I think we definitely want to see something different on the pause one. Something with a bigger win condition for this team here.
You know what I don't like about offlane Axe right now, though? If I'm perfectly honest, is I don't like the whole Manta Rush, right? Like, when you're playing in the offlane, you kind of need someone that can play with the supports. And I believe yesterday, the only time we saw the offlane Axe, it was Manta before the Blink. And I realized for efficiency's sake, having the Manta just allows you to farm the whole map, basically. So it's very efficient. But when you're playing offlane Axe, it just doesn't feel as good. And I love seeing this, John. You know how I feel about this hero. The Earth Spirit comes out. It's going to be a hustler Earth Spirit to boot. And he is very good at this kind of hero. So very happy to see it. And surprise, surprise, 496, they want to play an aggressive kind of draft again. Love to see it.
Yeah, and this Earth Spirit really enables that aggression. Can also kind of help you play around with your Axe, I suppose. You can start applying a lot of damage from far, roll in, get the chain stunts off. But a call helps you creep skip as well. So lining up well for that dual lane. I'm wondering how that BB builds in that Axe offlane, if it is the Axe offlane. Hoping it still is. I think you could probably go for the more team fight oriented one instead of the efficiency farm, as you mentioned with Manta. I think you do want to be that activity for your team. Like we've seen, I guess you could rely on the Winter Wyvern as we saw in game 1, but it just feels like you have to give that Wyvern farm as well. It has to rush the Blink Dagger, and that's what helped 496 there. So I'm not sure if you really have enough space with the Axe on hand soaking that farm and the Leshrac already. Execration for their part back into that Yoe Puck. So it's looking like the offlane DKs in play as mentioned. DK Mirana, Puck mid, maybe expecting the Leshrac mid to counteract that, and that's not too rough of a lane. The Puck, although we have seen Leshracs get a little bit more out in that 1-to-1. What's really going to be the difference here is really what they choose for a safe lane. Like Palos, does he get the Jug again? It's a very safe sort of pick. It just doesn't feel like it's the strongest sort of pause one, right? Like it's very stable, very open sort of core to close out, but it never feels great closing with Jug. Because it's last pick, it's your moment to really bring out something special in the draft, something that can't be countered from what you see already for the most part. And the Jug is just too safe. And in this case, closing out with Jug again, you're going to have the same issue with Winter Wyvern. Cold Embrace, your Omni Slash just doesn't do anything.
Can't disagree with you on that, John. What else do you think, though? Like, where do Execration go? Do we want to see them go into the PL again? Seems a bit rough into the Leshrac Axe, to be fair. Probably not PL this game, but what else do you see? Maybe I was going to say Medusa, but that was banned very early on. Any other position ones that come to mind for you that you think will really suit Execration's draft?
I think a Wraith King could be one way to get around this. You don't really have mana burn right now in 496. These skeletons can help you push. It's a bit more of an active core, especially if you go for Armlet Radiance instead of Radiance Rush. You can play around with your Armlet, join fights early on,
Ooh,
and build off that. You go with a Terrorblade instead, which is it's the same thing. You've got Metamorphosis, you can push towers fast. There is some good magic damage coming through from 496 though. Leshrac is already there. Your Wyvern can make your life hell if your positioning's off. So Execration's got to be even more disciplined than they were in game 1 in using that Terrorblade, but this is a good core to tie it up. I'd say emphasis here on looking to play with Metamorphosis for push. You've got DK Dragon form, you've got Meta. You need to take some of these towers out. 496 though,
That's a good pick.
close out with a Bat Rider, so it's a Drew Axe, which I'm not particularly fond of, but they've got the Bat, as you mentioned, great pick to deal with the Puck, great pick to deal with a Terrorblade. They've got great single target control and some pretty good synergy. Lots of magic damage flying through. They can make it really hellish for Execration. Heck, they could even play a bit funny here. Like Winter's Curse, lasso the target into the bigger team fight. That could be one way to kind of line up those shots.
I suppose so. I don't think that's what 496 is intending, John, but I like your creativity, sir. I think you've been drinking a bit too much mate by the way you're talking. 496 though, the reason why I like the position 1 axe here is because you're up against TB, very, very high armor hero. Pure damage though. Axe doesn't care. Just spin. Just spin to win, John. What's the problem? And like you said, against the Wyvern, very, very difficult to play TB because the likelihood is you're either going to kill yourself or you're going to kill your teammates. And now you've got a Bat Rider to make it even more difficult. You get Fireflied with Sticky Napalm and the lasso, you're screwed. The Puck's going to have a very hard time as well if you get caught by that lasso. Hell, it deals with the DK very well to boot. So I think I have to say 496 has the better draft here, John, but I need to ask your opinion. Because you're the man with the plan. Who's got the better draft?
I like 496 as well. I think the Leshrac opener is just so good with how they play. Still not sold on the Axe core, but maybe they break that curse for the teams we've seen.
You know why you're not, John? Because months ago, before this was popular, I said it was going to happen. And admitted on stream, I was saying it like half a year ago that position 1 Axe was going to be a thing, and you were like, no, Mike, don't be stupid. It won't work. And long behold, look where we are, John. Look where we are. You admitted to the viewers.
No, I was agreeing with you.
No,
I said it was a bit wonky, a bit left field, but I said in circumstances it can work, in very specific circumstances. We just haven't seen it. I just noticed that RGB Winter Wyvern, by the way. Like, I saw chat saying this. It really is an RGB Winter Wyvern. What's up with that? It reminds me of our HyperX keyboards on stream.
That's a very good segue, John. Indeed it does. So, you know, colorful Winter Wyvern. It does look very nice. I'll give them that. In fact, never mind that, because the fight has started. BDZ, he has not got Leap available. He has been caught out and he's gone. They're just trying to give the right target the kill. Who wants it? Hung? Hung will take it. That's the kind of teamwork you love to see as well. They all just kind of group around him. And it's like, do you want the kill? No, you have the kill, please. You have it. I don't need it. You take it. And Hung's like, listen, I'll have the kill. It's fine.
That's a great gold injection for Hung. Like, that's going to lead to a faster bottle in this mid matchup. But not going to feel great when your Bat Rider can just refill every single time these trades. Still going to scuffle over these runes, though. But if RR can actually snag this. Doesn't look like he can.
Oh, Hustler. This little kick away. Just managed to take the bounty rune. So it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade by the looks of it. Nico will take the other on the bot side. Still, we had a similar scenario last game around, John. Drew last game got first blood on the Ricky, which we talked about how detrimental that was going to be to Execration. Now to make matters worse, Hung's got the first blood on the Bat Rider. And we know Bat Rider, he tends to farm faster than most heroes thanks to that Firefly Sticky Napalm. And once you have those shards up as well with the double flame break going on, it's so obnoxious to play against. And I wonder if Yoe's going to be able to kind of at least slow Hung down and not allow him to have that very early aggression, as you can see how much damage Yoe's taking. But how does this lane go for Yoe? Do you expect him to win this one out, or do you think Hung will have the advantage?
I think Hung's just going to have the advantage here. Like, even if you've got this early magic wand for Yoe, if you trade with a Bat Rider too long, you don't win out. Like, even if that's fully charged up, eventually the stacks of Sticky Napalm's a bit too much to deal with. And you already saw a bit of a sentry to block out that small camp just for a bit in that first spawn. Was immediately countered by Yoe, so he's going to have a camp to play with. But even then, the Bat Rider clears his own camps a bit faster, just by virtue of Sticky Napalm. So even in a very even lane, Hung's going to have a little bit of an advantage, and the pressure's on Yoe to abuse his mobility, kind of secure this lane. He needs to go for every water rune pairing. He needs to go for every power rune as he can to really get that advantage.
Yeah, we'll move over to the bot lane, John. We've got this this lane we saw yesterday. The DK Mirana against the Wyvern and the Axe. fact, it was an Axe yesterday as well that they were playing against with this duo, and BDZ did a very good job of landing those arrows after Nico with the initial Dragon Tail stun. And I'd also like to point out that yesterday, you said you didn't like the DK helmet, and Nico's actually taken it off. So I'm not sure if it was you that made him do that, John, but you've done something. Meanwhile, top though, Palos, he's been caught out. He's going to drop to the Diabolic Edict of that BB, and that is pretty darn bad news for Execration.
It's what you expect though, right? Like, it's a Lush Rack, it's a lot of magic damage. He does go for the Edict, which is physical, so some of that armor does reduce it. It's still a lot when you isolate these heroes out, and it's just down to Hustler on the Earth Spirit. Like, you mentioned it. Like, you love the Earth Spirit. I love the Earth Spirit on Hustler. He's always been known for this hero, down back to Reality Rift days, if you can remember when they were around. Just a fantastic pause 4 player on the Earth Spirit, and he's already kind of flexing that around. There's not much RR can really do in this situation. If they have meta, maybe you can land a couple of Fire Spirits, but the attack speed slow won't really stop that BB from trying to trade back, so you always run that risk of losing the trade by virtue of magic damage in this lane.
Have to agree. I mean, I do remember Hustler in the RR days, John. I remember screaming his name very loud at some points with this Earth Spirit play. But I'd say he's one of the players that really got me into Earth Spirit, which I'm not sure whether to thank him for or hate him for, to be honest, John. Hustler is going to try and back off now as the meta does come out. Roll going to be pretty darn perfect right through the gap. I suppose Palos won't mind too much anyway. He wants the meta to be able to just farm up. He'll be just fine with it.
Yeah, it's a pretty stable lane so far. I think 496 with the 2 kills aren't quite getting the net worth lead they'd want. I think because the farm potential coming out from Execration is looking pretty good. Like, Yoe is actually pulling out relatively well on his puck. He does manage to secure at least 1 water rune, so not double water runes, but still enough to keep him in the lane. And Hung is not really able to leverage that small camp as much as we'd expect, so not quite fully abusing those early sticky napalms up, but he is slightly ahead in EXP, so that's where it could really shine. Earlier 5 into an earlier 6. Once Lasso's up, you can look to maybe make a play, or could be the greedier build here, where you ignore Lasso until level 7, level 8, and just opt to really focus on the triangle, focus on farm. That's one other way where the Bat Rider can kind of overtake.
Absolutely. It's like BDZ. He's got that earn up now. We've seen this before. He does tend to start rotating across the map once he does have this itemization. Of course, you've got the level 4 on Nico as well, so he's a pretty tanky DK now. You're not really too afraid of him dying in the lane by himself. So BDZ, he can start being a nuisance across the map if he so feels like it. Wouldn't hurt to help Yoe out a bit in that mid lane and maybe just try and focus down Hung if you can, but at the very least for now, he doesn't want to make it too obvious. He's being watched by Bombi, so he's just going to stick around. We'll go for a bit of a warding war. As to the right, Drew gets a call off. No spins, however. Very unlucky for Drew, and he'll just continue CSing. No real reason to get aggressive on the DK at the moment.
I actually really like what Bombi's done here. So every single time BDZ is looking for that arrow angle to follow up, he's always there harassing. They can never land that Dragon Tail arrow, which was in stark comparison to what we saw yesterday, where every single one landed, they've really bullied out the axe, you couldn't do anything. Opposite story here. Drew's allowed to pretty much farm up at the same pace Nico is, so you're not getting that laning advantage you want in the DK, and that should lead to a smoother ramp up for Drew to hit that Vanguard timing, to hit that Manta timing, and start shoving out the waves consistently. We're not even seeing BDZ rotate mid, as you mentioned. He's just kind of stuck in that jungle area, and just kind of trading wards with Bombi, which is not ideal for this Mirana.
Coil out, arrow, not going to land Yoe. He's going to try and get some damage out onto Hung, but they just don't have it. They even rotate down RR, and now Hustler, he's going to show up. He's going to guard that DD rune for Hung. Again, Execration, not really able to get much out of the laning stage so far. They are farming just fine, but it does feel like every attempt they've taken to kill anyone off just hasn't panned out. And it does go back to what you were talking about. Bombi has been very, very good at making sure BDZ doesn't find the angle for the arrow. And yeah, I mean, if you can't make that combination work with the DK, is the combo really that strong? Not really. So Drew, he's just going to keep free farm.
I really appreciate that Hong actually did play greedy. Like, we talk about this possibility. He does not have lasso. He just went 3-0 tree, sticky napalm on the Firefly, ready to farm up, ready to run down some of these slower heroes as well, like say the DK. And he does get the lasso now at 7. So they've got a lot of opportunities. Nico.
They get the lasso now. Call is out to hold him down. Hung, he might just hold on to the lasso. He doesn't need it. Nico gonna drop Hung immediately back into the mid lane, and that'll be the 3rd kill already for 496. Meanwhile, never mind 3rd, it's gonna be the 4th as that BB ends up killing off RR on the Phoenix. Looks like he went for an Icarus dive, but he didn't quite make it out. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yoe forced to pop the Dream Coil just defensively as now the arrow does come in. Maybe they could try to turn this one around. Hung, still relatively healthy and almost has the Firefly back up. He will be able to back off. We're yet to see any kind of kill coming up for Execration. They are certainly trying, but it does feel like they're just kind of lacking that extra oomph they need in these engagements. In fact, roll in, Hustler. It's off the mark, gets the silence off, but he's going to have to let Yoe go.
Yeah, and this is a really awkward situation for Execration. They have to dump their Terrorblade into the jungle really early. So he's just kind of farming there, but he's already contested by Drew.
He was. Arrow did cancel off the TP, and now Yoe is going to show up, but they don't have the coil to lock him down. And he's a very, very tanky kind of axe right now. A lot of armor with the Vanguard to boot. And I don't think they can kill him. He's just going to run.
Just a complete nuisance. Drew on the pause 1, into your jungle, yelling at the Terrorblade to stop farming, and just runs away. Like, if you can't punish him, it just slows down your farm so much. Now Nico.
Spinner Blast not going to land. Hustler, Boulder Smash. He needs to go for a blind. He goes for the silence first, misses the Boulder Smash, but it won't matter. Nico is within vision now. There is really no escaping the side of 496 is that BB. He's going to be the one to take the kill with the Pulse Nova. 3rd kill of the game for him on the left track, and the 5th for 496. As it looks like they want to start setting up for the bottom tier 1 tower. And on the brighter side, John, you're still farming very well on Palace at the moment. That's the thing, right? This TB, he's free farming the jungle. He's doing just fine. But we've seen this before from Execration. It's generally Palace that's the only one that's able to get the farm on the team. And the rest tend to fall behind. And I don't think that's going to be quite good enough up against 496.
No, you really need some farm distribution to come out. Like, this puck needs to be online ASAP as well, along with the DK. You need that DK blink up, get the stuns off, to get the control off. They are smoked up, at least as 2 BDZ and Yoa looked like they wanted to swing around bot, but just a bit too late. The push potential from that Diabolic Edict's just too fast, and we're not seeing Execration reciprocate with their own push. They've got Dragon Form, Miko's been shoving a wave, but they haven't played around that. They haven't grouped around that DK to look for objectives. And that just gives 496 so much more control on the map. They can start eyeing the mid lane now. They're still grouped around. Nat BB's got the Edict ready to go. If they lose that mid tower, that jungle farm for the TB, it's not going to be very safe down the line.
Well, Palace is just taking all the time he can get to farm right now. Again, I just still get very concerned with this style of play. So Yoe, he needs to be able to keep up here on this puck. He's got the Witch's Blade queued up, and that's going to be a great start for him, but I need a lot more after that. Let's see how he does make it work, as they are starting to group up now. You haven't got the Moonlight yet on BDZ. He's only level 4. You haven't even got the Egg on the Phoenix yet either. He's only level 5, so they're going to smoke up without those skills available. Meanwhile, 496 down to the bot side are going to try and chase down Nico, but immediate TPs are there. In fact, that's the Bat Rider. Nico is going to try and run, but the Boulder Smash does connect, and now the Flame Break into the loving arms of the Bat Rider. Hung will pick him up and throw him down. And meanwhile, towards the north side of the map, Drew, he's going to survive. Cold Embrace, it was there in time. They are going to get him out, Drew. He is just fine as Yoe. He's the one dropping low on the puck. He'll try to orb away. Hustler those on the chase. He gets the magnetized. Yoe is going to be able to get the kill and might just survive, but now Palos, he's the one in danger. You would have rather just lost Yoe. I mean, he'll get the puck out, but there's your tip, Drew. He rubs it in.
That was just outstanding response from 496 with a Cold Embrace on the edge for Drew. Roll forward to refresh the magnetize with a boulder. just really good execution from 496, and that's consistent Pong.
They're going to try and go after Hung. They drop the egg onto the Bat Rider. Hung, he's going to try for the TP play. Is he really going to make it out? Not quite. They'll get him. My goodness, that was close. With that, the T1 mid tower just about to fall. In fact, it is going to have to be denied off. But at least they get themselves a very valuable kill in the Bat Rider.
It's a big one for Execration, the biggest kill they've had so far out of their 2. So it feels good. It's just that the map is super open. Their jungle, it's exposed. Mid, top, and bot tier 1's gone. They don't have the best TP spots. And that's something 496 should look to abuse. They just need some forward wards and keep that aggression up. Execration's going to run out of map space to farm relatively soon if they don't manage to get a grip in that control. So really good news for 496. They just need to keep that aggression. They cannot afford to sit back, start farming again, build up in the axe. They have to keep these lanes shoved in. They have to keep that vision game in the jungle up and take these camps away to make it really awkward for Palos to play in that bot jungle and to somehow share that farm with a puck in the DK.
It's very hard for Palos to play in the bot jungle when you've got this Bat Rider just around all the time. Of course, 496 even stacking for themselves in that jungle, knowing that Hung can take them just so easily. The bot T1 still not dropping either for Execration. Bombi, he's going to show himself in that tree line. Setting up, and there's your curse out. He wants to start the fight immediately. Sunray is there as well into the spinner. That BB, they're trying to keep him alive. Palos, he gets us under in time, but it may not matter. They have the lasso. They'll get the kill on Bombi. He will keep that BB alive throughout all this, as now BDZ is going to try and run, but he's accepted his death. He just stands there and takes it like a man. The smoke out, 496, they want more. It wasn't enough for them. They want to satisfy that hunger. Who do they find, though? Roll in. Hustler not quite in range, but the boulder smash and silence very, very nice through Nico. Gonna try and turn a great coil out. They might at least be able to get this Leshrac. He is dropping quite low and does die, and now they can chase for more. Hustler very, very low. Cold Embrace gonna try and save, but he is almost certainly gonna die as now Hung does show up. Who do you want to focus down? He'll try onto Nico, but there's too many heroes around. They take down Bombi, and now Hung needs to get his ass out of there, but he cannot. He's gonna drop in 496. In classic Southeast Asian style, John, go way too far.
You know what this reminds me of? We had a talk with Drew last time in either the DPC or OEDL, and I remember asking, how are comps like in 496? Because it's 3 Vietnamese players, he's from Indonesia, you've got Hustler now, and he said they just yell at each other. So I can imagine in that moment, that's where clear comps would have helped, because it looked like they were all just yelling go, 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 when what they needed to do was go around, head out, because they underestimate that Dream Coil egg. And if that combo flies true, Execration can turn it around. Like, it's such a strong set of control. You've got basically a melee pause one who can't really clear out the egg. Neither can a Bat Rider and Lesh. So once you're locked in there, you are pretty much letting that egg off. And it's just such a massive risk for 496. Execration finding that good turnaround opportunity, make it work, drag that net worth lead back to less than 1k. But 496, you have to respect that. And we've seen a lot of that puck mix combination before. We've seen it when it fails to execute. But every single time, I always say, if it lands, it is super strong. And 496 just maybe forgetting that combination is there. So have to respect that. And we'll go back to the drawing board and farm up. They can look to fight again right now, though. But they've got Lasso up, Winter's Curse. They've got everything they can ask for. Magnetize is ready as well. So this could be the time to look to counter-fight back in. But it looks like they're more than satisfied and just playing around with this fresh Manta on Drew.
Why the hell not? Oh, Palos. Lasso's out. They've got the big one again. He's got no help around him either. And this is a real problem now. You can't farm like that. Not by yourself. The tier 1 tower's still there. They could rotate at any moment. In 496, they didn't even need to. They just waited in the tree line. Palos, he's trying to get that CS. He's trying to give some space to his teammates, but you're out of the laning stage now. You need some help behind you to back you up in case that happens.
This is where it goes back to the fact that Execration didn't play around with her DK's Dragon form at 6. Bot tier 1 still stands, as you mentioned. Mid tier 1 still there. Top tier 1 still there. And there isn't a safe lane to go in and just AFK farm his core. looks like they might start clumping around now. They've got 4 heroes down bot. They've got Metamorphosis ready to go, so they could look for a tower push. But they look pretty indecisive. Looking for a smoke play first. Blink is up on Nico, so they can set up with a Blink Dragon Tail on hand. They just need to find a right target here.
All ultis up as well, but where are you going? Moonlight Shadow popped very early. They're going to head towards the west of the map. Scan dozens. Around though, this is going to be a very scary attempt on Drew's life as Bombi, he reads it already, he knows they're coming, he's going to go for a great curse out, locking down the puck, arrow's not going to land, and look at this Drew, he wants to try and turn around, roll in Hustler, gets the puck down though, they do lose their axe, but now Nico going to be in danger, the egg, it barely pops in time, saving the life of Nico at least for a second, but not for long enough as RR is going to have to Icarus dive out of there. And meanwhile, Hung, he's not done either. He spots out BDZ. One leap charge available. Can he just TP? Not quite. They have the lasso. And so Drew, he got a little bit greedy to try and go back in for the kills and does pay for it. But does it matter, John? They got a 3-for-1 trade and Drew, he's still top of the net worth board.
It really doesn't matter. Like, they waste so much time on Palas having to join in these chases, and he immediately just has to disengage to save his skin. So it doesn't feel great for Execration even if you kill the axe and RR.
Oh, RR. Gets caught out. Stun out at least. Nico's going to be there. Yoe going to try and trade with the life of Hustler. Roll going to be blocked off. They'll at least get one. You're at least trading evenly in that scenario. Yoe does get the kill and he does need the gold right now on the puck. Can they get anything else out of this? Maybe that T1 mid tower. You've popped the meta anyway. In fact, a nice dream call now. Catching out the Bat Rider. Hung, no help around. He'll drop to boot. And that's what you want to see out of Execration. These are the kind of plays that are probably going to be able to give them the comeback they need.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
It's a tower to take their first tier 1 melted. So it clears out maybe an axis point towards that Roche. Just up the jungle a bit more for them to farm in. And just keeps themselves a little bit safer. So 496 lead down to 1k. They have managed to grab this blink on Drew though, and he can start playing around with that. Drew could look to set up with a calls now, still waiting for his axe short to really be online. But you're hitting those spikes now on the axe, and could just wait for that next lasso as well here on Hung. So not too much pressure. They do smoke up here on 496 without those spells up. They're just going to look to make something happen now.
Execration are in position to break this. They aren't going to run back into their own jungle. 496, they're going into the triangle. They have not been spotted yet as that BB. He's going to try and bait them in. He'll go after RR by himself. No Icarus dive. He'll force out the egg. Hustler does show himself now. Yoe. Go for a quick orb out. Arrow not going to land. BDZ, that is way too far forward, sir. He's going to get caught out. Meanwhile, on the backside, Hung, he also gets caught. There's your corner brace out again, and the curse is going to be there on the Ancient by the looks of it. They do at least get BDZ. Nico, meanwhile, he's trying to fight back, but he's all by himself. They will be able to kill off Hung, but they will lose the DK, and now Yoe, he's been caught out by the roll, but he does have the orb up. They won't be able to get him with the split earth. So all in all, not really too bad of a team fight for Execration. A 2-for-1 trade, but they got that mid Bat Rider. I think it's going to be okay for them.
Could have been worse. I think this kind of makes it a lot more even than it ought to have been. And it does open up an opportunity to push bot.
Hustler, been caught. This will be a third if they can get it. See Bombi trying to TP in, roll back in. A great corner brace as well. He's going to survive. They've got Palos again. You do have the sun drop though. Maybe he can fight back. He gets it off. That BB is probably going to die here as Yoe does chase him down and should be able to get the kill and does. All right. Works out in the end for Execration as Bombi gets reflected. Hung going to jump in by himself with the Firefly. And that is so much damage out. They find another. In fact, Bombi, he's been left behind. Cold Embrace is only going to last so long as he does drop. And 496, some questionable plays coming out, and it is costing them quite heavily.
Yeah, it reminds me of that dive by the tier 2 earlier on. They just kind of stream in one by one. It's just over-aggression. They need to bring themselves back to a neutral state mentally. You know, they need to calm down. They're not quite fully ahead, and even if they were, they're kind of throwing that lead off. Execration managed to find a tier 1. They get a couple of big kills. They do manage to reveal the BKB on their Terrorblade in a big way as well. That was his 9-second charge down to 8, but he got a couple of kills and he got an objective. It's starting to pan out here for Execration. For 496, again, have to take it slow. They've got the shard up on Drew. The BKB is coming up soon. And once you do have the BKB on Drew, you could definitely do more. They do smoke up. That's one thing. 496, they don't really care. They lose, smoke again, try again.
Oh, Drew, he's going to run right to the backside. They aren't going to jump him, though. Hung, he's right in. Who do they want? They've got the stun out. Nico, he's caught the Bat Rider, but the Cold Embrace once again just going to heal him up through all this damage. Egg does pop, but they still haven't got him in What a Witch's Curse in the backside. They got 3. Drew's in for the call. Does he get it? He'll get the dunks. He'll get the call. He'll get everything. As Nico, he's trying to run, but he cannot get out of this. Bombi, Bombi, Bombi. There's the tips out. You can't give this man the Winter Wyvern.
Oh, you just can't. He's just way too on point. This is him without the blink this time around. In game 1, we saw him have to wait for the blink to get that position. Execration are forced to take these fights in these very tight spots. Just not the ideal spot you want to be in. Fighting against the Winter Wyvern tree, you could counter-argue that they've got the egg on the Phoenix, so they enjoy those tight spots as well. I mean, it's much more painful for them to have to deal with a Winter's Curse, and they went out. 496, it's just the nature of this team, right? Like, they lost the fight, whatever, smoke up, try again. They jump forward, they don't get the lasso off, wasn't even used from Hung, but they managed to bait out the egg, they get the curse, and it all lines up. I think Execration has to be ready for that constant aggression. Like, this is just 496 at pretty much their best, pretty much how they were last year. Exactly like this. Constant running in your face, disruptive, very hard to predict. You can see Execration are smoked up right now, but they don't have Dragon Form, don't have Egg. A lot harder to really pull off a big engagement without those spells up here.
They're gonna try. They want Hung on the Bat Rider, it seems, but can they make their way up? Scan gonna be off the mark. Hung already backing out. BDZ is gonna show up.
Scan, that was their scan. 496.
Hung, nice blink away. Very quick reactions there from Hung. Execration. I mean, they're gonna get some stacks for themselves. They get something, John. That's about all they're gonna get out of this.
It's not ideal, and that was just a really smart scan from 496. It was their scan, so it managed to clip them by the Roche Pit, and that just gave enough for Hung to blink out, start to Firefly up that cliff, and bail out. Now they know the Roche is probably going to be happening. 496 can turn around here. They've got Winter's Curse up. They could easily just swing around from that dire jungle.
Seems like it's what it's all about. Can they land a big curse? And in fact, they have started. Stun is out. They've got that BB, but the Cold Embrace again just going to buy so much time. Curse not there yet. Reflection going to get the vision. Still that BB not dying, still alive, but does finally drop. And now the egg is going to zone them out, but the buybacks are there. Meanwhile, Drew, he's jumped in by himself, but he's going to be perfectly fine with the BKB as Nico. He keeps frontlining for the team. But his team is way far back, and now with that the meta up, Palos will not want to fight. So they do force out a buyback. It's a decent fight for Execration. They would have loved to get the Roshan though, but you take what you can get right now.
It's a bit of an awkward spot for Execration because they blew the egg and blew a lot of other spells. They're going to lack that in the next engagement, along with a Metamorphosis.
Palos. They know he's in there somewhere. Hung. He's got the Firefly up. He's not showing in vision yet. Look at this very sneaky play. Hung. He's going to wrap around the long side. Palos. Not spotted out. He's going to be alright. Hung. Still trying to check it out. BDZ is around the Mirana just in case he needs it. They've even got the Aghanim Scepter puck up now. So you've got that Dream Coil. A much longer duration. Bombi, he'll go for a quick D ward. It does expire. Nico trying to jump in for a stun, but won't be able to get the vision on Bombi. Arrow can be way off the mark. Everybody gets out scot-free.
Still pretty happy about this if you're 496. Execration do get a bit of a reset. Most of their spells are back up. Just waiting on Metamorphosis and Egg. Those two will line up quite nicely for the next Rosh fight. So they could reconsider going back into Roshan. We've got the wards around the pit area. They can kind of take control and get that big objective. And the issue is, as this game drags on, the Axe is kind of out-farming your Terrorblade. Just by nature of Manta Shards build-up being super effective. And that's going to lead to an earlier AC on Drew, more armor to compensate against the physical damage of that TB, more attack speed to pump out those spins. And as you mentioned, Axe spin is pure damage coming out for the counter Helix. So it's always going to be effective against these tanky heroes. Scaling's always going to be good. You do have the Scotty up in TB, but 496, they're smoked up again. There's no wards to spot that, no scan coming out yet. So they could look to find a pick off and go into that Roshan here.
Oh, Nico, he's got the vision. He needs to get out of there ASAP, but he does not get out in time. They got the lasso, they've got the DK, and he's got no help around him. He's going to BKB to try and survive this. Can he actually make his way out? Maybe he can as that BB now. He'll be the one to stun up. They do get the Cold Embrace off, but now the Egg to zone them away and trying to secure the kill onto that BB. Still he survives though as the coil now is down. That's an Aghanim Scepter coil locking down Drew on that Axis Bombi. He tried to break the leash. A nice curse out. They've got Yoe, but it's going to be enough. It looks like Palos. He's got the BKB off, so he's fine as Hustler is going to drop. And now Drew, he needs to back his Execration are looking a lot scarier now. But the buybacks are there. 496, they want to keep going, it seems like. Of course, Execration, they see the buybacks. They back off themselves. They'll go for a reset. And 496, back to the drawing board for them. They've got to be very careful about their initiation now, as things are looking a lot scarier as time goes on.
There's so much power in Execration right now, as long as they get that spell combination off. Have been doing a pretty good job on 496's end to always have that BB take the front line though. Like, it's always the Lesh that's focused up earlier on. They have to commit the Egg on the Lesh rack, but this time around they managed to find a good angle to get that Dream Coil off in the back line, and that pretty much made all the difference to the world. Along with the BKB on the Terrorblade. Like, he managed to pop the BKB before the Winter's Curse, so he wasn't actually stuck hitting that puck, and I think that's the big one. You want to keep that Terrorblade down while the BKB's up. You might just want to fully commit it on that TB, even though there's no one else surrounding him at that moment, just to set up for your follow-up stunts, set up for your calls from Drew, and just kind of allow you to try to drag Palos down before you can really dish the pain out with that Eye of Scotty at the top. Still, this does stall out the potential Rosh, because they're lacking Dream Coil and the puck on Execration and the Egg, and they're going to lose Metamorphosis soon. 496 aren't in a shape to really do it just yet, as well, waiting for that Lesh and their own spells. So Roshan's still going to be a bit longer for both sides. Game is still really even, 21-19, 1k lead on Execration side. Every core kind of matched up. Drew and Palos relatively even, Yo and Hong Hong relatively even, that BB and Nico relatively even. So it's again down to the supports getting a bit more farm, and this time around it's Execration supports with a lot more. Like, the Eul's from BDZ has been so disruptive, especially on Drew. He just can't blink around as much. He can't line up for the calls as well. He has to be very patient with his BKB use and when exactly he wants to come in on that Axe to get that control off.
Absolutely. A very tough time for Drew for sure in these team fights. As of late, anyway. Execration, slowly but surely, looking like a solid unit as the game goes on. Gonna start moving as a team now. Big smoke up. Where are we headed? Back into the Roshan. They want to see if they can sneak this, perhaps. No, never mind that. Into the triangle. That BB, the closest target. Stun in, they've got him. Nico holds him down. Arrow is going to be there, but the Cold Embrace once again buying more time. But there's your Dream Core now. Yoe, he's got the backside, but Drew, he's got the puck. They get the lasso off as well. They want Yoe dead, and they'll be able to dunk down on him. Drew now, do you want to keep going? The Egg was committed. They'll leave him be. So it's a 1-for-1. That BB also dying. We have the meta popped again. Do they want to try for that Roshan? They're going to give it a crack. I don't think 496 will be willing to let this go for free. The problem is they are very low on buybacks now. So it could be a pretty hard ask to try and counter this Roshan fight out as Nico, he starts a fight outside the Roshan pit. A nice call is there. The spins are coming out. Hung, he's still alive through all the damage, but he does finally drop it. Now the curse is out. They find RR. They got Nico. Palos, though, does he want to keep going? Not quite, but at least let's have a nice little gem there that he can pick up for the team. That'll be it. It looks like it was a 2-for-2 trade. In fact, it was a 2-for-1. Execration still can't go back for the Roshan.
No. And they had to go for the fight. Metamorphosis fades out. So they have to wait again. And it's just that awkward movement between Execration and 496. I think 496 are doing the right thing, though. As long as they don't give that Rosh away, they get to have a bit more breathing room in terms of these engagements. And they don't need to panic as much going in there. So kind of favors 496 the fact that this Rosh is stalled out a little bit more. He also managed to build up this Assault Cuirass up on our Axe. So much more armor flying in, which means Terrorblade damage is not going to feel great. He has to worry about Winter's Curse. He has to worry about the Embrace. And he has to worry about all this armor up on the Axe, especially if he gets a call off. Like additional 30 armor going to be rough. And you can see Drew finally going in with Illusions, twacking away at Roshan. Look at those spins. And Execration are way too far to contest this one. It's going to be 496's Aegis to take.
Kind of shocked that they backed off so much. I know without the meta, you may not really want to fight, but to give the Aegis away to the side of 496 doesn't seem like the greatest idea, and now the arrow is going to make it quite obvious, but it's way too late. And Drew, with the Spider Legs, just rushing up, trying to find a target. How great is that for Drew, by the way? He actually got Spider Legs on Axe. Such a good item.
Yeah, really nice to see. I would love if this game went late, which maybe it will, but I'd love a Giant's Ring Axe. I don't think we've ever had the pleasure of seeing Giant's Ring Axe.
True.
I think that would be great, right? Like we've seen Giant's Ring DK, we've seen Mars, who just turns into an absolute unit with a BKB on. But I think Axe is just, it's terrifying. You get the call, you're on top of them, the strength goes on top, right? And then maybe you get the call and BKB off with the Giant's Ring. He is just gigantic as well. So, you know, I don't know if this is the game to see that, but it would be nice too.
Hung, moving forward. Gonna be able to find a target. They are waiting on the side of Execration. They might jump in, and they do. Nico again. Dragon Tail was there. Arrow to follow up, but that'll be about it. They just forced the rotations from 496, and now Hustler gonna roll forward by himself. He does get stunned up immediately, but it seems like Execration, they don't want to fight yet. There's your call out now. They've got the backside. Ooh. They've got Bombi. That's the one they want, but Hustler, he's got the Phoenix. They'll take him down as Bombi. He just won't die. This man heals himself up. Palos, he's still trying, but he's been stunned up now. He might be perma-stunned, but no, they get the lasso off. They will take him down. That's your TB gone, and now the side of Execration, all they can do is run. But there is nowhere to run. It took them so long to try and kill Bombi that everybody else around them just died.
There was a really beautiful play coming out from Hustler as well. Mid-dive, he managed to roll onto the Phoenix. So the Phoenix was trying to reposition for the egg, going in at the angle, and Hustler just cuts him off. They did not have the egg in the fight, and that just ruined any chances Execration had. They have to get that combo off. And now their high ground's under siege, and it's going to be tough. Even if they buy back into Terrorblade, there's no Metamorphosis for a minute 40, and that's just so much damage missing from Execration.
That it is, John. Definitely a very tough position now for Execration. Yet if they lose this game, they are out of the TI10 qualifiers, and that's not where you want to be if you're Execration, but that is where they are. They're going to try, coil out. They've caught two, the Batrider and the Lesh. Nico, he's going to jump in, but the BKB was already there by Hung. Meanwhile, Drew, that Sunray, doing so much damage, but he's still got the Aegis, so instead they'll go after that BB. They'll try for the Lesh rack, and they will be able to get something. Because everybody else is just looking to TP out and leave, and they will. They still lose the mid-racks, but they ensure that they can't go any further, and they get themselves a nice kill.
It's a bit of a consolation prize for Execration to get as much as they can in that situation, and they kind of hold on to this game. There's a big spike coming out for Palos, though. We've seen Terrorblades hit a huge stride with this item. Daedalus up now. on our TV, and that really skyrockets the damage. Kind of makes that AC plus call on Drew. That doesn't feel like much anymore as long as you get a good crit. So looking good in terms of still keeping up that scaling. You look at that scoreboard, you look at the net worth, Mike, it's still within 1k of each other, 27 to 23. A very close second game so far, but having that lane advantage for 496 opens up more possibilities for them. So I think they're still in control of this game, but they can't afford to play sloppy. Like, there's a couple of fights where they kind of overextend themselves a couple of times. They can't afford to do that again, because that will make the game swing towards Execration if they do.
Fair call, John. Swift Blink coming out now on our Axe. He hasn't bought it out yet, but Drew probably save for that buyback gold, get the Swift Blink up, and with that added attack speed, it'll be very valuable to proc even more spins. But like you said, Palos with that Daedalus up now, he's going to be hitting like a real truck. The problem is, though, I don't feel like Palos has ever lacked damage. That's the thing. He's always had damage. But this Winter Wyvern, with the Cold Embrace, with the Winter's Curse, just makes it impossible for him to be able to stand there and fight.
Yeah, it's just too tough. Like, every single time they try to isolate out Bombi as well, but it just stalls out the fights so much more, and 496 splits it up themselves. They are smoked up, they are still holding the Aegis, but it's only about 20-25 seconds left in the Aegis, so probably not the ideal time to force this movement out, and they could get caught off guard here, 496.
Yeah, Execration, they've Moonlight Shadowed up. They want to try for a big team fight. Wrapping around the mid lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Love the fact that Drew even found a leveler now, John, so even more attack speed for the Axe if he does want it. And he does take it. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Yeah, spin to win, baby. Gotta get those right clicks off.
Absolutely.
And even, you know, Swift Blink coming up next, right? Fantastic for an Axe going right clicks. This is going to be great once it's up.
You know what would make
has
this...
the gold.
You know what this would make this hero more balanced, John? If the spin affected towers. That's what I reckon. Just...
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? That's absolutely busted.
I'm an Axe
What
player,
do you mean?
John.
Look,
You could have
look
pretended.
at the Leshrac. Imagine if the Axe could do that to buildings. Jeez.
Why not?
That is sick. Why don't you go Axe? Here's the next level build for you, Mike. Axe Meteor Hammer. Call Meteor Hammer.
Hey, believe it or not, that happens a lot in my Australia server games, alright? You don't...
Seriously?
Yeah, unfortunately it has happened. So, as they go high ground, tier 3 tower. Yo, it. Dream Coil, again, onto that BB. They love starting with this Leshrac, but there's your Cold Embrace out. Making it impossible. They even drop the egg. Alright, it's a very early egg committal here from RR. And Hung, he wants to go back in. He loves it. Yo, it. Aeon Disc procced. A great boulder smash now by Hustler.
Ooh, boy. It's pretty painful. That's a really long cooldown on that bailout, and that just opens up possibilities here for 496. If they wanted to, they can start considering the high ground. Looks like they will at least travel out Hung first. You can just come back in with a quick Moon Charm and Boots of Travel. Cooldown on TP's not too long, and they are keeping every wave, every lane shoved in except top. Execration, not the right time to head out of that base, I don't reckon. Even though Triangle's not that safe, so you're gonna have to be conservative here. And they do have a bit of an opening because the Aegis is gone. If they kill Drew, that could be one way to swing this game just a bit more. And he even loses his courier.
Oof.
That was a Swift Blinked on. That's pretty painful.
It is, John. Just like spinning Axe on towers would be, if that worked. So, hopefully Ice Frog's listening. He always likes to listen to my recommendations, I'm sure. Still haven't gotten that Earth Spirit Arcana, by the way, John. Very upset about that.
Yeah. I'm glad. Oh. It's would be too popular in my pubs, and mind you, in my pubs I don't trust my Earth Spirit players, so there's that. What it is, Mike.
But you only play pubs with me, John. What do you mean you don't trust your Earth Spirit player?
I mean what I say, Mike.
Fair enough.
I mean what I say. I recall a time when we played together, and this was in the peak of Gyrocopter, and you actually I remember you like, how do you even last hit with this? I was like, oh, I don't know. You picked the Gyro, not me. I'm just your support. I just go around, I die for you in lane, like, it's your job to last hit, that's it. That's why you play Earth Spirit.
Don't tell the viewers these stories, John. You know, I'm not a Position 1 player, right?
Fair enough.
I don't
fair
know
enough.
how to last hit. I care about having fun in the game. You know, these position ones, all they want to do is hit creeps like it's an RPG. I can't do that. Execration, they've smoked up now. They want to have a bit of fun too, apparently. But where are we headed? Moonlight Shadows popped. Roshan's up in 15 seconds or so. It's great timing for whoever wins this team fight.
This is pretty tight. If they lose this next fight, Execration, they're going to lose their shot at the next Roshan. That's Roshan number 2. Aegis, Cheese, Shard as a freebie. Opens up many possibilities for either side. Smoke doesn't really lead to much, and the Moonlight does just fade away, so 496 are a bit more safe here. 4 items are starting to drop, though, or at least starting to finish to drop. Mentor Horn coming out for Palos could be nice. Holding on to the Flicker right now. We have seen some Flicker plays across many series, and we'll see if Palos can maximize that, but they really don't have much map space to play with. Look at where Execration's stuck. They're just kind of stuck in this general area. Maybe a bit of a dip in the triangle, and that's it. Whereas 496 have free reign over top jungle, over their triangle, got control of Roshan, they keep the ward game up. It's really dark right now for Execration's side of the map, and they can't do much without information. That's just the way Dota plays towards this late game. You do need vision, you do need wards up, you do need anything you can get to know where these enemy heroes are, and without it, they're just kind of sitting on their hands here.
Absolutely. So we're just trying to get that farm up. Roshan's up though. Execration, you don't want to move too far away from that Roshan pit at the moment. Aghanim Scepter now on Palos, going to be very effective. Having that second Metamorphosis plus the Fear, always very, very nice. Especially when you consider the Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil, just kind of fearing everyone out of it. Be a very big play by Palos and Yoe if they manage to get it off. And this time, you don't have to be so worried about the Roshan and popping meta too early now, because at least you have a secondary Roshan. In fact, Curse is out. Bombi, he's found some pretty nice targets, but they want the Phoenix to start. There's your Magnetize and the Silence out. Can they burst him down, Hustler? Yeah, they've got him. They commit the lasso. They make sure he just dies. But now Hustler, he's out of there. They do not get the kill as they get another. Nick goes down. Drew's on Palos. He'll get the Sunder off, but is it going to be enough? Yeah, it will be Drew. He dies to the Sunray damage. Bombi, he'll die in a cliff, and they'll keep the chase up as Yoe. He's on with that BB and Hung. But he needs some help. And they're coming. Hustler, he'll roll back the other way. We're trying to chase him down as now RR giving the vision along with Nico. Rolling forward again, but this time he will die. Into the Roshan pit we go. Execration, plenty of time to try and get this done. 496, will they let it go for free?
They can't afford to. Metamorphosis does fade on Palos, but as you mentioned, he has the Terror Wave to play with for a 10-second meta. There is a bit of an open here. Winter's Curse is going to be up in 14. Not the safest Roche for Execration despite winning that fight. They're going to have to watch themselves if they overextend here.
Hung, he doesn't have the lasso either, and I feel like that was the one big mistake in that last team fight for 496 is they committed the lasso on the Phoenix even though he was silenced. In fact, now Coil's out. He can't really afford to die back, but there's your Fear out now. Palos just fearing away Drew. He needs to get in somehow. Hung just about to die and does. They've got the Bat Rider down, but he will buy back onto that BB. Nico, he'll drop on the DK. That'll be a tie back. That BB somehow, he still stays alive as they go back in after Palos. And Lasso is back up now, so Hung, he's got the main target, he's got the main character, but he's going to make a run. There was no follow-up to the Lasso. And Roshan remains alive for another day.
Just hanging in there. Palos is still playing around that. 30 seconds for Metamorphosis. He needs to be patient here.
Bombi, he's got the curse up. Careful, BDZ's having a look to see if he can set up here on Bombi. We've seen it over and over again. That's the one target they need to start with if they wish to really secure these team fights. Yoe, he's even got a refresher orb coming out now on that park, so double Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil going to be very effective. Tongue Just going to keep them away from the Roshan. Drew, he's going to get started with the Swift Blink. He's attacking like a very, very fast axe. And look at the damage output when he gets those spin procs, but they get the coil off. A great coil, in fact. Now the egg right outside. Sunray's there as well. The Cold Embrace will keep him safe for now, but for how long? Another coil. There's your curse out, but it won't matter. Drew, though, he's somehow still alive. He's going to blink out of there. He will survive another day. The Roshan still alive as well as they dunk on Yoe. He somehow goes down. How is Drew alive?
Oh boy.
There was no detection. Palos, sir, be careful. Roll in, Hustler gets the silence, gets the boulder smash. Cold Embrace gonna keep him alive. There's your Sunder now. Palos still alive, still trying to fight, but that BB, he'll rush forward. Uh-oh, Palos, he's in a bit of trouble here. Lotus Orb not gonna help him enough. He will drop, but he can commit the buyback if he so wishes, as Nicholas Knife is there. But Drew in the backside, he's got Nico on that DK. The real main character might just drop, but with the Minotaur Horn, he's gonna try and run. There's your BKB out now. He will continue the run, but Hung, he's got the vision. Flame Break, not going to do enough as the blink was there in time, but Roshan is available for 496 to take.
Oh man, it's just so close every single time. All these fights are one on a razor's edge. This time around, 496 managed to turn it about. Roshan's going to go their way. Aegis, Cheese, Ag Shard coming out here. Wonder who they give the shard to. It is on that BB, so he's got that obnoxious split earth. And you see how the positioning of these fights are? They tend to stay in pretty much the same enclosed area for a long time because of the curse, because of the egg. This multiple split earth is going to be a problem for Execration. They're going to have to think about their BKB use once more. And having a safety net now on Drew is going to be really big. Look at what he's saving up for. Just going for the Moon Shard, going for more right-click speed. He already has a attack speed of 0.43 seconds, so he could probably drop down to maybe 0.4 flat after the 2 Hyperstones are done. And that's just peak axe. That's when you just can't stop this anymore. And Execration have to be cautious. They still are down 1 racks. They won a couple of fights, but they never got Roche. They never got a tower. They never got the high ground. So none of those fights really mattered. They couldn't translate that into an objective on the map.
Bombi.
And that's really where you fall short.
Very cheeky ward there by Bombi, trying to prepare for the high ground, but BDZ, he does have a gem, so he scouts it out. 496, they continue to just control the map. There's a smoke out though. Execration, they want to go for a fight. Moonlight Shadow going to be popped. They are a bit split. They get the coil off. Hung going to try and break it. Aeon Disc going to save his life. He'll make a run now. There's Yameta out with the fear, but it's not going to be enough as Yoe refreshes. He needs another coil out on somebody. They've committed so much already, but Drew's going to turn around. He wants to go for the fight. Arrow is not going to land. Bombi survives Drew. He's trying to tank through the damage, but he does have the Aegis anyway. He'll have to use his secondary life as Bombi. He will finally go down, but they found BDZ on that Mirana. They'll drop onto Drew again. They want that axe so darn bad, and this time around they'll get him. They finally take him out as that BB. He doesn't have buyback. That BB's gonna make it. Still Drew.
Oh boy.
2 minutes, 10 seconds without buyback. It's gonna be a very big opening for Execration.
They can definitely ice some towers here. Tier 2s at the very least. Maybe start thinking about the high ground. Take out 1 set of racks. This is a huge opening for Execration. And 496, not the best spot to force that fight. You can see some creep cutting though from Hung, trying to slow this down. It does force a response, so it might slow the pace at that tier 2 push. No backdoor break just yet. And they are trying to heal the creep wave up with it RR. Just keeping it on the creeps with the Sunray. Eventually fall, but as long as they kind of play this creep cutting game, for the most part, it might stall out long enough, but it's going to be a 3v5 defense regardless here.
It's going to be tough. But you do have this split earth that makes it very hard to go high ground safely. And even the double flame break available on Hung is just so annoying to play into. Let's just look at this, John. Look at this balance. Don't you just love it? Area denial at its finest, sir.
Yeah, they can't go in. And with that stops the push, and you're stuck in the weird situation for Execration. Again, they won the last fight, they take a tier 2, they can't go high ground, there's no Roshan. So what do they really gain from that fight besides gold? Not much. They maybe get a couple of diebacks, but that just gives more time for the buybacks to go off cooldown anyway.
BDZ. It's been caught out by the lasso. Roll is going to connect just in the nick of time, and they got the secondary stun. He's going to use up, but can he get himself out? Not quite. That's a dieback. BDZ gone for 2 minutes. We'll see if they can make anything out of this 496.
They need to. Like, this is a time-based dieback, and he just bought back in the last 3 minutes. So they can kind of play this 4v5. They need to be aggressive. Run around the map. There's no Roshan to play for. You don't want to wait for the Roshan in this case. You want to play with this buyback advantage. Because Execration couldn't get the high ground, even if they found those diebacks on the Axe, it's off cooldown soon. So he's going to be ready to just throw his body forward anyway without worrying about not being there for the next fight. And that just puts a massive disadvantage to Execration. I think 496 should realize that, should start lining up. They're starting to clump together with a smoke coming through, and there it is. Go hunting now. If they find one more kill, that could be Megas.
Yoe needs to be so careful at the moment. He'll back off. He does have buyback at the very least. You can't really afford to lose your TB right now, and they do spot out Hung with the Firefly. They know where he is. So they're going to try and force his high ground, it looks like. Drew, now he'll leave the illusions behind. They'll back off. Maybe it's just smarter for either side to wait for the next Roshan. And John, just so you know, sir, you did wish for tier 5 items. We're 8 minutes away. 8 minutes away to having those up. Give me some predictions while we have a bit of downtime. You said you wanted the Axe Giants ring, which I obviously want as well. What else do you want? Tell us about it. For either team, obviously.
I think for either side, they're going to really enjoy... I mean, Apex is kind of overrated in my view. I honestly feel like Ex Machina is going to change that game. Just having a refresh BKB on, say, Palos, that could be really big. Just BKB, 25 seconds later, another BKB. You can just stand in these fights. As long as he survives through Lasso and Winter's Curse. So there are those two big spells that pierce through it. But I think just allowing this Parablade to stand up forward is going to be really big. I mean, he's going for the refresh as well here on Palos. What else is great? Would be a bit of a meme if we got Book of the Dead, I guess. I don't know if that's going to be good for any side. Pirate Hat as well for our Axe. If it's not Giant's Ring, Pirate's Hat would be good. 150 attack speed. I mean, at some point, attack speed stops. There's like a cap on the gain of actually changing it. It boils down to your, I believe, your actual animation. Your BAT, I think, kind of limits that in terms of scaling it. There were some mats with Alchemist before as well, but that could be really nice on the Axe. Just to, you know, kind of give you more counter helixes with each shard. We'll see if that does come true. But that's still like 7 minutes off, you know. We don't want to jinx it. We'll have to see if it does drag that late. Execration, they are smoked up around here. And they've got some pretty spicy items coming out as well. BDZ is saving up for his... what do you call that?
Oh, nice Glimmer Cape. It's not going to save him, though. They get the stun off into the arrow setup. Dreamcoil committed. They're trying to get that TB over there to get the damage output out. BKB is going to be committed. Call is not going to connect on anyone. Drew, though, still alive as Bombi. He's the one to drop. He does make a distraction play for Drew, but Drew, he's not getting out. He might just drop as well. He has buyback. Hustler, BKB, TP, he'll be alright. A great team fight from Execration. We'll see if they can capitalize off this.
They don't have a rush to fight for. They could try high ground on mid, but mid is a very hard lane to shove in. They could go for the tier 2s up top and bot, but at this point, it's not the biggest objectives. And you can see Hong, look at him shoving in this bot wave, massive wave to come in. Coil?
Coil is there, but the Aeon Disc proc gonna be out and does save the day. They forced the rotations in from Yoe and Nico, and in fact, they've even got BDZ around, so no high ground attempt coming here from Execration. They do at the very least hold the net worth lead, and they have some time to farm up some more items if they so wish. At least push in these waves and kind of give themselves a bit more map control. But the high ground is still yet to be breached for Execration.
And that's the biggest hurting point for Execration. Like, they win a fight, yeah, great. They just don't have objectives. Like, Roshan's still a minute away from respawning. That's enough time for the Axe to be back up in that next fight as well. It just doesn't quite pan out the way you'd want. Now they do have a trump card here on Palos. He's got the refresh orb up, so he can metamorphosis. If he dies, he buys back, comes in, refresh, metamorphosis again. That could catch 496 off guard if they don't plan around it, but they should be able to see that item up in that last engagement, so they should be aware of the conditions Execration has on hand, and we'll see if they can adapt to that, as we are inching closer towards 60 minutes. Like, after that last fight, I think this might actually go towards 60, but you don't just want to hit 60, right? You want to hit 65, 70 to give everyone time to farm up.
John,
so
I forgot.
We're going to have to see if we hit that mark, yeah?
How could we forget, John? How rude of us. It is DK Persona as well, so we have a Giants Ring candidate for the other team, right? He's getting the Aghanim Scepter, so the big black dragon. It's bigger, by the way, just so you guys know, with the Persona. In case you haven't seen it, spoiler alert, with the Giants Ring, it's even bigger than it used to be. It's actually kind of insane how big it is. Like, the wingspan is huge. And, I mean, it's a pretty entertaining sight to watch how big this dragon is. It kind of just covers the whole team fight. But I do love it, and I suppose Giants Ring on the DK would be even nicer in a way.
Yeah, I'd love to see it on both sides if it does come out. We'll just have to be patient. You know, we have to hit 60, give them time to farm up the camps. Maybe by 65, all of those tier 5 items will be done. It's a reward for the patient, Mike. And we'll see if both teams are patient enough to wait out. I reckon they're going to fight around this next Roche. And speaking of that, DK got the heart up. Look at all the HP up on our DK. Nico, he's got 5.2k HP. Very balanced. Very nice number to have. Just absolutely tanky.
He's going to have like 6k
if he gets the Giants Ring. Oh, yeah.
Good.
Beautiful. Oh?
Top lane? Hung, he's going to be alright. Dreamcoil was committed. Bombi, he's still fine as well. In fact, he's jumping in. He found Palos. Hung, no lasso. He's not going to be able to get it off. And Palos, he's on the run. Towards the south, however, they got Hustler, but he's going to commit the buyback, and here comes the team fight. They'll get it started as Drew on the backside has got the TB. There's your lasso out. Can they get the damage out in time, though? Palos, he's still alive. They get the bashes out. It's not going to be enough, though. Palos, he will heal up all the way as he gets hung down. Drew's still trying, but they still have the Sunder. They still have the Fear. They still have everything. As Hustler, he just fought back, but he's going right back to the grave. 3 down for the side of 496 and Execration. Look at the gift that's been left for them in that Roshan pit, John. Another Aghanim Scepter. Who do you give it over to?
Oh, I'd say in this case just go RR, if not Nico. Like, the egg save sounds like it could be big. And again, you don't have the best egg hitters on 496. The Black Dragon for free, be pretty damn spicy as well. It looks like they are planning on Nico. They hand it off. Blessings there. Next dragon form is going to be the giant one. Big old black dragon coming through. Big win for Execration. No buyback on Hustler. 2 heroes with buyback in 496, but they kind of missed that execution. They fought around the egg. They couldn't kill off the Terrorblade before the egg popped, and it just fell apart from there. They need to try to focus their damage out. They need Hustler in a lot earlier. And this just opens up the push potential. But again, look at that BD just spamming out the splitter. It makes it a lot harder to pierce that high ground.
They do go bot lane instead. They understand. They don't want to go down the tougher route. Their top lane is being shoved in, however, don't forget. But Dreamcoil was committed. That BB, he's been caught with the Aeon Disc. It's going to save him. Execration, they'll at least get 1 lane of rats. The question is, will they be able to get a second? They're going to try. Palos, he's in. He's got the fear up, but that BB does get the BKB in time, and now the buyback has been forced out by Hung. They still get the tier 3 tower, and they're going to start chipping away at this mid-rats. In fact, go top now. Nico, he'll get started. I mean, free pathing for the DK with this Aghanim Scepter. He can kind of just keep going down back to the low ground if he needs to, but oh, there's the lasso. They've got the big one. He's got 5.3k HP though. Can you actually kill him? With all these spins, maybe you can, but there's the Icarus dive out. They're trying to help out. The DK's still trapped up. They've got the mid-racks at the very least, so Nico, he's buying a lot of time for his team to freely take the racks, but Sunder is there. Palos with the Satanic is going to be able to heal himself up. Back to the top racks they go. They want the Megas up. They want to force this to a game number 3, but can they get it done? 496. They don't want to make it that easy. Yoe in the backside. There's your split earth down. That BB going real darn forward, but he has been caught and braced up. More split earths flying out. Hustlers in on the backside. He's got RR, but the Yule Scepter, or rather the Wind Waker, gonna save the day. And now the Exile to protect that BB. He'll have to cheese. He was dropping very darn low. The cold embrace even. There is now another lasso. Is out onto Davion himself. Back into the tier 4 towers. This time around, can they burst him? They can. Palos. He sundered an illusion. What did he just sunder? He sundered somebody. He missed out. The fear is there. That BB, he's going to be fine. The BKB was there in time, but they're still after the racks, but the backdoor protection does kick in. Hung, Aeon Disc again. Going to save his life as Drew. He's in. He wants to man-fight Palos, but he cannot do it. He needs to run us now. The curse is out. They've got Davion again. He just fought back. He might be dead here, or maybe not. He's still alive, but Drew, he's got the call out. It's not going to be enough for Davion. He's down into the split earth. It does buy more time for Drew to get out of there safely and get a reset. As Yoe, BDZ and Palos, they still want to get these megas. 496 though, they are holding the high ground. They will not allow them to get those mega creeps up. My oh my, John, what a game we have. 29k net worth lead now for Execration. And the tier 5 items are up. Seer Stone is there. Book of the Shadows is up. So not the best items, but they are pretty decent. Do they want to wait to get all of them?
Oh, Drew playing a bit risky, but I think they should. Like, they've got the map advantage. They've got 20k lead from Execration just bouncing around like that. If you look at the net worth graph, Mike, super even right until a couple of those last fights in the past 10 minutes. Just crashing down towards Execration. I know.
Is there on Drew, but there's no follow-up. In fact, Dreamclaw now is out on Hung. They want to just hold him back as Yoe is being chased up. The Batrider really wants this lasso, but they'll have to change targets. Onto BDZ. He commits the Wind Waker to try and get himself out. Flame Break is not going to land either. The second one will, though. They've got BDZ. They'll get the Mirana down. But he does have buyback. 496, they're trying to rush these tier 5 items. They're trying to find them as they go high ground. They can't do both, but they want the advantage. Another Seer Stone. So you get a bit of vision there. But again, it's not the greatest item. Never mind that though, John. They're looking at those tier 4 towers. Yoe jumps in. And they catch him. The cold embrace on the siege creep. They want to keep it alive, but the buybacks are there from BDZ. It's 496. They'll have to back off for those tier 5 items, surely. Unless Bombi, he might find a big curse, but no, Yoe, he spots him out. He wants that Wyvern dead. It's a great start. Fear is there with the coil. Bombi with the Glimmer Cape. He does kill himself off with that Fear, though, and Hung's down as well. No buyback available for the Batrider. And 496, they needed a bit of patience. They didn't have it. And now it's a 4v5 scenario. Can they defend, John? It's a hard ask.
It's super scary for 496. Execration, they've got all the tools in the world to get that high ground done now. They've got the tier 4 item advantage. You get the Ballista, which they could hand off to the Terrorblade if you want to. No Giant's Ring, unfortunately, for Execration. No such luck there. But the side of 496 can't even go out to clear some jungle camps. So they have absolutely no tier 4s beyond a Seer Stone. And now, high ground gets started.
Yeah, Drew's in. He's got the call off, but I'm not sure this is going to be good enough. They're trying to burst down this TB. Maybe they can do it, but no, the Wind Waker. BDZ again buys more time, but no, they get another stun off. Can they burst him down? Palos, he'll turn around now with the lifesteal. He is surviving, and Drew, he's the one dropping, but the cold embrace going to save the day as Hustler will be the one to drop. Drew's still trying with the call out. He'll turn onto the DK, but it's not going to be enough. He will drop, but buy back. Into the tier 4 towers now. That BB dropping so darn low so quickly, but Drew does get in again onto the puck, but it's not going to be enough. He's surrounded again. He's trying his best, but he is all by himself. This game is over. Execration at the 63-minute mark do manage to pull it back their way. And what a game 2 we just witnessed.
Oh, it was so close between both sides. 496, it looked like they were playing really well early on. They were hitting some big spikes, they were getting some big fights, but they overextend. They jump behind a tier 2, not respecting the Dream Coil egg. They kind of go running in one by one at some point, and they drop their lead. And it was at that point Execration turned around. They were finding openings, they were landing their own fights. They got some confidence back, from those kinds of engagements, and they just turn it around. Towards the late game, the Terrorblade's just way too difficult to handle. A lot of things had to go right for 496 to be able to make that Axe core work, and it just wasn't lining up. The conditions to pull off those team fights were a lot harder to do compared to Execration. They just had all the saves. It was easier to land Dreamcoil Egg compared to Big Winter's Curse and Lasso out. Just so much harder to get that done once the fear was coming through, once all of those AoE spells were coming out, and it was just a bit rough. Really well played from Execration for holding on that long. A lot of other teams might have faltered when they see themselves kind of trading but not finding objectives. It kind of just stresses you out. You don't achieve anything after winning fights, but Execration had the patience to turn it about, and that playstyle we talked about in Execration, focusing on Palus's farm, it did pay off here. Your Terrorblade was just absolutely gigantic. 7 slots on. Look at his finished items. Literally 6 slots plus the refresh and the BKB in the backpack. That's pretty much 8 slots on this guy. And
not to mention the Aghanim Blessing.
Oh yeah, and the Ag's Blessing. Just way too much coming through. And 496, they need to tone it back a bit, Mike. Just too much aggression. Diving in. They just dove in one by one at some point, and they just threw that lead away.
It's an amazing game though, John. It does mean we get to go to a game number 3 between 496 and Execration. And you know what, John? This is how SEA Dota's meant to be, right? Just the all-out brawl fest, the comebacks over and over again. This is what we personally love to see. And well, if you've been sitting here viewing it with us, we hope you're having a fantastic time over on BTS number 3, aka the B stream today, sir. But it is MLP Dota. It's John X Fire. It's been a pleasure. And we'll be back in roughly 10 minutes to see how game number 3 does pan out. We'll see you.
And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10.
for a getaway. Car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dying for a first time. Moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. lights off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah. Yeah, we'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. We're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight.
the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Down to the ground, you're dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the burden below you set myself. But this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth.
Manta instead? Like, you couldn't just make it so Manta illusions can't spin? We had to nerf the shards? I mean, the Manta plus shards is always going to be kind of broken. But now the Axe is kind of forced to play this style because it's the most efficient style to play the Axe in. Personally, John, I miss having Blade Mail Axe. I think Blade Mail Blink is the fun style of Axe for me personally. People, you know, would disagree. They say Manta Axe is fun, but you know, who enjoys hitting creeps, John? Nobody enjoys hitting creeps. Nobody.
Those sick pause one players in my pubs enjoy hitting creeps. They enjoy it so much they go 0-0-0 by the time we lose. You know, that's it.
I'll tell you though, I mean, if Axe's 0% win rate in the SEA qualifiers, that tells you something. Like, who cares about the international rate? We're talking about the best region, right? 0% in the top region, that tells you everything you need to know. There's a big problem with this hero right now. Execration, they could be the first ones to take the win with the Axe. But, in all fairness, yesterday, against Boom Esports, Boom ran it in game number 1. They lost. Execration decided, hey, we're going to run it in game number 2 and show you how to play it. And then they lost. And I've got to tell you, it really looked quite bad when they played it in game 2. I mean, I don't mean to sound... It does look like it's going to be a position 3 Axe anyway. They do have the Spectre, so I'm glad to see that for Execration's sake. But are they going to go this Manta route instead of rushing a Blink and try to play the farm game again, John? Is that what's going to happen?
I think it might be. It's just the tendency we've seen from Axe. Just so valuable. As you said, it's the most efficient way to play. If you break down the game to the mats, it's the best way to get your farm up. That's just the way it is. So we'll see. It is a bit greedy when you're sharing farm with a Spectre, though. So that could slow the pace of the game down a bit too much. You can see 496, they've got that BB Tidehunter. And if I recall right, that BB does have the Dad Bod Tide. It's been a while since we've seen that throwback set. Good to see. And 496 did win with that Tide last time in their last series.
There is that new set, though, with Tide, right? In the one of the new treasures with the Battle Pass. So you never know. He may have switched it up. You never know. Still Treant Protectors out here for Execration, John. Something new from them. Can't remember us seeing it over the past couple of days from Execration nor any other team, so it's a bit exciting, a bit more sustained, a bit of control. Very annoying to play into. It tends to slow down the push quite a lot. I wonder, 496, do they respect this hero? Do they care? Is it that much of a problem?
Ooh.
With the Storm? Maybe not.
I love that Storm pick. There's nothing to stop it from zipping in and out. You have Axe Call, which isn't reliable. You have Overgrowth, which is an ult. Arrow's not reliable. You have a lot of ways of just jumping the back line, getting a quick pick off, bailing out. And once you have the AoE Vortex, it's a lot of control. Once the Axe is up, you've got Ravage, Winter's Curse, Impale, Vortex. It's going to be really painful for Execration. And I like that they ban out the Life Stealer. This is a very clear signaling from 496 that they were going into that Drew Comfort pick. They take out the Life Stealer, wondering what sort of pause one to go for. They need something that can sort of handle the spec or at least scale as well as the Spectre can towards that late game. Maybe you see something like Terrorblade coming out for 496's end. Could be a bit risky with Axe Mirana early on in the lane. Not the comfiest time for a Terrorblade, but could still be pulled off. That's something we've seen Drew play a couple of times as well, and does give them a really good win condition. So we'll see what it ends up being for 496. Execration has last pick overall. They can kind of pocket that Yoa pick. At the end, they do not have the option for the puck, as that is banned out from 496. You're going to have to look elsewhere. Maybe consider a Spirit Brother matchup. Void Spirit is still in the pool. No room for the Ember. You're going to want me to say this, but I guess I'll have to say it. Earth Spirit mid is still an option. It's not popular. It's not great.
That's the way,
but
John.
It's a possibility if we're talking about the Spirit Brothers.
Why is it not great, John? What's wrong with the Earth Spirit mid?
It's just not good right now. No one does it, Mike. It used to be popular BTS Pro Series 2, 3, Summit 13 kind of times, but that was also the peak Snapfire mid-core. I think it just kind of tapered off.
Are you implying that IceFrog needs to buff Earth Spirit?
Maybe he does, because it's not utilized by a lot of teams, right? Like, not many pawns.
That's all I need to hear, John. Thank you very much for that. He does need a buff. Yeah. Absolutely, IceFrog. If you're listening, please buff Earth Spirit. Make Boulder Smash stun again. That was the peak. That was when Earth Spirit was just perfect, you know? When Boulder Smash could stun and you could literally stun a whole team if they lined up just very nicely. Weren't those the great days, John? Those were great days.
Those were the stomping days when people who actually knew how to play Earth Spirit actually just completely obliterated you. So
actually know how to play Earth Spirit? What do you mean? Are you implying that I don't play Earth Spirit well, John?
I'm saying other players in my pubs, not our party games.
All right.
Players in my pubs, you know, they roll in. Nowadays, they go core Earth Spirit. 496 go for the Faceless Void. That's one way to keep scaling into the late game. That kind of ties in with your team fight. A couple of things with this Void pick, though. You don't have the best, say, spells or heroes to play with a Chrono. You have the Void. Your Storm can hit from outside. Maybe the Winter Wyvern. You can kind of set up for Chrono with Winter's Curse into Chrono afterwards. That could be one way to pull that off as well with a Ravage follow-up. But there's a lot of cooldowns 496 will have to balance here. I mean, Execration has Haunt to worry about, but outside of that, Overgrowth's not that long, Moonlight Shadow's not that long, and they still have options for their mid. So 496 have to play a very well-paced game here. And we have seen the Void pick. I think the Void pick's almost as wonky as the Axe core that we've seen a couple of Voids. They haven't been doing well. And it's just been tougher to play around that Chrono. It's been tougher to get an advantage for that early team fight. Just a bit rough. We'll have to see if Drew can deliver that performance with his Void here.
I mean, I must admit, I'm not a big fan of the Faceless Void right now on that one roll at all. And there's your DP out now. So pretty decent team fight from Execration. I think they kind of tick all the boxes. 496, I mean, I don't know how to feel about this Void, John. Some games it looks unstoppable, but most games it looks like it's just always lacking damage. You can get a big chrono off, but you just never see anyone dying in those terrible games. I'm not sure how to feel about it. I feel like it was one of the only options left for 496 to go for that can actually deal with the Spectre. Is it going to be good enough? That's the question I have. I suppose you could rely on the Storm by Hung Hung anyway to kind of have that extra damage throughout the later stages of the game. I don't know, John. What are you thinking? The drafts are over. Execration, 496. One of these teams have to go home after this game. No second chances. So, who's got the better draft?
I think Execration has a better draft, honestly. I think they've got a better pace to play with. Their cooldowns aren't as heavy as Ravage, as Winter's Curse, as Chrono early on. It is still the dad bod coming out from that BB still. Like, not completely, but the gut is still sticking. Look at that stomach. Look at the polys. It's just...
Oh, now you'll make me switch over. I'll switch the scenes over so they can see, John.
Look
There
at
you go. There you go.
Look at the stomach. It's just sticking out there. Like, it's not even... Look, his upper body's ripped, but then he has this belly.
Shout out to all the dads
Gets me
out
going
there.
every time.
Don't listen to John. You guys look beautiful. Shout out to all the dads with the dad bod. We'll have it one day
it's
too,
not
John.
that. It's that, you know, he's got a really fit upper body. His arms are toned. His pectorals are
That's
pretty
the
toned as
dad
well.
bod.
And then the stomach's just out.
It's always that, though. You go to the gym, you spend 2 hours benching, and you go home. That's all you do. You never
Just
you never
upper
work on the
body day.
midsection. Absolutely not. Nobody cares about the midsection, John. You just bench as much as possible. Shout out to all the gyms in Sydney, Australia. They'll know what I'm talking about. You can't get a spot on the bench in the gyms in Australia. I tell you, never. Anyway, regardless of that, I think the Tide looks beautiful. He does have the new cosmetic. It looks fantastic, John.
Yeah, at the least it's not the squid, the octopus head as well, right? Like the dad bod on top of that, just it's not even like a new head for Tide. He just literally puts an octopus on top of his head, so it's not as ridiculous right now from Dad BB, which is a good shakeup. Starting to care about his fashion. But going back to that point about drafts again, I think Execration's got a tighter draft to play with. They've got better early push coming out here as well. With that Death Prophet, 496 don't really have that push potential, and they're playing against a Treant. So they don't have great push on 496, and you compound that with the fact that they can't even push that well with their lineup. They have a Treant to have to deal with as well. Really nice to see that Execration and 496 are in a high mood. You can see BDZ and Palace saying they love Hung Hung. They meet again. No words back, though.
No. Hung Hung, a man of very few words, apparently. Well, we'll have to wait for Drew, who's having some internet issues, apparently. Not very good to hear. Hopefully it does get sorted out. How's your internet been, by the way, John? Seems to be pretty stable these days.
Well, besides that cut off a while ago, right when Drew on the Ricky was about to die, it's been steady. I'm very happy to say that my internet has been pretty good. I guess that's the difference when you get an ISP that says they're fiber and aren't, and you actually go to an ISP who does have fiber. So that's a big difference, Mike.
I imagine it would be. With that, we'll get into game number 3. 496 versus Execration. Again, one of these teams has to go home. Two very interesting drafts.
Did you see that message a while ago? Hustler, throwing out the shade for everyone. He says to BDZ, Hung and you meet in real life and fight, please. Like a real fight club. BDZ says, yes, we'll meet at the airport.
Is there actually beef? Is that what's going on? Is there actually beef between these two?
Maybe. You know, maybe it's something from their pubs. Maybe they have disagreements. I've seen some pubs with, certain players and certain people get tempers flared. It's Dota 2, of course. You always
Southeast
kind of
Asia.
have to get mad.
I mean, it's Southeast Asia, John. I mean, I'm a caster and I go off at people in pubs. It's just, that's how we do it. It's just, nobody's safe when it comes to the SCA server. That's what strengthens you, John. You've got to go through the pain and the suffering of these pub games. That's how it works. But these two, having a bit of beef, it must have gone very far. Very upsetting to hear.
Yeah, it's the nature of pubs. We'll see if that does carry over, as they are starting to clump around. Really good wards to watch. Nice ramp ward here from Execration to watch. They should have an idea that Bombi was around and Drew as well. See how far they commit.
The battle
Drew.
begins.
Gonna try. Arrow gonna be off the mark, but they just wanted to make sure the bounty was gonna be taken by their side. 2-for-2 trade, nothing too special happening here. Be a nice even start. And while we're here, we'll talk about the top lane. John, of course, you've got Nico on his offlane Axe, along with BDZ on his Mirana. Going to be up against Bombi on the Wyvern for the 3rd game in a row. And you've got Drew for the first time on his Faceless Void. Now, on paper, it doesn't look like the most fun laning stage for Drew, right? Against the Axe, against the Mirana. You don't want to get caught by that call because you can cop the arrow. And even without that, even without the kill threat, just having to contest an Axe with spin is always going to be quite annoying.
Yeah, it's not a very stable lane for Drew. And he can kind of play around with a time walk, but once calls out, it's a bit of a back and forth. And kind of stuck on RNG for both heroes. Like the spin for Nico is RNG based. Drew, once the time locks up, is also RNG based. So it's all about rolling the dice here. Very much a gambler's lane. The one advantage you have for Execration is that I think the Mirana is going to have a better time here. You can always just opt to trade hits with Bombi, or you can always just secure the range creep, take some camps out. Unfortunately, that large camp is blocked by a sentry, so not going to have that option for fast EXP here.
Bombi just kind of getting taken by Nico. Drew, of course, does have that time walking. Oh, bot lane. It's where the first blood happens. RR goes down on the Train Protector. Look, Hustler will be the one to pick up the first blood.
Yeah, that's one thing you have to watch out for on the train. If you have a lot of HP, you have good right-click damage. If you have 1 armor, and you get gushed up, right-click damage just amplifies with -4 armor. Has to be a bit scary. They can look for opportunities down the line. You know, with the dagger up, with the early levels in Nature's Grasp, you can get some good slows and damage off. But this Tide is still relatively tanky to deal with, and at level 2, he's got the Anchor Smash, so your right-click damage on the Treant and on that Spectre does drop a significant amount.
Hung. Mid lane, gonna go into Yoe now. A lot of damage being dealt by that Storm. Yoe, he does have the Spirit Siphon, but it's at level 2 now. I suppose he can commit it onto Hung if he so wishes, but it's like he'll hold on to it for at least now, and they'll both go and get their respective water runes. Regarding this mid lane, though, do you think Yoe should have the advantage on the Death Prophet, or do you give that advantage over to Hung on the Storm?
We've seen this one go back and forth. I think the DP in this case purely focuses on really clearing out the creep wave because you don't trade hits with a Swarm.
That BB, that is a very tight scenario for him, and yeah, he's going to go down. Nice pick up there from Palos and RR. And I apologize, John, you were saying...
It's just down to trades. Like, look at Yoe. He comes in, Spirit Siphon, but you don't win the right-click war with Static Remnant and Overload up, and then even a control from Vortex. So you focus on those creep waves. You do not want to give Hung the opportunity to chip away at your HP, even if you've got some self-sustain. And you really have to watch those runes up top.
Well, they are to make the jump in. Bombi again being targeted. They won't have the call to lock him down, so he should be fine. In fact, Palos ends up dropping down at the bot lane. Apparently, that's the lane we should have been watching. And meanwhile, mid lane... Hung ends up dying. Right, so we missed all that, John. Very unfortunate stuff. So Palos goes down to the bot lane, and so does RR. In the meantime, Hung dies in the mid lane to Yoe. And of all things, the top lane that we were looking at amounts to no kills.
It is what it is, and you're seeing that activity that we know and love from Southeast Asia with lots of early kills.
Palos immediately, as soon as he comes in on the Spectre, they try to just force him out, and I've got to say I love that, right? Because he did just TP in, so if you could manage to somehow find another kill on the Spectre and force him to have the Walk of Shame, it'd be so detrimental to Palos, but at least for now he is going to be able to survive, and RR is back with a bit of regen for him, so he'll be just fine.
Yeah, and you can see just how far both sides are pushing that aggression. We've got really good lanes to play with. They want to get that early start. They want to stop each other's pawns once from farming, and this is a big weakness for both the Spectre and Faceless Void. Flash farm is not their forte, at least not without any items. And if you get a slow laning start, your initial farming item stalled out, that's going to slow down your pace, slow down your mid-game item spikes, and that's never good for both of these heroes. So you can see why that emphasis is coming through from both sides to slow down those safe laners.
Certainly so. Mid lane Hung, top of the CS board now, even with that death that occurred earlier on. Looking very confident on the Storm. Of course, for Yoe, it's very important he has a good game on this Death Prophet. You don't really want to fall behind on a hero like this. You can always kind of abuse the Exorcism, but, you know, in that mid to late game, if you die too quickly, it's just going to feel very lackluster. So he just wants to be able to at least keep up with Hung in this mid lane and make sure he has himself a good game.
It's, at the level 6 mark, could look to shove in the mid if he wanted to. And they are rotating Hustler to soak some of that EXP off in that downtime. And looks like Hung is looking for an early opportunity up top. He's got some good mana on hand. Could look to dive deep if he wants to here.
Nico gets the call off. It's going to be a fair bit of damage onto Drew, but he will walk it off as now the arrow does land onto Hung as he was walking his way in. They are still going to try onto Nico. He's a very tanky axe right now, and here comes the DP. Yoe going to join in, try to help him out. They'll jump in after Drew. BDZ going for the real target, but the bashes are coming out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hung, he's going to go for a TP plane. He will make it out. Bombi, he'll be the one to drop it. Meanwhile, BDZ has salved up. Arrow is there, gets the vision onto Drew, and they're going to try and chase him down now. He'll time walk away, but they can still try for the chase. The Siphons not out. He'll go for the time dilation, but here come the Ghosts, and Yoe gets a very nice crypt swarm off, and we'll find a double kill up at that top lane. Is Bombi? Oh, I'm not sure about that TP, sir. That is not the greatest of TPs I've seen, John. As he gets caught out by Nico, and will go down, and that is going to be a walk of shame for Bombi.
Going to be a bit tough. Nico at level 6 now with the dunk. Just much more potent to have up front. He already has his Vanguard up, and I don't know why you make that rotation top. I figured you'd go for the Mirana. Much easier target to go for, but even if that arrow didn't land on Hung, the damage output is just not great. Like, he blocks so much for right clicks. Your Overload's still at level 2. Your Static Remnant's still at level 2 at that point when he jumped in. You didn't have enough Magical Burst to deal with an axe to eat through that regen. And it was a bit optimistic from 496, so very well played from Execration to counter that. The one downside for Execration is that they did not get Tower to a Drew.
Yeah, very nice call there by Nico. BDZ was ready with the arrow to just lock him down right at the end of the call, and we even had the haunt in from Palos, but it's a nice haunt, right? You want to be in this section to farm anyway. So he just kind of abuses it, gets a bit of the kill gold, and just keeps farming, keeps pushing that tier 1 top tower.
Yeah, they're just lining up all the hits, and this is what you like to see for Execration. They've got the push advantage as well. They can shove in towers. Even without natural pusher, they don't have to deal with the Treant. And, you know, even without Exorcism, they can just run that right through for 496. If they try to make a counterplay here, shove in the bot, look at that, the living armor. That BB can't rip through the bot tower for a trade, so they're not going to end up finding that map equilibrium anymore.
Well, they found Bombi out of position. Trying to run from Yoe, but yeah, there's no way out of that one. At the very least, I suppose the double damage rune is going to be down at the bot side, so they're still going to secure the power rune, but they are losing a hell of a lot here against Execration. As Palos, he does secure the top tier 1 now on the Spectre. And he's farming very well as well. I mean, he's sort of behind on the Spectre, but it's to be expected. The fact that Palos is even further behind is a bit of a problem, as now Hung is going to jump in with that DD rune, and I suppose Palos, he might die now, but no, Nico, he'll be his bodyguard, gets a nice call off with the Cold Embrace, going to make sure Hung does not take too much damage, and Nico, he's still sticking around very confidently, as BDZ was coming in with an arrow. Doesn't land it in the end, but you keep Palos alive, and that's all they really wanted.
Yeah, it's a good stave on Palos. It forces your Storm to really not do much. He drains his mana pool. He can't really farm now. He has to go for a reset. DD's expended as well. So 496 are missing out on some potential aggression coming through. They are trying to buy space out for Drew to farm. Got that bot jungle to play with. He doesn't have the tier 1 cleared out, so it's still not the safest spot. But it's as safe as can be with the state of the game right now. And Execration is just doing a fine job. They've got the top jungle in their control. They've got forward wards here. They've got that ward between the tier 1, tier 2 mid. Jungle ward down. They know where 496 is playing, and they are abusing that quite nicely.
They are. Just keeping that bot lane pushed out very nicely. They're trying to find him, but it's a Treant Protector. It's going to be a very hard ask to be able to actually find this guy out. Like you said, he'll just constantly keep regening up that tier 1 bot. you're basically going to have to commit the whole team to trying to get it. Speaking of the whole team, Hung has joined in. So was Hustler. Drew even showing up on the Void, and now RR does get spotted for a second. He's just going to back off. Keep clearing out the creep wave, and if they're going to push the bottom tower, Execration, they can start pressuring the mid tower. They don't have the XSM up, but they can still get some substantial damage with the siege creep that's on the way right now. And I don't think 496 can actually stick around that bot lane to finish off the tier 1. They have to defend the mid lane.
Yeah, they kind of overcommit. 4 heroes bot, not enough space to farm for Hung and for Drew. And for that BB, so all 3 cores not getting as much done. Look at all the space this gives Palos. He's up top, he's right next to the tier 2, and there's no punishment. This is a Spectre left alone to farm. And that is not good news for 496, even though nothing big's happening. These sort of small micro plays and positions on the map is really hurting the economy of 496 by a big margin.
Just noticed, by the way, but Palos, he does not have the Arcana. Just kind of felt weird. I just looked back and I was like, wait a minute, there's no Arcana on Palos.
I'm actually glad. I honestly, at a visual glance, I keep mixing up Spectre Arcana with Winter Wyvern. It just confuses the heck out of me. Just because of the head. Like, you look at the portrait, I get instantly confused. They look so alike.
Thank you for that, John. 496. Still taking their time, need a bit more farm up. They have gone 4k behind in terms of net worth. I mean, that is pretty darn huge at the 11-minute mark. Considering they are only 4 kills behind, but it's just the amount of map that they can control right now is so limited, as Hustler is going to get spotted by the dust, and Yoe has the Yule Scepter into the arrow of BDZ. Nice easy kill there onto Hustler. Execration, they are well and truly in control of this game number 3.
It's really awkward as they are wrapping around mid. They do have Chrono to play with on Drew if they want to sort of set up. Ravage is ready as well. Winter's Curse is ready. It just doesn't feel like they can really hammer in those combos. There's a lack of damage in the Void, and that's the big issue. You don't have items up in your face's Void, your Storm's not ready to go as well, so even if you do have these spells, it can take longer than you'd expect to find those kills, and that would be enough time for Execration to either respond or retreat in proper fashion. So it's just hard for 496 to find those openings. I think the ideal situation is that Hustler finds someone out, and maybe you zip in with your Storm, but we've seen it before. Like, he runs with a Vendetta, he doesn't have the best information to go with on the map. Look at the ward of 496. They literally only have 1 ward here on their own jump, so there's not enough info for a Nyx to play around with.
Definitely looking very rough so far. Bot lane, oh, they found Bombi. Still sticking around that bot lane, trying to keep it pushed out, but Nico does catch him, and the dunk's going to be there. Nice spins flying out from our axe. And shout out to Nico, by the way, because he went for a blink before a Manta style. Very nice.
Yeah, this is really what we want to see. And at the pace Nico is playing, at the rate Execration's going, this could be our first axe win. As long as they don't do anything too silly down the line. 496, this network gap is just so consistent. The cores aren't too far behind if you look at that farm distribution. It's not too bad yet. But if it keeps up, it's not going to be great.
Mid lane, they've got the tide. This is not going to be that easy of a kill, but they get this on top of the Kraken Shell. Does purge it off. Still, he is in massive trouble. Even with the Ravage committed, it just won't matter, as now they want the backside. They found Bombi. Curse is not going to trap Palos, and they will just keep going after this Winter Wyvern. They will find another. In fact, why not add even more? Hustler trying to help, but a 3-man silence is there from Yoe. Who are they going to chase? They'll get the Nyx Assassin. So clean from Execration in Game 3.
Just perfect execution. They time that haunt after the Ravage. Palos immediately jumps into the back line after finding the tide. They get a mid-tier 1 off the back of those kills. And 496, the response is just too shaky. Okay, the Winter's Curse doesn't line up again. We saw those issues for Bombi in Game 1. It's coming out back here in Game number 3. Drew just can't use his Chrono. He gets silenced. He has no defensive items.
On the bright side, Hung, he does pick off BDZ, so you get something. But it is certainly not anywhere near enough to bring them back to this game yet. We still have the Chrono up on Drew, but I just doubt he's going to have the damage in it. Unless we're talking about a support, but even then, I think the only option is the Mirana. And that's not going to be that easy against BDZ. So 496, they've got some farming to do, but unfortunately, even in that department, they're falling quite behind. 5k behind now. Palos, he's got that Echo Saber up, so his farm is... It's going to go a lot faster than it used to. It's going to be quite problematic for 496. As Hustler's keeping the vision up on this Spectre, but you haven't got anyone to capitalize with it. It's just... He's just kind of watching him farm.
Yeah, I mean, Bombi's around as well, but you really need a core to pierce through that Spectre at this point, and they're not really getting that done. At least they snuck out a bounty rune right there, but that just led to a ping coming through, letting them know that perhaps something was up. And Execration, they still maintain a 5k lead, so I don't think you mind this at all. Slower pace of game, you're not using your big ults on 496. Execration are smoked up on the hunt. Drew could be a really big kill here.
BDZ gonna have his smoke broken. Moonlight Shadow not popped, so they do spot him out. Nico, oh, just off the mark with that call. Very, very close, but not quite close enough. DD Rune gonna be spotted at the bot side. That BB gonna pick it up. No, he's not. Nico's in. He's got the DD for himself. It won't matter anyway. They can't really kill that BB with only the axe. He'll be okay. Meanwhile, though, on the other side of the map, it looks like Palos has been caught out, but the Moonlight Shadow's there, and he's just man-fighting. He is still alive. They can't kill him. Hustler, gonna be left behind. The call is out. Nico catches him and kills him off. And Hung now needs to be cautious as even across the map, Bombi dies to BDZ. Nico's still looking for Hung on this storm. He's sticking around, trying to kite them out as they do have the Ravage. There's a blink in. Nico, he was kind of off the mark. Drew now comes in, trying to get some damage up, but there's your call out. Can they hold him down long enough? They'll get a Haunt in, a big Ravage as well, but Palos is in now, and Drew, he's dropped straight away as now the silence. They've got Hung on the Storm Spirit. He's trying to run, but can he get out in time? Not quite. He'll drop as well. That BP, he's going to try and run, but it's going to be a slow, painful death unless Bombi can commit the best curse of his life, but it's quite hard to see. Is that... Did he just cancel? He just cancelled his TP. Buybacks are there, curse is out, it's only on Palos. Yowie, he has the ghost going. Hung, gonna try and jump in. A nice impel there from Hustler. Might be able to turn this one around. Nico does drop to boot. Now Hung, he'll go after Palos, but I don't think they'll quite have the damage as Palos. He turns around again. He wants to fight. RR, he's still around. You haven't got many skills. Arrow does not land, but Hung, he's out of mana.
Oh god.
That's a dieback as Drew now comes in with the chrono, but look at the damage, John. He'll get a lucky bash, he'll get the Maelstrom proc, and he'll get the kill, but how much has it cost them to kill off this Spectre? BDC? He's got 2 leap charges. Drew hoping for a bash, not getting lucky yet. BDZ being very patient. There's a triple bash. BDZ, he's alright. He's going to be fine.
That was a very expensive fight for 496. Dieback in the Storm is pretty costly. They didn't need to lose their tide there as well. Just overcommitting those kills. And it's one of those small slip-ups we saw in Game 2 from 496, where they just kind of push a fight way too long. They overextend themselves, and it doesn't pan out in their favor. Now, they do kill the Spectre, which is a pretty decent kill, but this is not putting a huge dent on Palos' farm. Still going to be able to find that Manta at a quick time. They are still sort of clump around top, but I don't think you're in fighting shape. You've lost all of your big spells. Vendetta's still running on Hustler, so he could maybe look for a small play here.
Hustler, try and back off. He doesn't look like the look of Nico. Wouldn't mind going after BDZ, but even that might be a tough kill for him. Again, he's just getting vision for his team, but he's being a little bit annoying, just soaking XP off Nico, and that'll be about it. It's all about buying time for 496, as they are just way too far behind to really commit to these team fights, and especially with the buybacks that were committed last team fight, it just puts you that much further behind. A very rough position, especially for Hung, who appears to be trying to go for that Kaya and Sanj. There's now Execration. They're going to Moonlight Shadow up. Drew Be a very nice target. He commits the time walk and they spot him out. The pings are there, Nico. He just needs the call and he'll be able to get it. A very nice one at that. Arrow does land. They get the silence and they will get the kill. BB now gonna try and make a run. Nico not gonna be able to keep up. However, on the other side of the map, Bombi dies to Palos. Palos is getting solo pickoffs already. Roshan time.
It's the power of that Echo Saber plus Manta build. Like, it makes your haunt so potent. The issue is still that cooldown, but really good positioning from Execration, taking that fight into Roche Pit, the Exo. Still enough time for 496 to respond. I mean, Hustler's still zipping around Invis. It's just that they've got good sentries here.
Oh, they found the Nyx Assassin as well. Underneath the Sentry Ward, Hustler. My Carapace, a very nice impel as well. He's going to try for the TP, but no. Yoe has the Yule Scepter, and that'll be another. Very, very rough position as now you've got an Aegis Spectre. They've killed Palos off twice during the laning stage, but that's about all they got. And he's looking quite unkillable already. It's a very tough kind of ask to kill him off twice now, let alone dealing with the rest of Execration.
He's just super tanky. He's got really good stats. He's rushing into the Basher next. So even more potency once stats up on his Haunt. And we're not seeing the same scaling from 496 just yet. S and Y up on the Void is nice, but doesn't really help with your damage, which is really my big issue with Faceless Void nowadays. You go for this Maelstrom S and Y build, which is super durable, but if you chrono alone, it just doesn't do anything. Maybe you kill a support, as you said, but that's it. Like, I kind of miss the old Mask of Madness build. As a fighting Void, it's a lot better and you can still farm with it. It's just a bit riskier, but you just don't have that same impact right now. And Execration, with all the objectives they have on hand, with the Aegis on hand, they're just going to rip through that top tier. Ooh. And again, there's just no strong defense from 496. They still haven't found a tier 1, Mike, because they're playing against a Treant without any push heroes. They just don't have objectives to take.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to give credit to RR. He's done a really great job of making this map just so tough to play on for 496, and this is what it kind of goes back to. Just, you can't get those towers, that means you can't really farm safely. And you can see Execration again invading 496's side of the map. Trying to find a decent target to start on. Like, they'll head down towards the south where Hustler go for a TP out. Back towards the north for Execration. They can catch through another time. It'll just be so impactful, but Bombi is going to be around and the call is out. Nico, he's got the target. Arrow is there, right on time, but the Cold Embrace going to buy more time for Drew to get himself out. They've lost Bombi and now Palos is right on top. Drew, he is forced to defensively chrono, but he's still dying to the Ghost. Ravage, maybe they can turn now. Yo is gone down, but that's about all they've got on as Nico will be back in with the call onto the Tide. They should be able to find that BB. He'll try to run to the high ground, but there may be no running. In fact, no, he got the 4-staff off. He'll be alright as hung now. Back onto Palos, but there's no damage. Nico still going. Impel does not land. Drew, he uses time dilation, but that's about all he can do at the moment.
Yeah, it's a weird back and forth. I think you're kind of happy if you're 496. You do manage to kill off the bigger hero, trading out your Winter Wyvern, and you force out the Haunt, but you lose your chrono. So you have to play now with a Winter's Curse, no Ravage up as well. Some opportunities for Execration here.
Lazy pin. Nice impel out. They've got BDZ. They'll take him down, and now Nico, he's overextended. Are they going to chase him far enough, though? Not quite. So 496 kind of just taking baby steps to try and get a comeback going in this game. Again, you question whether they can really go up against the Spectre late game. But in terms of net worth, Drew, just 1.5k behind the Spectre now, so he's not too far behind. He is going for a Satanic up next. Again, maybe just lacking some damage, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I like this build-up coming out from 496. They've managed to give enough space to Hustler that he's got the Ags. That is a big turnaround. We've seen him really do a lot of work with his impales in the middle of these fights, with a burrow on top, with the AoE stunts he gets with his Spike Carapace. It's going to be a lot harder for Execration to fully dictate these engagements, and that's going to be a massive boon. We've seen what happens when they get a good Ravage, get a good impale, follow up with a good chrono, and they can still win these fights. Net worth advantage 8k. It's not as bad as you think. You pointed it out. Drew's actually not lagging too far behind. So this is still very playable for 496 in the right conditions. Execration, because they expended Haunt, they're going to have to wait about 20 seconds. But they've got the Basher up on the Spectre. They're going to have Butterfly soon.
Running right up the staircase into his death. Moonlight Shadow, they want to keep going. I mean, why the hell not? BDZ now with the Yule Scepter up wants to try and set up with this arrow. And I love the fact that BDC has essentially gone for the exact same build every game on Mirana. Yet it seems to be very impactful. He may go for a Lotus Orb, but he probably will try to finish off a Wind Waker later on. And I've got to say, he's been doing a great job with these Wind Wakers as Hung. He's going to zip in, but there's your Yule Scepter round. They've got him. Do they have enough, though? The call is there. The silence was there as well. Overgrowth is out. RR, they need the damage. FTZ, will rather tap BP. He gets a Ravage out. They get Hung away, but no, Nico kills him off with the Battle Hunger, and now it's onto Bombi. That BB also dropping, and there's another. Bombi goes down to boot. It's just looking tougher and tougher. Onto the top lane, Drew. They just keep chasing them down, but Nico, blink on cooldown, sir. Will not be able to get the call off.
That was just so risky from Hung. Zipping right in the middle, not quite zipping instantly back because of the turn rate. Really quick fingers out from BDZ to get that Yules off. Pretty much just hovering over the storm, looking for that opportunity and instantly casting it at the right time, setting up for his team. They even find a tier 2 mid, so there's only one outer tower left here for 496. Map space to farm is limited. It goes back to draft bite. They've got a Faceless Void, they've got a Storm. Even the Tidehunter, to a certain extent, needs farm. There's not enough space to get all of these heroes online. They really need to line up their team fights. It looked good. The Ravage, the Winter's Curse looked like it could have bought enough time, but it just isn't the engagement they want. They need to be the ones setting these fights up themselves, and 496 have not been the aggressors in a very long time here.
Bombi. Oh, call this out, Nico. He's got the Manta now. He just shreds Bombi. Chop suey. It's Nico. He's just so tanky. They're going to try and drag him up to the high ground, and they get him there as well. Nico, the king of the hill. They'll throw the Impale out, but can they kill him now? They will eventually with the Anchor Smash. Yoe, though, trying to start another team fight. Hustler within the burrow is going to be very annoying to deal with throughout this team fight. But Palos will just get to work. Drew, not committing the chrono yet, is just being very, very patient. Onto the high ground. Hustler goes now. It won't matter, though. Drew, he is still holding on to this chrono, by the way, John. Curse is also there. That BB getting taken down slowly but surely. There's your buyback now. Hustler coming back into the team fight. They'll try it on Palos, but there's your Overgrowth out from RR. Chrono, but the Overgrowth was there. They lose half the duration. Is it gonna matter though? Palos, he's still dropping very, very low, but not low enough. They're killing themselves here by hitting him. He'll survive another day as they buy back even more, but it probably won't matter. As Hung, he'll zip in. He might find a Mirana, but it's just not gonna be worth it. It's just not worth the buyback.
No, it really isn't. It's just watching. I was watching that BB run away from Spectre Illusions. Even those things can really dig in at this point with his item build-up. Palos is just a beast. He's pretty much got his butterfly, 1,000 gold off at what, 28 minutes in. Manta, Echo Saber, Power Treads, Basher, Butterfly. He is just so farmed up. And it's going to be near impossible to kill him once that full butterfly is up. The evasion's going to cause issues, both for the Storm and for that Faceless Void. They have to start considering more items to come true here. Drew, he's switched over towards a Mjolnir finish up next after that Satanic was halfway done. Should help with the damage issues. Certainly would appreciate those lightning procs bouncing around. It's just a ways off, and that's the one issue. All of these items are still going to take some time to farm up. Map space is still limited. Hung on the Storm, he's going for the Ags. So it's more of that AoE control, and if they can just lock in the control, it can look good. But Execration are not giving them room to breathe. They've smoked up again.
They have. 496, they're going to smoke up to boot. They want to go for the fight. They don't have chrono. They've got the Ravage, they've got the Curse, but that's about all they've got going for them. Alright, he'll break the smoke and blink right out. Seems like Bombi has to be the one to start the fight as they smoke up again. Ward's down. You can try to rely on that BB, but no, it's going to be Hung. He zips in after the Treant Protector, but Nico's there with the call out for the Ravage. Is going to buy more time, or is it? Yoe, he already found Bombi. They haven't got their Wyvern. There's no buyback, and now Hung, he's been caught out as well. Drew, he's going to try and fight, but who can you fight right now? Who on this Faceless Void can he actually take on? Probably nobody, as they get the call off. They ask him for a 1v1, but they're going to go 3v1 instead. Palos, he'll keep the chase up with the bashes out. Drew, he will die another time. There are no buybacks left. It looks like it's about that time, John, for Execration to go high ground.
They've got a lot of room to get that done. They do not have Haunt, but it doesn't really matter. Very well timed double damage for Palos as well, making short work of all of these heroes. He even has the Orb of Destruction. So it's one of those things. You get the perfect items, you can kind of split up your push. Nico's just keeping the mid lane constantly shoved in. The illusions up forward. Top racks are going to be next as well for Palos, Yoe, and EDZ. And there's just no defense. They do have the... they've got the Winter's Curse and the Chrono ready here, but there's just no damage. There's just not enough to play with any of these teamfight spots they have.
As you call out, Nico, he has got that BB under control, but they haven't got the follow-up. Instead, they're being very, very clinical here. They just want the towers. No messing around for Execration. 496, as bad as it looks, they could make a comeback, but Nico, he's got the call out once again onto that BB. The Cold Embrace is not going to matter as the arrow does land, but now the curse is there. Maybe they get Yoe, maybe a hammer in. The Aeon just keeping him alive. The Void TP's in, but the Yule Scepter BDZ again. Chrono is out. He's got 3 of them, but where's your damage? There is 0 damage flying out. They get another call out. They've got Drew under control. Do they have the follow-up? There's your stuns out. Drew will time walk away, but now Hung. He copped the arrow. BDZ, he gets him in the backside. Palos now, right onto Bombi, finds the Wyvern. 3 dead without buyback as they get onto the Void, and it looks real bad from his Nico. Puts the dunk in, puts the lid on this game. It looks like as the GG has been called an Execration. They will pull it off. The 2-1 victory after such a bad start in game 1. They make it work, and they will proceed to round 3 of this lower bracket.
They play spectacularly well. I think Game 3 is the finest showing of Execration, and this is the Execration that I think a lot of people were looking for coming out from the Anti Major. They had a good showing there. I think it's fair to say they were the underdogs for the most part in the Anti Major, but they showed up and did spectacularly well, all things considered. Coming in here, this is the performance we were looking for all series. They played perfectly clean, start to finish. They had a really good draft. 496. They kind of went left field. They went back to the Faceless Void. I don't think we've seen it win in Southeast Asia in a while. Across multiple tournaments. Just doesn't pan out. There was a big lack of damage. They had a really good team fight from 496, but never enough follow-up. Next Execration managed to find that punishment. They never even lost a tier 1 tower, right? Like for the most part, they had all their towers intact because of that Treant from RR. And the execution from Execration is very swift. So very well played to them. Well-deserved win moving on. Unfortunate for 496. The TI dream ends here for them. They're going to have to look to a different year, bounce back in, but hopefully 496 boys kind of learn something from this and use that to improve for the next seasons.
Absolutely, John. I mean, obviously a hard day for them, but you know they look good. They look cleaner than what we were used to maybe a month or 2 ago, and obviously there's been some solid improvement. Back to the DPC it is for them, and we'll see how they do come back, hopefully stronger next season. Of course, with that though, John, we do have our second series of the day to begin. Motivate.Trust up against Cignal Ultra. Should be a very exciting series to occur. I believe it is going to be roughly a 10-minute break before we do get that series started. But before we do go, John, just wanted to say, Axe is no longer 0% win rate. So there you go. Shout out to Execration. They made it work. They made this hero work. Apart from that, we are going to head to this break. And once we do return, of course, Motivate.Trust versus Cignal Ultra to see the second team today that will be making it through to round 3 of the lower bracket. We'll see you soon.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face, a certain weight, because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
For a getaway, car top down, and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love between you, never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. off your seat, clap your hands to the beat, grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dan, 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 smoke, 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 fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red, paint the night sky red, yeah. Yeah, we'll drink honey by the ocean. It's our favorite potion. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we're moving away to the sea. Moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be
high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I surrender it. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move.
Performance yesterday, I think that was a bit underwhelming. I think we expected at least a 2-1 either way for Neon and Motivate. So hopefully the side of Motivate.Trust has kind of shaken that off. We'll see if they can pull it off. But Cignal, maybe riding high off that win yesterday, they could also maybe surprise us here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure they have a chance, John. You sounded very, very negative towards Cignal Ultra, but I'm sure they're a very good team. You know, it's one of those things, right? I always say with SEA, when a team's hot, they're hot. You know, it's one of those things with these teams where you can't really stop them if they're just feeling good. If they've had their mate before the game started, you know, they're just feeling amazing. Still, the draft has begun. Cignal Ultra, they go for the first pick Phoenix. Motivate.Trust, they go into the Lion and the Timber. And that's not a great way for Cignal to start, because that is a Masteros Timber we're looking at. And we know Masteros, he really loves this hero. One of his best.
Yeah, it definitely isn't. It's something that we've seen consistently banned in first phase against Motivate.Trust. So the fact that it slides through could be a bit worrying for Cignal Ultra. I mean, they've got the Phoenix themselves. They could kind of set up for a team fight. Mars has not been banned. If they want to go to this Phoenix-Mars combination, they go with a Monkey King instead, which is one way to kind of build up. It's also a bit of a back and forth with the Timber Saw, right?
Yep.
So you can build up Jingu stacks. You don't care too much about reactive armor in that case. There's also the counter synergy against the Timber Saw where he can chop your trees down. And if you're not careful, you might just get Chakram to the tree you're trying to jump to, instantly stunned while you're trying to run away. So a bit of a back and forth in that one, but overall, this helps that lane be a bit more manageable for the Monkey King, considering his range as a melee hero is fairly wide. Makes it a bit more troublesome for the Timbersaw to line up those shots. But you have to remember, with a Lion, we've seen Lion Timbersaw before. You get a stun off, and you just zip in with a chain, get the whirling that off. It's still a lot of damage and really easy to set up. So I think Motivate.Trust lane is somehow going to be able to manage that Monkey King in his range.
Fair enough. Go through the next ban stage. I mean, I do like the Monkey into Timber. You start to get a little bit worried later on, though. Like, is Monkey King still that strong of a carry when you get to that mid to late game? It did feel like it kind of dropped out of the meta a little bit, especially in the more recent patches. So I do kind of question how effective the hero is going to be, but, you know, I suppose it's one of those things. We wait and see how the rest of the draft continues and see how that all pans out. John, we had a very short break. Marianne de Treso, did you have it?
I actually did manage to grab a meal right before we jumped on. So what happened was I ordered a very early breakfast or like a brunch for the family. It's something we call here in the Philippines sinangag, like fried rice.
Synagogue.
Some sinangag.
Oh right, there's like okay, that's a complicated one.
Yeah. It's like fried rice, garlic fried rice. It's some pork chops, some egg, some chopped up tomatoes and cucumbers with some soy sauce. Very nice stuff. Very nice stuff. I managed to get another plate of it before coming in, so I'm pretty energized. Had some of that. Had some mate mate, of course. Just feeling good, Mike.
Very, very good to hear, Jonathan. Where are Cignal Ultra from, by the way? I mean, I believe Execration was Bisaya. I believe you've told me before.
It was a mix. Yeah, it was a mix for Execration. I think Cignal Ultra is more of a Manila-based squad, if I recall right. I'm really not sure, as I haven't really stalked them as much. I think Eris is from Manila. I think most of them are. So around Manila, maybe not in Manila, but Luzon area, up there, up north. Northern people as we are. I'm a southern person in Mindanao, all the way south. We've got funny speaking accents here, apparently, Mike. That's what all the people tend to say. I have no clue. I know our Tagalog is a bit weird. Our Filipino is a bit weird because it's a weird inflection of Bisaya and English. Weird combination. Like some words in here mean something else in Manila. And it can end up for some very awkward conversations. Like, there's a word back when I met my friends from Manila. I said, I got lost. I said, nalibog ako. In Bisaya, that means I'm lost. In Filipino, it's highly inappropriate to say, so I can't tell you.
Thank you for that, John. Thank you for that story. We do have the draft continuing. The Storm comes out for Motivate.Trust. That's a fearless Storm, John. We know how much the man loves playing the Storm brothers, and I'd say the Storm is probably one of his best heroes, right? Like, in that mid lane, he used to play a lot of Void Spirit, but that hasn't looked so amazing. Still, Storm looks pretty darn good. So Motivate kind of sticking to their guns. And this is something else I was going to bring up from last night's games. It did feel like the drafting was a bit off for Motivate, right? Like, it was very different to what we're kind of used to seeing from them. So I'm not sure if it was because it's OB Neon, and OB Neon tends to draft very, very weird stuff as well. And it kind of puts pressure on you to try and answer their drafts. But it does seem like Motivate's kind of gone back to what they're used to, at least in this game one.
Yeah, and this is really good. I think this kind of lineup is pretty set. You don't have the best of catch for a Storm. Like you've got the Monkey King with his stun, can kind of dodge at. Lina, LLC is also dodgeable. Motivate.Trust still building up. They've got the Snapfire. So they've got a lot of good setup here. Great ways of hunting down the Monkey with a spit coming through. They've got a way of breaking that egg early on. With a Snapfire on hand, it's the natural Phoenix counter for those early levels of egg. So they've lined it up pretty well. Cignal Ultra do pick up the Treant. Maybe getting some inspiration for their Execration brothers there. Having that defensive use on hand. Overgrowth plus egg is a pretty potent combo as well. And Overgrowth plus Wukong's command is pretty darn good. It's one way to keep those enemy heroes in the same spot, maximize your Monkey King, and get as much damage output as possible. And of course, slow down the push. The push potential for Motivate.Trust isn't that high, especially on, say, the Timbersaw until he gets his Ag Shard. Doesn't feel particularly amazing in the damage you're pumping out, so the Treant's going to slow down the objective pace of Motivate.Trust, and that could cause issues. I mean, last game, we did see no towers falling for the team with Treant. That Motivate.Trust has to be a bit careful about that.
Very, very true. I mean, there was literally not one tower dropped, which is... It's one of those games, right? We've all had those games before where you just can't get a tower and the game just feels completely impossible. I'll see if Cignal can kind of emulate what just happened. Mind you, they are up against the Timbersaw, so you're not going to have as many hiding spots if you are the Treant. And can make it a little bit more annoying to play Treant Protector, but I'm sure they'll be fine on the side of Cignal Ultras. We do also have a Snapfire coming out from Motivate.Trust. Should be the POS 4, maybe the Leonac POS 5 Snapfire, depending on how you feel. Either way, still a very potent kind of hero, especially with the Shards upgrade now, allowing you to stun up with a Scatter Blast, as well as having the backup with the Cookie. And Mortimer's Kisses never really became bad. And now another Axe coming out. This should be an offlane Axe again, in all fairness, John, but it is still yet another Axe.
I mean, offlane Axe is a better position, especially if you go for Blink Vanguard first. I don't know, this doesn't really fix your Storm issue, but we did see the Axe against the Storm, and they get did get their combos off. As long as you get the call, LSA to follow up, everything else can fly through. It is potent, so it's not like we haven't seen this work. It's just down to MTG. They have to be as slippery as possible. There's a lot of pressure on Fearless to not get caught in an awkward spot. And as long as he manages to avoid the call, that's pretty much all their setup. It's like either call or overgrowth. And as a Storm, you can kind of dodge both of them. It's just down to mana management. So have to be on point this game. They do get a big win condition on Motivate.Trust side. Dusa comes through. And if this game just goes ultra late, I mean, the Monkey can sort of keep up. I don't think it keeps up in the same way as the Dusa kind of scaled. So they've got this win condition now on their side. They've got this early game pacing coming out from Masaros' Timbersaw. Going to be interesting to see this back and forth. I think the big issue for MTG is still the fact that power push is going to be slower. And you're sharing farm with the Dusa Storm. There's a lot of farm that both heroes need to really be online. And if the map starts to shrink a bit early, or if you can't open up the map by taking tier 1 towers, it might be a bit awkward sharing farm between those two heroes.
That's fair. I think it's going to be very hard, though. Like, you kind of already talked about it, but there's not really an answer towards this Medusa. Unless you can finish the game quick enough, I just can't see a Monkey King really being able to beat a Medusa out as long as the Stone Gaze or the Aghanim Scepter Mystic Snake is up. It's certainly looking like a very tough game going into game number 1 for Cignal Ultra. But John, I'll ask you the official difficult question. Who did come out with the better draft in your opinion?
It's tough to say. I don't really feel like either draft is super strong. Maybe I'd lean towards Cignal Ultra. I think knowing that there are ways for the Axe to help you control on the Storm, especially while he's not fully farmed up, can lead to much early aggression from Cignal Ultra. They're not as farm heavy. Monkey King's probably going to need some farm, but sometimes even with just Echo Saber, the Monkey King just roams around the map. Same thing with the Axe. So they've got an early pace to play with, and if they play quick enough, if they protect their towers, Motivate.Trust will start to feel a bit choked out, and that's the key thing for Cignal. And I think looking at that win condition, it's a lot easier to execute that kind of playstyle compared to MTG trying to turtle through.
Okay, fair enough. I was kind of leaning the other way. I thought Motivate.Trust had the better draft in my opinion, but you know what, John? It doesn't matter what we think because game number 1 is officially underway. Let's head over to the game and see what the hell happens between these two, because Cignal, you know, they could take this game 1 and go on a bit of a run to game 2. Motivate.Trust, you know, there are a lot of hopes and kind of high expectations on them ever since these qualifiers started, including from us, by the way. So we'll see if they can take this game 1 and we'll see what they can do here in this series overall to try and proceed through to the lower bracket. It looks like their drafts are just fine. I wonder how they'll deal with this Jackie Medusa.
Yeah, it's a pretty big hero. I mean, we've been seeing a bit more Medusa yesterday. It does pop out, and it has still been potent. Like, despite the changes to its shard and its talent, it's still pretty darn good. The Ags as well, still really effective, and it punishes clump ups. The issue is just farming to that point. Now, this does kind of suit Motivate.Trust style. They always try to stall out for Jackie. Even Fearless is willing to put his body forward, having faith in that one big core. And if there's any core you want to be super farmed up, this is probably one of the best cores. Just pile all your money to. So we'll see if Jackie can make use of that space, if he can get that space out, and kind of hit those conditions for Motivate.Trust.
Bounty Runes looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2. Neither team really too interested in trying to go for a fight early on. You don't really have those level 1 kind of fighting lineups on either side, so both will just play it safe. Looking at the lanes though, I mean, we already pointed out Jackie in the top lane on that Medusa. Looks like we are going to have a bat on the Monkey King rotating up towards the top lane. So maybe they switch that up. Grims, he's going to make his way over as well. I think a bat does want to go up against the Timber, but perhaps they assume that Masaros rotated top and they switched up the lanes. They'll find out now, and of course Jackie is going to indeed be here. I'll even have Leonak around as well on the position 5 Snapfire. So do you want to keep this lane the way it is for Cignal Ultra? Would you rather see them switch it up? Never mind, they're going to switch it up.
You want to swap it. Yeah, you really want that Timbersaw lane. You don't do much to the Medusa. She has better range. Your pseudo melee range won't really affect her. So they do drag up Van, now, to be fair, I don't think Van does anything too different here. Even if you apply the Battle Hunger, Medusa clears out creep waves well enough with Mystic Snake, and it's a bit harder to just run up and hope for the counter helixes on a ranged hero like that. In fact, it's a dual range lane, so aggression from the Axe isn't as likely, and you will have to watch your spacing as Leonak. He's got the Blightstone, Little Shredder comes out, a lot of minus armor to start the lane with, and it just doesn't feel good. It's a slower lane for Cignal because of that. We're just going to have to kind of accept that, maybe look to get some pulls on the side camps, but that camp is blocked out by Motivate.Trust.
Fair enough. Over at the bot lane, Eris taking quite a bit of damage on this Phoenix. In fact, Masaros going to go for the kill and does get the first blood. It is a Phoenix after all. You're a strength hero, you're going up against the Timber. Masaros, knowing this, does go for the Whirling Death and Chains at level 2. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jamesy try to go pretty deep to get Fearless, but Fearless does turn around and get the second kill of the game already. So Motivate.Trust, they're off to a very good start.
They're just playing really well. I think it really comes down more on this bot lane. You can't underestimate Timbersaw Lion. Right? Like, you get the Earth Spike off, it just lines up for an easy Timber Chain and Whirling Death. Pure damage early on, dropping your main stats as well. Does not feel good for anyone caught in the combo. I think the one thing you have here is that because Masaros went for this more aggressive build, is that reactive isn't up. So you can kind of just bully him out, but that's kind of a reason why you have the Monkey Henry, so you don't care for reactive. So he just bypasses that, goes all in on damage, and that does mean you have to watch your spacing a bit more. For Fearless down mid, that kill on Lina is a bit unexpected. Lina has pretty good range, doesn't need to go up close to the Storm to get hit by the Overload, get hit by the Static Remnant. So Jamesy might have just overextended a bit. Fearless was pretty low. Just baiting out like that, winning out the mental warfare and winning out that 50-50 trade is always a huge boon, and because of that, Fearless just has a slight EXP lead and should lead to slightly faster level 6 where he can really start to dance around here.
Look at this top lane, John Van. Look where the creep wave is now. These two guys just trying to farm in very awkward scenarios, and you can see Cignal, they don't really want to fight head-on right now with Motivate.Trust with this kind of duo in the top lane. They'd much rather farm in different areas as bot lane. Masaros once again kills off the Phoenix. And I suppose I may as well finish my earlier thought, John. It is a strength hero, the Phoenix. Whirling Death Chains really going to hurt, and Masaros, he was smart enough to get the Whirling Death Chains at level 2. Obviously paying off very well. He hasn't even needed reactive armor, but he does get 1 point in it, just in case.
Yeah,
look at this.
3 points really good. A bot?
So aggressive from Masaros. He wants to go again. Onto Eris this time. I believe there's arcane boots are now up. So mana, not going to be so much of an issue for Masaros. And this bottom lane just looks like absolute hell for the side of Cignal Ultra.
But this is the lane they wanted. Right, they wanted the Monkey King against the Timbersaw. They are getting good farm on the bot. I think they're willing to sacrifice Eris to get this farm on the bot. It's not too big of a deal as long as your Monkey's not zoned out, and a bot's staying in this lane quite nicely. It's just that you are allowing the Timbersaw to grow faster and allowing the Lion to hit some good EXP spikes. So Q, with a bit of an opening, starts to rotate. They're collapsing onto Jamesy here.
Oh, nice cookie. Leonak on the creep wave now. The Vortex is sucking back in, and the Q, of all people, will take the kill, but it won't matter. Fearless now level 5. Of course, Jamesy's still at that level 4 mark, and by the time he's respawned and come back into the lane, I think Fearless might hit that level 6 mark. That's going to be very problematic for our Lina, because all that advantage you have with that bonus range, not going to matter so much anymore.
Not going to feel great at all for Jamesy. Just about to hit 5, so at least it's not like 2 levels off if he was like midway through 4. But still not a very good position for the Lina. MTG at 0-4. They're just controlling these lanes up. None of the lanes being aggressive enough from Cignal. I'm looking up top. Van, he can kind of dive deeper with the living armor up. Oh?
Eris, he'll be alright. He had the Icarus dive. Sorry, John, you were saying.
Yeah, it's just not the ideal situation for this Axe. He can kind of try to pull the creep wave into the camp. You're not stopping Medusa. Like, Jackie is still up there in farm. Not as great as the Monkey King, but considering that this is an Axe lane, it's honestly not too bad at all. As Van is just forced to focus on Leonak, and Leonak kind of wins the trade. Like, it's down to Little Shredder with Blightstone. It's just too much damage that can fly through with a minus armor trade. Just doesn't feel great for an Axe player. Like, look at that. 6 Little Shredder on with Blightstone, it's -4 armor. He has 3 armor base. It's not very tanky, that Hex, without any armor.
No. I mean, he's got the Vanguard soon enough. I believe he just needs about 350 gold, but Leonac's just doing such a great job with this little Shredder and Blightstone, just making Van second guess whether he can pull that wave, and he's gonna probably try again for this wave. I don't think he can afford to do that, though. You're getting in that kind of dangerous territory now if you are Van. He'll get the heal up, Leonac, he's going to stick around, and Jackie's going to join, and here we go. They get the cookie out, Van, he's going to try and survive this, but it's going to be a substantial amount of damage, and Leonac, one more hit, no, the uphill miss. Jackie, he will not get the last hit off, thanks to the uphill miss, and Van, in all honesty, it looks like he kind of got gifted his own life there.
Yeah, that was really on the edge. Living armor heal as well, it's starting to stack up. Level 2, so it's a good amount of heal. It's coming onto that axe, and he's got the Ring of Health, so a bit more balanced out, but you're still not going to be stopping to do so. You might be able to kill the support. The big target's still allowed to free farm. I do like what Van is doing, though, pulling the wave into the camps, clearing out a few of those camps, not allowing any stacks to be built up. This is going to slow the progress. Producer who really needs some stacks built up for her. Even the triangle, it's not really stacked up a significant amount. Just 2 double stacks so far. Need more to really get that farm engine going.
Here we go. They're going to try and group up around him. Q's here now on the Lion. Van, again, pre-pulling as we speak. Leonac right in with the cookie. Call is available, but he won't be able to get it off in time, and now that Hex is out, Van, he's going to try and kite around, see if he can find something for his trouble, a bit of bonus armor with the call, and maybe he could buy some time out now. But the Earth Spike right on the edge from Q should be enough, unless Mystic Snake going to connect 50 HP, but the cookie's there. They'll get him eventually. It did take a bit of work, though.
It takes a lot of time, and that is sort of space coming through, but no one's taking the top lane outside of the Axe. Bot lane, and it's a Timbersaw, he can solo that lane as well, and they're not using the opportunity to rotate towards Fearless. That space doesn't really amount to as much as you'd expect. Still, Motivate.Trust aren't really building a huge network lead from these kills. It's 1-5, but we've only got less than 1k lead. The emphasis for Cignal Ultra to focus on these creeps, it's starting to pay off. JMC's still number 1 in terms of last hits. A bot's just barely behind. It has level 6 up. Does have more potency with the tree dance around, and the Jingu is starting to build up as well. And he is starting to farm really nicely. He's going into the Diffusal Rush, into a BKB. So this will lead to some very good activity on the Monkey once those items are up and running. You just need to have that patience to get that done, but Motivate.Trust, they are smoked up here.
They are. Q, Fearless, looking for Jamesy. Jamesy should see them now, but it's all too late. They zip in. Nice Light Strike Array, though. A really nice Light Strike Array. Is Fearless, he's still going to try for the Vortex, but he can't reach. Well, I thought it was too late, but double stun works out, and they will not be able to kill off Jamesy a third time.
That was super awkward. They had a ward up there. They had Hex ready. They didn't precast on Q, so they missed out on a massive opportunity. It's just time they're using that they're not farming on Fearless, time that where he's not building up in the Storm. He only has Power Treads plus a Null. If he's not spending that time in lane, he's missing out if he doesn't get killed. So Cignal's going to be really happy with that, as it will allow a bit of a swing out here for Q. They are eyeing a bot.
Oh, a bot. It's going to be alright. Has help coming in. Masseros can't really just burst him down. We'll have to let him go. The Bat's doing a really good job of not getting bullied out of this lane. There's one thing with the Timber, right, is generally you can bully out the opposing position 1. But a Bat just very good at remaining in this lane and just continuing to CS and try to keep up. As Masseros is going to try and get started on that tier 1 tower again, but you've got that constant heal coming out through the living armor. Really slowing down the process here for Masseros. Cignal being very patient, just kind of looking for an opening, it feels like. Chakram, oh, it's going to spot out Eris, and of course Masseros is going to go right in. Eris, he does have the dive away. He'll be fine. Motivated, it does seem like all they want is that tier 1 tower. As Eris, he's not so fine. He gets caught out again, and look at the zip forward from Fearless. Right in as Masseros. He'll take the kill for himself.
Dire's top tower has
Yeah, I think you'd ideally still want that on Fearless, but doesn't matter too much. Get the tower down bot. It was traded out for a deny up top. Very nice coming out from Leonak. So you're not getting the gold trade in the end for Cignal Ultra, but it gives them more control in the top jungle if they want to start planting wards. Shift out where a bot's farming. He's already at the top jungle himself, getting some farm going. Unfortunately for them, Motivate.Trust has already brought Jackie to the triangle. Triple stack of Ancients, a bunch of creeps in the large camp, and Medusa at level 9 can clear these out really nicely. So Jackie gets to stay number 1. He's got his Yasha, Dragonlance coming out soon, and Motivate.Trust are starting to get some activity on the map.
Grims gets caught out here on the tree and trying to get some D wards, but Q gonna protect, and Fearless does come in, but Masaros just won't let Fearless have a kill, John. He just wants all of them. Jamesy, gonna get chained on. Masaros wants to start bullying other cores across the map, and it's time to go after that mid-tier 1 tower. Very preemptive kind of mid-tier 1 tower taking here, but they've got the siege creep at that 10-minute mark. Jackie wants to take theirs before they come for their own. In Cignal Ultra, they're not really in a position to defend this. Very awkward scenario here for Cignal. Sunray's out, but it's not going to do anywhere near enough. Jamesy, he is still there, but you need some kind of front line. Zip in, Eris, he's going to get caught. The Mortimer's Kisses are in, and they just get blown up.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Just ill-timed for Cignal. The blink for Van was about 100 gold off when that push on tier 1 started. Now he's got the blink up, but they already lost the tower, and they do have the initiation to play with. I think they're gonna need a bot's diffusal up as well. You can't just jump in with just the axe, just Alina. You do need maybe some of that damage coming through from the monkey as well, especially with the Wukongs. Play with the overgrowth. We haven't seen that wombo combo out from Cignal yet. We are only at 12 minutes in. It is a bit early to expect that, but they just haven't done enough in the map to slow Jackie. Look at his net worth, 6.7k, about 2k, 3k above Van. Next hero on the line, not even the monkey, and they're chasing down Grims here.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I talked about in the draft, right? When you're playing the Screen Protector, the one thing you don't want is to be up against the Timber, and Q lands the stun at the last second, gives him the finger as well. Oh, it's such a hard ask when you've got to play Tree Protector into Timbersaw. It's just not fun. There's nothing fun about it.
The only fun thing is defending your tier 1s, but they've already lost 2 of them. So already we're not seeing the counter or defensive play that we expect from the Treant coming out. You're just not able to de-shove these waves as fast as Motivate.Trust is able to push back in. And just losing that map space opens up so much more farm. This is a greedier draft from Motivate.Trust, but the map is open. Like, they've got the bot jungle, they've got the triangle, their top jungle is still safe, and they've got a ton of space for Jackie and for Fearless to keep farming up. And even then, Fearless is pretty happy to just zip around with Kaya up. He's got double damage bottled up now. They're keeping eyes behind that tier 2. It's Grims again. Probably not the target they'd want, but there is a smoke here from Cignal.
There is. Masaros is not the target, I don't think, but they're going to jump in anyway, but the Mortimer's Kisses are there with the Earth Spike out from Q. Masaros, he's trying to run with the Sunray, doing a lot of damage, but not quite enough. He's alive. They take down a bat. Eris goes down as well. Masaros is out of there. Onto the axe now. In fact, never mind that. They found the mid lane Lena. They'll take her out, and now Van, he's just got to try and run, but there is no running. It's the classic Masaros bait, John. We've seen this a million times. Never try to start on the Masaros Timber.
No. There's no point. He's not going to die. He's got the Pit of Defiance up. Majority of the damage is magic at this point. You're not going to get the spin to win if you only call 1 as well. And Timbersaw doesn't have the best attack speed, so he's only going to get, what, 3 hits off on the axe in a single call. Without the shard, you are still reliant on being hit. Just not the opening you'd want, but they were pressured because they were smoked. So maybe needing to cool some heads here on Cignal, think about their actions a bit more going into these fights. As Motivate.Trust 1-13, like 6k lead, the greed has paid off. Like, there's just not enough farm to sustain Cignal Ultra this time, as their map is starting to shrink down, their axe needs more farm, their Lina needs more farm. It's only really, well, all of them are equally farmed, but equal farm is not what you want in this case, because no one has any major items beyond that diffusal on the monkey, and even that, it's simply not enough. He needs a BKB up ASAP.
But he's going to be very careful at this bot lane. He might feel safe because he's by his tier 2 tower, but you see Fearless immediately running down, just forcing him out of the lane. Fearless plus Q with the finger up is more than enough to kill off a bot, so he does get out in the nick of time. Onto Cignal, they have smoked up. They realize they need to make something happen. Unfortunately for them, this smoke, all it's going to lead to is kind of relocating to the other jungle on the map. In all fairness, this might be just what they need. Just get some farm going. But it's like you've pointed out a few times now. Jackie's just free farming. Almost 10k net worth. 4k ahead of a bot. He's not even bothering for the Aghanim Scepter. He's just going Eye of Skadi straight away. And I kind of agree with that. Against the Axe, against the Monkey. You just kite them around. They can't kill you. They'll never get close.
It's the one weakness of like a dual melee lineup. Going to be easily kited around by Adusa. Stone Gaze is going to be a massive issue for them as well. Can't really just walk up and expect to get something done when that spell's popped. So it's just very difficult for Cignal right now, and Motivate.Trust, they're just going for that push bot. They're cutting them off here as well.
Haste.
A tier 2 bottom tower, slowly but surely, gonna go down as you see Masteros clearing out the trees, making sure that this tree and protector can't be in there playing games. And it's another thing we didn't really talk about though, John. I mean, we keep talking about Treant versus Timber. You've got Monkey versus Timber too. So you've got two heroes that are relying on trees against the Timbersaur of all things.
Yep. It's just tricky, right? Like the Monkey tends to enjoy ignoring the Jingu, but when he runs out of trees to jump around, he can't scout out, he can't set up for his team, he can't jump in with Wukongs, and just makes it so awkward. Masteros is just all over the place, chopping random trees down. Makes it so hard for Cignal to commit. They are finding a bit of an opening to shove in top, and Jamesy can melt these towers fast, but the TPs are coming up soon.
Oh, quick blink out from Q. No, he runs right into Van anyway, so he's not quite out of the woods yet, though. Fearless is going to zip in. They've got more coming. Jamesy already about to die, and there goes a bot. He just completely melted to Leonak's damage onto Van. They will find him, but he has already TP'd away. But that's a position 5, or rather position 4, dead for the sake of a pos 1 and 2. You couldn't ask for a much better trade if you are Motivate.Trust.
And you're seeing the issue with the Monkey. He jumped across that chasm right there into a tree that was immediately chopped. Like, that's exactly what we were talking about, the Monkey not being able to set up. He just kind of dies to his own stun. And it's just not lining up. It's so difficult to play this. He can't start these fights. I think at this point, the Monkey has to take the backseat. You have to rely completely on your axe to be able to know what angle you want to approach. And that's so much easier said than done. When your biggest issue is positioning like this on an item on the map that just keeps breaking, very hard to get consistent movement out in that kind of game.
Looking for a smoke. They committed. Jackie is right nearby. But they've got the triangle high ground. This is a very, very unfortunate scenario here for Cignal now. They've got to find a way back onto their own high ground, but Leonak, he already knows what's coming. He breaks the smoke on Grims. Now they jump in though. Van is there. A nice call on the Snapfire. Now the egg even being placed with the Wukong's command. They'll get Leonak to start. Can they find anyone else? They'll keep rushing forward. They've got to be careful though, because Masteros, he'll be the frontliner's Fearless now. Gonna zip back in onto the axe. They want him dead first, but Van's still alive. Meanwhile, the finger does fly in from the side. There goes Jackie onto the leaner. They'll find Jamesy as well by the looks of it, unless he managed to run his way out. Meanwhile, Fearless, he kills off Eris, and there go your trees. Jamesy cannot hide. It's a 4-for-1 trade again. Just such a tough game for Cignal. On the brighter side, John, we have the 3-2-2 Dream alive. Almost there, in fact.
Yeah, just 3 more kills to come out for Motivate.Trust. We'll see if they can carry that momentum. Cignal Ultra! Not the performance they were expecting, I think. Their draft, again, seemed fairly even. The back and forth with the Monkey King considered. Their biggest issue is they gave these towers out. Like, they can't even defend them now. Like, living armor at this point is not going to be slowing down the push as much as it used to. And Motivate.Trust is just way too strong. Jackie just one part away from that Scotty. Once he has that up, you're going to be hard pressed to kill off that Lina. They are still trying to clump around. They've got wards in the triangle here, so Cignal has an inkling as to where Motivate.Trust is. Have to be careful.
Jackie, very low on mana. Get a bit more from that Mystic Snake, but they aren't going to make the jump in anyway. Bart trying desperately to work towards that BKB, but... Oh, there's your Skadi out now, John. Jackie's a pretty tanky boy at the moment. Very, very scary stuff as Masaros, speaking of tanky boys, looks to go into the triangle. They'll go for the core, but we've seen this before. Can they burst him down? Fearless zips in. He found the backside. He wants the Lina, and Jamesy's gone already. Mortimer's kisses just from the side. Nobody to stop Leonak. And now Van. He's a sitting duck.
3-2-1.
3-2-1, and it looks like we have one more. Grims, he'll be the 3-2-2 surely. As Fearless, yeah, he gets zipped on. There's your 3-2-2. Beautiful stuff from Motivate.Trust.
Oh man, they just execute so well. Cignal, they have very few openings to take these fights. They need to really land this Overgrowth Egg combo. It's almost like the Dream Coil Egg as well, right? Like we see a lot of teams draft the Puck Phoenix. When you draft Phoenix Treant, it's the same story. You have to land that Overgrowth, you have to land the Egg perfectly. You have to have the Wukongs at a really good spot. And there's so much pressure to perform at pretty much pixel perfect accuracy. It's just so difficult to pull off that kind of engagement. And Motivate.Trust aren't making it any easier. They tend to declump. They come in one by one, which is actually really good in this case, considering you have this really tanky Timbersaw who can take the brunt of that initiation from Cignal. And they've cleared out the map. No tier 2 towers left. Cignal Ultra, high ground is the only thing they have left to play with. Even their outpost hasn't been retaken, so they're losing out in some XP per minute, which they desperately need to get some of these talent spikes on some of their heroes as well.
Well, they need a lot of things right now, John. It's a very, very dire scenario as Q. They know Abat is here, I think. Abat don't... Oh, he's done it. He has revealed himself.
Oh, no.
He's going to try and Primal Spring away. Abat still being chased. Fearless barely missing out. Fearless will TP back to the mid because he has seen an Arcane Rune. Very nice.
I love this build-up from Fearless as well. Mike instantly into the Ags after that Orchid and Kaya Sanj. AoE Vortex, always good to have, especially since they kind of lack wider AoE control from Motivate.Trust side. So you get the Vortex on, you get the Earth Spike to follow up. Everything will feel good. Heck, even a Mystic Snake just instantly bouncing to all those heroes will be a total pain in the these fights. So you have to watch that coming out from Fearless. Still a ways off. All parts still missing. So there's going to be a bit more time before Motivate.Trust hits that massive spike. For Cignal's end, and BKB is up and about. 9-second charge. So he can stand in front, try to Wukongs and not be under as much threat. But I think the Stone Gaze still counteracts you. Like you can use your BKB, stand in Wukongs, but if you can't face the Dusa, and if all the heroes are standing beside the Dusa, it amounts to nothing, that BKB.
That it does not. I feel like the BKB is literally just, let me survive and farm. That seems to be all it's for right now. It's not going to make a difference in the team fights, I don't think. Not right now, it's not. We'll see. Motivate.Trust, more than happy to sit back, farm up a bit. You've got a Medusa, you know you've got the late game, and Jackie, he's almost got the Aghanim Scepter up now. In fact, never mind farming. Masaros, he wants to go. He's had enough. They know they're in the triangle somewhere. Masaros going for the bait, but Cignal Ultra this time won't fall for it. Rather, they are distracted right now with Masaros' presence. And Jackie does sneak up to the high ground where Abat has been spotted. Masaros trying to find the tree. Abat does get himself out. They won't find the initiation. Jackie will just get back to farming. They are on division, but... Oh, actually, it might matter because Cignal, they have smoked up. They're going to go the long way around. Jackie would be a very nice target if they could get started on him. They'll go with the Jingu, and, well, Jackie, he's out of that Wukong's command, and now here we go. The Egg's down. They've got the Overgrowth as well, but does it really matter? Not quite. They're just running them down. Fearless, he zips in onto Jamesy again. Van is gone. Jamesy, BKB TP's out. Eris, he will not be so lucky, and neither will Grims. I mean, oh, Fearless, he's not done either. Abat barely avoiding getting caught. But Motivate, they're going high ground. I mean, it's 3 to 25, 19k net worth lead. It's nowhere near close.
No, definitely not. Really strong performance from Motivate.Trust, even with the respawns coming in. No overgrowth, no egg, no Wukongs. There's no defense. There's just none. All the spells from Motivate.Trust are still, well, not up as well, but they're just really strong as heroes. They've got the Ags up on Jackie, so Mystic Snake is going to be really painful, even if you're just trying to defend, and there's no reason to back off. Maybe after one set of racks, you could argue to go back for Roshan, but considering how big this Dusa is, I don't think there's going to be any reason to have to reset here.
Well, they'll try to slow down this high ground. Jackie not going to back him. He's got the Ags van. He'll go for the core, try to drag him back a little bit, but he doesn't even move. Onto the range racks. I mean, why not? You could just keep going. Every lane is exposed, but
James, you denied us racks.
Yeah, but you've got to get something, John.
Yeah, if it would be funny if you actually did get gold for denying your own racks. Like it shows that in the board. I don't think it does, but it would be funny if it did, right? Like you actually get something from the enemy team pushing in, so it would be helpful. I think Cignal would like that.
Don't give the frog any ideas, John. Yeah, you know these pub. I don't need to see someone in my pub game starting to just deny our racks as soon as it's exposed.
By the ancient, you win.
Roshan under siege now. Motivate going for a very easy Roshan. Now that they have the DD rune on Jackie, they'll take the Aegis. In all fairness, they haven't really needed a secondary life on Jackie yet. Hasn't even been close to him dying. Now you've got to kill him twice. I don't really know how Cignal intend to do that.
Perfect call, perfect overgrowth, perfect egg. Like, have that egg within distance if it actually being useful.
They did that last time.
Wukongs came out too early. The Wukongs was too early. He was outside when the call came out.
Oh, well, we need that laner alive right now, John, but he's gone. Jamesy, already down. But kind of dangerous to be in that tree line at the moment. Masros won't chop him down. They'll get back to that tier 3 tower. It's just so hard to defend this. I mean, they could throw their bodies for one last team fight. The game is looking very over. If that wasn't obvious to the viewers, but I'm sure it is. As Jackie just keeps going.
I mean, maybe they're just waiting for the Lina respawn, have one last big fight around potentially some follow-up. Like, I don't think you aim for Jackie, though. You have to aim for someone else. You can't take care of 2 lives in that Dusa. Jackie just starts to rip through the bot lane. Call?
No, call. They're going to throw everything at him. There's your Wukong's command, but there's an Earth Spike out. Jackie still has mana. Dropping quite low, though. Needs to run. Overgrowth out, but can they finish him off? It looks like they can. That'll be the first life. It literally cost them everything, but they get the Aegis off him. Fearless, though. Ags up. Looking for a big vortex. A Bart. Back off from that tree line as Fearless waiting for that perfect moment. Jackie just getting to work. They're going to try and move in. There's your call out. They're going to try and just commit everything once again, but there's your Vortex carrying on to the Axe. Jackie actually quite low thanks to that Sunray, but not low enough. He'll be able to back off and reset as a Bart now. He gets fingered up. He's down again without buyback. Onto the bottom racks. Eris, he'll get bursted down by Masteros and Jamesy. He can't really get close right now to this team fight. He needs to run back to the fountain as he's dying within it. Masteros gets a triple and they'll call the GG. They've had enough. A very dominant game 1 for Motivate.Trust. Cignal Ultra tried their best, but it was a very, very tough game.
It was tough from the get-go. I think they had a bit of the right idea when they came in with this draft. They had the Treant coming out. They saw that there was some push lacking for Motivate.Trust with the Timbersaw on hand, because all he does is shove in the waves. He himself isn't a pusher. They never played around that. Like, Grims tried to hold off the push in the bot lane for a long time, but he was all alone. At least like 3 minutes where there was no backup helping him in the dives. There's no response out while that tower was still standing. The moment they started to lose these towers, that's where it really started to fall flat for Cignal Ultra. Their laning matchups weren't ideal as well. It felt like they might have gotten more if a bot was actually just standing against Jackie. But to be fair, a bot did manage to find decent farm in his lane. He wasn't slowed down by the Timbersaw.
Yeah.
It came at the cost of Eris and the Phoenix dying, and that just gave too much to Masero. So I think for Cignal Ultra, might be a time to reconsider the draft. That's something they're more comfortable playing. It felt like something that they don't normally run. Like, we don't tend to see Grims on that treant, or at least not very recently. Eris tends to take a more active pause 4 as well, nothing as passive as a Phoenix. He is a player that loves his Marana, as most Filipino players do. He loves his Rubik, he loves his Spirit as well. Something more active in those positions would be a bit stronger on the 4 and 5 for both Grims and Eris, and I think that's something Cignal will have to look for in Game 2.
Well, with that, John, we are going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 of Cignal Ultra against Motivate.
Drops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one. Only one. Until I broke the rules, my life destroyed. My life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero. Fly up, away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. To the sea for a getaway, car top down and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No, come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. Get off your seat, clap your hands to the beat. Grab your champagne glass tonight. We toast to freedom in the Caribbean, yeah, in the Caribbean, yeah. Dance, 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 smoke, smoke, smoke. Fire it up, let our lanterns paint the night sky red. Paint the night sky red, yeah, yeah. We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No, come on baby, let me tell you one time that our fire got a love it till you never break apart. And we moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one
respect ban out the Jackie Medusa. So they get rid of the Ursa, they get rid of the Medusa. It seems like they want to try and make it as tough as possible for Jackie in that safe lane. And I suppose with the Timber being against him already, it is going to be a pretty hard matchup with most cores that you can pick up in the safe lane. So we'll see what Motivate want to try and go for to combat this.
Yeah, I think they have a few options here. Something like, say, Jackie Wraith King is something he absolutely loves. Could slide through. It's still a strength hero against Timbersaw, but it does pile on with your stun online. It has good damage, especially while the reactive armor is still stuck at level 1, 2. You can kind of bully out the Timbersaw as the Wraith King, so you can kind of match that aggression. And you can sort of protect yourselves from the arrow with just running with those skeleton summons. So it could be one way to kind of counteract that down the line. Cignal Ultra did eat a lot of reserve in this ban and pick phase, but they're down to 18 seconds. Doesn't leave them much room to go into those next few picks, and they don't have last pick overall. So it's going to be a bit hard to maybe look for that drafting advantage. They've got to be pretty quick with the next few pickups here in that second phase, not wanting to really eat through, especially since you're going to want to think hard about the next set of bans as well.
Oh, certainly so, John. Well, Motivate, they're going to think quite a lot for this this final ban out before we do get to see some more picks to come out. Been focusing on the off lane as it stands, or rather the mid lane, it looks like, with the Timber, but there's your Hoodwick ban out, and they go straight into a Spectre. I'd say it's one of those carries that it still doesn't do amazing against the Timber, but I suppose you don't really care as much, per se, about the Timbersaw in your lane. Like, he can be quite annoying, but it's an agi hero. Jackie does play it quite a bit, and later on, once you hit the mid to late game, that Decimus is going to be quite painful for the Timbersaw. So I think overall, pretty decent pick. Natural Eye of Skadi carrier as well. So you've got the answers to the Timber throughout the mid to late game. Yeah, looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I think it's one of those heroes as well that plays with Motivate.Trust style. Just pump all your money into Jackie. Spectre pays back in dividends when you manage to get that farm up. Cignal Ultra do go with a Grimstroke, so they don't have the most reliable stuns here. We've got Inkswell on the Timbersaw jumping forward, maybe a follow-up arrow if they can kind of time that right. Nothing to really lock in these heroes for a long time. This should open up possibilities for Motivate.Trust, maybe even eyeing something like the Fearless Storm if they actually want to prioritize all their cores right now and kind of leave the Leonak Q here for last on a flex. Mirana doesn't stop a storm. Grimstroke doesn't really. The silence is pretty annoying, but you can dodge out the Phantom's Embrace anyway. So this could be another really potent game for Fearless.
Could be. So you want to just run it back. I mean, you are up against the Grimstroke, who can be somewhat annoying. Yule's Mirana also kind of annoying towards the Storm. But still looks like a decent enough game. Motivate, they'll have a bit of a think.
Could prioritize some combos with the arena here. Phoenix is left in the pool, so you could just go for Phoenix for Q or Leonak. Have the Egg Arena combo. Could be pretty potent. Tying into that really good team fight that they kind of do have on hand. They go with the AA instead, which is one way to stop that Timbersaw from being annoying. Kind of ties in still with a sort of pseudo-global strat. If you haunt in, if the Spectre has a specific target, you can just Ice Blast to follow up. Should lead to some easy pickoffs for Jackie early on. Cignal Ultra do go into the PA, so they go into the Filipino special closeout. Really solid here to have here for a bot. Does have some good timings, especially relative to Spectre. You're only looking for really the Desolator timing. You might want to go Battle Fury, but again, I think you want to play a bit of a quicker game. You don't want to drag it too long against a Spec. It does have natural break on hand, so this is something that if it goes late game, you do have the Fan of Knives on the Ag Shard, which will provide you with a break to deal with that Spectre.
Absolutely. Final banouts now, Cignal Ultra. One more to go. It looks like they will be focusing on those mid laners, just getting rid of the Wind Ranger. Even the Conquer. Fair enough. They do leave the Storm. You can definitely go back to that. Maybe a little bit tough again into the Grimstroke Mirana. He may not want to go down that route, but I still wouldn't blame him if he did want to just pick up the Storm and make that work. Get rid of the Tiny on the side of Motivate.Trust. Cignal, the first ones to pick, so they'll have to reveal their hand first in this mid lane, and it will be the Puck. Because you could go back to the mid laner this time for Motivate if you wanted to. Lena seems like a pretty good pickup here against the Puck if you so wish. Doesn't do too badly into the PA either. Though I gotta say, I don't remember a time recently that we saw Fearless playing that laner in the mid lane. It's been a while.
It's been a while. It's been a very long time, but I think that burst damage would be really useful, as you mentioned, for the PA. Even the Timbersaw would be really nice to pick off like that, especially before the Hood of Defiance or Pipe is up. Be pretty darn nice. Holds its lane on its own against a Puck quite well. They go to TA instead, which is an even better option. Like, you can hold yourself. If you go for the Ags build up here, you can kind of follow up on your Spectre. Very nice to see. Jackie does have the Spectre Arcana as well. Look at that face. I'm telling you, it looks like Winter Wyvern, right? Like, that's what everyone's saying. It really does.
But they can't see it, John. We're on the draft screen right now.
Right.
Well, now
when you see it,
I've got to show them now, John. You've ruined everything. I'll switch over so they can see it and you can talk about it. There you go. Go on, John. Talk about how it looks like Winter Wyvern.
It looks like Winter Wyvern. Look at the facial profile, the coloring, the shape. It's just Winter Wyvern. The most confusing thing is in game, the portrait on the upper part of the screen. When there's a Winter Wyvern and Spectre, I get so confused. Maybe I'm just dumb. I'm probably just dumb. But at a glance, it's very confusing to me. I don't know. I don't appreciate it, but I appreciate that Jackie does have it. So there it is. I think this closeout on TA is pretty darn good. We don't get to see Fearless TA too often, mind you, Mike. But this is a bit of a treat. I think the matchup against Puck is something that the TA can actually play really well. Puck does not clear refraction charges well. In fact, no one from Cignal Ultra really deals with refraction all too well. So could be really nice for Fearless to weave in and out. And again, if he goes for the Ags build up here, having that trap, having the global presence the traps allow you, can kind of help you follow up on a haunt from Jackie and just look for the Ice Blast to really secure a kill. There's a lot of potential to play quick. Mind you, it's also a bit of a greedier duo here. Spectre TA do need farm to build up, and Cignal Ultra can abuse that. Timbersaw doesn't take as much. Puck, you're looking more for levels. Maybe you want a quick travels or Witchblade. Beyond that, you should expect that Puck to take more activity on the map as well.
See how it pans out, but I'm kind of getting the feeling if I ask you who has the better draft on it, it feels like you're kind of leaning towards Motivate.
Death at my hands.
It certainly is. Like, the TA closeout is really good. They've got this very comfy Masaro's Mars, win condition in Jackie's Spectre. I had to think twice about that looking at the portrait. Cignal, I mean, it's not a complete washout, but you mentioned ways to handle it. You do have this PA that can scale nicely. We've got break on the PA if you go for the Ag Shard. Already seeing a bot queue up. Battle Furies you tend to on the PA, but Battle Fury carries are just not that popular. PA is probably the only one you can justify that on, as it is a huge boon on damage and gives you good spread damage as well, because she's really single target if you don't. But this could slow down the game a lot more. Like, that just puts more pressure on Jamesy, more pressure in Van to perform on that Puck and on that Timbersaw to buy space out for a bot to really maximize his farm.
You got some wards down onto that high ground, but that ward is becoming ever so obvious. So it seems like every time we start a game in this region, it's always about contesting that ward being placed. You already saw the lines being drawn out by our Grimstroke. Just kind of letting the team know that, yeah, they've placed it there. More than likely, we'll have to get a D ward out later on. But Bannerun's going to spawn up. It's like neither team really wants to fight it out.
The battle begins.
Just let them go 2 for 2. I suppose we'll get started on the laning stage. Masaros going to be there with Q. They are going to be up against a bat on that PA. I believe we should have Grims coming in on the Grimstroke. So this laning stage, do you think it kind of favors one or the other? Like, PA Grimstroke, kind of nice with the Inkswell Blink Strike. But then you've got a double stun in the Masaros, Mars, and the Q Lion. Who do you think has the upper hand here, John?
I'd say I'd prefer Motivate.Trust duo, but it's not like a complete washout here for Cignal. As you mentioned, Inkswell plus Blink In is pretty nice. You can try to zone them out with good magic damage on the Stroke of Fate as well. And if the lane does really go bad, just sit back with the Stifling Dagger. So you shouldn't be completely out of this game for a bot. Might have to consider playing a bit more defensively until levels are up. Level 3, even level 2 is a bit better for the PA Grim. But beyond that, I don't really know if you want to line up for aggression. Like, say you jump the Lion, if Masaros is in position to get the Spear of Mars, you could find yourself in the opposing end on the receiving end of that gank, and you never want to risk it with a PA who needs that Battle Fury up.
Yeah, certainly so. Of course, over in the mid lane, you've got Fearless there against Jamesy. You kind of talked about this, but the Puck doesn't really have any great ways of burning through the refraction charges of Fearless. So I'd say in the laning stage, Jamesy should still be pretty fine. Perhaps as the levels go up on Fearless, maybe he gets a little bit more annoying, but Jamesy should be able to secure his CS just fine on this Puck.
Yeah, it's not going to be too rough. Jamesy can just play with that slight, that better range he has compared to Fearless. And Fearless, for his part, he's going to have to be a bit cautious. Once the refraction fades, he is fairly squishy.
Quick, very far out. Very close call, and Jamesy being very aggressive on this Puck is what you kind of like to see. While Fearless is a bit weak on the TA. So we'll have a quick gander over to the top lane as well. You've got errors there with Van against Leonak and Jackie. And for now, not the greatest farm going on for Jackie here. It is still a Timber after all, and of course Eris can be there, just harassing with the right clicks. Leonak on the AA can't really do too much in the way of harassing back. So another tough lane here for Motivate.Trust. Now, just doing fine, just trying to secure some CS safely.
It's a bit slower going for Jackie compared to a bot. He doesn't have the safety of throwing something like the Stifling Dagger. Longer cooldown on Spectral. Doesn't want to gap close with a Timbersaw who can shred Spectre down. And the presence with Leonak is it's really passive. It's an Ancient Apparition. You can normally say that you could chain stun with Cold Feet, but Spectre is not a hero with a stun. Just playing it slower, and that does benefit Cignal. Eris is doing a great job forcing out constant sentries. Constantly blocking the camp with her body, and just having this wave shoved in. It's very uncomfy for Jackie to farm under tower. He's going to have to deal with it and somehow find a way to make this lane work, though.
Oh, not mid lane, towards the bounty rune. Looks like Fearless does end up catching out Grims. So he gets first blood on the TA. He was having a pretty hard lane earlier on, but now with the bonus gold from that first blood, it feels like Fearless would have caught up, if not been ahead of the Puck Jamesy. So you have an awkward scenario there for Cignal Ultra. Fearless now, I'd say he's caught up just fine.
Yeah.
Back top lane.
Feeling good, level 4 up.
Leonak, Cold Feet out. Eris, he's going to be alright, he'll leap away. It's quite a deep chase onto Leonak, but both his supports are going to be able to salve up and be just fine.
You get the creep wave pulled, so Van's going to have a better time resetting equilibrium. And Jackie does get a free wave to himself, but he's still not doing fantastic in the spec. 15-2, even a bot is going at 19-2, about 3/4 of creep wave above him, so way too slow going for the spec. That's going to slow down the blade mail timing for Jackie. Not going for the Echo Saber, which I find surprising. Considering lineup, I feel like early haunts have so much more value with that Echo Saber, but we'll see. Like the blade mail does allow you to clear out camps a lot better. Playing around with the dispersion, they really are just considering this to be a slow game to take late for Jackie to just keep farming up.
I said no.
Jamesy and Fearless going at it. Fearless. A nice little meld strike in. Jamesy's still ahead in CS though on this Puck. Of course, you always have those jungle camps to go back to for both heroes, so there's easy ways to kind of keep up and catch up. Every lane, though, relatively quiet as Masaros. Yeah, jumped on for a second, but you can always just kind of spear away a butt. Not really much to be afraid of for him unless he misses the spear.
Get here.
He try again, Masaros. He's just going to walk away. A Bard could be in danger now. The Earth Spike does fly into the spear, but the follow-up not going to be there as Grims. He does zone them out with the Inkswell. A bit of damage onto Q, but now they're going to turn around and try to go for the support instead. God's Rebuke out. Earth Spike is there, and Masaros, he'll pick up his first kill of the game. So it looks like a Bart was trying to chase down this lion. The Q's going to be just fine, and a Bart is really going to get nothing for his trouble.
Yeah, it's a really awkward spot for him as well. He lost at least half of his self. He's not quite as healed up as he'd want to be, at the least with Grimm's coming back in. He's got a fresh set of selves to reset. You are seeing more activity coming through from Motivate.Trust. They're just pressuring off Eris in that triangle area. They're aware of any stacks being built up. Leonak dropping the sentry to prevent the Ancients further built up, while also stacking up their own triangle. Like, there's no counter movement here from Cignal, so you can see Q is just really building in that triangle. That's going to be really helpful for Fearless. He can clear out those stacks super fast. And that's going to be a huge gold injection if the side of Cignal don't contest that down the line.
Full bottle up for Jamesy. Eris doing his mid service. Been very quiet across the map. Everyone just happy to sit in their lanes, farm up a bit. We are still very early into the game. Jackie looks like he's rotated into the jungle now, just unwilling to deal with the Timber. He's pretty behind in terms of net worth, but I suppose he's only 100 gold behind the PA right now. It's a Spectre after all, right? You kind of almost expect this to happen. See, we'll go into the mid lane, but Jamesy's not going to be much easier to deal with either on this puck.
Honestly, I think this is a good position for the Spectre to be in. It's not that he's going too slow, it's that a bot's not making use of that space he has compared to the Spectre. So his Battle Fury timing is still not going to be super quick, and that just means Jackie, despite lagging behind, isn't really going to lag behind by a huge amount. Unless that Battle Fury comes out with a quick injection of gold for a bot, you're not getting as much as you'd want, and that would explain why Motivate.Trust, they're lagging behind in Spectre, but their TA's making up for it. They've got a less than 1k gold lead. Cignal is eyeing that top tier window, and because they're kind of focused on the triangle areas, Motivate.Trust can't counteract, so they will get a freebie tower here for Cignal. Should open up some more space to roam around that top jungle and prevent that farm. Issue is triangle, it's already cleared out. Stacks are gone. Fearless is just getting pretty fat here.
Nice little deny attempt there by Leonak. Doesn't quite work out. Van still will be able to secure the last hit on the tower. So he does get that tier 1 tower down. Motivate.Trust yet to really get any damage off onto that bottom tier 1. Meanwhile, mid lane, Jamesy going to be chased down, but Jackie go ahead and take that illusion rune away. And while this is happening, Fearless, top of the net worth board, has been farming that jungle very effectively. He's going to start moving into that Radiant jungle now, it seems. But this is his farming spot, but well, he's going to try and fight for it, and well, eventually does get given it. Fearless not going to play around too much as Grimm's bot lane does drop. Jamesy got a nice call off with Van around. They should be able to burst somebody down as Masaros is quite low, but will try to go for a run and might actually make it out as the Earth Spike does lock them down for a bit, but Masaros trying for the TP. Does he really make it? Not quite. The arrow will be there, and now Fearless in a very awkward position. Needs to find a way out, but Jackie, he's going to join the team. Onto Van. They can't kill the Timber. Instead, onto Eris they go. The Mirana going for a bit of a run. Jackie trying to chase him down. It is a very slow chase, however. A lot of kiting in and out from Cignal Ultra. What was that? A 1-for-1 trade in the end. I believe it was Grimm's for Masaros, and no, never mind. 1-for-2 as Q also went down to the line.
Yeah, it's a really good trade coming out from Cignal. They split out the fight quite nicely. They managed to bail out at the right time. You don't manage to kill the big targets. Fearless is alive, but take out Masaros, which is huge. Slowing down that pace for the Mars a little. Q.
Grimm's and being caught. Fearless. Nice little melt strike there will be more than enough. And look at this, John.
Oh, these stacks.
Found some stacks. You are up against the TA after all. You know this is going to happen at some stage if you're not too careful. You'll leave the ancient stacks.
I'm surprised they didn't hand those stacks over to the Timbersaw early on, or even the Puck, or both of them together. Like, the PA's in no shape to take these stacks until way later on. Battle Fury still being built up, and now the Ancients are also just going to be slowly chipped away. They do bring out Eris to at least get the D ward.
Nice dodge, Jamesy. Big dream call out. Van is there to help out onto Q. They want the Lion dead first. Meanwhile, though, Finger is committed. It doesn't really do any damage as Masaros now committing the arena to try and fight back. Jamesy does avoid the spear, but Jackie is here. They even found Van. So the team fight, a pretty messy start for Motivate, but it does end up working out as now they want a bit more. Grim's going to be chased down, the Grimstroke going to be targeted, and Jackie should eventually be able to get him, and it looks like he will.
My end comes at
They found another. Eris. Meld Strike, not going to be there in time. I don't think it would have been quite enough damage anyway.
Yep, they get to go back into that triangle, get to clear out the Ancients once more. It's just a complete win for Motivate.Trust. They find the kills, they find the stacks. This is going to slow down the pace of Cignal Ultra. They still need that Witchblade to come out in Jamesy. They need to finish up this Hood of Defiance or whatever it is that Van wants to do. It looks like he might actually just opt for... No, it should be the Hood of Defiance. He's not even done with that. And then he's going to go into the Sange and Heaven's Halberd. Long way off for the Timb. And the map, it's not completely stripped away. I mean, the tier 1s are still standing, but it doesn't feel like they have control in their jungle. This forward ward for Motivate.Trust just really enabled that movement in the triangle area. Their own triangle's protected with a ward. Their stacks are not contested. We've been talking about Cignal Ultra having to contest those. Fearless has had, what, 6 stacks up for himself now? His Desolator's almost done, just lacking a little bit more for his first Mithril Hammer, and then the second one's soon to follow. Blade Mail's already up on Jackie, so he can clear out these stacks a lot faster as well. I feel like Motivate.Trust, their laning phase was just not punished hard enough. Their greed was just not punished. It's almost the same story as Game 1.
A really cool animation on this the Spectre Arcana with the Blade Mail. I didn't know about it before this game, but pretty cool. I guess we can't see it right now because Jackie's running back to the fountain. Motivate.Trust. Look after that bottom tier 1 now. I think Cignal will be more than happy to just let this one go. There's no real point trying to defend it. Instead, they might try to get started on that mid-tier 1 tower. They still have the space to do so. DD Rune activated on Jamesy, but the glyph is going to be popped from Motivate. Masseros will be around, does have the arena. So much damage being dealt though. They've got to make the decision. Do they want to fight or not? Let's spike out, not going to land. Arena is down Jamesy. He gets a nice dream call off onto 2, and now Van might be able to get to work. Fearless, he'll TP in. Ice Blast is there onto the timber. Van, oh, he's in trouble now. He'll try to survive through it, but he will not be able to, as now they've even got the puck into the Earth Spike. The finger, the Spectral Dagger. More than enough to get these kills, and Jackie, he'll walk away with a double. You see that Blade Mail animation, John? The big spikes flying out? Pretty cool.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Kind of looks like a Nyx but point here for some reason. And Jackie just uses these haunts really well. Just in the middle of the fight, they turn around, they get all these kills. 4K lead, 3-9, 13 minutes in. That is significant. And look at Fearless. 8K gold at 13 minutes in, 2K above Jackie, 2K above a bot. He's just been allowed too much space in that triangle. I'm surprised Cignal Ultra were not contesting this earlier on. They've got the mobility with a puck. They've got the mobility with the Timbersaw to jump in that triangle area, and they never did. Instead, their own triangle was invaded. Their own stacks were taken away. Cignal Ultra are just losing out in this economy game in a big manner. They're finding towers, sure. They're not really using that tower advantage in a big way. They need to use that to really lock in the jungle. They have the Battle Fury up now on the bot, so clearing out some of these camps is quicker for the PA, but you have to wait for the Desolator, and then you're going to have to wait for the BKB. There's so much more our PA needs, and it's so weird to see a Spectre have more impact than the PA at this point in the game, but Jackie has had more presence in these fights than a bot has, and it's really just down to the fact that when Cignal does choose to fight, it always happens to be around when Motivate.Trust has Haunt up.
Van being watched right now. They have the Ice Blast on Leonak. Van, though, still going to avoid them for now, or not for long. Masseros, he gets the spear off into the Ice Blast and the Earth Spike. They burst him down mid-Ice Blast. Yeah, they'll get it. Jackie, the Spectral Dagger from the opposite jungle, will net him another kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's just... They're generous enough to just give him all of these kills as well. So it's just piling onto the flash farm of his Spectre. And he's very close to just finishing up Manta. That's the big spike for Spectres. Good stats, good way of dispelling on yourself, and just adds potency to your haunt on a single target, having those additional illusions chase. You're not seeing that same spike from Cignal. We've been sitting on the Witchblade for Jamesy for a while. Just actually gets completed now. I thought it was already done. He just finishes it now. Still needs to blink up on that puck. Still a ways off from that, as they're really just sinking their resources onto a bot for the most part. And it can pay off, but we're talking about maybe a 5 to 10 minute stall out for the Deso and the BKB to be ready.
Cignal falling behind now, John. 4K behind, in fact. I mean, you've got this Battle Fury, but you need to catch up ASAP if you're a bot. There is going to be a small rotation now from the supports of Motivate towards Masteros down at this bot lane, or rather Fearless.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They won't be able to find anything out of this.
Dire's top tower.
I'm not sure who the farming game really favors here. Like, you've got a PA, but to spec the TA, it feels a little bit too overwhelming once you get to those later stages.
Yeah. It's much better for Motivate. Like, the early impact of the Timbersaw is already pretty much stalled out because he's not getting farmed. They're forcing out rotations down bot as well, but Fearless just does too much damage by himself.
Harris, caught out by the Hex, Arena down, Spear is there, Ice Blast way off the mark, but it may not matter. They'll have plenty of damage for this. That the bottom tier 2 tower to drop. Fearless will take care of it. And they'll go to try and defend that top tier 2. Q already in position to try and go for a Hex, but it was on cooldown, so we won't bother trying. And you do have the back off there from Jamesy. Just make sure he does not get caught with his pants down. So I say that, he is still hanging around. A lot of patience from Motivate as Jamesy does orb the other way. Masteros gets the spear off. They've caught the puck and now Jackie shows up. Meanwhile, towards the south, a butt does find Leonak. Fearless is there, but he will not be able to help out. Still, Fearless is still just going for the Roshan, who has minus 23 damage right now, apparently. Excuse me, minus 23 armor.
They didn't spot that. They kill the AA outside. They didn't look inside the pit, so Abbat just turns away. No one's clumping up here from Cignal, and that's going to be a very sneaky Roshan. Very well played from Motivate.Trust, finding that opening. Fearless can secure himself that safety net on the Aegis, and that just makes it a lot tougher. Cignal, they need this kill on the TA. She's worth so much gold, but killing her twice over might be a bit too difficult. They need to space out their spell use. We haven't seen any Inkswell or Soulbind combinations come out, and Cignal has, by and large, been avoiding these engagements, but that just means that Motivate.Trust get to set the terms of engagement themselves, which isn't ideal. I think Cignal plays best when they start these fights. They need to play around with Inkswell on their Punk, Inkswell on their PH, really fun.
Earthspike is there, Ice Blast to follow, Van. Try and protect it. The Soulbind was committed, but there's not really going to be follow-up to it, although Arrow does land onto Fearless. And it won't really matter. They're not planning to try and make the go up the hill. Meanwhile, jump in onto the AA, but it may cost him his life now as the arena is down. Unfortunately, the spear did not connect to the arena, so he's not taking that damage, but it may not matter as Jackie will get to work. A butt goes to the low ground, but Fearless is there, and Jackie will clean up the kill onto Van now. They'll find a Timber. They're triple kill out for the Spectre. And Masteros is looking for more. T1 mid goes down.
It's pretty scary for Cignal. Like, they jump in as a PA. You see these soft targets, you want them dead, but they just don't have information to back up those jumps. They don't have a ward in this Riverside. They're one safety ward by the Roshan, which didn't help them contest the Roshan anyway. And losing your PA like this, she's your biggest core on the side of Cignal. You're slowing down time where she's not farming, she's not building into that BKB. You need the BKB to really survive in the middle of it. And Motivate.Trust are just abusing this really well. They've got all the power in the world. They can just constantly keep up the pressure. Masteros.
And looking to move in. Spear off the mark this time. And Jamesy, meanwhile, he found Q in the mid lane. They did have to commit the Dream Coil, but it's perfectly fine. Get themselves a Lion kill. Still 5k behind Motivate.Trust here. Cignal Ultra, but Slowly but surely, John, they get him there, but starting to look stronger. Perhaps once that BKB's up, they might really be able to fight back, but I suppose up until that point, he's just got to try and stay away from these fights.
Yeah. Just need to be patient here for Cignal. Once they hit that mid-game spike with a BKB, that's when the map can open up a bit more. The possibilities start to present themselves with PA that's not scared to back off. Look at Motivate.Trust though. They smoke up as 3 heroes. They've got the arena ready. Masura has just been so active with that blink.
Absolutely. But it's just going to keep that farm up. Motivate. They'll take the outpost in the Radiant side. Until they're the ones that definitely want to try and start a fight. I mean, they've got that big haunt up. In fact, in the backside, again, Q being caught out. Can they get Jamesy as a trade? Masaros gets the Yule Scepter. Very nice spear into the Ice Blast. And that should be enough. And Q immediately gives the tip over. He'll be very unhappy about the bullying here from Jamesy. They do get their sweet, sweet revenge, though.
Smart.
And it's a really good trade. The puck is also one of those things that should carry Cignal through with her momentum, but Jamesy's just forced to go around hunting with his blink instead. He's trying to go for the Aeon Disc next, Fearless.
Then, chain out arrow, does land. Again, big arrow, but there's not really going to be anything to capitalize off here. Meanwhile, towards the south, Cold Feet Spear is there. Ice Blast even thrown out. Eros trying to get himself away from this. He might actually just tick out here. Very slow, painful. No, he's going to be alright. Just barely.
Yeah, right on the edge. But that does open up a possibility for a bit of a shove down mid. They still have Aegis on Fearless, so he has literally nothing to be scared of. Literally Fearless right now is just chipping away at that tier 2 by himself. Down to about half HP from just one hero pushing in. Double damage by the rune spot as well. So that's going to be something Fearless is very thankful for.
Why the hell not? I mean, you still got that Aegis up. You may as well go for that tier 2 mid tower. And now, be there to guard, and well, there goes that Aegis. Never mind that. Still with the DD, you definitely love to try and start a fight if you can. It goes for the deny and the range creep. I gotta tell you, John, these Sireblades range kind of ridiculous. How long they go. He got a Grove Bow as well, by the way. Very nice.
Beautiful. You love to see it with the Dragonlance, with the talent up. Just spills across the map. I think we've seen some ridiculous kills with the range you have with that. It's just pretty dumb. And they managed to take that tier 2. So they've got complete control of the triangle area. They can look for that tier 1 top eventually. They could probably just backdoor it, honestly. Nothing to stop them there. Motivate.Trust haven't really managed to grow this lead, though. It's still at 7-16, 5k lead consistent. They haven't really outfarmed any more than they previously had on Cignal, and that does mean Cignal is keeping a decent pace on that PA. BKB's almost up, although.
Yeah, they got the Grimstroke Grims. Find a way out, but the Ice Blast, it does land. Makes it very easy to just finish him off. Eris, he was also spotted taking that outpost. Does manage to take it, but I don't think it's going to last very long. Let's motivate a back around, but they'll pop the Moonlight Shadow. Maybe trying to bait them in for that outpost. But looking at Q. Does just blink his way away. Meanwhile, Jackie does have his Eye of Skadi up now. So a much scarier Spectre to deal with. Meanwhile, towards the south, Masaros trying to get this fight started onto Eris, but does get silenced, so he could not get the spear off. Instead, he'll go back for the outpost.
It's fair. I was watching Jackie for a bit. A bot literally blinked on top of him to clear the creep wave. That was pretty ballsy. If the line was around with a stun, he would have been dead right then and there. But good read from a bot, just maximizing his farm while he can. BKB is now up in the PA, but Motivate.Trust has the map control.
Masaros going in on the Timber. Man, Ice Blast out. Jackie will haunt in for this, and they'd love the Timber as a bot. He does kill off Q on the PA. So they got the Lion dead, but a bot now, he's in A pretty awkward scenario. He will blink strike out. Looks like he will survive. So you do buy back on Van, but now they found Jamesy. Aeon Disc gonna be procced. He'll orb away. Motivate. Looks like they would be more than satisfied with the buyback from their Timber. Van didn't really get any use out of that buyback at all.
Yeah, just a bit of a panic move, feeling that maybe Motivate.Trust overextends. They could look for an opportunity though. A bot still playing around bot. BKB's on cooldown for half a minute. Could be risky, as if Motivate.Trust catched him out, he might just get controlled and chain stunned there.
Oh man, we go for the Heaven's Halberd. Meanwhile on the Mars, they have got him leashed up here. Jackie gonna try and help out. Masteros gonna drop, but does get the spear off before he does. And Van, targeted, does not want to die back at the moment, but it looks like he has no choice in the matter. Towards the south, the Bart also caught out. Fearless takes him down. Onto Jamesy. He's trying to go after Q, and he may get him, but now Fearless getting so much damage out. Meanwhile, Jackie killing off Eris, and they get Jamesy in the end. Grim's the only survivor for Cignal Ultra, and he will make it with the TP. So they get one out of there, but it's a 4-for-2 trade. It's not looking too great here for Cignal Ultra. They just don't really seem to be able to get much damage out onto the other cores. Masteros, yeah, you can deal with him. Maybe you can take the supports out, but when it comes to Fearless and Jackie, it just kind of feels impossible at the moment.
I'm just so curious as to why Cignal clumped up around bot back in the Timber, and felt like they need to make a play when BKB was on cooldown for half a minute. Like, you cannot fight as the PA there. There's a Lion, even if you blow him up, sure, that's great, but then the Mars Arena is going to be troublesome, the Ice Blast is going to keep you on edge. You have to wait for that BKB use every time, and that just gives Motivate.Trust the opportunity to take a tier 3, to keep that bot lane constantly shoved in. The Roshan is up now as well. So you've got the Aegis, Cheese, and Ag Shard ready to go, and Motivate.Trust has the map control to take that Roshan out if they want to.
Absolutely. That's the Shard Roshan. Who you want to give that over to. For now, though, maybe some more kills to be had here. Motivate, they haven't looked around. And again, showing on the map, and they've got that Ice Blast back up. Haunt in, he's going to chain away at the right moment, but is it going to be enough? Looks like it will be. In fact, Jackie looking for more. Moonlight Shadow going to make it very hard for him to actually find a target. Could they turn this, perhaps? Arrow, off the mark. Looks like they're just going to have to let him go. Here we go. Roshan, perhaps about to be started.
Yeah, and they're in position to contest. They've got the Dream Quill. Need to land a big one from JMC for the initiation here.
Nice arrow. Land on Jackie. They've got the right Spectre, but again, they're not going to be able to capitalize off this quite yet. They just want to make sure they don't feel comfortable in the Roshan pit. He's Fearless. Gets a regen rune. Of course he does. Very nice. He was a bit low on mana. John needs the reset.
Yeah, on demand.
Absolutely.
It's really awkward for Cignal. Like, even if they shove away Motivate.Trust, they can't actually go to the Rosh themselves. They are smoked up, though. This could be a nice wraparound for Cignal.
See how they try to enter the pit, though. Like, you've got to find those supports. You've got to find Q. You've got to get Leonak. The team fight might be a lot easier, but Masteros, he's right in. Arena down. Spear is on the mark. They miss everything on the side of Cignal. They've got to get themselves out of here as the Hex is out. Q locking down the Timber, and the Ice Blast is there. What do you do? Back into the Roshan pit for Motivate.
That was such a good read from Fearless. He just kept trapping up the exact path of Cignal Ultra. Like, he knew they were going to come out there. And Masteros just immediately blanked in, broke off the initiation. Now they're 4v5 in the Rosh pit.
Fearless in, does find Eris, who'll try to leap away. He has one leap charge left, but it won't matter. They land the spear. Back into the Roshan pit once again. I think this time around, Cignal, they'll probably just have to let this one go, unless the orb... He's not going to jaunt in. He'll leave it be.
They give the shard out to Fearless. So he's got the Psionic Trap Silence, which is just completely obnoxious. Increases the vision and trap count. You talk about shards that give too much. This kind of gives a lot. Silence, trap count, Envision up. So they act like better mini wards. They can start as your initiation. And you have more traps to put down. Why is that there?
I see no problem, John. No problems here. Seems perfectly balanced. It's not like TA is a strong hero, John. Right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely not.
No.
No, this is a fluke from Fearless. This is a one-off.
Yeah.
We haven't seen this kind of performance on a lot of TAs at all.
No, absolutely not. Fearless, he'll keep farming up because he needs it, obviously, with the hero he's playing. Mid lane, Cignal. They're trying to go into the opposing jungle. Be careful, they are kind of surrounded. Leonak gonna get spotted out here. Meanwhile, Fearless, so they were trying to jump the TA, but he just blinks right out of there. Still has the Aegis and BKB up, mind you, so it's not going to be the easiest kill in the world. Meanwhile, Abart, still trying to get that farm up, working towards that Basher into the Satanic. Desperately needs as much items as he can get right now, but even then, like, you look back at Jackie, such a hard ask to get rid of this Spectre. That Basher up now himself, still has cheese available, hasn't died once, 9-0-7. And he's going for an Abyssal Blade. Why not?
Yeah, just more control, more HP, damage block as well, tanking up. It is fairly strong on that spec. I'm curious whether or not a bot should finish the Satanic or get the Ag Shard first. I think maybe you stop at the Morbid Mask, finish up the Shard, go back for the Satanic. Like that break, that percent-based damage on Fan of Knives, sounds like it's going to be too value. Like you have no other way of dealing with Jackie except the PA with a Fan of Knives. I think that's going to have to come out at some point from Bat. And it looks like he might be shifting around his item queue as well. He puts the Ag Shard forward, so I think he has the same idea. The Satanic with the Dispel is nice. Of course, with a PA, you crit, you're going to be full HP again. It still doesn't solve your Spectre issue. So I think the Shard is the play here for a bot. Of course, that is still 1.3k gold away, so about 2-3 minutes left to farm, maybe about 2 minutes left, considering the state of the map. Maybe earlier if he gets a little bit more space out. But Motivate.Trust, in that downtime, they're going to look for this last outer tower. Top tier 2, the only tower left outside for Cignal, and Fearless just make short work of it.
Here we go. 2-2 top, no problem. MKB up now as well, so suddenly that PA evasion doesn't really matter as much. Not that it seemed to matter at all earlier on. Well, they've had no problems dealing with this PA this game. Mid lane, Jamesy does show himself for a second, and there's your Haunt in. Who are they going to go after with this? Jackie? He haunted down bot, a bot. He's going to run away with the Moonlight Shadow and BKB, but now Jackie sees him and he's going to go for the chase. Bart will see if he can get himself out. Looks like the Moonlight does kick back in. Jackie's still on the chase. Leonak going to be around with the sentry. They see him. Ice Blast is there. It will be off the mark, however. The Bart should be just fine. Very aggressive move though from Jackie. It's going in by himself. A lot of confidence from our Spectre.
I like it. I think you're this far ahead. You kind of want to just take these chances. You're not going to lose much if you miss out on the kill. If you find the kill, you could just end the game if you're lucky. So it's the sensible move.
They've got Van. Timber going to be caught out that you won't have the Ice Blast this time around. An arrow won't actually land on the disarm, making it quite hard for Fearless to get any form of damage out as Van is going to be able to get himself out. Or does he? Because Jackie will keep the chase up. They throw the Ice Blast in just in case. Onto the tier 3. Top tower it is. Van does have buyback. They are creep skipping as well, thanks to Jamesy. So no creeps available right now from Motivate to go through this top lane. They will try through the mid lane instead.
Yeah, they will have a wave coming through. So Jackie can kind of split his focus. Fearless will take care of that mid tier 3. And there's just not enough yet from Cignal to come back and hold us off, although.
Well, there's your Phantom Knights out. Onto Jackie, they've broken him up. Maybe they can take him down now, and they do. Great setup there. That was a godlike spree going to the way of Jamesy as now they make the jump in onto Fearless. Fearless trying to run. Does have the Aegis up, but may have to forfeit it. Still alive, but no, the Witch's Blade proc. It'll be enough. Arrow. Gonna connect. Timing wasn't perfect as Masteros just jumps in. You'll Scepter up. Ice Blast's going to be very, very nice as the finger flies out. Eris does drop and so does a Bard. A very surprising move as now they've lost Jamesy. Q looking for a bit more, but Motivate, they just jump in without their carry. They don't need Jackie here. It's fine.
Yeah, it looks like Cignal just overestimate how far they can go. They could deal with one. In respect, they can't deal with 2 lives on the TA. And Fearless just gets the damage off. Really good saves coming out. I think Masteros would even actually really help turn that. He managed to isolate all the heroes inside. The TA started standing outside. So Fearless wasn't under any threat of being pierced through by the range damage. And the blink in was still on cooldown on that PA. So rather hasty from Cignal. But this is stalling out a little bit more. However, Jackie's going to be up around the same time as Jamesy is. And he's got the Haunt ready to join this fight back for that set of racks all across the high ground.
Motivate. Mid racks. Not going to take long with that DD rune. They'll take it down. Like you said, Jackie is now back up with the Haunt, and there's your spear to initiate immediately into the Haunt from Jackie. They will get rid of Grims. Do they want tier 4s? No, they're going to play it safe. They'll go for a secondary racks. And even the top racks is quite exposed right now. Aghanim Scepter, Jamesy is there with the Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil. They'll try to fight one last time. It looks like his van is going to be in danger again. The disarm there on Fearless. Spear is out. They lock him down. Meanwhile, Abad trying to go after Jackie, trying to break that Spectre. A nice Soulbind. The arena is down. They're still trying after that Spectre, but look at the damage out for Jackie. He'll just man fight, and Fearless from the sidelines does get the damage out with the side blades. Now Grims, he will TP with the Ghost Scepter. But it's 3 down without buyback. Motivate, they haven't exposed racks in that top lane if they want the Megas. Or they could just try for tier 4s, and that's exactly what they're going for. They even found another. Jamesy gets caught out. And that should be GG. There you go. Motivate.Trust, they'll make it through to round 3, and unfortunately Cignal Ultra, they'll have to leave the TI10 qualifiers.
Yeah, it was a good run for Cignal. They managed to beat out X Built, of course, to make it through here. But Motivate.Trust, they were the favorites coming in. Right? They had a rocky time against Neon. They show up here. They bring their A game. Cignal, it felt like they couldn't abuse that shortfall of Motivate.Trust. Again, their early game is always a bit more passive. It's never as strong as their mid to late. They tend to really stall out for Jackie to be online. And I think Cignal just missed out on that opportunity to abuse that. Jackie still farmed up. The triangle was super safe there, Mike. And their own triangle was stolen away by Fearless. They couldn't quite fight back in the economy game. And you can't afford to do that against a team like Motivate.Trust here.
No, absolutely not. And of course, John, with that is going to be it for us tonight. So, a bit of an earlier night than we're used to. But pretty nice, I suppose. So, do we know who their next competitors are for both teams that ended up winning today? Have we seen the brackets yet?
I can double check. I believe we might. Let me just refresh this page. So for our first matchup, when we saw Execration and 496 going through, they are playing against SMG. So the first lower bracket round 3 is SMG versus Execration.
Right.
For this one, it looks like they have Motivate.Trust versus Galaxy Racer. So for Motivate.Trust, it's kind of a repeat of their lower div run. And we have seen Galaxy Racer put up a fight to Motivate.Trust, especially with their new roster with In Your Dreamin' and Alacrity and Miracle.
Yeah.
And that could be the team that drags down these hopeful favorites into the TI qualifier. So that is definitely a match to watch out for.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a lot closer than people expect. And as we know, we've seen the history between these two teams. And Motivate.Trust, that they're not safe against these Galaxy Racer boys. They are very, very dangerous and quite stacked as a team. Going to be a very exciting day tomorrow, or rather tonight, in fact. I believe they're going on later on. So there you go. These series, it's non-stop Dota right now for the SEA region. Though with that is enough for John and I tonight. We'll be back tomorrow for another series. But thank you for everyone for tuning into the B stream. It's been an absolute pleasure. And again, we'll see you all tomorrow for some more great SEA Dota.
Go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty right now. In the dead of the night, teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. My life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away.
Hooked up by DJ's Eye. Can he heal him up enough? He's still alive. The Spirit Vessel charge ticking is not going to be enough, and Fnatic have turned this around and taken out the Clockwork. They want more. They're going to get Aru on the Timbersaw, and they want CTM Schem manages to TP out of there, but a great turnaround.
Yep, it was. I'm not too sure, but they thought that they could kill the TA, but they just needed that little bit more. I'm not sure if they lined up their spells perfectly, but a really crucial heal from DJ.
Oh, DJ saves his buddy there, and they're going to get rewarded with an early tier 1 tower, so I think the team that wants to kind of maybe sit back and farm a bit more, they're actually the ones who take a tier 1 mid earlier because of that successful team fight.
Yep, now I imagine Fnatic are gonna go back to stacking mode and stack every camp they can, because they are sort of strong right now. The Gyro already has a Maelstrom and a Blade of Alacrity. They can clear stacks, and if Neon come in, I think they can fight right now.
Yeah, we saw mid lane, especially if they're able to like bait a fairly tanky hero. Like TA at this point, 1500 health with Refraction, fairly tanky, but here come Obi Neon charging forward. They're going to find Death, and it looks like he is going to be the sacrifice. Has a 4-staff, so he's actually just going to be able to get out of there. Great early pickup against the Clockwork initiation. They're relying on this hookshot and arrow combo, and 4-staff is a great way to negate that.
Yep, it's not amazing for its own hero, but it makes a lot of sense for the game, right? Or how the game needs to play out. So Death is Zhao actually told me said something about Death, right, on an interview in
Lion jabs, gonna get picked off at the bottom rune.
Yeah, I remember Jarnell saying something on an interview at the Singapore Major, and he said about Death that Death is his laning is really good, one, and number two, his item decisions. He puts a lot of thought into what he buys, and he consistently has good item choices. And I think we're seeing that here in the 4-star.
Yeah. Because, yeah, it feels like, there are those players who just kind of usually go for the typical standard meta build and go through the motions. But yeah, seeing a rush on a 4-staff, even against Clockwork, like this used to be what a lot of people did, but it has not really been as of late. So
yeah, I mean, most
good
players
thinking coming out from him.
They just opened up their shop, you know, they see what's on the right side of the screen, then they eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Yeah.
And they just buy whatever seems familiar, right? Most of the time. Even for myself.
Yeah. I mean, if you've played a hero a bunch of times, you know how a certain item is going to improve your game. Even if there's maybe a better item that could improve it more. Gank down bottom. Lion is set up for a relocate gank, and they're going to take out that Clockwork. So, nice little pick off, nothing too crazy, and it's a 2k gold lead. OB Neon, despite not having the farming lineup so much, are actually doing pretty well in terms of the farm game, and it's pretty much entirely on this Mirana. Mirana has 5k net worth. CTM, he's channeling his inner core.
How did he get 5k net worth? I didn't even realize.
75 last hits. At 15 minutes, how do you get 75 last hits as a support? He's as much as the Invoker.
But I think we're seeing it though, like when CTM chooses to farm on his hero a lot, which is what he's doing this game.
Nice 4-staff initiation. That's another way you can use that one. Death sends his Lion in for a Hex Impale. The Finger of Death is not going to keep him alive with the mech. It's enough damage and great pickoff. Great initiation with the 4-staff.
Yeah, it's very creative. I was saying, like, when CTM farms a lot on his hero, I feel like the team in general starts to become quite passive because, as far as I know, CTM controls a lot of how they play, and he short calls a lot, and he's very active usually. And I feel like in general, I kind of get the feeling that Neon is a little passive this game after they took the triangle stacks. I don't think they've done, after they failed that, they botched that initiation on the TA mid, right? They haven't really done anything with this Vessel on Invoker and this Nature's Prophet Witchblade, which are considered
They're looking to change that. They're smoked up. They're looking to perhaps use these item timings a little later than we expected as they head towards the top lane, looking to make a play. They're invised up with the Moonlight Shadow. Jabs has a sentry, but it's too late. Can't get off any spells because of the Cold Snap. They take out the line. They definitely want to go for more here. Onryu in some trouble here with the Rupture. He doesn't get away, but the Cogs could actually protect him here. He's tanking himself up, has the 1 charges, and now the chase is on. Natsumi's teleported in very aggressively, and he's going to go down because of it. The Deafening Blast coming just a little bit too late to save his life. Onryu on the Timbersaw doing a hell of a lot of damage here with the Spirit Vessel on the Eye, stopping a lot of his healing. Next up could be Raven. Raven, he wants to turn and fight, and with Chuan with the double damage on TA, there's just too much damage. He wants 1 or 2 more right clicks. It's not enough. Didn't have the Meld Strike. He didn't have the mana for it, or he may have taken out that Timber.
Yep, the fight didn't start that well for Fnatic because their Lion died immediately, but luckily for them, Trian had a DD rune bottle, so that DD rune actually gave them a fighting chance in the fight. Natsumi as well with kind of a questionable TP at the back. I'm not sure what happened, but I don't think you ever want to have your +1 carry Nature Prophet that has a Witchblade Maelstrom just TP to the back line and die in like 5 seconds. I think that's always like bad news.
Yeah, he did 300 damage the entire team fight compared to, like, you know, Gyro TA doing 3k damage, 4.5k damage. So he just teleported in and died, and that's, like you say, your top net worth hero. So for the BKB, that probably works out fine, but he's got to wait for his team to be the ones, like the Timbersaw, really, to go in before he goes for a teleport like that.
Yeah, but I feel like sometimes, right, when you get openings, like you kill the opponent Lion, right, suddenly you feel really excited and like really pumped because to you it's like you're not supposed to lose the fight anymore, and then you start to make these over-aggressive decisions, and maybe that's what happened there. I think Natsumi is going to be more careful with the next fight though. I think he understands his blunder there.
Have Neon got the answers for this farm Gyrocopter? Because it feels like Raven's just getting everything he wants this game.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think at this point, Fnatic are getting more and more comfortable with the game. Like the Gyro is way too rich at this point of the game, and yeah, they have nothing to scale against the Gyrocopter. I think like the Prophet stands no chance against this Gyrocopter late game, especially because he has an IO.
They don't really have the ideal heroes to jump on top of an IO. So we'll see. It does feel like, yeah, OB Neon need to be considering what their next aggressive moves can be. They've pretty much got all their early game item timings. They've got a full Greaves on the Mirana. The only thing they're maybe missing is this BKB on Natsumi, which he's about 1,000 gold away from.
Yep. Chapo is not really finding the kind of game that he really wants on the Invoker, buying a Vessel first item. He only has... He has 0 kills. Like, your Invoker has 0 kills at 20 minutes. I think you feel really bad right now, and yeah, Neon definitely need to find a way to open up the game by getting a favorable fight somehow.
He has had his name on every single kill with the assist, but yeah, only 6 kills in 20 minutes. That is, I think, not what you'd normally expect out of OB Neon when they're going for this kind of a draft.
Yep, it's definitely not what you're hoping for when you're playing the Invoker. You want to get kills because you're not really farming creeps. He's running around a lot, and he's not getting kills, so his net worth has been suffering. He doesn't even have his Midas yet. It's almost 20 minutes.
Yeah, I guess I'm surprised because I thought this game would go very... I thought in this game, OB Neon would be the ones going for kills while Fnatic farmed. It feels like it's been the opposite because Fnatic have more kills and OB Neon have more farm. How did that happen?
I think Fnatic has just been really good about who they chose to be the one to get initiated on. We constantly see it was a Bloodseeker with 4 stars they got initiated on. It was a TA mid lane with Refraction and an IO nearby. Like, Fnatic are really smart about not getting caught on their heroes by the initiation. And I think that's why Neon are finding it hard to find the openings, because Fnatic understand what are Neon's initiation sources and what are their damage sources. And they put the right hero to deal with it. They don't just get caught on their gyrocopter or their TA without refraction.
And do you feel this gold lead, we see a 3k gold lead for OB Neon, is kind of misleading when you see how far TA and Gyro are?
Yeah, it's definitely... This goal lead is like entirely on the Mirana, and your Mirana is not going to be able to do that much in this game, I think.
On the Mirana, but also, I guess one concern is, you mentioned the Bloodseeker. Death is very under-farmed. Like, he is looking more like a 4 position in terms of farm rather than a core.
Yeah, but in this, like we discussed in the draft, this Bloodseeker last pick is more like, it was just, oh, bottom.
Oh, relocate bottom. They want that Sumi. Can he teleport out in time? They needed the Sable. They got it, the Impale.
Oh, Natsumi. No.
Instant smoke. I believe Dire may have seen them smoke CTM. Yeah, he pops it, leaps away, but he's already been ruptured. He could be in some trouble himself. He's actually leaped into some trees. Got himself stuck. He gets hexed up. Lotus Orb is there to back him up. Okay, he almost survived his way through that one. Not sure what the plan there was for OB Neon. I think they saw the smoke and knew they were being ran at, but still lingered around and got picked off.
I really think like something like that cannot happen on your carry prophet. This hero depends so much on the snowball of the game. You can't have careless deaths like this because it really like falters. Your timing really falters because you don't farm that quick, and your item timings are like pretty tight on this hero.
OB Neon want to contest Roshan. It's... Oh, okay. Dire killed Roshan. Radiant got the Aegis. It's snatched by Xuan, but he was kind of the one going for it. He's going to pick up a Clockwork kill to go with it. Nice attempt from OB Neon to steal the Roshan. They do get the gold for it, but not what they were hoping for. This Nature's Prophet BKB just taking a bit long to come online, and I don't have to go back a bit to what you said. It doesn't really feel like this is a comfort hero for Natsumi the same way it was for CTM at the Singapore Major.
Yeah, personally it looks kind of like a night and day to me, because CTM's Prophet at the Major was something truly magical in my opinion. Like, the entire world was looking at it, and all the other teams, like even Secret tried to run it on Matu, right? And it didn't even look the same. Like Matu Merman, you know, killed one of the best carry players, couldn't even make this Prophet look as good as CTM made it. So I think CTM just made this hero look insane. But Natsumi, not so much, even though they are on the same team.
Neon not going to go down without some fight. They're still slightly ahead in gold, as we've mentioned, a bit misleading, but they're continuously looking to fight. They smoke up, even into the Aegis on TA. They know there's no BKB, so they think their timing is now, and it is. They've got the BKB on the Nature's Prophet. That's the item they've been waiting for so long. They had the Aegis initiation on the Bloodseeker. They're going to Cogs as well, but actually Bloodseeker still forces us a little bit further away. He gets the Rupture offer as well, and with the IO heals on the Death, Death actually survives his way through it, killing off the Timbersaw. Forcing OB Neon to run away. Nature's Prophet already committing the BKB, has to just TP on home. Terrible fight for OB Neon. I think it looked like Daniel was trying to get the Cogs pushback, but accidentally trapped Bloodseeker inside rather than pushing him back.
Yep, the Tornado on the Invoker actually already clipped the relocate on the IO and cancelled the relocate, but they just barely had enough damage. Didn't have enough damage to kill the Bloodseeker. Again, I think we see Channel is standing still. Okay. I think again we're seeing Fnatic, right? Like Fnatic are not trying to start the fights. They just position well on the map, and they know who is in danger, and they just sort of position behind the person. Like Death just positions himself to block the smoke, and he gets initiated on, but the DJ IO is already there. and they have the 4-staff to kite the spells. Like, it's just like textbook good play from Fnatic right now.
Now Raven is 14k net worth, full BKB completed, everything you could hope for on a gyrocopter. TA says, screw it, I don't need BKB, they're kind of ignoring me, and I can just position further back, picks up a Crystallis instead, so more damage coming out for the TA. 6-0-3, we had some questions about how good his TA was going to be, and it's been fantastic.
Yeah, especially because he has an Aegis right now, so he feels that he can get a lot done with this Aegis. That's why he just buys Crystallis to hit a item timing during the Aegis. Oh, he bottled up a Haste Rune. It's going to be quite important for the next fight.
Is there any kind of a plan B? Like, the Invoker Midas is kind of looking like, you know, that's basically saying this is kind of a plan B, but is this plan B, how much of a shot does it give kind of OB Neon, like going late game here?
I think it's very rough for Neon because the Invoker late game is not like what it used to be. Right now, the strong part about the Invoker is the Kata, but it's just countered by like 4-stars. Like, all you need is like 2 4-stars on your team, and good enough like players to press the 4-stars before the Kata hits. And her late game Invoker is already like hugely nullified ever since they removed the stun on the Deafening Blast 4 years ago.
Well, they look to defend their top tier 2 tower. They TP in the Timbersaw. What's Onryu's plan here? Hook shot in, they're going on the gyro. The Cogs pushback is there with an arrow, and they're going to blow up the gyro. Great play there. DJ couldn't get in to save him. He was on the back lines, but looks like, I think it's Atos maybe cancelled his relocate. Jabs in the trees. Can he TP out? No siree. He's down as well. Great defense from OB Neon. They win the fight. The relocate did end up going off, and DJ is going to come back in without any friends. 3 dead. Great play. Bringing down the gyrocopter, not letting the IO keep him alive.
Yep, a small slip up by Fnatic to touch that tower without a clear plan in mind. Like they had the 4-stars to break the chain stun, but they just didn't use it. I'm not sure. But CTM's arrow, like that Cog pushed back into the arrow, like that was picture perfect by Neon.
I feel like after that last engagement, probably his teammates and maybe even himself were like, yeah, when you hookshot in, you cannot go, you have to do the Cogs pushback because often, you know, clockworks go between, you know, do you just want to trap him or do you want to push him back?
Yeah, especially on the gyrocopter because the gyrocopter is a BKB.
Yeah. Well, 6k gold difference now, a number we've seen kind of consistently grow a little bit, largely because of this Mirana continuing to farm. CTM has a Greaves as well as a Glimmer Cape. I mean, how much of a difference does having a farm Mirana make compared to, you know, the enemy offlaner who's less farm than a support?
I mean, the farm has to mean something, right? And if we click on Mirana, he's going for a Solar Crest and has a Glimmer and a Guardian Greaves. And it's really about what these items do for his teammates and how strong these teammates actually are with these heroes. The issue I have with this game is that he's gonna buff up his Nature's Prophet, right? But I'm really not sure that this Prophet is gonna be able to man-fight the IO Gyro combination, plus the TA's Mel Strikes. And they also have a Rupture on top of it if they want to. Like, you know, if they had more of a be-all end-all carry, maybe these buffing items would do a lot, but yeah, I'm not so sure.
Well, Nature's Prophet is starting to scale as we'll see both teams look to run into each other. Moonlight Shadow on the Dire. Radiant did smoke into this enemy jungle, but Dire in the neighborhood. They do see them, yet the Observer Sentry combo. Mirana instantly leaps away. They'll look to turn and line up an arrow. Not going to throw it immediately. Waiting for initiation. Here comes the hook shot from Yanuel on the Clockwork. Gets the hook. Does get the Cogs pushback, but not the ideal way to start the fight. Io kind of panic relocates the TA back to safety. Clockwork perhaps overcommitted here. Back in the trees. Death on the Bloodseeker going to get brought down. They chase him all the way in. Buyback from Clock. Timbersaw and Nature's Prophet going to look to turn and fight. Natsumi pops the BKB, trying to hold his own and fight Raven, but there's no way he wins this one. He goes for the TP, but he doesn't make it out. The BKB TP not going to work against the physical damage.
He almost barely got out. That was so close by Natsumi. He had to TP out like half a second earlier.
Yep. And something you kind of mentioned, yeah, was if that Gyro gets the BKB off, you cannot, like, Nature's Prophet can't really hold his own and just fight this Gyro.
Yeah, this Prophet has an AC, you know, he has an AC BKB, but he still dies as long as the Gyro and the TA are focused on him. Like, it was already kind of a botched initiation by Fnatic. Like, Jabs missed his stun on the Mirana, and the Mirana managed to leap away. But Neon, maybe that was a bit too keen by Janelle. He hooked into a TA, but his team wasn't really ready to follow up. Yep. And the DJ reload save as well, to save the TA from the shot.
Good defensive play from Fnatic, and this has really been the, I feel like, story with Fnatic. They're almost in every game we've seen them so far, the team happy to sit back and wait for their opponents to make moves, and then they just always have a good response, it feels like.
Yep, I feel like Fnatic plays a lot of Dota based on like understanding how the fight needs to happen in the next fight. They don't just simply like turn off their brains and play, you know, and expect things to go well. That's why consistently we see them playing the fights in a good manner.
We'll see some of these tier 3 neutral items come out. Something that OB Neon hadn't quite picked up just yet. I guess Spider Legs, a Quickening Charm, and now an Elven Tunic. Good news is Radiant did not get any kind of Paladin Sword. I think that would be probably the worst neutral item for OB Neon to see their opponents get. Obviously, Fnatic would have loved to get one. Instead, it's the Elven Tunic, which is decent, but probably just not as good, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's a Spider Legs on Neon. Who's gonna get?
I don't really have the best heroes for it, which usually you love getting a Spider Legs, but for once it's like, actually, wait, is Spider Legs even that good for them?
So right now, Janelle is firing it out to him on the clock.
Okay.
That's really
yeah. Wait, that's the thing. It's not good on any of their cores, so the 5 position is getting it. That says a lot. I mean, it's way better than this broom handle. He's happy.
Raven already has a Skadi on his gyro. This guy is really huge.
Yeah. Feels like they cannot prioritize him. They're going to have to go for the IO we've kind of touched upon, but go for the supporting cast and then deal with the gyro last. Roshan and Tempest going down. Radiant scans, so they have an idea of what's coming in their way. Death blocks and tanks the arrow for the team as they're going to secure Roshan. The hookshot follow-up. Actually, it's Jabs blocking the hookshot in. I think Yanuel was going for an Aegis steal there, but ends up just giving away his life, unfortunately.
And it's still,
yeah, it's like they've still got a gold lead just purely because of Mirana. It just feels so funny to see because you know gold leads can be misleading, but usually like it feels like Fnatic are so far ahead now with Aegis in their hands, second Roshan in their hands, yet still they're behind on gold.
Yep, like based on the lineups, we understand that Neon has to kill the supports, right? But like if you look at Neon's lineup, who can follow up with the single target damage onto a IO? Like after they hook this IO, as long as the Lion falls
relocate bottom. They're going in. They found Natsumi. Jabs with a one-man ganking mission. I don't think they're gonna have the physical damage here. Yeah, they can get vision.
I think
the Hex and Impale bought some time, but not enough. And they're gonna go in on mid. The relocate should be coming back in the second here, and Yopaj on the Invoke Rest to just BKB run away, so would be Neon not finding any openings after the relocate happened.
Yeah, I think the relocate was maybe a bit slow because I'm pretty sure if they had a full chain stun from Lion, then they should be able to kill the...
Yeah. Raven, gonna be a little bit careful. They chain stun him well here. The nice double force up to get him away. They want to try and protect this Aegis so it doesn't get wasted here. Ooh, hookshot actually gets blocked by his own teammate. CTM in some trouble here. Has to leap back to the high ground. As Onryu is gonna just be the tanky frontliner.
Yeah, important to note as well that the IO currently has a cheese on DJ. So yeah, the next fight is gonna be rough for Neon. They don't really have a single target damage aside from the Invoker and the Prophet. Like even if the clock finds the initiation on the IO, I'm not sure that they can even kill the IO. They don't really have that hard stun.
Yeah. And he may just cheese to save his own life if they commit too much on him. So yeah, with the mech Holy Locket cheese, his healing is getting out of control at this point.
EJ's IO, although he doesn't play that much anymore, but it still looks as formidable as it used to be when he was playing in all the TIs. DJ IO was quite a huge thing.
Yep. Top lane, gonna be Neon seeing what they can find, but probably just gonna be backing off in a second. They're actually TPing down bottom here. DJ just was trying to go for a TP out, but gets found by the hookshot. So there we go. They do show they can kill this IO.
Yep, of course. In such a scrappy situation. The issue is when it comes to a team fight. Like when the formation on Fnatic is like proper, it's gonna be really hard for them to break the formation.
Yeah, that felt like just okay. Really, OB Neon utilizing the fact they have really good vision top, saw multiple heroes TP, and they're like, okay, this IO's alone. Let's get him.
Yep, OB Neon actually planted a Tinker Ward top as well on the left side of the map.
Yep.
Maybe they're anticipating, maybe they can catch out IO as well there, because the IO usually hides in the trees to stand behind the cores, to reload them out.
Is there a point where you feel like this game does, you know, super late game ever start to swing back OB Neon's way at all? Like if they continue to farm well across four heroes essentially getting farmed?
Not really, especially because this Prophet, I'm now looking at him and he added the cooldown reduction talent instead of the 8 armor, so he's not gonna scale as much as this TA and this Gyrocopter. And like sure, if maybe Yopach manages to get a Hex and Refresher and BKB and you know he manages to do some wombo combo that we put on YouTube, maybe they can get a good fight late game, but unless that happens, like late game is still rough on Neon.
You mentioned the Cataclysm being the late game power invoker. Usually it's picked with some kind of setup, like obviously Faceless Void, the obvious one, but even things like a Dragon Knight with a long duration stun. The Clockwork is just not reliable because of the 4-star, so it feels like there's no good setup for his Cataclysm.
Yep, maybe the Clockwork will be able to finally get an Aga late game, so if the 4-stars are not close by, he can chain stun the double hook shot, but that's if the 4-stars are not close by.
Lane. Yopaj needs to be a little bit careful in enemy parts of the map. It does look like nothing much is going to come of it. Gyro getting closer and closer to being 6-slotted though. Will expire. Fnatic not using these Aegises to like really force any big fight though. Is that the right call here? Do you think there was anything they could have done with the Aegis?
I think they still, like, even though they have if they have a Lion Hex, but if they initiate into Neon and they force their Lion and the IO to play at the front line of the fight, right? If they are the ones initiating, the fight is still not like completely safe for them. To me, like I think they much rather have a fight where like the whole early game, right, where Neon are the one initiating into them. I feel then it's so easy for Fnatic to fight. And I mean, to me, they are in no hurry. I think this Gyro still has so much room to grow. He can finish. He can buy the Aga Blessing. He can buy like a Rapier.
I will say from my experience, like as a support player, like when I played Line and you're like the only stunner initiation, it doesn't feel good because you don't want to be blinking in aggressively because you're just going to die most of the time. So it does feel like Fnatic are limited when it comes to starting fights, because if Lion dies at the start of a fight, they have no lockdown for the rest of the fight.
Yep, and I think this is a point where inexperienced players will make the argument that, you know, I have the initiation, we have the damage, why not we start a fight, right? But experienced players have played this game enough to know how like all their heroes scale, and they sort of measure the risks, right? They do a risk evaluation in their minds about how the next fight needs to look, and unless they see a fight that meets their threshold of what risk they want to take, they just don't, and they just chill and just scale, and they just wait for the next Roche, take the next Aegis, and just play a good clean game.
That's what Fnatic are doing, but at the same time, OB Neon with a lot of good answers to it. They're split pushing both mid and top lane really well. The Nature's Prophet Treants take the tier 2 tower top with the Aghanim Shard. The mid lane was they're cutting the mid wave with the Invoker Forward Spirits. He used a Meteor as well, so feels like OB Neon, while they're in a tough spot and they are at a disadvantage here, they're making a lot of good moves.
Yeah, they're keeping up in terms of the farm. But this
look at bottom. They're getting high ground.
Yep, he has a shot on the Prophet. Big tree.
Yeah, and the creeps are in the top wave, so they're just gonna get a tier 3 tower here, or get it down to 9 health.
Yeah, I'm sure the cause on Fnatic, at least one of them is considering to buy a travel so that they can consistently go and push lanes, and they can play with the relocate, and the Lion can start to smoke up and get pickoffs. Like they need to start playing the map better. Like because Neon are trying to dodge them right now. The Fnatic are stronger in fights. So yeah, maybe Fnatic needs to stop sticking together so much, because they are kind of getting like out-farmed on the map.
OB Neon have to at least feel okay with some of how this game has developed. All 4 core heroes essentially at this point continue to scale. Like Mirana's got an Aeon Disc coming, to go with all the farm that she's got. Invoker late game with the Aghanim's Refresher, so even if there's not the best setup for a Cataclysm, double Cataclysm in a chaotic team fight could still just blow somebody up if you're not ready for it.
Yep. To add to my point earlier, like I wanted to say that if they want to split up on the map, I'm talking about Fnatic, to push out the map more effectively, they probably need to get a gem and deward all the wards before they split up, because if not, their core heroes are just gonna get picked off on the side lanes, and that's exactly what they did. They bought a gem on Jabs, and they dewarded the ops in their triangle. So now Neon have way less information about trying to catch the cores, and Fnatic can start to push out the lanes effectively.
We'll see how OB Neon handle this one. Feels like they've got plenty of vision tools themselves with the Clockwork Rocket Flares, and have found they've just done a good job at avoiding any kind of potential Fnatic aggression. Fnatic, though, are smoked up and seeing what they can find here. Both teams going to be probably playing around this Roshan. The Rosh number 3 with a Refresher Shard. Be big, especially if OB Neon get their hands on it for the Invoker with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yep, the issue here, so now here begins the macro play. Is Fnatic gonna just force this, or is Fnatic gonna try to catch this Prophet that's gonna be splitting? This Prophet, all he's gonna do is keep pushing in bot lane to force the pressure onto the bot Rex while they dance around the Rosh pit. Looks like Fnatic's just gonna force it.
Yep, they're in the pit, and this bottom lane kind of pushing, but there's TA traps, so TA traps can actually take out these creep waves. I like this move from Fnatic, recognizing a way to handle the split push.
Yep,
Still
that's
trying
really
to force
smart.
this Roshan.
They are leaving now. They are feeling kind of nervous about this.
Yeah. Lotus Orb on the homing missile will send it back Raven's way. And we'll see if Fnatic leaves this Rosh area. They're going to be careful because they did get Rosh down to about half health, but there's still a couple TA traps down bottom to deal with any kind of split push. So imagine Fnatic's going to want to just stick around this pit. And you mentioned boots of travel, Chuan has them. So TA goes bottom to push it out and has the boots of travel to rejoin his teammates.
Yep, Nature's Prophet actually has level 25 as well, so this bottom is just gonna be... Yep, he added a TP CD. He doesn't have a CD on his TP anymore.
Yep.
Here he
You
is.
like that more than the buff treants?
Wait, what?
You like it more than the buff treants? Oh, hold that thought. Never mind. We've got a big Rosh fight going on. Timbersaw chaining on through to get some vision of what's going on. Clockwork hooks in, but Roshan is still alive, so perhaps a bit early. But Natsumi goes charging in with the BKB TP. He snatches the Aegis from the Gyrocop. Here's the Cataclysm raining havoc on everybody. There's only one, though. Nature's Prophet going to die once. Is there a respawn? Doesn't have the Satanic. Has a BKB when he comes to life, but he doesn't get a chance. He gets instantly impaled. Natsumi is dead. No chance to BKB. And OB Neon haven't found a single kill in this fight. Despite stealing the Roshan, they're in all sorts of trouble. Yopaj on the Invoker gets silenced up. The Nature's Prophet buying back. The Melt Strike on an Invoker. Yopaj goes down. And now Onryu on the Timbersaw, he's in trouble. He's going to Lotus away with a Flicker. That's going to help keep him alive. That's another Timber Chain. Oh, the back door. Nature's Prophet is going to have to BKB TP home. Luckily, BKB because Jabs was in the trees waiting for him. So a sneaky little play will help, kind of salvage things. But great fight for Fnatic.
What a quick reaction by Fnatic to TP bot there. Natsumi, like... I mean, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure you can BKB on Rosh respawn, Aegis respawn. Like, I don't think you would get hit by the Lion Impale. That's a really big deal for them. Now suddenly Fnatic has a really easy win condition. All they need to do, 2-man smoke with the Lion and Bloodseeker and look for this Prophet on the side lane. This Prophet can't split push anymore.
Oh, that's trouble. Not sure what happened to the Refresher Shard as well. It disappeared somewhere in the craziness. May have been used by someone.
I'm not sure. I saw that the Gyrocopter was the one that took the cheese and the Nature's Prophet was the one that took the Aegis.
These things go back to the status quo here as mid lane to jump onto Death's Bloodseeker will find a kill. Good move from OB Neon, who for the first time this game really are behind in terms of overall gold, but these things come down to a whole lot more than that now that we're at the kind of 40+ minute mark. You asked for, full 3 long games, at least for game 1. We've got a neck and neck even battle here. It feels like just a great clash happening here, Bonlo.
Yep, and it's like both teams are like playing such high quality Dota, and there's like so much to learn in how they are playing the map, how they are playing the fights. Like Yeah, it's so enjoyable to watch.
We'll see. Now with, I mean, the crazy thing is, you know, there was this big fight over Roshan, but now there's no Aegis in play. Yeah, there's a Cheese, but Cheese doesn't really change the game plan at all. So probably both teams will go back to what we saw before the Roshan, especially on the OB Neon side, because they committed buyback. So they are the ones who have to play, I think, ultra safe now with buyback on Nature's Prophet down, as well as some of their other heroes. Yeah.
Yeah, I imagine that Fnatic, once this Blastiker is respawned, they're gonna TP and they're gonna smoke. And they're gonna make a play onto this Prophet, which is exactly what they're doing. Going towards the triangle, but unfortunately Natsumi is not there. He's at a pretty safe place called his base.
I hear that Fountain is pretty strong.
Oh wait,
Zero cooldown TP. He's TPing right away.
Okay.
They're pinging and they know he's there. Okay, he's... You know, if they had predicted him TPing there and were already waiting, that would have been such a heads-up play from Fnatic. But, I mean, already it was a heads-up play from Fnatic. They were just bested by Natsumi, who knew it was not a safe place to be. Well,
We've been kind of quiet about this Timbersaw, but this Timbersaw actually already has a Hex.
Yeah, Natsumi top. Nothing to cancel his BKB TP, so they do find him, and TA perhaps are going to start putting some of these traps in the trees here. Another thing that TA could consider, yeah, I mean, has queued up the Ag Scepter. Obviously, against a Nature's Prophet, Ags feels really nice on TA.
Yeah, the Aga on the TA is like one of the strongest Agas in the game, I think. It just allows you to be so mobile on the map, and also in the fights. Like, you can just place a trap like in the fights to the backline, and you can just teleport there. Like, it's really insane.
Top lane, there is a trap in these trees that has not been dewarded, so some intel going Fnatic's ways, as they were standing on top of it. But Fnatic don't really want much to do with it. They're leaving the TA top while the other four heroes play around mid, trusting Chuan to not get picked off and to be able to boot to travel in. Nature's Prophet
Oh,
bottom again.
Natsumi! Oh, you are a madman.
He's going for the range. There's no backdoor protection. I'm not sure exactly how or why.
I think Fnatic are just gonna force it. Like, they understand that this Prophet has no buyback for 4 minutes. Like, they should just
force high
the
ground?
fight. Yeah, they should.
Raven just picked up a butterfly, so he's doesn't have buyback for 200 gold. I was about to say, he had so much gold, I thought he'd be fine, but he needs a couple of creeps. So he's got buyback now, so if they want to force it, they can do so. Relocate down bottom. They found the pig, Natsumi. They were waiting for him. Oh, he'd made that play a few too many times, and the TA trap sitting there waiting, giving vision.
Yeah, the TA trap, Twin. So smart. Oh my god, that's just... Isn't that just game? They just walk up high ground now. He has a butterfly, they have 2 cheeses.
Yeah, but DJ can get given a second one if he ends up needing it. But yeah, Raven can just go up 90 plus seconds without a Nature's Prophet. This could spell disaster here. They'll do what they can with an Invoker. You can soul your high ground pretty well. Rupture coming out on Ryu, that's going to limit what the Timbersaw can do. He's going to have to wait for that to wear off, but Bloodseeker with an Acceptor has a second one. He also has a Spell Prism, so Ruptures galore here.
But there is a pretty long cooldown on the spells on Invoker, but at least he has a Spell Prism. The cooldown on the Meteor is another like 35 seconds, so...
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be able to take this right.
I think, yeah, they're going to have to just give this one up and try and cut their losses here, but unfortunately for them, Yopaj gets jumped. Chuan on the TA just goes flying on in. They take out another. And they're just destroying OB Neon's base, taking out the bottom lane. Not a whole lot they can do. They are going to look to try and buy some time here as Raven forces Satanic to heal himself back up. He gets hexed up, but he is more than okay with an Iron Scene behind him. I imagine they're just trying to bait him out a little bit here as the Force Staff will get him back to safety. He is stunned up, and now with the Deafening Blast Meteor, a lot of damage coming out, but the heals are there.
30 seconds, Fnatic. Are you gonna go? Looks like they are.
Second lane. They want to force this. Now we're going to go flying through, get sidestepped by all the Fnatic heroes here, and BTM, he's been ruptured. He can't move. His Aeon has already been procced here, so they're in trouble as they're going to jump in the Invoker. No buyback. It's looking like it's all over. Raven just charging forward, flacking through everything. The buildings, the heroes, they lose them around an instant buyback. They've only managed to take out a line on their side, and Chuan back at the base, trying to zone the Timbersaw back to his base, and they're going to focus on the objectives, go for the tier 4 towers, go for the throne. Still no Nature's Prophet. Finally he's back, but this could be too little, too late. as without the clockwork, without the Invoker, I just don't think they have what it takes to stop this Fnatic push. BKB on the Gyrocopter if he needs another Rupture coming in. Death is just a Rupture bot at this point. Natsumi TP's in with a BKB. He's trying to hold his own. He's trying to fight. He wants Schwab, but there's the cheese. He manages to heal him back up, and it's GG. Fnatic take out OB Neon. A fantastic game one. And they just managed to slightly outmaneuver OB Neon in the end.
Jabs finding the initiation onto the Invoker twice and not letting Yopaj use the BKB both lives. His BKB was not used for the last 2 fights.
Ooh. And, you know, the buyback totally makes sense. There's a big fight around the Roshan, but getting picked off in that bottom lane when he didn't have buyback. Obviously, you can't really, you know, he'd done that play. That's the problem. He'd done that play too many times where Fnatic game plan for it. They're like, okay, he's going to make this TP here. Let's put a trap and let's be ready for it because that just sealed the game.
Yeah, I think like Fnatic used every tool that they had in their draft and in their lineup, right? And we gotta give credit to them for that. Every player playing to what they're supposed to do. Like it's like a well-oiled machine.
Yep. Well, great game one. We're going to bring back in Nat to hear what she has to say as we break down our first game and get ourselves ready for Fnatic Neon Game 2.
I want a demonstration and I've always learned it better with a hands-on education. So I need a private session if you get what I am saying. And they say that she's not easy, no, she's really complicated, but that only makes it better and it's got me so fixated. And I'm not the type to wait around, I've never hesitated, but she's got me captivated, so the game I'm gonna play it, yeah. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. I heard you look good when you're undressed, I heard you like to get away, I heard you like to stay out late, I heard you had a couple boyfriends, I heard they didn't treat you right, I heard you're hated by your girlfriends, cause all the guys want you tonight. Yeah, they say she's too hot, they say she's too cold, where she came from nobody really knows. They say she looks young, but say she acts old. From everything I've heard, she gets out of control. And all the boys say she was sent from the heavens, but I'm not too sure that this girl is a blessing. She's got the devil's eyes and they'll cut you like a weapon. She's stuck in my mind like a bad obsession, got bad intentions. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me. She's got a body like a coke thing, she likes to keep the party going. These rumors got me feeling lonely, I want that body, baby, show me.
Growing up in Cali, yeah, you know I love the weather. Limelight hit 'em and you know I handle pressure. I do what I want, so I'm never saying never. I get what I want, so they call me go-getter. Yeah, I know he does it good, but you know I do it better. So misunderstood, if she wanted then I let her. Everybody knows if I want her then I get her. She gave me that look, yeah, she knows she thinks I'm clever. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Yeah, let's go. Catch me at the top, sipping shots of Patron. I will never stop till the road is my home. I'm about to pop, everybody's gonna know. When the beat drops, they be yelling B-ho. Girls in crop tops, drop tops at our shows. Mini skirts rock, got us all like whoa. All the pretty ladies lined up front row. Driving me crazy, I just wanna take them home. Got it on lock, yeah, you could call me pro. Parties on the blocks, make sure the girls know. Now it's getting hot up in here, oh no. Think Nelly had it right, better take off all your clothes. Future's looking bright, now I'm finally in the zone. 3 years of my life, I committed to the growth. Soldier boy, tell him #1 ringtone. I'm the reason people texting, cause they're blowing up your phone. I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah. Don't believe in any luck, I believe I'm self-made, yeah.
Why do I love the touch? unspoken. Don't ever forget you're golden. I will find the light in your soul. I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life. You'll see it clear. I'll be your inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your hard-earned temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own. Baby, you can count on me now. When you're falling down, 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 I will find the light in your soul. I'll be there. Leaving you alone is the hardest, even when you're out of focus.
I think they need to go back to putting Natsumi on like a proper hard carry. It's where he shines. And what we've seen from these qualifiers is slower paced games, safe passive games from teams, even when they're ahead. And I think you just need a traditional carry to do that. So I want to see them go away from this kind of super fast pace, Nature's Prophet carry kind of style.
Yeah, I think if you're going to draft that, you just had to get in the mindset of doing it. But it is really hard when so much is on the line, especially for qualifiers like this. But Ponlo, for Fnatic side of it, do you want to see them pretty much doing the exact same thing? Or are you hoping maybe a little bit of a change up, maybe a bit of a flex pick or something like that?
I don't think they really need to change anything. I think as for play, I think they played fantastic today. I think every element of how they played today was like great. And when it comes to the draft, I think because you win game one, it's really on Neon to adjust, and Fnatic is just gonna react accordingly, I think. Yep.
Alrighty. I want to, not predictions per se, but I want to bring up some heroes that I would really like to see in this draft, and I want you guys to tell me if there's any possibility at all of seeing it. Firstly, Batrider. Really want to see Batrider. Gods, do you think there's a chance of us seeing this one at all?
Low chance, but there's a chance. It's like a counter pick, but it's pretty low. It's possible.
Why so low?
I think the hero just got nerfed a lot. Like it used to be super good, and then it just farms slower than it used to. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of Batrider right now. Maybe Ponlo feels differently.
Specialty though.
True.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, I thought Batrider, he wasn't doing too bad, but if he has recently been nerfed, then just scrap that one off the list. I don't want to see him anymore. The next one though, Nyx Assassin Ponlo. Do you think? Yes, no?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think especially Neon will just first face a Nyx Assassin if it's open. But I think all the games that they didn't pick it was banned in their previous series as well. So for sure, the Nyx is very highly prioritized.
Is the Nyx something that would be picked over the line? Let's say both the Nyx Assassin and the Lion get through. Are the teams more likely to try and pick up that Nyx?
The feeling I get is that small teams prioritize the Nyx because the Nyx has a lot of value in the draft in terms of countering a lot of the mid heroes. Instead of a Lion, which is just generally good, but the Lion himself maybe counters a Puck. Like, that's about it. Yeah. Oh, the Nyx.
Oh, well, look, there you go. I was going to say, we jumped straight into the draft, and the Nyx Assassin's already been picked up. The Broodmother has been banned on the side of Fnatic, which really makes a lot of sense. But the Leshrac, we briefly touched on him last draft about potentially being a good option, but he didn't get picked at all. So, Ponlo, what sort of setup do you think Obi Neon is working for here with the Nyx and the Leshrac?
So Neon actually did this exact draft yesterday. These two picks. And I think it's sort of like they pick the Nyx and then they pick the Nyx because it's a good hero, but also because it protects their Lash pick. This Slash is most likely gonna be on the mid lane, I think. I think the Yopach likes it a lot. And the things that they picked in the rest of the draft yesterday against Trust were Lion, Broodmother, and then a last pick, Bristleback. Bristleback is a hero that I think that they could have picked last game to infiltrate the stacks of the T and the Gyro instead of picking this Prophet. Like, maybe that would have given them the early game oomph that they needed, the big brother to go into the stacks. And yeah, maybe we will see a similar kind of draft this game. but there's already no Broodmother because Fnatic first phase banned the Root. So it's gonna be interesting how Neon round up this draft.
Yeah, and then over on the side of Fnatic, we see the Dragon Knight pick as well, which is quite highly contested too. But I cut you off, Gods there, so you run free. Whatever
okay.
team you want to talk about, you just go right ahead.
I'm good. I have no idea what I was going to say, so I got
well, then
nothing
I'll
for
ask
it.
you directly about the Fnatic pick, and also why Dragon Knight is so highly contested as a pick.
Sure. It's flexible. It can go mid lane or off lane. And I think it pairs really well with the AA. You always want to have that good setup. There's a lot of heroes that can pair well with it when you've got that reliable stun. And I think what we've been seeing, a lot of these slower late games, DK scales really well. Suddenly you got these late game DKs, with like Heart of Taras, 5,000 health and stuff. So the hero is just very tanky, scales well. It just feels like it's good at all stages of the game. It's a safe pick.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Also, I want to point out, Fnatic did ban the Batrider there. Okay, I don't get a lot of wins in Dota.
That's a win.
Pretty much never. And so I'm going to take that one as a win. Even though he wasn't picked, he was banned. So put in the win column for me. But that's good to hear. So the Dragon Knight is quite flexible, scales well. So then for them, are they hoping to, maybe put him on the off lane potentially and then just like build up to a carry as their last pick? Or what do you really think is going to work out for them on Fnatic Gods?
I think even Fnatic may be still a little undecided with the DK. The fact they banned Batrider, a Bat is a mid hero that can kind of crush a Dragon Knight. So to me it says maybe we're going to wait and see what they pick. If it turns into a game where sending DK mid can work well for them, they're more than happy to do so still.
And then we see a few more bans coming out from OB, Neon, Ponlo, but what do you think they're going to try and build up to here on their next pick?
Neon, they are most likely going to pick their support here, but they themselves ban out the Mirana because Fnatic has DK. Oh, this is a new one.
I hear they played a lot at the Singapore major. They seem to be sticking to this aggressive theme, so it didn't work in game 1, but it feels like they do want to go for it again here in game number 2.
Yeah, I think, I do want to see an aggressive lineup, and I do want to see an aggressive game come out from them. I think in their minds, they just have to remember that this is an upper bracket game. As much as it was sucked to go down to lower bracket, they do still have that lifeline. So, at this point, this game is kind of, got to put a little bit more on the line of it. But they also ban out the Templar Assassin, which I really don't blame them after that last game that we just saw. But where else do you think they're going to go, Ponlo, with the Obinian? Don't worry. Pick that Natures. Give me some thoughts on that one.
You. You're worried, Ponlo.
I thought you'd be like, yes, this is the redemption storyline. They're going to pick Natures again, and they're absolutely going to pop off this time. They're going to revolve around him. They've set it all up perfectly. I thought that's where you're going, but apparently...
What if it's off lane? Off lane Nature's Prophet, Ponlo. Lane it with the Tusk or something. Tusk Nature's Prophet is a pretty scary lane.
It is. I'm not so sure about Enryo's Prophet, but... maybe. I think I'll be more excited to see an offlane Prophet than that carry Prophet again.
Alright, so there is still that flexibility for them to do the offlane, but then we see the Terrorblade coming out of Fnatic, Ponlo. What are they looking to kind of ban out to give this Terrorblade space to come online?
Terrorblade. What are they looking to ban?
Yeah, or pick. Just any thoughts on it, really.
Neon, I mean, it's rough because Neon have the option of flexing the Prophet, so I feel like Fnatic, they're just gonna ban what they think what is Enryo's most comfortable hero that lanes well against the TB. Because on Neon, I don't think you pick a carry to out carry the TB anymore. So in Fnatic's perspective, yeah, like they ban the Darkseer. The only concern is them picking an offlane that's really good against the TB. So
Gods, where do you think this is potentially going for Fnatic then with that Terrorblade? I'm very interested because I only saw one Terrorblade game so far, and he absolutely just steamrolled. Like the team wasn't looking great, and then all of a sudden Terrorblade came into a fight, and they just won within the next 10 minutes.
Yep, it's a hero. You don't care if your lane's kind of tough, and I actually think TB is a good pick against the Nature's Prophet if it is going to be an offlane hero. So I think if anything, this means Nature's Prophet is going to be safe lane or even mid. But yeah, this TB looks really good here. I think they're just looking for that kind of space-creating mid. Invoker getting banned out. The Quaswex Invoker could be problematic. Some of those Spirit heroes, the Embers, the Pucks, feel like they could be pretty solid. But just a hero to really offer some damage. Like DK TB, like they don't have much damage output until TB gets farmed. So you need a mid that's going to provide some damage output.
I didn't even notice that the puck hadn't been banned yet. I feel like it's just so normal to see. Don't worry. As soon as I say it, I was like, that puck isn't banned. That's insane. Surely someone picks it up. OB Neon's just going to ban it out. They're like, we don't want to run the risk of it being picked. Because it does feel like a bit of a comfort hero for both sides here. They're going to pick up the Tide Hunter. God, do you have a bit of a reaction to that one? How come?
I guess I was expecting more DK to go off lane, but this puts DK mid, which is fine. The Tide, I guess they're just trying to. I mean, that's a hero. Nature's Prophet doesn't want to lane against any of these cores. Like this Nature's Prophet pick is kind of countered no matter which lane it goes. It feels like, which is where, yeah, Fnatic have drafted really well. I'm curious to see what OB Neon go. Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, Ponlo. Zeus rounding out the OB Neon draft. Thoughts on that one, and also picking which draft you like more?
I mean, I like the Zeus against the TB. It's like an age-old counter. One of the best mid heroes against TB. It's like Zeus, Tinker, and Lash. But Enryu Lash, I don't think I've ever seen that before. And Natsumi Prophet, I think we've just saw that. So even though I like the Zeus pick a lot, I think Fnatic has a much more comfortable draft for them.
Yeah, Fnatic seem to really enjoy that late game sort of gameplay. So I even personally would have to side with Fnatic on this one. But Gods, you as well. Which side are you leaning towards?
I would lean Fnatic. I think they've just looked like the more solid, stable team. Loving the Zeus pick, just fun to see something a bit different, a bit new, and it's a really good Zeus game against the TB, even against like the DK Tide, these tanky heroes where you've got percent-based damage, and heroes that aren't going to really threaten to jump on you and kill you. Maybe later on DK with a blink, but Zeus is pretty good at scouting heroes and stopping those blink daggers.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried for OB Neon. You know, like you said, we did see that Natsumi already on the Nature's Prophet. I do still like it. I'm worried for them. I just really want to see them play aggressively. I think they have the lineup to do it. I just want them to be in that mentality and that mental space to really execute it quite well. Any thoughts or final thoughts before we head on into the game for you guys?
I hope we get a game 3. You know, I feel like, you know, we've had some 2-0s. This is the upper bracket teams. I think these teams are very evenly matched, so a game 3 would be amazing.
That is true. As we were coming into this series, Ponlo, you even said that you really wanted a game 3. But I guess a lot of it is going to rest on game number 2. So I'll let you guys go as you jump into it.
Thank you, Nat. Excited to be here in game number 2. Excited to be here for the Southeast Asian TI10 qualifiers. $40 million up for grabs at the International later this year, somewhere in the world, as we will see if OB Neon have what it takes to bounce back. From what you know about this team, Ponlo, do you think they're a team that's going to be kind of feeling stressed out or demoralized because they dropped game 1?
I think they are a rather emotional team for sure, based on what Dev told me about how they function when they were playing Singapore Major. But I think it's commendable of like, I think CTM is the one that decides most things, right? He's the drafter. I think it's commendable that he chooses to run with the same kind of draft, because maybe to him, if we were to win this qualifier, it would be with this. If not this, it would be nothing else. So even though Natsumi played pretty poorly last game on the Prophet, but maybe he's gonna be able to fix his issues, and they can bring that aggressiveness that we thought they were gonna bring in game 1.
Okay. Well, they're gonna have a second go at it, playing the aggressive style of Dota that got them so much success at the Singapore Major. We'll see if it has some better luck here. Tusk was a hero they played quite a bit, I feel like, back then as well, so utilizing that tag team perhaps could be a good tool. You're up against 3 melee cores, at least TB melee when he's not in the Metamorphosis, so tag team could be a very handy tool, it feels like, in this game.
Yep, Zhao really excels on these safe heroes. Dev was telling me about how he really enjoyed playing with Janelle when he plays these safe heroes, because he knows exactly where to play on the map and how to play the fights, and he always gives the reassurance to his cores. He will always say something along the lines of like, I just want to follow my boss, guys. This game, I gonna follow my boss. Like, that's what Dev told me. I don't know how true is that, but...
It sounds like a reassuring presence to have on the team.
Yep. But Dev TIE Hunter, this is his top 5.
Okay. Well, he's up against a Tusk Nature's Prophet lane. Not the easiest for him, but an early first blood mid Yopaj. What the hell just happened?
Mid gap?
I think I'll observe a court. I was watching my own feed. I was not expecting a kill in the mid lane. That is insane. He just got shocked. That's what producers said. So just did the old arc lightning spam.
Oh my lord. I think at one point like Train needs to, I mean maybe he just needs more time, right? He just readjusted back to mid lane. But I think these things can't happen so often, like where he does poorly in the first few levels, like last game as well in his TA versus Invoker matchup.
Yeah, I mean mid lane is such a kind of like specialty focus. Like mid players are just playing mid every pub. They're so experienced. Top lane, some aggression coming out of stun. One of the AA, as well as TB's Metamorph zoning away the Leshrac. So tough lane so far for Onryu, who's going to get past the south.
So in the top lane, CTM actually blocked the big camp, and now he's gonna go body block the small camp as well. So there are no creeps. So as long as Radiant is able to keep the dire creeps outside of tower range, they're gonna have lane equilibrium, and this Lash is gonna be able to farm once the meta is down.
Yeah, it feels like Lesh with a couple of like level 3 and no meta could be in a position where TB can really get pressured here. It's taking some damage though. But that Metamorph will be wearing off soon.
Like, what Neon need to do right now is body block these creeps. These top lane creeps, that Radiant creeps. As long as they body block and pull the lane down, it'll be good. CTM is doing it.
There we go. Yep, they're pulling the wave back as much as possible.
Yep,
And
now
TB...
the TB might get pressured by this combo. Yeah. It's stun into stun, like it's very potent. Yep.
Yep, double stun. Impale into Split Earth. I'm also keeping an eye on this mid lane as Yopaj almost gets him down again, and it's going to be a kill up top. They kill the AA. TB's still alive, but he's being zoned away from any kind of farm here, and we also caught a glimpse of mid lane where Shuang took a lot of damage, has managed to salve back up, but we've seen what Yopaj's Zeus can do here.
Yep, Chen is he's still losing quite a bit in terms of CS, but I think it's going to get easier because now he already has level 2 Dragon Blood.
Zeus able to utilize all the runes on the map with the bounty rune as well as the water runes. Lingering around is jabs on the Lion. Not much of a kill opportunity, I feel like, when it's a DK mid, but he is looking to linger around to make sure he's there to help out if needed.
Yep, it's because the TIE Hunter, like, this is like, we've seen this more and more, where the laner, it feels like the laner tells the support, like, yo, I can solo this lane from now on. He has a Ring of Protection on Tide, he has a Chainmail on Tide, he has level 2 Kraken. And he's already like, he doesn't need the Lion here anymore. And he much rather have the solo XP. So the Lion is just trying to make space somewhere else. And we actually see Jabs smoking out alone. Without ops, he's just ganking.
He's ganking or securing this room perhaps. I don't think they've got a kill here. There's only 2 heroes. I'm not sure they're going to have the damage, but the Lion going to find a Nyx Assassin nearby. Luckily DK has a Dragon Tail to help keep him alive as the Tusk is rotating as well. Looks for the Ice Shard block slightly off the mark. Instead, trapping his Nyx Assassin, so not the outcome Obi Neon were hoping for.
Yep, a pretty good support player all around. Like, all the support players are pretty, what would you call it, woke. They are really adjusting to the game well. They're not just sitting in their lanes and like AFKing, you know. The only support that should be sitting in his lane is the AA, because the AA can't really rotate well, and he's just pulling, which is good, because he's gonna get levels.
Even the Lion rotating mid, Yanuel's in the perfect position to scout it out, so... Unfortunately for Zeus, none of his teammates can TP in to refill his bottle, so he's just going to head back to base for a little heal-up trip.
Yep, the Zeus already has 3 null talismans, because he got the kill, the first blood.
He's having a fantastic start here. As far as the other lanes go, it feels like things are pretty even. Even the Zeus, you know, DK is at least stabilized and getting some farm and levels here, so it's not like Zeus is destroying this lane. But once he's level 6, that threat of a Wrath of Nature, also as well as Wrath of Nature, as well as the Zeus Thunder God's Wrath, you've got this global potential. Yeah, you've got the double Wrath.
Yeah, for sure. The top lane will be super scary for Fnatic because they have 2 stuns in the top lane and they have 2 global outs from the other 2 lanes.
Yeah. And both those cores getting level 6 fairly early because Nature's Prophet has had mostly solo experience down here, so...
Oh, a cool thing that Raven is doing, he's actually queuing up a hood already. I imagine he might buy a raindrop before as well, just so he doesn't die to this level 6 on Zeus and level 6 on Prophet.
Yeah. Definitely showing some understanding of how OB Neon's draft is intending to work, and you definitely don't want to go for any kind of early, like, first or even second item BKB. Doesn't feel good on TB, so... The lane, jabs, getting snowballed on top of. Not sure there's going to be any follow-up here. Nature's Prophet does have a TP, but doesn't want to go for it. Not level 6 yet. The Zeus is, though, so that double... There we go. They've got the double ultimates now. I'm sure they're making a call here. Nyx looking for a gank up top with the Impale. Leshrac could follow this up. He's just out of range for a split earth, but he's got the Lightning Storm slow. He's still looking for the stun under the tower, but he's not going to go for it. He's kept alive on the TP. Yep. TP on in.
The worrying thing for me is that Def is actually having such a good game. He's like top CS, and a dagger on the Tidehunter early this game is just gonna destroy Neon's draft. Like, look at their heroes. He blinks in to 4 heroes, he presses Ravage, like all of them gonna die.
And all they've got to do for the Titan DK is, like you say, just lock heroes down and frontline for the TB. They've got more than enough damage from a Raven TB once he gets a couple of items.
Yep, they have damage from the Lion Finger as well and the Ice Blast. Like, these heroes on Neon are just gonna drop if Dev gets a good Ravage with the blink.
With that all said, it feels like I mean, last game, early game went pretty well for OB Neon, but I'm liking how things have started for them this game even more. They take an early tier 1 tower top, and if they can get this tier 1 tower mid with the Edict and the Nature's Prophet treants, they could completely take over this map.
Yep. Oh,
CTM up top, doesn't get a chance, well I was about to say, doesn't get a chance to Carapace, but he doesn't even have it skilled yet. He's just level 3, so good pickup for Fnatic.
Yep, Neon need not only the towers, but Neon also needs some like chaotic messy kills with their ults, right? They can't let Fnatic like play the macro game and drag out and push out the waves safely and just farm. Like, if Neon let Fnatic hit their timings on their heroes, with the Blink Daggers and the BKBs, like, this game is gonna be really hard for Neon at the later part of the game.
Oh, Zeus will farm up some neutral stacks, get himself some good gold as bottom lane. The rune contest is not going to go the way that Fnatic were hoping as Zeus finds himself the rune up top. Already, triple null, arcane boots, a lot of farm going the way of this Zeus. He is top net worth. A pretty decent margin considering we're still fairly early on here.
This illusion room might be quite good to dodge the DK stun in the next fight. I imagine around the mid tower where Neon is going to try to force the mid tower.
Now they're trying to give this Nyx some levels, so he's taking over the mid lane for now, although Yopaj nearby. They go Carapace into the Impale, the snowball in, they actually go on Chuan here, and Yopaj has the ultimates if they want to go for this kill here. Wrath of Nature comes flying in as well, 1 or 2 more right clicks is needed, but the DK is still alive. The Thunderbolt will finish him off as they take out the DK, and that could open up this tier 1 mid tower. 3 points in Diabolic Edict, so Death is going to have to be the one to pull the creeps off and try and defend this one.
Kind of weird that Natsumi just decided to pot bottom instead of at least summoning the treants for his teammates to push the mid tower. Maybe he just feels like, since the Tidehunter TP in mid, I don't even want to do this anymore.
Force the glyph, so Edict was going to be on cooldown anyways once that glyph came out, so it does seem like OB Neon, similar to last game, even though they've got this aggressive draft, though, making sure they get their farm as well. They don't want to go too all in with the way they play. They want to find that right balance.
EJ.
Picked off, goes down. Is there any kind of revenge kill? Doesn't look like it. TB nearby is just going to TP out. He doesn't want to get caught as well. Meanwhile, bottom lane, bit of deja vu here. It's Chuan again, kind of caught alone here. They should have the damage. There's a tier 1 tower, but doesn't look like anybody's TPing in, and Chuan will go down. Another lightning bolt kill secured by the Zeus, who is having a fantastic game so far.
Yeah, I don't think the Dragon Knight should be at part of the map. Like, no one is going to be able to save him. He's getting delayed, like, if he gets caught around that area. And the Pascal as well, like, the Ice Shard is so good against DK because he messes with your pathing. I think Train needs to be more careful about where he chooses to farm. Because if you get too behind on this DK, it's gonna be really hard for you to come back because your hero farm so slow.
Yeah, well, tough start for him. He has got a cloak into Blink queued up. He had a hood queued up early, decided he needs something more aggressive, this faster Blink. Even the TB decided against the hood, goes for a Dragonlance, recognizing it's his job to deal the damage, so obviously eventually he'll get a BKB, but not looking to waste any of his net worth on too defensive of an item.
Yep, I think what Neon should do right now, the moment they finish the Witchblade, which is happening right now, I think the Prophet is tipping back. I really think they need to smoke up and make a fight happen, and at least force the Ravage out, maybe lose 1 or 2 support, force a fight, so that they can push the game forward. Like they do not want to let Fnatic slow down the game like this.
Yeah,
CTM is going for it right now.
Yep. We'll see if can find anything. Fishing. He's going to run into a Sentry Ward though. Fnatic were ready for this. They're going to see him now. They're pretending they don't here. Very kind of clever heads-up play. Just, acting like everything's normal, everything's okay. This T1 mid tower, oh so important. And Fnatic, they want to defend it. They have a... Ooh, they don't get a chance to pop the hood. The Ice Blast comes flying in. The Leshrac dies before he gets a chance to defend himself. There is going to be a Finger of Death, going to delete the Tusk as well. Death is getting low. They need a bit more damage. They haven't got it. Zeus commits the Thunder Gods right. There we go. All right, with the haste and the lightning bolt chase, they do bring down the tide.
That is really
a lot of ultimate used, but
yeah.
Okay. So even though they lost 2 because they're getting this tower, you think it's well worth it?
Yeah. Now they can do whatever they want on the map. Like they can just open up the map because this Ravage is down.
Yep. Well, at the same time, I guess best case for Fnatic, they get a couple kills. Yeah, true. CTM finds AA behind the tower, but not the outcome he was hoping for. Sean was there and just takes the easy pick off. Natsumi's still trying to force this mid tier 1 tower. Neon have to be careful they don't, throw too much at this tower. They need the Leshrac Edict. They've got it. This will be an easy tier 1 tower for them. Death is rotated in. Doesn't have the hood for a few seconds, but they don't want to go on a tide.
Fnatic
they
right
kept
now,
that tower alive a long time, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic did as good of a job as they could. And I think the most important thing in the game right now are the power runes. Like, if Neon manage to get an Arcane Rune, a Haste Rune, anything of the sort for the Zeus, like that just helps them take the next fight so much better. Because right now, if the Zeus doesn't have a power rune, he's still like susceptible to die, like if he gets caught by Ravage or DK stun or Lion stun, Ice Blast, like these power runes, like Fnatic need to find a way to nullify these power runes.
Yeah. It feels very similar to like a Storm Spirit where a Zeus with a Haste or Arcane Rune is just a totally different hero in a team fight.
Yep.
We'll see what Fnatic can do. Having lost that T1 mid tower, we'll see OB Neon probably look to take over this top jungle, I imagine. Do you think they can go for any kind of early tier 2 tower with the Leshrac, or they need to kind of just, slow things down a bit?
I think if there was a time to do it, it will be now, when you are sure that the Tide doesn't have dagger. If you do it anytime after 15 minutes, you are never going to be sure anymore. Dev can suddenly, like, he can purposely show that he does have a dagger, but actually he has it. And you might just like die if you try. So if there was a time to push a top tower, like YOLO the top tower, it would be right now, I think.
And similarly, DK also working towards a Blink Dagger, so multiple Blinks could cause a lot of problems. We saw, a hero like Lesh just gets blown up on the front lines there, which wasn't the worst thing because the Leshrac is, is his 3 position, and that's kind of his job, is to soak up those spells and enable Zeus to do all the damage, but...
Yep, I actually think like CTM is he's taking space at bot lane and he's queuing up and arcs, but I feel like what he should be doing is playing with the Lesh right now, and they should be forcing the top tower together with
this Lesh is alone.
3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, they snowball in. Yanuel's just looking to save his Leshrac, who for a second looked like Onryu was in a bit of trouble there, but without a Blink Dagger, I don't think he was actually going to die. Yanuel didn't know that, so he just snowballed in to save him.
Oh, the Zeus actually got a Haste Rune as well at 14 minutes, so they're gonna be much more inclined to make a move right now on Neon. While this Tide is still 1000 gold away from Dagger.
Spoke up on Fnatic though before... Well, Tusk is about to respawn, but perhaps before OB Neon are ready for this one. Want to make a move with this Metamorphosis. TB feeling pretty strong.
This is such a un-Raven-like play. I've never seen him do this before.
Yeah.
He actually went back for the hood as well.
Yeah, interesting. we'll see. Jabs playing around the high ground, playing around some vision. He realizes Yanuel doesn't know he's up here, and actually Jabs will get scattered out. Seeing some... Oh, cancels his TP.
Not the camp. Oh.
Oh, he tried to. He goes for the
Bounty.
deny, but no. It's the bounty. Alright, and Zeus did pop the haste rune, so at least they don't have to worry about that for any kind of upcoming big team fight.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are like really happy with how the game is going. Like even though ideally Fnatic would have taken the bot tower by now, but they're still doing pretty okay in terms of net worth. Like I don't think Neon are gonna get. I don't think Neon are gonna be able to deal with this tight dagger actually. Like the team fight is gonna be really rough.
Yep. They're gonna have these blinks on 2 of these heroes, and then I feel like once Raven just gets like 1 item to go with this Hood plus Dragonlance, things get really difficult for OB Neon.
In Ryu?
Top lane on Ryu. Yeah, he's been playing alone for a lot, and I don't think he was expecting this DK blink. Not sure if it'd been revealed yet, but now they've got the perfect setup for the Ice Blast, and it's surprised to see him playing by himself that far up on the map.
Yep, but it's sort of the only thing that the Lashstrike can do, right? As an offlane Lash, like all you can do is like I also see like LGD Faith Bien. He also does this where he just runs down lanes and he brings 4 heroes to him. He dies, but at least he's achieving something as his hero. If he is too afraid to die, he's just gonna do nothing, and someone else is gonna die. This DK dagger would have killed Zeus maybe, or it would have killed his Prophet.
And if they went there as 4 or 5, if anything, it feels like Fnatic have the better team fight now because of this with the Tide Ravage, and now with the Blink Dagger, things get really tough for the mid lane. DK goes in. They've got follow-up. The Nyx assassin rotation, but a great impale Jabs! Impale into Ravage, onto 3, on Ryu, gonna get deleted as well. 3 dead, no chance for OB Neon. They couldn't even use their spells.
Yeah, the last game as well, like I feel like Natsumi just has a different understanding of how he wants to play this Prophet. Like when we watched Singapore Major when CTM was playing the Prophet, the game was so fast on all levels, in every lane. It always felt like something was happening, right? But even though their draft is fast, this game just feels like they're playing so slow.
Yep. We've definitely not felt the kind of intensity and aggression that we were perhaps expecting. 2 games in a row where it's kind of Fnatic making more plays and just responding better anytime an objective or tower is being pushed. Death could be in some trouble here. It's going to be a smoke from OB Neon down bottom, and Death kind of just walks into it, so he may just tank this one.
Death?
Not the worst. I mean, they don't have Ravage, so they're not looking to fight anyway. So, you know, if it's better him than the Terrorblade.
He just blinks up to the big camp and he tries to farm it, and he's like, oh wait, there's no creeps here. Oh wait, there's 4 heroes.
He did not read the map and understand what OB Neon were doing. Not that it's going to immediately matter, but perhaps OB Neon, it's more about these cooldowns. With Metamorphosis and Ravage on cooldown, OB Neon should be able to take towers. They should be able to take objectives like Roshan if they want to. And we'll see what they can get.
Yep, but the tower that they really can take is the top Dire tier 2. But look at what Chen is doing. He used the chance where they're killing the Tide, and Chen pushed out the top lane all the way. So now Neon can't even do anything with the kill.
And every time CTM on this Nyx goes hunting for kills or tries to set something up, there's sentries everywhere. He's walking past these sentry obs combos that scout him out and give Fnatic all the info they need to know exactly what Neon are doing. On Ryu up top, the perfect setup. They threw the Ice Blast preemptively. They don't have a Finger of Death, but they should have the damage to bring down the Leshrac here. The question is there going to be a turnaround? Chuan, he goes for the TP out, but that's not going to work. So OB Neon do a good job punishing them for the Leshrac kill.
It's okay, space. We got Ravage soon on Fnatic. The next fight is going to be rough for Neon.
And that's what I was thinking, like, yeah, that was a 2-for-1 trade in Neon's favor, but if anything, I feel like Fnatic is totally okay with it because it is about buying time for these ultimates.
Yep, because these kills don't translate into an objective. Because right now the Tide Ravage is up, Neon can't touch the top tower anymore. They can't touch any of the tier 2 towers. They can't even touch Roche because they don't have a medal, I think. Like their Roche potential is, they can take it, but it's not fast, and the opponent has an AA. Like, if you get AA blasted in Roche Pit, you're just all dead.
Yeah, that's scary. As we'll see what the next move is going to be. It doesn't feel like OB Neon want to make any kind of moves into these ultimates now. Unfortunately for them, even with Ravage Metamorphosis down, they don't take any tier 2 towers, they don't take Roshan, and things starting to look a bit tricky for them. Yopaj on the Zeus is getting closer and closer to an Aghanim Scepter. Do you think this is going to kind of change the state of the game much at all?
Oh yeah, for sure, because Fnatic right now, they don't have any saves, right? So if Neon manage, because CTM has a dagger on the Nyx, if they manage to start on the TB, and they manage to pour all the damage in, the Zeus and the Prophet, they might be able to just snipe the TB. And if you snipe the TB when he's on meta, then you suddenly have like 2 minutes where you can do whatever you want on the map, because there's no meta. Even if there's Ravage, they can't fight.
Alright, well, we'll see how things go. Right now, it would be Neon trying to get some more farm going. Smoke from Fnatic. They have a blink online. If they can get the Hex before the BKB, they've got it. He didn't BKB. And now the Impale Finger follow-up. The Nimbus was attempted to be used to save him. Jabs may die for this, but he's okay with that outcome as long as his teammates get out of there. But it looks like Fnatic, they want to turn. They go in. Blink Ravage. Oh, Snowball save. What a play from Yanuel. Now he's going to go and Chuan on the DK. A hell of a play from the Tusk as they're going to get the DK. What a save against the Ravage. Can they get more? Zeus Ultimate gives them vision.
Holy shit. John Well.
Wow.
Wow.
Absolutely wow.
Dude, in Dev's head right now, he's like, that's my boy, Janel. That's my boy. Dodge my Ravage.
Oh.
Oh my god.
That's big. And the good thing about Obi Neon's draft is they don't have long cooldowns to play around. They can go for Roshan. They can go for some of these objectives. And yeah, they run right at the Roshan pit.
Yep.
They do this at least okay with, you know, the magic damage from Zeus, the Edict and everything. Ice Blast is going to scout him out, but...
Yep, they have no meta, there's no Ravage. They're easy.
Yep.
Quite a big blunder by Fnatic, to be honest. Like, this Roche will change everything, because with these Aegis, suddenly Fnatic can't just initiate, you know? They have a save on the Tusk and they have an Aegis. It changes the fight immensely.
Yeah. I mean, you say blunder, but at the same time, it felt like it was also just an individual, like, amazing play. Like, going back in there, Fnatic blow up the Leshrac, I feel like that could go really well for them.
Yep, and the TB, I'm not sure Raven has a Quelling Blade, but he got caught by the Sprout and I don't know, he didn't really join the fight even though he was in meta. He wasn't really ready anyway, even if the Ravage had hit. And the Tusker actually has a dagger right now, firing out to him, so we're gonna probably see more of that Janelle Tusker saves.
Things getting heated here in game 2. Obi Neon on the brink of being knocked down in the lower bracket. It's another snowball, dodges the Impale as Natsumi BKBs.
How did he do that?
You gotta take notes.
Oh my
Somebody
God.
check this guy's PC.
He eye
What's
shot
installed?
exactly where the lion was. He saw the lion, and Jabs blinked really quickly as well. He dodged the eye shot damage, but he's still too quick. Janelle Snowball was too quick.
Oh, this guy definitely, you know, support players often you're like, ah, you know, they're support. They just call some shots. They don't necessarily have to have the individual skill, but Januel saying that is not at all the case when it comes to his Tusk.
Yep, excellent play. Super humble guy as well. Before the match today, I messaged him and I was like, all the best, bro, but you know, I got a root for death. I'm sorry. Then he's like, and I said they were so good yesterday, and he's like, we are just lucky or something.
Well, your boy Death
my boy Death
is yeah, he's dead. Perhaps picked the wrong side for this game as Yanuel continues to make plays around the map. But we gotta, you say he's humble, we gotta boost up his ego then, make him less humble, you know, he needs some swagger.
Someone needs to
make
keep
him
this.
feel cocky.
No, you're so good,
You were talking about last game, you know, we need people making some YouTube highlights, and I feel like if he makes a few more of those plays, Yanuel might be, you know, getting a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, like, even his place in the Singapore Major, I feel was very worthy of a highlight, but unfortunately, no one did it, I think.
Support. I don't think support player YouTube videos get many views. Hate to break it to you, support players, as we'll see Obi Neon just take over this enemy jungle. Not really a whole lot cooking for them.
And right now, the Zeus actually has a arcane rune bottle.
Ooh.
Like, these runes are like pretty game changing for the Zeus.
Okay. For Fnatic, TB almost completing Scotty. Is it still going to be more about the BKB timing for him against all this magic damage, or do you think they're going to try fight with Scotty?
I think he'll fight with the Skadi. I think they have enough. He has enough effective HP against the magic damage because of the hood. He has like 2.5k and his magic resistance right now is 40%. So it's quite a bit. I think they have to use their cooldowns, right? If not, like, look at the map. The map is getting choked out by Neon because of this Prophet, Lash, and Zeus pushing the waves.
BOB Neon coming at them first. We've seen this smoke into enemy triangle play so many times, but Jabs is in the perfect position to scout it out and then blink away. He does just that. Yanuel tries to blink in aggressively to catch him, but they were ready. They had the Observer Ward, and they were in the right position to not get caught by that smoke gank. Both teams understanding exactly what the other is doing so well.
Yep, Natsumi is doing something a little bit different this time. He actually bought a Moonshot on the Prophet as a 4th item. And he's queuing up an Aeon Disc. Kinda different from last game where I think he opted for the South Curious.
Okay. Looking to... I mean, I guess recognizing, he is all the physical damage. You're not lacking for magic damage when it comes to a Zeus, so he's looking to become a bit more of a glass cannon and do as much as possible with his BKB. They're going to take these outer towers at least, and it seems Fnatic content to let them go. I feel like after the last few fights, they're probably going to be reluctant to initiate in because of how amazing this Tusk has been with that snowball save. You can't really trust, just because you get a Blink Dragon Tail or you go for a Blink Ravage, that hero is actually going to be able to get bursted down.
Yep, it's also because Neon have the Aegis right now on the Prophet. I think once this Aegis is down, like the angle of the fight for Fnatic will be much clearer. Maybe they need to initiate on the Tusk, or they just need to be wary and have vision of the Tusk. Because they have answers, right? They can instantly hex with the Lion on the Tusk when he blinks in to save, and stuff like that, so...
A small little thing, but maybe a bit of a mistake. Natsumi on the Nature's Prophet just gets an Aeon Disc, but actually pre-assembles it. So usually you see, just the Vitality booster, and then you assemble it when you get gone on, so... But the carries, they're even building Aeon Disc. This is a meta where you want to blow somebody... I mean, it's also a Fnatic draft. They're all about getting that blink stun, blow somebody up with the Ice Blast, and Aeon Disc, on paper, the perfect item to counter that.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. Given how Natsumi has been playing, maybe this is the answer, right? Like the last game we saw Natsumi teleporting into the backline and just dying in like 3 seconds. Maybe this is the answer. At least now he has an Aeon Disc and he can play like that, and he can make space in the fight by being alive and getting the attention so that the Lash and the Zeus can do a lot of magical damage.
We'll see. That age is no longer in play, and both teams continuing to play a bit more of a farm-centric game. It is OB Neon with that slight gold lead. Is it similar to last game where you feel like this still favors Fnatic, even though they're slightly behind because they have that carry advantage with the Raven TB?
Yeah, for sure. I think they have the out-carry matchup, even though Zeus is really good against TB, but I feel like when TB has like 6 slot items, it's a lot more about the team fight. And I feel like Fnatic just has a much better teamfight draft compared to Neon. Like, the Zeus will be able to do a lot of damage to the TB, sure. But if you do not have the teamfight to actually kill the TB, he's just gonna like BKB and Sunder and Satanic the HP back eventually, right?
That's gonna become a bigger problem as this game goes on. They've got some control for him to try to stop that Sunder, but... Oh, Lion picked off. This pesky Lion. Jabs was kind of the MVP of last game with finding some of the pickoffs, and even this game he's been constantly playing around trees and being really annoying to deal with.
Yep, kind of a misuse of a BKB though, I think, because the Natsumi actually has a Mindbreaker, the silence neutral item, and he silenced the Lion already, but he still used his BKB preemptively.
I guess already down to 6 seconds, so maybe he's just thinking it is not a big deal.
Oh yeah, maybe. Maybe it was already 6 seconds. I wasn't looking.
Both teams playing. Is this, I guess, playing around next Roshan? Do you think if you're OB Neon, it seems like they're not looking to make any crazy aggressive plays?
Yeah, for sure. But the issue is, if you wait for the next Rosh, how sure are you that Fnatic isn't just gonna be able to team fight you at the Rosh? Like, I feel like Fnatic, when they're grouped up, like they're not gonna lose to you. So Neon need to create an opportunity to take the Rosh. They can't just simply do it, I think.
Yeah, and there's a TB who now has a BKB spider legs as well for some added mobility. It does feel like Fnatic have everything they could hope for here. They've just got to respect that Tusk save. Tusk goes in with a Blink Warriors Punch. They go in on Juan's DK. Can they blow him up? He gets the BKB off. There's also okay, still has it when they come out of the snowball. Now he goes for it. Catches out the Leshrac on the front line, who does not have a BKB. That's a dead Lesh and Tusk. No save for you as the Nyx Assassin runs away.
Once bitten, twice shy. He cancelled the Ravage. It's
yep,
he...
Yeah, he's like, I'm not letting you get another one on me.
I'm not gonna let you put me in the YouTube highlight.
Not today, my friend, as OB Neon lose a couple, but Ultimate's go on cooldown. So this is something, you know, they still just lose two heroes who are kind of low level. Leshrac is a core, but, you know, isn't ridiculously farmed. So they're going to be having an opportunity to go for this Roshan, which is going to respawn now with Ravage and Meta on cooldown.
Really unfortunate timing, actually. This Rosh spawn is quite bad for Fnatic. Yeah, I think Neon should just force it, like, right now.
Yeah, I don't... Fnatic may just do the same as last time and just ignore it and let it go. We'll have to see what the call's going to be. But yeah, without Metamorph Ravage, like, even things like Finger of Death, if you're going to blow someone up with an Ice Blast, it feels like you need at least one or two of these spells.
Yep, Def
in a rush they go.
Def is buying a refresher, but he's still like about 900 gold away, I think. So yeah, they're not going to be able to contest the rush.
Definitely feels like, yeah. Oh, okay, they find a pick. Lion was going for a sneaky little play there, I believe, trying to, you know, snipe an Aegis or something. Flew too close to the sun and, well, gets picked off. Still, it's, you know, we saw what happened last time with this Roshan. It wasn't like the big game changer that opened things up entirely. So we'll see where OB Neon go with this. Where did the Ag Shard end up? I don't... It looks like Nature's Prophet got it, I think. Yeah.
Yes?
Uh-oh. Now they got the ability to bring him down. They have the rotation from the Tusk here. Tag Team Warriors Punch, there's a lot of damage coming in. I think they're just going to let... Similar to last time, you know, he's like, oh, Ravage is on cooldown, I can just, you know, run out and feed a bit. But Ravage was actually coming up in 20 seconds, so he's dead for a bit longer.
Yep, but Def showed the perseverance, so Neon are gonna expect the refresher to come up pretty soon. It's about 700 gold away. Like, that's gonna be a big deal. But Def did a weird thing where he maxed out the Ravage, so I'm not sure he's gonna have enough mana to play the fights. One Ravage is 325 mana, and his mana pool is only 800.
Oh, he's got Arcane Boots queued up after the refresher. He already knows and sees the problem. Because he's got Phase Boots, but he may just sell the Phase Boots for Arcane Boots and or go double boots, whatever it may be.
You know what? He can take the ceremonial robe that DJ is currently holding. At least it gives him 350 mana.
Yeah, that's a big difference.
Yep. It will change the way he can play the fight. Because even if he holds like mangoes and stuff, like he won't be able to use his gush and his other spells, I think.
Yeah. And even the aura from it is really, he does just that. Yeah, great call. He takes the ceremonial robe. The Cloak of Flames was so nice for the magic resistance as well as the aura, the passive. But yeah, this mana is going to be much needed to go with the refresher.
Yep, I can read Dev's mind when he's dead. He's looking around, he's clicking on stuff. It's like, hey DJ, give me that. The DK is an Aga though. We have seen what the late game DK can do, right, from yesterday.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a joke, this DK. And I think he's gonna be a huge issue. Like, look at Neon's heroes, right? Who can kill the DK when the DK is at the back? Like, hitting this Zeus or something, hitting this Tusk.
That is a good question. He gets, the increased magic resistance from the Ag Scepter as well, so...
Yeah, he's not gonna just melt to this Zeus anymore because of the magic resistance. I think this DK is actually gonna be the most important thing they have to deal with on Neon. And we heard that from Fnatic themselves yesterday, right? Like, when Trian came in for the interview, when we asked him about the second game that they lost against Omega, he felt that the biggest issue they had was this DK. Like, they didn't address this DK that was on their backline, hitting their supports and their backline heroes. And this game, Trian is doing exactly just that, I think.
Yeah, he can just blink on the supports similarly and just... They're not going to kill him. Tusk, Nyx, these are not heroes that have any damage output, so... It's all going to be up to Natsumi's Nature's Prophet to scale, and he's got, you know, Daedalus, Moonshard, Mjolnir. This is all the, you know, damage items you could hope for on a Nature's Prophet. As here comes the smoke move from OB Neon. Nature's Prophet has the 0-second cooldown TP. Blink in from Chuan on the DK. Goes for the Blink Dragon Tail. There's going to be a snowball save. As Natsumi on the front lines has the Aegis. He's looking to hold on. Actually pops his BKB now. They throw out the Finger of Death. The Ravage comes as the Zeus ultimate will finish off the Tide. Lion surviving on the Sliver of Health does finally get picked off as CTM trying to get Raven. Has a Sunder. Raven's looking for it. Can also blink out back to safety, which will do just that. CTM didn't want to get too close and give him a Sunder target.
That was not an ideal position of a fight for Death at all. Like, he had to Ravage because he was gonna die, but he only Ravaged a single task.
Something a big gold swing is an 11k gold lead. Zeus has a refresher, by the way, that he popped for the double ultimate there. And yeah, Nature's Prophet doing a lot of damage as well with the BKB plus damage items that he's gone for.
Yep. Like, even though I talked a lot about how Fnatic's team fight is so strong, like, they still have to get that kind of a team fight. If the fights are so scrappy, like Neon starts on this Tidehunter and the Tidehunter is not able to get the blink off, like, these fights, this Zeus is doing so much damage if they can't get to it.
And now ultimates are on cooldown. Ravage can be popped with the refresher orb, so we may see Death forced to use that refresher orb now. No double Ravage just for the single. But at the same time, OB Neon with the Tide respawning, I think they know with that refresher they've got to be a little bit careful. They're playing this very slow, very safe.
This Prophet Aegis is expiring in like 10 seconds, I think.
Yeah, are they going to go for the jump with the respawn? Blink Dragon Tail Natsumi has the A on this. That's going to pop here.
Natsumi?
Does feel like they need to get out. Yeah, they cannot afford to get caught here, and yeah, it looks like he knows what's up. Aegis expires.
I feel like if Fnatic were like, they definitely could have punished that. I think like his Aeontis was down. Like, all they needed was a Hex, and like, my god, that was too close for me. Too close for comfort.
Respecting Yanuel, we keep talking about him, but the Tusk perhaps just worried that a Blink Snowball save. Nature's Prophet didn't have Aeon Disc, but he did have BKB, so if he gets Snowball save, then he can BKB and turn and fight perhaps.
Yep. I think for Fnatic right now, like the ideal fight for them is if they have vision and they manage to start onto this task and this Nyx assassin. Like, once you stop these two heroes from using their daggers and they're like kind of immobilized in the fights and they can't use their spells properly, then the calls on Neon are gonna find it hard to team fight, I think.
I guess the one thing I feel like they still didn't have is as much of a way to deal with this Zeus. Like, Zeus is just sitting back, spamming all his spells. He's gonna have an Octarine core soon as well. His damage at the end of this game, I feel like, is going to be pretty insane.
Yep. But like, as long as they somehow get a hold of this Tusker in the fight, they are going to be so much more confident about jumping on this Zeus, right?
Yeah.
Like, on your Lion, on your Tide, on your DK, like, any of you can, the moment you see the Zeus, you can look for initiation.
And that Zeus gets a Timeless Relic. The debuff duration, not that crazy good, but the spell damage increase, fantastic.
Of course, you play Zeus and you get Timeless Relic.
Playing around this high ground, Chuan goes blinking in. There's the Axe DK charging forward. The Snowball is there to try and keep him alive, and the Zeus just deletes the Lion on the backlines. Raven also almost died. The double Nimbus Thunder God's Wrath, they're just destroying them, as luckily the rest of Fnatic able to get out of there, but that was insane. This Zeus just deletes Lion. He needs the fluffy hats. Where are the fluffy hats?
I'm not sure the fluffy hat's gonna help him anymore.
I don't think so. He's only got 1100 health against a level 23 Zeus with double Thunder God's Wrath and a Timeless Relic.
I think he just like... Oh, wait.
I think it was... Nope. Snowball on in. They want to go on this side. He's got Refresher in 3 seconds, but they're going to back off. They perhaps feel like they've overcommitted here. TB with the Metaport. They refresh the Ravage. They blink in. They Ravage on 4. Great setup. Natsumi getting low. He tries to self-sprout. Can he TP out? No, sirree. TB doing some good damage. Nice Ice Blast onto a couple here. As Tusk forced to retreat here with the Ice Blast on him. Jabs goes blinking with an Impaled Finger. That's going to take out the Lash. As the Zeus. And now they want more. Yanuel on the Tusk looking to run away. On Ryu going to TP out in the trees. And it's going to be the Nyx Assassin CTM who has to pay the price. Carapace is up. He's not dead yet. He may have a blink out, but nope. The Impaled Jabs is there waiting for him. And Fnatic have held the high ground and punished a 4-man snowball deep into their base that I don't think OB Neon really intended.
Tusker Airlines. Like, Jab's got a really, really good catch onto the Zeus there. Like, he just blinked out into 3 heroes, he hacks the Zeus, he stunned the rest, and the TB as well. The TB has a blink. Raven bought a blink on the TB because he knows that he has to be the one following up the damage onto this Lion. It's tough. But yeah, I think the Lion actually just died purely to 2 Wraths. I've never actually seen that before.
Yeah.
2 Wraths.
I think it was 2 Wraths plus a Nimbus as well that got dropped on top of him. With like basically 2 Wraths plus a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, that was so sad. God.
What are you doing? I guess the ninja gear with the smoke will protect you a bit, right?
Yeah, for sure. But if you are the one initiating, then you can kiss your life goodbye.
Yeah. He is gonna want to stay hidden, that is for sure.
Oh, he got the Aga. At least he has some stats now, right? He has 1.3k now. HP on the Lion.
Okay.
Got the Aga blessing. Nice, supporter getting the Aga blessing for once. Only on Fnatic.
Yeah, how did they... I remember what? Someone had an Axe and they sold it so they could consume.
Omega, I think it was CML. Yesterday. The poor Lion.
Ab's just fucking out the finger of death for some creeps and... See what the 2 teams...
Oi!
Next...
God!
Oh.
Again!
He's got to... I'm about to say, he needs to... I don't think the Glimmer Cape is going to help you because you die too fast. So he goes for an Aeon Disc and they also get DJ. They just killed both supports. Alright. That is one way to go about it. And we'll see if they go for a high ground play here. Lion does have buyback. But yeah, this line is just paper. I guess the refresher on Zeus is down. That's the one, you know, positive for Fnatic here is if they take a fight, they haven't got to worry about the double ultimate. Or even really a single ultimate for 60 seconds.
Yep. Oh.
Blink in, Dragon Tail, the Ravage to follow it up, catches everyone. There was no snowball in time. There's another Ravage if Death wants to go for it, but instead he force-ups away with the BKB being forced from Natsumi. On Ryu actually gets hit by a Thunderbolt. He tried to blink it in Dragon Tail, but he got instantly stunned. Chuan in trouble, but has the Aegis to fall back on. He's trying to force this one as on Ryu just going to die to take out the DK Aegis. Yanuel wanted to try and save him with a snowball, but didn't have the ability to do so as he's going to have his Aeon Disc get popped. He's surely going to go down here. CTM on the Nyx just has to run and get the hell out of there. Doesn't want to give away this gem. Whew. Fnatic are bouncing back. They were down like 20k gold and now they've cut that lead significantly.
Yep, and I mean, at the end of the day, you only lost the Lash and the Tusk, right? So now when they revive, you just go fight. There's no meta, but at least for Raven right now, the Raven has a Aga Blessing on his TB. So he has a mini meta. But yeah, his main meta is going to be down for the next 2 minutes. Neon needs to capitalize on this.
The seeds of fortune.
Well, we'll see whether or not they've got the ability to do so once these heroes respawn. Do something for some Spider Legs, so he's kind of switching between that and the Timeless Relic a bit. Because Natsumi just constantly keeping these lanes pushed out. Playing. It's so hard, even when Fnatic get a couple of kills or win a fight, it just feels like they've got to address lanes all the time when you're playing against a Nature's Prophet.
Yep, they struggle to deal with the lanes because Neon have so much kill potential on the side lanes with their heroes. Oh, poor chaps.
No. So
I was gonna say, I have so much sympathy for support players at the late game that just die in 2 seconds. I feel it.
Yeah. I mean, he's wishing, yeah, he has this. He's got a Fluffy hat queued up. There we go.
Fluffy hat at 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, we'll see what he can do. He's dropped his neutral item. What's he up to? He's not playing around with the ninja gear anymore? I guess he's just looking to tank up as much as possible. Maybe he wants something that's going to give him a bit more survivability, but either way, tough game for the poor Lion.
Maybe
TM doesn't get the Carapace off. Okay, gets the Carapace on the Dragon Tail, not on the Gush. Gets the Aeon Disc proc, but they instantly nullify it. Great pickup from the DK. As on Ryu could be the next target they want to go for. He's still got an Aeon Disc. He's got a Mind Thrower Horn as well, which is going to pop. Natsumi jumps in forward. He gets stunned up, has the BKB to fall back on if needed. They find the Tusk, who is A-OK here as they go chasing for more. Natsumi looks to teleport forward. Does so once, does so twice. He TPs into 4 heroes, pops the BKB. Crazy TP, but he's fine. Death is just going to get deleted by the right-click damage. Natsumi absolutely tearing him up as the Titan's going to be forced to buy back the TP. Trying to hold the high ground. Great Ravage. Going to catch Natsumi here as well. The second Ravage as well. The damage is just too much. Fnatic are just shredding these heroes. TB, Raven, can he do more? The snowball save keeps him alive a little bit longer. Onryu is still going to be okay, though. The Leshrac has a buyback as well. The Nature's Prophet could come back into this one. They're buying back everyone. No DK, no Tide, no buyback, and they've got no Ravage. The Finger of Death is going to look for a kill here. Jabs is gone. Yopaz just sitting back doing too much here. This is not good for Fnatic. They're 2 versus 5.
He died without buyback. On the back
Raven.
line.
Well, they know roughly where Raven is. He goes for the blink to the high ground, the TP. Have they got anything to cancel this with? He gets home.
Oh, but this is... Oh no.
What? Oh, the DK's buyback still on cooldown. I thought DK had the money, but the problem is the cooldown, and now to the high ground we go. Neon have to be careful they don't die here, but I don't know how they get killed. The TB.
There is a mini meta on the TB. He has a mini meta, so...
He's got refresher. Got refresher now. I don't know if he sold something. He's ready with a metamorph. He's going for the backlines here. He wants this Zeus, maybe? Oh, what's the play? He goes out the fear. He hits the Zeus. Zeus on the backlines. Meanwhile, the throw. They're going to look to kill one. Zeus in trouble. Zeus is dead. Does a buyback. Not the best target, perhaps, for Raven. He goes for another... Yep, second fear. Can he do enough damage here? The Aeon Disc is causing him problems, and Raven in the middle of 4 heroes is going to get bursted. And that should seal the game as OB Neon bounce back, take game 2, and will force what we wanted. We got a game 3 pawn, though.
Very nice, very nice.
Whew.
Neon, they made it work. They went back to the same draft, to the same playstyle, and they made it work late game. Against everything that I said about how they couldn't win late game. And they did it, they played the fight so well.
Having the save and this Zeus just pummeling through heroes, absolutely crazy game. Neon have their way of playing Dota, and it works for them. They don't pick that traditional late game carry. I mean, Nature's Prophet, when you get these kind of items, we saw him like 5-shotting the Tidehunter, and beautiful game of Dota. Absolutely beautiful. We're going to hear a bit more upon those thoughts, as well as Nats when we bring her back in, as we head towards a game number 3. Stick around, guys. More Dota.
Yeah. Unknown Brain. Marvin Divine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous. I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you finally, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, and I know that I found somebody else to love me one day. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side. No, you did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lumps inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind, just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lights, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. My life destroyed. day, day. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. Yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated, it's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, and if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. C4 getaway, car top down, and we're driving just to feel young, moving away to the sea.
Well, I would be surprised if they don't ban Prophet at some stage because, you know, that's 2 games in a row that Obi Neon have picked it. So it's clearly something that they're quite comfortable or confident on. But we're not going to see a Nyx ban at all. We are going to see Obi Neon pick up that Nyx assassin one more time. And then you've got the standard Broodmother and Viper ban coming out from Fnatic, which I think we've seen all the time. I do want to ask though, why is Phoenix so highly contested? You know, I think we see her either picked or banned almost consistently, gods.
Yeah, it seems to be a SCA meta thing with a lot of teams. Fnatic had a couple games already where they actually ran the Phoenix with the Wyvern as a support duo. These healing supports, if you ban out AA and suddenly you have the strong heals from either Sunray or Cold Embrace, when your supports can win you a team fight and win you games, like that's just like a really powerful tool to have. Especially what we're seeing is slow games that are going to late game, and that's where heroes like Wyvern and Phoenix are especially good because they are late game supports.
I see, and so Obi Neon just wants to shut that down early with banning the Wyvern and the Phoenix. Ponlo, the Lesh, you know, we saw it on Obi Neon, and now Fnatic have picked it up. Is that something they're comfortable on, or is it just they saw it work so well in Game 2, they want to work it into their lineup?
I mean, Death's Strike is... I mean, we saw it in Singapore Major. Death Prophet and Death Strike was like his 2 best heroes in the Major. But I'm not sure that... Actually, I'm pretty sure that Death is going to play it because most mid players wouldn't want to pick a Lash after seeing a Nyx. You don't want to play a mid Lash into a Nyx. It feels really bad. But the offlane Lash, you feel okay because you itemize in a manner like you buy the Hood, you buy the Greaves, and you kind of counteract what the Nyx wants to do. The Nyx wants to play the map and play pickoff. And what you do on offlane Lash is like you buy these tanky items, you group up and you take towers and you close the map. So conceptually, the Posh Lash is good against the Nyx, but Obi Neon picked the AA and that is really good against the Lash. What the Lash wants to do.
Okay, so we could still see the Lash potentially go mid, but you are more confident in it going in that off lane.
Yeah, I think I'm quite confident.
And I mean, the Nyx and the AA seem to be pretty, you know, standard support picks for now. The Invoker ban coming out from Fnatic, as well as the Clock ban coming out from Obi Neon. Gods, what do you want to see coming out of Obi Neon in terms of trying to do that early game aggression lineup again with the Nyx and the AA?
Yeah, I mean, the big one was the Nature's Prophet. If they want, I'm going to be curious to see if Fnatic leave it in the pool, because I feel like Nyx AA reveals very little about your overall draft because you're just picking 2 supports. Very rarely are we actually seeing teams pick up both supports in the first phase. Usually it's a support with a core hero. But yeah, if they want to play aggressive, the Nature's Prophet's the obvious one. The Invoker gets banned out. Sand King is, to me, another hero. Yopaj is an amazing mid Sand King. I know some of the other panelists not a big fan of the hero in general, but I think that's the kind of hero that can catch Fnatic by surprise if they're not careful.
What would you want to see instead of a Nature's Prophet, Onlo? Because, you know, you weren't overly too confident with it coming into Game 2. It did kind of show it off. Let's say it does get banned. What would you want to see instead?
Natsumi. Like, the weird thing about Neon is that I feel like the other 3 players, like Scam, Janelle, and Yopaj, like I feel these 3 players enjoy playing fast a lot. Like, yeah, Yopaj likes to play Sand King mid, Earth Spirit mid, you know? But I feel like Natsumi actually likes to play late game a lot. Like we saw his we saw him playing these hard pause ones like the Life Stealer, the PL, and he can play all these hard pause ones like as good as all the other top carries in C, you know, the Gabbies, the 23 Savage, the Ravens. So other than the Prophet, I'm not sure if there is another hero that can replace that sort of tempo. I think if they don't get the Prophet, they might just default into a late game style to fit what Natsumi does best.
Yeah, I mean, they might just do the gamble and see if they can outplay Fnatic in the late game. But Fnatic, and then that might be the way they have to go because Fnatic are not going to let that Nature's Prophet through. It is going to be that ban coming out from them. I honestly cannot blame them. I wouldn't want to come up against it for a 3rd game in a row as well. So we're just waiting on seeing what Fnatic is going to be picking.
Fnatic are probably going to pick like a melee pause fall right now. I'm not really sure what's in the pool. To lane with the Lash. Ooh, they go with an Abaddon into AA?
Yeah, that's curious. And also, Abaddon not really a 4 position. That's more likely going to be the 5. I guess it could still play in the offlane with the Lesh, but definitely not a hero I was straight up expecting from Fnatic.
What could they utilize the Abaddon to try and play into, right? Let's say he does go pos 5, and then with the Lion and the Lesh as well. Where does that sort of leave them option-wise?
I think the two big things with Abaddon is, one, the shield to purge off stuns, and two, the ability to secure your carry's farm. Because you just run at the enemy and you kind of feed away your life, tank smoke ganks. Like when your carry's farming the Ancients, you stand on top of that that hill and basically protect him from any kind of smoke play. So to me, it says Fnatic is going to be picking up another big hard carry for late game. Potentially with this pick, I think they might want to save their last pick for their mid lane. But yeah, Abaddon is just great at enabling your carry.
Ponlo, talk to me about this Death Prophet as well. Where do you think that one's going to be going for OB Neon?
Death Prophet, huh? I mean, I
Do you
think
like
it's
the
likely
pick?
it's likely gonna be an offlane, I think, because they kind of need a range hero to pair with the Nyx on the offlane. I mean, that's usually the standard, but of course they can also pick a melee hero. It doesn't really matter. It's a Abaddon anyway. It's not a big deal. But this DP, like, I'm wondering what kind of carry they're gonna pick, and the only one I'm really seeing is Luna, but Luna is kind of bad against TB, so I'm not so sure. Maybe Juggernaut?
So this Terrorblade's obviously limiting quite a few options for OB Neon, and I'm going to say Fnatic has gone with it because it worked out pretty well for them last game. Whilst they didn't, win the game out, he was ridiculously strong and definitely something that they wanted to play around. Gods, I want to also know a little bit more, like, what bans do you think are going to be coming out from Fnatic?
I guess it depends what you can get here a bit. Because there's still that question mark: is Death Prophet going to be mid or offlane? I think Neon's deciding right now is their carry or mid more, because they're going to pick twice in a row here, so they want to figure out do they want to pick a TB count. If they want something like a Zeus again, they're going to go for the PL. So they pick a carry that counters the TB. There is illusion clear with the Leshrac. So Fnatic have kind of an answer to the PL, but the problem is this Leshrac, as Ponlo said, is in this position where, as an offlaner, you're going for the team items, the survivability, the Hood, the Greaves, and if you want to blow up this Lesh with Nyx AA, you definitely can. So I don't really feel like you can rely on the Lesh to deal with the PL illusions.
The Conquer ban is coming out as well. I also, Ponlo, you had a bit of a reaction to the PL. Are you not a fan of the PL pick coming through here?
I just feel like the heroes want to do different things, right? Like, I suggested the Luna, I suggested the Juggernaut, because I feel like it sort of matches the tempo of what Neon want to do. But this is like what I said, like, I feel like 3 of their players want to play fast, and then your carry player wants to play slow. And then you end up with this draft that's like lopsided. So right now, the question is really going to be, is Fnatic going to put this Lesh as a mid lane so that he can eventually counter the PL? But he has to play into this Nyx AA. And there is a solid chance of that happening, I think.
Is there a space where, they pick another sort of early game aggressive hero here as their last pick, and they sort of just, like, as the 4, kind of really be applying a lot of pressure in order to give the PL space? So, like, try and play both sides of it, be aggressive early, but also if it doesn't go too well, then they have the PL to fall back on. Is that a possibility?
I feel like at a lower level of Dota, like, a lot of teams do that, because it's like you're almost like, let's just 4v5 and we win, and then at least I have an insurance plan. But I feel like at this level of Dota, that doesn't really happen anymore. Like, if your draft looks lopsided, your opponent is just gonna abuse it, either by being really fast or being really slow. So they pick up an Ember.
Yeah, we also saw the Fnatic team ban out Zeus and Storm Spirit, so they've gone with the Ember Spirit. What do you think is that more a comfort, or are they trying to counter someone on Fnatic here, trying to, like, pick something to limit their last pick options?
I think it's just about there's no more mid heroes that are good against TB, because Fnatic banned out the Storm and the Zeus. Like I said before, like, Neon's not gonna get a last pick Zeus against this TB anymore.
Legion Commander. Legion? What?
It's
God, is that something that you expect?
I mean, with Death, it's his signature hero, as Ponlo will say. It's a save as well. They have double save with Legion as well as Abaddon. I feel like this really sets up... This makes this mid-lesh possible, because that's their way of dealing with a PL, but then you're like, okay, how do you play mid-lesh in a Nyx AA? Well, you have a Legion. You have an Abaddon who can shield him. So I like it a lot. I think it's a really good pick for Fnatic.
I'm definitely leaning towards Fnatic's draft here. I really like it. I'm liking the look of it. I'm also maybe a little bit biased to Legion. I think she's a really good hero out here. So I do hope he has an outstanding performance on her. But Gods, which draft? Which side are you going to be picking for this one?
I would lean Fnatic a little bit, but at the same time, like it's like 55-45. I feel like it's so close between these two teams. Yopaj has just been playing so well this entire series, so I feel like if the 4 Neon players can do a lot while Natsumi gets and comes online early with like a fast defusal, this game could potentially still go Neon's way.
Yeah, it seems quite even and something that's going to be coming down to the players. But Ponlo, quickly, what are your thoughts on these two drafts and which side are you picking?
I think Fnatic's gonna stomp them.
Stomp, you reckon?
Yeah.
You just, no doubt in your mind, you're like, I absolutely love that lineup. It's, OB Neon's lineup isn't something they're comfortable on, and so you just think Fnatic's going to stomp them. But I guess there's only one way to find out, and that is to get in the game. Good luck to both of you, and I look forward to who comes out as the winner.
Alrighty, well, we're going to find that out here as we have the beloved Game 3. We hadn't had any yet today. We had several yesterday, but it's only fitting that these two teams, both in the upper bracket, both maybe not favorites to win the SEA region. I think a lot more people were kind of tipping either TNC, even some people had Motivate.Trust as a likely team to come out, but pretty much everyone would have had Fnatic as well as Neon in their top 4 or top 5 teams in the Southeast Asia region. So a clash going to Game 3 is definitely going to deliver the hype. You said you think Fnatic's going to stomp it. Is that just a draft thing, a gut thing? Is that just a fanboying Death Legion thing? What's that about?
Probably like 50% fanboying Death. I mean, it doesn't really matter what hero he plays. I'll favor them anyway. Yeah. So you can ignore 50% of it. But oh wait, they just almost resumed without Ember. I think like I just don't really see the connection in Neon's draft, and I think a lot of it is gonna depend on Yopaj styling on Chen mid and getting a lead, like getting a kill and snowballing on this Ember. Because if he snowballs on Ember, like if he wins his lane like the last 2 games, I think he can definitely like mess Fnatic up like the side lanes. But as long as Chen, does better this time, I think I don't think Neon really have any tools to play the game. Like they're gonna be able to take 1 tower, sure, top lane, and then with the DP ulti. But after that, I'm not so sure their lineup.
I'm enjoying some of the old chat. That's asking them to stop bullying him, and then he's there. OB Neon's like, "How can we bully you? You've got a Lion LC lane." And then Jabs is like, "Yopaj, please stop bullying me." After last game.
Yeah.
A lot of friendship.
Especially has a lot of friendship, with the Neon players. He always talks to me about the Neon players, about how much he enjoyed playing in the Singapore Major with them.
I mean, getting top 6 at a Valve Major against some of the best teams in the world was a huge accomplishment for obviously OB Neon as well as individual players and stand-in at the time Death. So they're looking to do some repeat of that. Wow, an early D ward. Looks like the Radiant team got a ward up first, so they knew there was a ward there, and then they're gonna deny their own ward, perhaps bait Fnatic into wasting a sentry. That could be the play here.
Yep, I've seen CTM plays this ward like in every game, right? He always has this ward or the one behind him, on the one on the left of the Roshan on the cliff. Like he consistently always has an ops.
Yeah, you mentioned the one on the left side is more about being able to stack your ancients and protect yourself, but Nyx is not really a hero that's going to be stacking as much as a range support.
Yep.
Here we go. Things will break out over some of these runes. Both teams sending a couple of heroes to either rune, and it looks like Jabs is actually going to be able to sneak a rune to give Fnatic a small edge. Nothing really.
Chen on the mid lane, he's like guys, I need every ounce of help I can get. I'm gonna block my lane. I'm not coming for bounty runes. You guys, good luck.
And we have
Yes,
seen
Sig-
Yopaj, Yopaj has overall had the better of this mid lane matchup. Obviously, last game got a solo kill at level 1 on the Zeus versus DK matchup, but even game 1, playing the Invoker into TA, it felt like Yopaj mechanically has been the more sound laner at least.
Yep, for the first few levels for sure. But after that, I feel like Chen at least Chen like he's a good mid player. He understands how to get back into the game, so he didn't have issues getting into the game. It's more like just the first few waves where he looks like he struggles a bit against Yopaj.
Both teams just trading some blows early on. Again, we've got that, you know, Raven hard carry TB. He is playing into the PL, but overall, would you say this is a pretty good game to have a TB on your side?
Yeah, I mean, PL is good against TB, but TB is good against AA because you can sunder through the Ice Blast. And I mean, at the end of the day, you have 2 saves. Like, this is definitely a game the TB can play like late game, like out carry this PL, I think.
Well, mid lane, a lot of harassment on Yopaj, but he's already off to a great start with 7 last hits and 4 denies onto this Slash track. Yeah, Chuan has to be careful of.
This bottom lane is not gonna be fun for Natsumi at all. LC is definitely one of the best heroes against PL in the lane.
Yeah, and that's where this last big Legion, yeah, playing against the PL and having a really good lane. AA, not a hero that's going to be able to secure this lane, could be tricky for him. We do see AA, actually Natsumi rotate, Japs gets frozen by the cold feet, so he's waiting for another second before an Impale comes up, and he's going to have it to get the kill on Natsumi. That's first blood, and they're not done. The power of this Lion LC lane being shown off here as Eth's Master Tier. And Jabs is going to go for a feed on the tier 2 tower. He may find, okay, the courier's being micro, but yeah, he's just going to deny himself. AA trying to get in range for XP, but he's too far away.
Yep, Dev is just the kind of offlane that in every team that he plays in, he kind of always asks whether he can have the last pick, because that's his strength. You know, this is his specialty. To get the last pick and in a favorable matchup.
And it was good because it wasn't like the plan from the start was always to give him the last pick. When they picked the Lesh track, it was like, you could play this with the Nyx, or if we can run it mid against the PL, we will. So they at least left the option open for him to have that counter pick, as we saw earlier, like when he played the Slaughter into the Lifestealer. So Fnatic are happy to kind of set him up for success.
Yep, definitely. Like, teams need to learn from how these teams draft and how they leave the options open for these players to shine.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it's a decent TB game. It sounded like it's, you know, playing PL into Leshrac as well as Legion Commander, maybe making this not the best PL game though.
Exactly. Like, the strong part about the PL against the TB is that the TB doesn't really know which is a real PL. It's hard for the TB to hit the PL. But because of the LC and the Lesh, like, I think the PL illusions might it might be hard for Natsumi to have his illusions alive during the fight. So the TB is just gonna hit the real PL, and like the Skadi and with like some Daedalus or something, like this PL is not gonna be able to man fight the TB.
Seeing some continued aggression coming out onto Natsumi as back at these other lanes, just looking to secure the TB's farm as best as possible. It's been a complete constant harass battle in this mid lane as Yopaj has to chew through all of these bottle charges and will be looking for a 4-minute water rune, and he's managing to win this lane. 5 last hit advantage, a couple deny advantage as well, so doing well, but Chuan at least getting his own. It's not really the kind of difference in CS that's going to have a big impact on this game.
Yep, really interesting that none of the supports came for the runes, considering how important the water runes are for this matchup. Really surprised that the Nyx didn't choose to come, because I mean the DP should do pretty okay against the Abaddon, and TB don't really have any kill potential on the DP.
Yeah, I saw the Abaddon went for the enemy bounty rune, but I guess, yeah, going for that rather than the water runes, but trying to make sure the TB has an okay time. And it does feel like, you know, both teams are going to slow things down, play that kind of more farm game. Any big moves that you're kind of expecting early on? Obviously, mid-heroes like an Ember, level 6, can make rotations. Is that going to be part of the game plan for OB Neon here?
Yeah, for sure. I think the lane to move to would be top lane, because bottom lane is kind of too strong for the Ember to move. Like, the LC is not really afraid of the Ember. I think the Ember needs to move to the top lane when he's ready to go into the TB and the Abaddon, and then use the EXO. He's gonna get the EXO at I think around 8 minutes, so the Ember can choose to rotate there around that time, 8 to 9 minutes, to help the DP get the top tower. But
no points in the steering chains yet, but
the key for Neon is that they don't let the Lash touch their tower while they are doing such a thing.
Got it. Yeah, and he's going for the maxi field down at bottom. They go charging in. They want this Yanuel AA, and they'll get him. Some damage on a Natsumi as well with the not just Orb of Venom, but full-on Orb of Corrosion. Legion Commander making their life miserable as he really pressures this lane.
I don't think this lane is laneable anymore. I think after this wave, this Natsumi is gonna look for something else to do. Like, this looks pretty hard. Like 6 minutes, he only has 17 CS. It's rough.
By the way, Jabs TP'd mid. This just looks like a play to secure the 6-minute rune, knowing that Yopaj is going to be looking to rotate. He makes sure he's in the right position. As
very smart play by Jabs.
Bottom. Yeah.
Understanding that his LC is really strong enough to stand alone, and using his time and resources elsewhere.
Yeah. I mean, TPs aren't cheap these days. That's 100 gold.
Well, Trent
he's
got a haste
committed
rune though.
just to secure a rune. Okay. And he's
This
rotating.
Pony is coming.
Oh, level 6 Lesh. That's definitely an AA kill. The question is, can he get more than that? TP coming in from the Nyx. AA going to go down, and I imagine Lesh is just going to have to run the hell out of there. Nyx perhaps not realizing right away there was a hasted Lesh. Wastes his TP to come down to this bottom lane.
Yep, and this just opens up the Abaddon to move away from top lane because the Nyx TP bot. So now DJ can go, you know, make some stacks. He can actually double stack because of the miscall, I think. So, or he can just stand behind the mid lane and nullify the Ember's kill threat. The Ember is actually going top.
Yep, that's the lane you want him to go for. He's held onto a skill point, so if he wants, he can level up the Searing Chains. But Raven, recognizing that, you know, top lane not the safest place to be, is gonna make his way into the jungle. This is a level 5 TP, so you're more than happy to start jungling now that you've got the treads, quelling blade, couple slippers. You've got what you need to be a jungler now.
Yep, I imagine the PL as well is gonna join the jungle clan really soon. I don't think Natsumi is happy. 22 CS at 7 minutes. That is very sad.
It's also the 7-minute mark. I feel like so many of these carries time their rotation to the jungle to get those neutral items because they make such a big difference to your game. Especially tier 1 neutral items just all seem OP.
Possess Mask.
Yeah.
That thing is...
Yep. Well, we'll see what they get. PL gets an early Ocean Heart, Ironwood Tree, so just some stat items, nothing too crazy. And we'll see if the moves from Obi Neon are going to be coming out soon. That Death Prophet Exorcism does come online now, so 7 minutes in, they have that ability to perhaps start considering going for that offlane tower where DJ is currently camped out trying to protect it. As mid lane, actually, Onryu, TP's mid instead. Death Prophet going for the mid tower. Jab's committed the Impale, so he may just get chased down here. The Hex slow is not going to be enough because Yopaj shows up with the Searing Chains, and Jabs will go down with the Exorcism. They can do some good damage to this tier 1. Meanwhile, bottom, Lesh did take a very quick tier 1 with the level 4 Diabolic Edict, so it may be a bit of a tower trade, but the tier 1 mid, the much more important one, and Fnatic, knowing this, want to defend it.
Yep, it's still a favorable trade for Fnatic, I think. Even though they lost mid tower half HP, because Neon are not gonna be able to come and touch this tower again, I think. Like, even though it's half HP, I think they are well equipped to be able to fight on Fnatic. So taking the bot tower and opening up the map for the TB to farm at the bot lane soon is really important for them.
Yeah, the response was not really proportionate from the OB Neon side. Just getting that tier 1 mid down to half health, and it feels like Fnatic are just having their way, getting aggressive wards down. Natsumi's going to TP out of this bottom lane, recognizing that this is, having lost the tower, you just can't play. Even in the jungle, he can't play. He has to go top.
That is a really bad TP, I think. Like, now this DP is so sad. What is this DP gonna do? He has no EXO, they can't force top tower.
Is there... Yeah, any world Fnatic may just go for that tier 1 mid with the Edict. If they want to now as well. They know there's no Exorcism. OB Neon trying to drag creep waves away from this tower as Leshrac is nearby, just going to hide in the trees with the Edict. It looks like, yeah, Radiant Okay, Radiant Glyph is up, so they can keep this alive a little bit longer, but it is going to die fast to Edict.
Fnatic is just doing everything that they're supposed to do.
Yep. Showing how this Lesh can play a tempo game. And we've seen the last game from OB Neon. This time it's in the Fnatic hands, and they're doing a great job with it. Really limiting OB Neon's options as far as playing the map. OB Neon do get that top tier 1 tower, so they do finally take the offlane tower, but losing mid lane, not an equal trade at all.
Yeah, it's pretty good that they managed to take a top tower. I personally didn't think that they were gonna be able to do it, but I was wrong. So it ended up being a very good move by the PL.
And then straight down the bottom lane. CTM, I don't think he was ready for this move to happen so fast. The Split Earth does get Carapace. CTM then gets jeweled, so he won't get a chance to use the Impale. So he goes down, and this tier 2 tower could get pressured. Another glyph may be forced here. Just to stop the Edict damage and to clear out some creeps, but if Fnatic take this tier 2 tower this early on, they got another creep wave coming. They're gonna perhaps give up this mid tier 1 tower to take bottom lane. We're gonna have to see if that's the call for Fnatic, because OB Neon not addressing bottom at all.
Yep, I think it's a good trade actually for Fnatic. Like this bot tower opens up the outpost. Oh, but Neon look like they're defending though.
Yeah, they realize they can't just let this one go. There's a kill as Jabs finds Omrio at the mid lane. OB Neon do manage to defend bottom, but they have to rotate a lot of heroes here. Death actually just running into 3 heroes. I think he thought it was Yopaj alone. Turns out it was the whole party.
Oh no. That was so close to being like fine. Yeah, Death definitely overestimated himself there.
Gives away a kill as PL is taking over the enemy jungle to get his farm, working on a fast defusal. So does this feel like a game where Natsumi's going to have to fight early, or is he going to be trying to farm more for the late game?
I don't. If he doesn't fight early, I don't think there's going to be a late game to speak of.
Okay.
Like he's going for the diffuser blade. I think he knows, he understands that somehow they have to win a fight. I mean, and it's completely possible if Fnatic just make one mistake with the meta and they lose one fight. Like, Neon can just take Roche, they can just take towers because they have objective damage.
Well, let's see if they can find that one fight. The setup does exist. That's why the Ember Spirit was picked for. Gives them a way to find these pickoffs to start some fights. Nyx Assassin there as well, so
And
we'll see what they can do.
Third time's the charm. Oh man!
Denied.
Come on! Give the guy a break.
Yes, strategically the tower's still down, but gold-wise, you know, OB Neon can really use whatever they can find right now.
Ooh, tasty haste, yummy haste rune for the Ember bot. This is going to be quite important for the next fight.
Yeah. He's gone back for that Orb of Corrosion himself, so looking to boost up some of that early game damage and be able to burst down heroes like the Leshrac a bit better. Looks like OB Neon prioritizing some of these support levels. AA still not level 6, so going to be given the lane down bottom. We'll see whether or not... Do you think either of these teams looking to make a move? We see Fnatic going for a smoke here. They scan out OB Neon too. OB Neon themselves are smoked up. Both teams feeling like this is the time to make a play. Death is the bait of the bottom lane, but instead OB Neon, they find the jump. They find some of these supports here. They get jabs, but he gets shielded up right away. As we'll see things settle down. Both teams backing off. I believe we're having some stream issues, maybe. I'm not sure what's going on here. All right, well, we'll be coming back in. I don't know if you guys on the stream can hear me, but game feed coming back in soon. All right, well, you guys can hear us. Oh no, what's going on? This is welcome to you're getting the full caster experience. You get to do a radio cast now where you tell people what's going on without them seeing the game.
All right.
So it's
all right, guys.
It's a rite of
visualize
passage
with me, all right?
Yeah.
Visualize with me, okay? Like, okay, look at your map, guys. Ember's farming bottom. He's pushing it out. Death LC is running away. So now on the AA, he's standing mid lane with Enryu. They're pushing out the mid wave. Chen is pushing out the mid wave for Fnatic as well. And everyone's just farming, honestly. Nothing is happening. Don't worry, you guys are not missing anything.
It's funny because it's been the theme of a lot of these games where so much is at stake with TI qualifiers. it felt like every OB Neon game in DPC leagues, there was like, 20 kills at 15 minutes. These games, 15 minutes in, 5 to 10 kills.
Exactly, but it's really nice to see, right? Because, I mean, as a C player myself, over the years, all the other analysts and casters have been talking about how C players really lack discipline, and C players late game decision making is really bad. But I feel like with these TI qualifiers, we have seen how much C players have improved in this department. They are playing so much more disciplined. But I mean, it's also cost $40 million is on the line. But at least we see some improvement in players like generally, right?
Yeah. So just a reminder, guys, we will be working to get up the game feed for you momentarily. As the game stands, not a whole lot of action. Both teams just trying to, farm up for some of their item timings. Fnatic do have a small gold lead. They are going to be going for one play down the bottom lane. Death on the Legion. He's often been on the receiving end of some of these ganks. Is going to get found by Nixus, but they missed the Impale. Dodges the stun. Ooh, lot being committed there, and no kill for OB Neon. They're going to try to take this bottom tier 1 tower while they can. Right now, visualize 3-4 OB Neon heroes pushing the bottom tier 1. Fnatic have Death there, throwing out the overwhelming odds to try and delay it. We'll have to see if they go for the defenses. We do come back in. And you guys can see for yourself exactly where things are at. But that's the exorcism down. That's a big ultimate being committed. No kill and no tower.
Natsumi actually went back for a hood on the PL after the diffuser, I think.
Yeah.
Because it's against a Lash. It's pretty common. I really think like Neon need to like speed up this game. The moment their IXO is up, they need to make a smoke. Oh, Fnatic though.
Well, yeah, they're the ones making a smoke because they know there's no exorcism. They rotate in. Jabs is a blink dagger, so he gets the Hex into the Impale with a finger. Can they blow up Yopaj here? The Ice Blast is going to be flying on in from the Radiant side, but Ember goes down with the Splitter Earth Chain Stun. And now they get a Jewel at. That's on Ryu, on the Death Prophet, and he's got no backup whatsoever. That's going to be an extra +1 kill. Fnatic find 2 core heroes.
So clean. Raven is already pushing the bot lane before the move will happen. Now they get a kill. 2 kills, 2 core kills into a tier 2 tower bot. That's like the best thing that could have happened for Fnatic.
Cliff will come out to deal with some creeps here, but it looks like Fnatic are just going to tank the tower damage with the Edict and Metamorphosis. That's a tier 2 tower, which can lead to an outpost. This game could slip away quickly from OB Neon if they're not careful.
Yep, right now what needs to happen on the map is the TB, probably when his meta is down, he's going to play around the bot side of the map and keep sending illusions to farm the bottom side. Because Fnatic, what they want to do is play the top side of the map and threaten the Rosh, I think.
CTM's Nyx does a great job scouting out a couple of heroes behind that tier 2 tower in the Vendetta. Before he's going to back off. He's going to be careful. Fnatic have been... It feels like they've been really on top of the Sentry Ward game. I think this is what, the second or third game they played against this Nyx? They're always littering the map with sentries.
Yep. The Fnatic supports, like, even throughout yesterday and today's games, like I feel like it's so distinct. They are smart with their sentries and their ops. Everything is done with so much intent, I feel.
How tough is this game going to be for the PL, do you feel? Like, he's farming and only a little bit behind the TB, but his teammates are not really keeping up as well as he is. Is this a game you can see PL just kind of solo carrying if it goes long enough?
I feel like as long as Def saves his overwhelming odds for the PL in the fights, I don't think the PL is going to be able to do that much. Because the illusions just all die too quickly. And like in the late game, right? Like when Lion has level 25, he has AoE Hex. So I mean, I doubt we're gonna get to that point.
We'll see if, just how late this game goes. Fnatic with an early lead are perhaps going to be looking to take some of those objectives like Roshan themselves. With perhaps their next rotations or smoke ganks, for example. But most of their key early game items, it feels like, on their core heroes. So, what OB Neon have to say about that? Because right now PL's just been camping out this top jungle. Do you think he needs to be making a move or joining up with his team sometime soon?
I think he's looking to finish the Manta before he fights because it's quite a huge power spike for him. And it also gives him another source of illusions, right? Like if the LC uses overwhelming odds on all his illusions, then he has he has a Manta to suddenly make more illusions. So I think they're gonna wait for the Manta before they really try to make a big fight happen.
Makes sense. As Fnatic smoke up, rotate toward the Roshan pit. CTM doing such a good job. He just scouted like that entire move. He first saw them in the bottom Radiant jungle, and he followed the smoke, and he managed to pop it. Doesn't get caught by the dust. Basically keeps his entire team alive from this smoke gank.
Yep. These support players are... Their edge over other players is that they are really intelligent about the game, and we can see these are the evidence.
Ooh, PL going on in, looking to burn the Abaddon's mana. There's the overwhelming odds, and the PL gets caught by the Blink Jewel. He was not ready for the Blink Dagger. The fresh pickup catches him by surprise. He's got no buyback. We're looking for the Exorcism to try and punish this one. Death is on the run. He's got an Abaddon to kind of help him out there with the shields and the heals. There's a Yule Scepter into a Split Earth stun on Ryu. Needs to try to take his way through this one. I don't think he's going to be able to do so. That's 2 dead. Fnatic with the Raven Metamorph as well, looking to just keep Ubi Neon away. They've killed 4 now with the supports falling as well. That could easily set up a Roshan as they just walk on in. PL just got deleted. The overwhelming odds into Blink Jewel just annihilated him.
Yep. Even though there's a low... In general, there's a low probability of an LC catching out a PL with a duel, because the PL is just generally quite evasive. But the moment you get something like that, and I can't even entirely blame Natsumi, right? I don't think it's like... It's just...
Yeah.
Just something that sometimes it just happens, and this is the kind of game that it loses you the game when something like that happens.
Yeah, this feels like OB Neon well and truly on the back foot. Both Game 1 and Game 2, it felt like, you know, the first 30 minutes or so was neck and neck, neither team pulling away. But right now, Fnatic, not just with like this ages advantage, but it just feels like all their timings and the way their draft matches up against OB Neon, it doesn't feel like there is any easy answers for Neon here.
Yep, and this is like, this goes back to the thing I was talking about in the draft where Neon's draft is lopsided, you know, like some of their heroes want to play fast, PL wants to play slow. The DP and the Ember, look, they have a total of 3 kills. This is Neon Esports. 20 minutes, 3 kills it's not their MO, you know. This is not their strongest strategy.
It's definitely been something we've seen this whole series. Even Game 1 and 2 where they kind of played fast. Like they had these heroes that were looking to fight and take objectives, but even those games they were getting very few kills compared to their normal past games. So definitely maybe something Fnatic game plan for and knew how to kind of address. Oh, jabs, Blink, 2-hero Impale. Ice Blast not going to do anything at all as the Blink Jewel was there to secure some bonus damage. Death has the Ag Shard now as well.
Yep, I'm not really sure what Neon can do at this point. Like, they really had to snowball off the lanes, especially their Ember on mid, somehow, with a power rune, and like, make sick rotations, but as you can see, like, 20 minutes, Yopach, his score is 1-1-1. Like, it's not really his fault, it's more like Fnatic are not messing up. They are not giving free kills to this Ember to snowball. Like, they haven't even used the Ice Blast to get like any kills. Times are rough for Neon.
Yeah, you mentioned that when Fnatic, knowing it just as well as everyone, have game planned and basically shut down any openings for OB Neon in basically all 3 of these games to snowball off of a bunch of kills. They force them to play these late game scenarios, and in this game Fnatic just crushed things so hard that they are in a position to go high ground. They lose Lesh. That's a very easy quick ages. Ice Blast there on the respawn. He gets helped out by the press the attack. I think he was expecting maybe Death to bail him out on the first life, but
That definitely messed up his position there. Got double stunned by the Nyx.
they'll defend their high ground and force Fnatic to back off. Kind of waste their Aegis in some ways. I mean, it doesn't really change the state of the game too much. It just means Fnatic are going to have to go back and slow things down, but they blink. I say slow things down. They've got other ideas in mind. On Ryu gets bursted and blown up. Ab's blinking in, maybe in some trouble here. Death has the press the attack in a couple of seconds, and the saves all over the place. The shields, the press the attack, they've just got all the answers to any aggression coming out from OB Neon, who's still stuck on that 3-kill mark. As they blink in again, Death goes in with the self-press the attack. Didn't have a duel, but it doesn't matter. They just take out the Nyx. As Death Prophet forced to buy back, and Fnatic just having their way.
Raven also has a Talisman of Evasion. He bought that component first against the PL, which is pretty smart.
Xuan charges in, 2 heroes split earth into an Impale. Can they bring down Omryu? That's going to be a dieback if he can't keep himself alive. They almost lose Jabs here, who manages to just get back to safety with the Glimmer Cape. Xuan getting low, yep.
This saves.
The saves. What do you, that's with an Ice Blast. It still doesn't matter.
Jabs not fighting against a Zeus, survives on 10% HP all the time every game. Winter Wyvern, Lion. Just ban the Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but they did. That was the game, well, at least the game plan at the end of the draft. They could have picked Zeus instead of PL. It was one of those things where I remember in the draft thinking, okay, if they want to get Zeus again against TB, they have to pick it now. There's no way where Fnatic going to give them a last pick Zeus once again. Instead, they felt like PL was going to be the answer, but so far it has not worked for them.
Like they picked the Zeus the PL because they wanted to save their DP flex pick, right? They didn't want to show their mid lane. They last pick Amber. If they pick a Zeus there, that means they are showing the DP as a pos tree. So
yeah,
maybe they just value the other flex picks on mid and the off lane.
So Manuel going for some warding. Fnatic, they had eyes.
Like maybe for Neon, because they picked the PL on the 4th pick, because of that, then they still have the option to put the DP on the mid or off lane. And maybe for their last pick, they could have gotten some game-changing hero that would have made everything good, like sort of like the Zeus last game, right? But they just didn't have any. They just didn't have any special pick to like change the tide of the draft. And they picked the Amber, which is like it's all right, but like we're watching this game. If he's not like really enabled by his team to take fights, he can't win the game by himself, even though Yopaj has been playing like excellent.
And it does really feel like a big picture strategy thing. Like it feels like every individual player on OB Neon this game and this entire series has really delivered some fantastic Dota and made the right plays, but draft wise, strategy wise, things not clicking here. And Fnatic find themselves in a position where with complete map control, good vision as well, they are ready to take another fight fairly soon, I imagine, as soon as this Metamorphosis is back up. They've got a Butterfly as well on Raven, and it does really feel like he is this unkillable PB boss now in this upcoming fight.
Yep, they have absolutely no way to deal with him right now with the BKB. Only the Ice Blast, but I mean, if the TB is full HP and hit him with Ice Blast, like, there's nothing to be done.
Yeah. And you mentioned, of course, you can Sunder through it. You've got to press the attack to save him if he gets, you know, stunned or gone on. I mean, there is only the one stun anyways with the Nyx Impale.
Yep, so I think right now the game is pretty simple for Fnatic. We want to take the Rosh. Cut all the 3 lanes, take the Rosh because Neon can't fight. Get the Aegis on the TB, hit high ground.
They've also maybe going to find some pickoffs along the way. Stopping any kind of shenanigans. They know OB Neon's going to be looking to avoid any team fight outside of their base, so any pickups you can get when you have a Legion Commander feel great, because he's up to 80 bonus damage. Usually dual damage is not a big part of what Legion Commander does in competitive Dota, but when you get enough of it, it can make a difference.
Yep, the Lion as well. The Lion has 5 finger kills.
Oh yeah.
I'm not that good at math, guys. Can you do the math? 40 damage per kill, 725 base.
Hover over it. Don't worry, I didn't do the math. It tells you.
Oh really?
Yep, the tooltip. Here we go, high ground we go. Without a Nyx, they feel like they can just breach, and it looks like they're more than right here with this TB Metamorphosis. The press the attack from Death. Death is just positioning behind the TB. And this is going to be a free melee Rex. It looks like Ice Blast is going to land. Raven going to be forced back here. He's got the Sunder though if he wants to turn and look for a target. They may just leave Xuan to try and go for the Rax with the Edict here, and it looks like he is going to just run on in. No answer coming as Fnatic get themselves a free melee Rax. They just need to get out here. Xuan gets press the attack once again, looking for a Carapace is the Nyx, but the Impale doesn't land here. Charging forward is Yopaj. He's got a BKB on the Ember Spirit. He's trying to do enough damage, but who's he even going to be able to go for here? The Exorcism coming in. Death in some trouble. That's the save. If they can get Death, it'd be huge, but he gets to press the attack up on himself. He's going to turn, look to fight, doesn't get a duel. If he actually dies way too fast, Xuan in trouble as well. The Leshrac dead, and OB Neon holding their high ground. The PL with all the illusions, trying to juke and jive. Doesn't have to worry about a Leshrac anymore, and they're actually not just holding, but getting kills here. TB does get away, but they get 3 kills and keep themselves alive. OB Neon with a sign of life.
Yeah, the meta ran out and TB had to run away from the fight. I was really surprised that Fnatic just decided to go for the mid-Rex like that without taking the Roche first, but I can respect it because Neon's lineup doesn't really do the Roche quickly. So even if, let's say you commit your meta and BKB for the mid-Rex, right, and you get out, you're not that afraid that Neon are just gonna walk into Roche and take it. So I can respect that Fnatic took the initiative to go for the mid-Rex because they understood their timing. They have this butterfly against PL. Before the PL gets MKB, like this PL doesn't really do anything to the TB.
And they probably feel like, you know, between TB having BKB as well as the Shard on Legion, they have so much, and the Abaddon, they have all this save and all this defensive tools.
Yep.
Which for the most part was true.
Yeah, a team that wanted to play it safe would have just waited for the Roche. But I like it. I like that they went for the mid-Rex, even though it didn't end perfectly.
Wasn't a disaster, that's for sure. They got the melee racks, they do lose a couple, including 2 of their cores, but TB not one of those heroes to go down, so definitely helps out OB Neon a lot. Just the getting the experience. Some of these heroes like the PL about to hit level 20, Ember level 20 as well. So we're gonna see Yopaj picking up an Aghanim Scepter and 50 gold. So some nice item pickups and key levels on the OB Neon side may set them up to potentially contest Roshan, which is just respawning, and I think AA, yeah, his Ice Vortex should scout this out. So they know that this Roche is up now.
This is the second Roche with the cheese and the shard. OB Neon, if they let this go, they basically lost the game. So they're gonna do everything that they can to contest this Roche, I think.
Nick's kind of running in. I guess trying to figure out if there's any sentries or anything, but that's a very bold play from him. If they see him, which they don't currently, a Blink Jewel would just be the death of him.
Yep. The PL actually bought a Reaver. He's not saving for buyback. I can respect that. I think this is most likely going to be the last fight around the Roche pit.
Yeah. Has the Ag Shot upgrade for the Spirit Lance?
He really needs that HP in the fights. If not, these spells are just going to kill all of his illusions so quickly.
Yeah, it feels like when you're in these positions where you're down, you know, 10, 15, 20k gold, and you can't be saving for buyback, or suddenly you're, you know, down even more.
Yep, no point saving for buyback if you're just going to lose the fight. Gotta do everything you can to win this next fight.
Yeah. Even some of these other heroes like Ember have the same idea. He just fully commits and buys the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, the Ember actually needs buyback. He needs 1k gold for buyback, but his buyback will actually matter so much. Fight compared to the PL's buyback, which is kinda shit because he can't really TP to the outpost or anything. So yeah, if Yopaj actually Fnatic don't go for the Roche right now, manages to get 1k gold somewhere, like I think he can actually change the fight. His buyback.
Well, they're gonna reconnect back in. Some ping issues. SEO Dota things. Nothing out of the ordinary. And we'll see. How is this Nyx Ags gonna change the game too much? Do you feel CTM's about halfway there?
I think it's not fundamentally gonna change the fight, but something good could happen from it, you know? Like if he manages to stun the LC and the Abaddon at a very awkward timing where the TB doesn't press BKB because the TB is expecting the save, and then he just gets bursted down or something like that, that's where it could make a difference. But fundamentally, I feel like if Fnatic is ready for it, I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference.
Nice blast. Scouts out the Roshan pit, sees nothing's up. It's Fnatic who is smoked around this top lane, looking for an initiation. Ember in the trees, has to be careful here. Death may have his smoke get popped if he walks too close, and it looks like Fnatic going to back off and maybe go for Roche instead. Ice Blast will be back in 15, but there is a small window where they don't have to worry about it. It looks like Fnatic are just going to... Wow, they kill Roche so fast.
But this is going to be Aegis on the Leshrac and Cheese on the TB, I imagine.
And Shard on...
Yep. Oh!
On
Yopaj! Oh! He almost stole the cheese.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, he opened up the item slots to go for that play.
Yep.
That would have been any enemy would could got that could be really nice for him in this team.
Yep. So the Leshrac has the Aegis and has the Aghanim Shard from the Rosh, and the Terrorblade has the cheese. I imagine Fnatic's just gonna walk bottom now, take the second lane of Rex.
Yeah.
Easy peasy.
I mean, how hard do OB Neon need to defend? At some point, do they just say, let's just delay them and give up a Rax? Or do they need to do whatever they can to initiate and take a fight, do you feel?
I mean, the PL has heart in 100 gold, so that's the only thing they're waiting on, I think. There's nothing else that they're waiting on, so if you're gonna give up the Rex, Fnatic's just gonna go for the next one as well, so you might as well defend the bot Rex and try. The only item progression that Neon has on all of their heroes right now is the Nyx Assassin. You could have the Aga in 1.1k gold, but that's like too far. He's like trying to hit some creeps right now in the triangle, but 1.1k is way too much.
Yeah, there's not really anything he can sell either. So I mean, he's got like his his one, some fluffy hats, but that's not going to really get you any closer to that Ag Scepter anytime soon. So he probably does want to buy that point booster while he's near the secret shop if possible. But yeah,
let me do the calculation. So Cherokee Boots, he's gonna get 410 gold, about 410. One is gonna get 220, so that is 630. 630 fluffy hats.
125 each, right?
125. So 630 plus 125 is.
Well, he's got 2 fluffy hats.
Oh yeah, it's 250. So that's what, 700 or something. Wait, 610 plus 250. I mean, almost. It's a little bit more.
His inventory will be Aghanim Scepter and nothing else. No boots, no nothing.
Maybe he sells the dust too.
Yep. Don't need detection. Don't worry. There's no Ricky in the game.
Yep. Tells AA, you buy all, please. I Aga now.
Yep.
I mean, I think it's pretty legit, right? If you think that is the last fight, just sell your boots, just sell it.
Yeah. Oh, if they're going higher, I guess they probably don't think it's necessarily the last fight. They may just decide to let Fnatic siege and take this lane of Rax, or do whatever they can to try and delay it. But we'll wait and find out what the plan is going to be, because here come Fnatic looking to put the nail in the coffin for OB Neon and their hopes of staying in the winner bracket. This is not elimination, but this is definitely the place you want to be as far as making a TI. You're going to feel a whole lot more comfortable in the upper bracket as Shuan is trying to see Chigron. He's just taking constant chip damage, the slider fist spam.
There's a bounty rune scam. Take the bounty rune. It's 33 minutes. Ooh. Oh no, don't show top. He needs 300 gold.
He's doing what he can. He's hitting creeps. He's like, forget bounty runes. I want creeps. Don't worry. He's 100 gold away now. He's going to get there. Yep. Shuan goes to the high ground again with another edict. They pop the glyph. They're still buying time. The Nyx is going to have it. He's going to be TPing back momentarily to get that Ag Scepter for the high ground defense. They've got no more glyph now to play around. It's now or never if you want to defend this bottom Rax. Tier 3 tower gonna go down, and now the next focus is gonna be this melee barracks. Shuan's edict coming back up in a couple of seconds, and it looks like OB Neon not really finding the way to start this fight off. They blink him with jabs. He gets instantly stunned up though. He's got to be careful, but they're going to go in on the Death Prophet, who doesn't even get a chance to exit him. Yanuel in the backlines gets taken out by the BKB Legion commander as well. They've lost 2 and the Rax. It was like too little too late. OB Neon tried to delay for as long as they could to get Nyx Ags, but in the end, it changed absolutely nothing.
Yep. Maybe he should have sold the boots.
And having this BKB on Legion, it just meant Death could just blink in and Jewel and just get an insta-free kill.
Yep, the only thing that deals with the BKB, like at this point, this EXO is just, because there's no sort of like minus armor or anything, this EXO is not that scary and this DP dies so easily. So as long as the DP EXO is not doing much, because you have so many spells to clear the PL illusions, the only real thing that, like, your BKBs are just so strong, right? Like every game, the value of BKBs and the value of these items change based on the heroes. And in this game, this triple BKB on Fnatic is just too strong. In this 7 or 8 seconds, it's impossible for Neon to fight.
Well, we'll see Perhaps the last round this top lane. CTM is set up with the Acceptor, and they can delay this. They've only got a minute left on this Aegis, so I imagine the discussion is around the, what exact second will this Aegis be expiring? Can we find a play, some kind of miracle play to build this TB? Oh, sorry, Aegis, there is no more Aegis. Oh, sorry, the Aegis not on the TB, on the Leshrac. So kill this Leshrac as the Aegis expires.
I'm pretty surprised that they are not just like going to the tower right now while they have Aegis. I think the Aegis is expiring in like 50 seconds.
The BKB was being
5
delivered,
seconds.
so Lesh just gets a BKB delivery, but yeah, time has kind of run out. Death is looking for another Blink Duel initiation on the high ground, perhaps. Do they have any way to get vision? DJ drops a ward, and instantly they Blink Duel. BKB popped as well. Nyx Assassin, yeah, he's pretty tanky. He is still going to go down. They still got the damage. Onryu with the BKB exorcism trying to scare off Fnatic. Not the target I think Fnatic were looking for, so they're going to be pushed back. Onryu, he chased too far. His BKB wore off. He's melting. He has to defensively use, but Xuan's there with the Split Earth waiting for him. Ember Spirit goes in with the Remnants. Not enough damage coming in. The Death Prophet dead without buyback. PL being forced to just doppelganger away. Full on retreat. OB Neon. PL gets caught with the Yule Scepter. The Aegis does expire, but I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. Raven on the high ground with the cheese. Getting low, but has the Oppressive attack to back him up. And he's going to just take out the tier 3 tower. Now gets to work on the racks. Is there anything to defend the melee racks? Does not look like it. As OB Neon going to be facing Mega Creeps, and not sure they have a whole lot else to throw at Fnatic to turn this game around.
Yep, the Nyx is looking for sort of an angle, but it's just so hard. They have 2 saves.
They get a Lion kill. Just to support though. Now, if Fnatic wanted to, they could have maybe tried to save him with the Abaddon and the Legion press the attack, but they know the position they're in, which is we just got Mega Creeps, and if we want, we can wait another, 3 minutes for Roshan, or however long it takes, and just go for Rosh number 3.
Yep, they're camping this high ground ward though. Look like they're posturing.
B-Ward as well, but here come OB Neon. I think they know now's the time to take a fight. Yopaj just goes jumping in with a Fire Remnant. They look for a Blink Jewel, but actually Death's going to get even after the Sleight of Fist, so Yopaj in trouble. He goes down with buyback. Does he throw it out right away? Xuan in some trouble on the Leshrac here. Has the BKB to try and get himself out. Spider legs over the hill. He will get back to safety, but the chase is still on. Ember holding the buyback. Doesn't want to throw too much into this, as they're already in such a dire position that you feel like they just have to cut their losses.
Yeah, Death managing to find the duel onto the Ember even after the slide. I'm not sure, maybe Yopaj didn't have any spirits anymore. But if he had spirits, that was definitely a slight misplay by him.
I think he used most of them aggressively to try to do as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Everyone's kind of desperate when you're down like this.
That really sums up this game right now, is just desperation. There's just so little OB Neon have as far as options go. And Fnatic, they could wait for that Rosh, but they also say, well, I think we're good to go. We got Metamorphosis back up. We've got a Leshrac with Edict, and Ember's dead. He may be forced to buy back here as Tier 4 tower is melting quickly. Ember gonna buy back. We'll see what Fnatic do. Do they stick around?
I think they should back.
Oh, Japs has other ideas. He sets things up. Goes in with the Hex on the Nyx. The Jewel is there with the BKB, and that's a dead Nyx Assassin. Does have buyback. Nemo on the backlines. They've lost Lion. Jabs gets focused, and DJ's going to be a little bit careful. Has got the borrowed time still, so he's going to be able to kind of rely on this second life here as the Exorcism gets negated with the death of the Death Prophet. PB just looking mighty uncounted here on the front lines. Press the attack to help bail him out a little bit. And OB Neon feeling like there's just not a whole lot they can do anymore.
Dude, Raven is 11, 0, and 10. This guy, last game he died like what, once? This game he has 0 deaths.
Yeah.
TVs.
I think game 1 he had 0 deaths as well.
Yeah, guys, just ban it. I think this TV is.
Just ban it. Simple. Come on, OB Neon. No, it's so tough. Yeah, the position they're in now is, pick your poison. They thought they maybe had an answer with the PL, but Fnatic have just put themselves in an almost unlosable situation. They charge him with the Lesh. The press the attack save is there. No BKB. Let's just be a little bit careful for 5 more seconds. They've got the duel once again. Death up to plus 220 damage. Are you kidding me? This guy playing the carry Legion in the off lane. The CTM and the Nyx just sitting there around the entire enemy team. I imagine they can deal with this Nyx. Maybe not. He's gonna zone him away. They lost the Ember, who doesn't have buyback.
I think they just have no detection or something. Yeah, they have no detection.
I was wondering. I think the Lion had the gem and died. So yeah, the Lion died with gem, and as a result, yeah, Nyx. I think he stole. Oh, he has a gem. I don't know where the second one is anymore.
That was pretty funny. All of them are surrounding him like, guys, where is he?
Yeah. Smart play from CTM, recognizing that nobody had detection. He could just stand in the middle of 5 heroes.
Is Fnatic gonna wait for the Roche? Let's just go ahead. Oh, the Roche is actually up.
Roche is up, yeah. It's like they don't even have to. That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, they'll wait for Roche, but oh wait, just no wait needed. Kind of, you know, maybe if they're not going for Roche, that really says something about how confident they are they've won this game, because. Or they just want to go while Ember's dead. If they go for Roche, they may give time for Ember's respawn.
Yeah, I think
so they're going to charge in.
More important than the Roche.
Leshrac running in, the TP with Metamorphosis. If they want, they can just focus the buildings. They get the Blink Jewel. Onryu gets deleted. Next in line is going to be the Nyx, and they've got nothing to defend the base. Obi Neon tap out, and Fnatic. We saw it yesterday. We see it again today.
Yep, but Fnatic doing much better today compared to yesterday, right? Like, today their lanes and everything, it just felt like everything went according to plan. Like, maybe in the second game they didn't get the fights that they wanted to get, but that's about it.
All right, I am curious to hear. I mean, having seen Fnatic, I mean, do you think they're one of the top contenders or even favorites now to win the Southeast Asia region? They're in the top 3. Obviously, all that matters is winning, but they are going to be in that winner bracket final. How good of a shot do you give them?
Yeah, for sure. I think them and GXR are my picks. I like the way Fnatic and GXR are playing. But Boom and TNC are obviously pretty strong as well. The others look a bit like they're lacking behind.
Sounds like you're picking the team with Singaporean players, Ponlo.
I think we need to go to a break.
We'll hear more about that later as we head to a break, and we'll bring back Nat in and hopefully get to talk to one of the Fnatic guys. We'll see you then.
Never end, yeah, no, our days will never end, yeah, no. Come on, baby, let me tell you one time that I fire, gotta love it, then you never break apart. We're moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do this tonight. There won't be one more time, so we gonna do Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
Down to the ground, you're dragging me. It's constantly. No, I won't make a sound. I love the pain. It sets me free. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you, tell myself that this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I hurt myself for you. On the ground, I know the truth. I know the truth. Oh no, I'm on the ground. I know the truth. I'm shaking now, 'cause you say those things, then shut me out. Got no clue what you have found. I'm a rose in thorns, but you cut me down. It's wrong, I can't make right. I love the bird below you, tell myself that this is the last time. I can't make right. Slipping off in the moonlight when I knew the truth. I hurt myself for you. I know the truth. inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight. These feelings inside. Butterflies fly with me tonight.
But it's too late now. I remember you and me, and how careless we could be.
All day and all night, we'd stay up, it felt so right. We were so young, we were so dumb. We would get drunk and then hook up. We were okay, we were alright, staying awake till the sunrise. We were in love, couldn't stop us, like a good drug, never enough.
We hook up in my car, driving so far, play your guitar, you'd show me your art. Let down our guards, think with our hearts, stare at the stars, we were never apart. Drinking too young, way too much fun, out in the sun, orbit when it's gone. Took you to prom, dance to our song, dance all night long till the lights come on.
Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Nights, long fights, it felt right, we were alive. We would go out, we were so loud, we were so proud, we had no doubts. Weekends and weekdays, we'd spend our own way. We were careless, we were fearless, we were reckless, time was precious.
We loved to waste time, whiskey and wine, drinking all night, asleep by your side. Finally alive, we would just drive, never arrive. Our journey was live, staying out late, testing our fate, running away. We live for today, young and so bold, never get old. Screw what we're told, we can't be controlled.
Now I remember everything, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be, and how careless we could be. Everybody knows that I'm breaking down. Everybody knows I ain't faking now. Everybody knows my heart's vacant now. Yeah, she hates me now, I made mistakes, but now I don't ever wanna be alone. I don't really ever feel at home. On my own, in the zone, that's the only way I know. Feeling low, about to blow back up. I won't ever let the doubt creep in. Gotta pop a couple more aspirin. I don't think I'll ever let you in. Easier to break it off best friends. I don't really understand myself. I don't really understand, need help. I don't wanna be left on the shelf. Couldn't even hear me if I yelled. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold outside, I'm alone, I'm alright. It's so cold. Break down, always feel like I could break now, but I never let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way to even when I'm feeling down. I fight, even when I don't know what is right. I'ma pick a side, and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate, and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up.
Before we do, I want to have a quick look through some of the results from this stream and also our stream B of the Southeast Asia qualifiers. If they can come up and we can talk about them, because I do know there has been a pretty incredible upset that just happened over on stream B, and I don't want to spoil anything until we see it. So we have Team SMG at the start of the day winning against Lilgun. Then we had Galaxy Racer winning against Smart Omega. We just had Fnatic taking on Obi Neon. And then we're gonna get into the TNC and Boom Esports game. We also had the Execration taking 496 Gaming, Motivate.Trust taking Cignal, and then we have Team SMG taking out Execration, if that's correct.
Wait, no, Execration upset. I think Execration won that.
So that one's the one that just rounded out.
Yeah, so
speaking of the TNC and Boom game, that's the one we're about to jump into. I want you, Ponlo, to talk me through these teams. Explain to me in as much depth and knowledge as you can a little bit of information about their game styles and the players that we're going to be seeing matching up against each other today.
For Boom, I watched the series they had against Execration yesterday, and they did something unorthodox in the second game, but it's like a Boom specific thing. They did a TA mid on Mikoto, and they also picked the Medusa for Dreamercell on the carry. Like, I don't think any other team does that, and they actually made it look super hard to deal with, and Execration lost the game pretty handily. The other thing that Boom did, which was kind of special, was they picked a carry Ricky. The only other team that does this, I think, is 496. They picked carry Ricky for Drew today. And the interesting thing about how Dreamercell played this carry Ricky, they had carry Ricky and Wind Ranger on mid, Mikoto. And their opponent had a PL. Execration had a PL carry, but neither of them dealt with the PL. They did not build a battle fury on the Ricky to deal with the PL, but they still managed to play the late game fights really, really well. And their late game execution was so good. And FBZ in particular on the Mars, he played Mars like phenomenally. Like, his Mars was perfect. His item decision, he bought this overwhelming blink. It was like super insane. He had overwhelming blink, satanic, BKB like at like 30 minutes. It was super clean by Boom. Like, I even myself, I was super surprised with how Boom managed to turn up, because I thought Boom was one of the teams that would struggle, but they've done a lot better than I expected. When it comes to TNC, I think at the start of the qualifier they had a few rough games against SMG, the second game in particular, where they had a lead early. They had this Void, carry Void, offlane Viper, and DK mid draft. And they had a lead to steamroll the game, and TNC dropped a map to SMG, which I think most people were not expecting, even myself. But then in the third game, TNC, they played their standard Dota. To me, it felt like Mushi took out the cane, you know, because Mushi is coaching TNC now. And after what happened in the second game, I think Mushi was like, guys, enough is enough. This is $40 million we're talking about, you know. They picked their standard, like their Puck, their Armel Puck, the TB, Gabby TB. And I heard that Armel Puck, I didn't watch the game, but I heard that Armel Puck popped off that game. And like a lot of people are saying, like, this Armel, don't give him Puck anymore. He played a Puck into a Lion, and he was still like owning in the game.
No, definitely. It was a pretty insane game, that third one. It felt like they put their try-hard pants on and they just absolutely went for it, which was amazing to watch. Now, both of these teams do have a pretty similar playstyle. I know both of them like to go for the late game. Gods, do you think this is going to be more than down to a draft sort of thing or an execution between the two teams?
I would say execution as well as the two mid laners. I mean, you mentioned Armel's Puck, but also on the other side, we've got Makoto, who to me is one of the star mid players of the Southeast Asia region. I think that matchup is just going to be so interesting to watch. Some of the heroes they can play as we see some of the draft. And I think heroes, you really want to be able to also shut down the enemy mids. Heroes like Lion are great for stopping some of those elusive heroes like a Puck. So already some very interesting picks coming out, including the Brood.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that the Brood has gotten through. You know, TNC played that one yesterday, and they looked really, really good on her. So I am a bit surprised at that one getting let through, but I'm definitely not surprised at TNC taking that opportunity and picking it as fast as they could. Ponlo, with the Marana and the Lion, what sort of flexibility are we looking to come out from Boom here?
I feel like the Lion, a reason why they picked the Lion was because they want to sort of deny Armel's Puck, but they don't really want to ban it, so they pre-picked the Lion because Lion is still generally a good hero. I'm not entirely sure, but the issue here is that I'm not sure exactly what they're gonna pick against this Brood. Even myself, I'm not 100% clear of how to deal against this Brood Mother. So yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait to see.
Yeah, then let's talk about the bans a little bit more. So we just saw the Puck one come out there, but I'm also intrigued by the Riki and the DK ban. The Dragon Knight one makes a little bit more sense. We see TNC try and prioritize him a lot, but with the Riki one, why do you think they've gone for that ban?
I have no idea actually. Like, TNC hasn't played it, right? And
no, it's Boom that we've seen play it.
Yeah, exactly. Like Boom is the one that played the hero, so maybe in their hearts they just think that it's one of the best heroes right now. And yeah,
they're not willing to play it, so they're like, let's get rid of it because we don't even want to risk that chance. And then over on the TNC side, we see Timbersaw, Nyx, Mars, and Tidehunter banned. Gods, walk me through some of those ones, and the Conqueror as well being added there, which is a little bit more self-explanatory.
I mean, the first two bans, Timber, Nyx, is just meta heroes. I mean, Nyx is like one of the best kind of supports right now. Just does a lot. Timber forces you to address the hero. And then these next three bans are just the Brood counts. I mean, I guess to answer your question, Paul, know what heroes do with Brood. I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like kind of unclear what the best Brood counters are. TNC think these three heroes are the best. They're all the heroes that can clear Spiderlings easily and heroes that can match up well against the Brood in like a one-on-one laning matchup.
The Conqueror is a little bit similar maybe to that, Ricky, or like, you know, the Conqueror, both of them play it, and so maybe if they're not willing to put it in their draft, they're like, we don't want to hand it over to Boom Esports either, who ban our TA and then are going to pick up Axe. Onlo, are you surprised by that one?
I mean, I was looking at the drafts yesterday and they picked this Axe and they tried it on Dreamer Cell and they lost with it, and now they see a Brood. I imagine they want to put the Axe at the Brood lane. Yep. So I get the idea, but I mean personally, I'm just not a huge believer of the Axe.
Oh yeah, I mean I think Axe was picked like 5 or 6 times yesterday and lost every single game. Axe.
I was going to say that Axe did lose every game that he was picked.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
I believe Axe only won one game, and it was today when Execration picked it for Nico. That was the only game that Axe won.
Yeah.
And in all the qualifiers, this hero, it's just getting trashed. Every single region, it's been terrible. Like, it's been picked. It's one of the most picked heroes. It's 4th in the most picked heroes, and it just keeps on losing.
It's so insane. But sorry to cut you off there. But speaking of most picked heroes, we're seeing Hoodwink here, and I'm really excited. She's got to be one of the most picked in all of the other regions, and me personally, this is the first time I'm seeing her in Southeast Asia. So Ponlo, why have they gone for this one? Give me some reasoning behind it, or is it just she's one of those meta heroes?
I think it's because with a Brood Mother, you tend to want to split up the map and you want to play all 3 lanes and you want to split the opponents up because Brood is strong when the opponents are split up. Brood is weak when the opponents are together because you can land your spells together and clear the spiders. So
Yeah.
I think Hoodwink is just one of those supports that are better at playing at the side lanes and like initiating from fog with the bushwhack and the ulti. And yeah, I think for TNC, they're just imagining their draft to be sort of like very scrappy and all over the place, you know?
Yeah, and then this Invoker being picked up as well on the side of Boom. Where do we think that one's going to be placed, Gods?
Probably just going to be the Makoto mid hero. I don't think any teams are doing any kind of off lane or support Invoker these days. So,
Pretty stock standard.
Yeah, I think it's pretty standard. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like a Makoto like go-to, but it is something he can play well. I guess a little worried because he doesn't know his lane matchup yet. So I feel like if TNC want, they can. Okay, the TA is banned, so the obvious counters ban the TA and the Kunkka. So in a lot of ways, it's a pretty good Invoker game because they can't just counter pick you mid.
I see. So it's like they're just looking at these bans that have already come out. Even if they don't know the matchup, they think it's pretty good and they don't want to risk it being banned out in the next phase. I totally get that. But here we see the Terrorblade, which has had really dominant performances so far. So Ponlo, you know, walk me through that one.
I'm not that sold on this TB pick, honestly. Like,
oh really?
Like, look at the Boom heroes, right? They're not bad against TB. Invoker's pretty good against TB. Lion is good against TB because the Lion stops the TB from farming the lanes very efficiently because he has the mana burn for the illusions. He can just keep stopping you. And I mean, on TNC, you are playing with a Brood Mother and a Hoodwink and a Phoenix. Like, sure, the Phoenix works well with the TB, but the other 2 heroes, I don't feel like there's any real synergy. Like, you're just gonna farm until you have like Skadi to be able to fight. Before that, I don't think you can fight with this TB, and that is kind of worrying because Boom can just accelerate this game as long as the Brood lane, the X lane goes well and the Brood is poor. Like, I can see Boom just like steamrolling this game, and this TB might just die to smokes again and again with the finger and the sunstrikes or whatever.
Right, so if they can execute their lineup quite well, the Terrorblade's just never going to have a chance. On TNC's side, what are we hoping to see round out their draft on loan?
They definitely need something that's able to at least win the mid lane a bit against the Invoker. I think when your opponent shows an Invoker mid, you want to have something that at least does well against the Invoker, but also something that provides them some sort of team fight and damage. Because right now, Brood is gonna play on an island himself. You really need that mid hero to tie up this draft with the Hoodwink and the Phoenix, so that this Hoodwink and this Phoenix don't feel like useless heroes, you know? While the Brood Mother is farming, the Terrorblade is farming. You want that mid hero to be able to bring some tempo to the game.
Yeah, we don't want to see our supports just getting dunked on over and over again. That would not be good. And Gods, for the Boom side, what do you want to see round out their draft?
What are the big carries left? I guess the Medusa's still in the pool against the TB. Yeah, I'm curious to see what they want to go for.
I thought that they're gonna play a carry, right? I think they'll just put the X as a carry at this point, since it's a Brood lane. And they will just pick like a off lane, and maybe they play the Invoker as a cross Exort and farm a lot on the hero.
True.
Are we looking for like a melee or ranged tier?
Probably melee. Maybe something like
Beastmaster,
like I don't know.
Okay. Alright, I was like maybe the Juggernaut or something like that. I'm just throwing things out there.
I mean, I might be wrong. Maybe Boom will just pick a new carry, but so far, I think it might be better for them to pick something like a Beastmaster offlane to like really speed up the tempo of the game. And they have this vision, they have Moonlight Shadow, they have Hawk, they have Sunstrike, they have X Dagger, Manta. They have so much kill potential on the entire map. Like, to me, that's the hero that I'm looking at. And FBZ plays the hero as well. So yeah, but anything that sort of speeds up the tempo of their game is gonna be good, I think. Personally, I don't really feel like they need a carry right now.
We'll see TNC slowly tick down their clock as they're thinking about what they want to pick on their side. Is a melee ranged? You don't think it's going to have too much impact here? It's all about just trying to give that space to the Terror and the Brood still.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think they also, I mean, I know, Ponlo, you mentioned they need something to fight with the Phoenix and Hoodwink and do damage. They also just need stuns. Like, they have no real lockdown or control. Just the Hoodwink with the Bushwhack is all they've really got to play around. TP's not going to deal damage if heroes aren't standing still. Phoenix Egg, you need protected, so they get a Void Spirit. Interesting.
I like it. I personally like the Void Spirit. I think he's a pretty awesome hero. Do you think this is gonna enable the Terra Blade and the Brood Punlo? Do you think it's gonna do what it needs to be able to execute this draft?
I think it was just the only thing left that they could have picked.
Okay.
But I don't think that this puts them ahead of the draft. I think they're quite behind, honestly, to me. I might be wrong. TNC might play a different style of Dota that I don't understand. And so yeah, I think we'll have to wait and see.
Could it be that, you know, Void's a comfort, and because there just wasn't a lot left, they've gone for something that's a really big comfort pick, Gods?
Yeah, I think for sure. Often you're in a game one, sometimes you just want to go into kind of your comfort zone. You don't want to necessarily go too out of the box. They've already got the Brood cheese pick, so I think really TNC's just looking at this game like, okay, we're going to Brood cheese pick. Let's hope that's enough for us, and then just pick everyone else on something that's kind of standard for them.
And I mean, that's a really good way, you know, you kind of have this win condition that you want, and to be able to ensure that you can get that win condition, you just have to make sure everyone else is comfortable in how they're going to be playing their game of Dota. Over on the side of Boom, we see the Pangolier finish off their draft. So Ponlo, do you like that one? Is that something that you think is really going to work for them?
Yeah, I think it's excellent. I think it scales perfectly against the TB as long as you can match the item timing and the TB doesn't have this overwhelming damage to kill you while you're in your role. Like, this Pango is gonna do so much damage at the later part of the game. And it's also sort of an answer against the Brood as well. I think Boom has a really solid draft.
What sort of game plan or game style is Boom going for then? Do you still want them to be really early aggression and try not to push it too late?
Yeah, I think... I'm not sure what Mikoto will go for, but I think that he should go for Exort. And I think they will just do well in their bottom lane. Mainly their bottom lane against the Brood, because you counter pick the X into a Brood, right? Your X is gonna free farm. I hope they get some like large cam and medium cam stacks so that this X can really accelerate. And maybe Hyde on the Mirana top lane. Hyde can stack the camps as well, because the Phoenix can't really pressure the Pangolier that much. Maybe you just need to buy a bit of regen for the Pango as a Mirana and stack the ancient camps. Stack it so much that Dreamer Cell will carry this game at 25 minutes.
Well, look, as much as I like Brood and Void and even Hoodwink, somehow you sold me, and I'm going to say that I really like the look of Boom Esports draft, and I'm going to say that they'll be taking game one. But what do you reckon, Gods, who's going to be taking game one?
I like what you guys... You know, I'm going to go against the grain. I'm going with TNC. They're the team I'm going to stick with my companion prediction. That's my logic, you know.
Oh, wait,
I have to
did you do...
double down.
Did you do TNC as well for your compendium?
Yes.
I did too,
well.
and everyone made fun of me. I'm not joking. Everyone was like, you gotta pick TNC, and I'm like, yeah, as if you wouldn't. And everyone's like, no way, they don't have a chance. But look, I'll let you guys go and jump into game number one, and hopefully TNC can prove all those haters wrong.
Alrighty, we'll see if TNC have the tools to do it here. Definitely looking like maybe a slight draft advantage going Boom's way, as we'll see early moves coming out. Yeah, I mean, TNC, they're still in the upper bracket. Definitely draft-wise, they're doing something a bit out of the box here. Obviously, Brood, not at all out of the box. No individual here out of the box, but the way things came together, it does feel like Boom have managed to get some good counter picks in Ponlo. How does TNC make this draft work? I mean, we're talking about, like, you know, doom and gloom. What makes TNC... What's going to set TNC up to win this game?
I think the biggest thing for TNC is if Armel manages to get a power rune. I feel like I say this every game. If Armel gets a power rune and he manages to kill this X at the bottom lane with the Brood, like one kill, right? One kill on the X and the tower is gone. Brood Mother will kill the tower, like, as long as the X is not there. So I think that's going to be what TNC is going to be angling for, because top lane is going to be pretty hard for the Void Spirit to rotate into, because the support is a Phoenix. You don't really have any disables.
Alrighty. We'll see when those supports that rotating power runes come into play, as we have both teams going for some early 5-man moves. There was a smoke out from Boom. They got scouted by a dire ward, and it does look like lanes are going to be going as you would expect. No crazy switch-ups happening here whatsoever, at least so far. I mean, you mentioned the X against the Brood a bit with the laning stage. Is there any way a Brood with a Hoodwink support can win this lane, or is Axe just too much of a counter pick?
I think in the lane itself, Axe is too much of a counter pick, but the Brood Mother might be able to cut the waves after 5 minutes when the creeps are, the cutting is disabled, because right now the Dota patch is such that you can't cut the creeps properly until after 5 minutes. So yeah, I think after 5 minutes, when the Brood, maybe after the Brood has level 6, then that's where he can really come back in farm if he farms the jungle, as well as the lane creeps.
Terrorblade gonna tank an arrow there to try it. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but he kept the rage creep alive a little bit longer. As we'll take a look at this bottom lane where it is the Brood lane. Not necessarily a whole lot of kill threat from the Lion Axe, at least I wouldn't expect. Maybe with the Battle Hunger Impale they can do some good damage, but it could be a lane where at least Brood doesn't get fully out of lane too fast.
Yep, Brood Wing is still considered one of the better supports in general in lane. And Brood really needs that solid lane support, because the Brood Mother really suffers in the first few levels before she gets like more points in her E, where she starts to be able to go on the enemy.
We'll see how things develop there in these lanes. As far as taking a look at some of our other lanes, we've got the Armel Void Spirit in the mid lane up against the Mikoto Invoker. Do you think, how high do you rate Mikoto's Invoker? Is it something you think he's really proficient on?
Not really, personally, but to be honest, I don't think I'm a Mikoto expert. I'm not a Mikoto expert. I'm only a dev expert. Which is why I sort of like say that maybe I prefer Mikoto to play sword. So it's more towards his playstyle of farming and just Sunstrike for kills. But he's actually opted to go for Crosswax.
Yeah, I feel like the heroes I always think of with him as like his Wind Ranger in the past, his Monkey King mid, his TA.
His Ember, yep.
Yep. We'll see how he handles the Invoker. It's going to, like you say, be Crosswax, probably see that early earn, just that space creating. Let's, just run around, I mean, you kind of say make space for an Axe. Axe is not your traditional hard carry, but we have seen this Axe do a lot when you do get that ability to snowball and pull ahead.
Yep. It's gonna be interesting to me if whether Boom makes stacks or not for this Axe, because like the thing I really pulled away from watching LGD run the Axe on Ame was that they knew how to accelerate him, and they didn't just treat him like a standard carry that just hits creeps in his lane,
Yeah. And you mentioned Hyde, that's the Mirana's job to make those stacks mostly?
Yep, and the Lion as well. Like the Lion can also, once he has mana, he has the mana drain, he can stack in the Radiant main jungle, the camp on the left of the outpost, and the camp above the outpost. I believe he can double stack that as long as he uses mana drain. So, yeah.
We'll see how that works out for him. Bottom river, Mikoto denies the water room, but gets caught by Ether Remnant, so he's going to be forced back. We'll be okay. He's not going down and does have the points in quad, so has a decent amount of HP regen. They should be okay here. Feels like this bottom lane's about to get very difficult as soon as Dream Missile gets the Vanguard up, which he's only 400 gold away from. They're just going to be tickling him at that point.
Yep. That's cute. Making stacks. His Axe is already untouchable in the bottom lane. Like the Hook Wing's purpose in the bottom lane is not to shut down the Axe or do anything to the Axe. Hook Wing's purpose is...
Ooh, arrow goes flying through with the tornado. Unfortunately, very hard combo with the tornado and the arrow. And they just couldn't quite land it properly, as Mikoto doesn't have much mana to play around with as well.
Yep, I think TNC is just testing out whether they are able to first face this Brood. Because if TNC win this game, it's gonna have such a psychological advantage against all the teams that they're gonna face. Because you have to first face ban a Brood. Because this team, they dare to first face a Brood Mother.
And they ban, obviously there's many heroes you can pick into the Brood. The Axe is obviously one of the common ones, but there were 3 others that they banned out. So basically this is them saying they feel like they can obviously Brood into those counters.
Yep. I think their philosophy of the Brood, from what I see right now, is that, or the only way I can explain it is that you pick the Brood, but you don't make the game about the Brood. You make the game about the other heroes. And I believe in that, but I guess my issue with this game is that I don't really see the other heroes making too much sense together. Like, the Phoenix sort of feels like the Phoenix fits with the TB, and the Hook Wing fits with the Void Spirit, but as a 4-man unit, they don't really fit in together. Like, just a little bit weird to me.
Box being exposed. He didn't buy the TNC supporter pack. Gabby also rocking the I think that's the SMG one. Not sure.
Yeah,
exactly
he wants the
which logo
steady bomb PP.
have you got a favorite voice line, or what's your go-to?
My favorite one is the Motivate.Trust one, where Fearless goes, "You think you good ah?" I love that one.
That's good. That's real good. Yeah.
You think you good ah?
I'm glad we got some Arteezy sprays, even here in Southeast Asia. I mean, all over the world, obviously, Arteezy a household name. As we'll see, Axe well and truly a problem, as he has the money for the Vanguard if he wants to go and buy it. So, and now, yeah, you kind of mentioned it. KezQ can go back to the jungle, make some stacks if he wants, or help out the mid lane. His game is completely open and free now. As we'll see, Gabby perhaps in some trouble up top. They've got the arrow, and they're going to land it with a nice placement. FBZ
Beautiful
backing
arrow.
him up, too. Yeah. Definitely the man to watch right now. Hasn't been doing any stacking, but he's having a big impact elsewhere on the game.
Yep, the lane was not going that well for them. As you can see, in the CS, the TB is doing really, really well compared to the Pangolier. But yeah, that kill just like evens the lane out. It was really good.
All right. TNC, you said the one thing they need is power runes, and they've got the first one. Arcane rune for Armel. See how soon you can look to start making some plays.
He gotta wait for his boots before he starts to rotate to the other lanes. So maybe he will just use his rune to kill the mid lane.
Yep. They can rotate heroes towards him. Hoodwink not bad. You've got Bushwhack, but I guess Phoenix could rotate in with a dive for some slow and with Fire Spirits. But yeah, they don't really have the best heroes to make those rotations. It's just the supports, because both Brood is going to be playing it by himself, and then TB is just going to be looking to farm.
Yep, they definitely need the Invoker to try to go on the Void Spirit before they are able to kill the Invoker. If the Invoker is just sitting back and farming, I don't think they're going to be able to just go on him from full HP.
Oh, and I think Boom recognized that this mid lane is the one lane that's vulnerable, because both their supports are just sitting in the trees, playing around this lane, and they're spotted by Observer Wards, but they're just here to make sure that Invoker doesn't get gone on. Or if he does, they can turn it around. Tornado EMP mid, that's perhaps what they were waiting for.
Whoa.
They get the Impale follow-up. The arrow... Oh, there we go. They get the kill.
Wow. Boom has been executing so well the past 2 days. Like, these things are not easy to hit.
Perfectly played. But yeah, the last few times they went for that.
The Invoker even like last hit the range crit, right, so that the arrow will hit, I'm not sure. But yeah, that was clean. And the stacks as well, like, look at the Mirana, like, he's making the stacks. The Lion as well is making the stacks. Oh man, this axe is gonna be big.
Yeah, and I'm sure they want to fall back and grab some of those neutrons too, but the axe, you mentioned, he's going to be big. He may be first getting picked off here.
Vanguard.
That's a rotation from Malmel. But yeah, he's A-okay. Dakota TP's down here and actually earns him up to keep him nice and healthy, so... Axe may just want to head back to the jungle. There's so much farm and stacks waiting for him.
Armel did what he could. I called it, like, he needs to have the Arcane Rune and he needs to wait for his boots. He got his boots, he TV'd bot, but unfortunately they just lacked a little bit of damage.
Mid lane, there's going to be another Tornado EMP coming in on Armel. Once again, he'll dodge it using the Dissimulate. That's what we saw the first few times before the arrow came into play.
Stacks.
7, yep, I'm sure every time it approaches that around 50-second mark he's asking.
Oh, this Lion illusion. Stopping the stack.
Yeah. They're going to get one stack off, but still, yeah, it's a problem on the more so on the other side with how many stacks are on. Top lane, they are diving, looking for this Tim's kill. The arrow will give vision even if it doesn't land, so Boom get themselves another kill. They're just crushing this early game. Everything I think we're worried about with the drafts is kind of happening. This Brood is being completely negated, hasn't really been able to have a good time down bottom. Maybe he's going to start pressuring the tower and avoid... I guess the one thing with Axe is if he goes back to the jungle, he's going to be giving up this lane and tower.
Yep. definitely. And I don't think anyone on Boom really want to come down here. Maybe the Pangolier can come down here, but I think they understand that this bottom lane is TNC's only move. Like, if you bring a Pango bot, TNC is gonna bring 4 heroes to come and kill this Pangolier. So maybe what Boom wants to do here is actually to bait the X bottom. The X just stays bot because they know that bottom lane is the only lane TNC can move to with the Void Spirit and the Hook Wing.
And those stacks will still be there 2 or 3 minutes from now. He doesn't have to farm them now.
Yep, there's no threat of it getting stolen as well.
Rolling Thunder top, FBZ tries to escape, but Armel was there with the pull. Another power rune, he had the haste rune, so Armel making the plays.
Yeah, Boom
That's
gotta
the
be a
first
little
kill.
bit more disciplined with the power runes. These power runes are giving TNC a lifeline in this game.
Alright, we'll see. Axe actually looking to invade the enemy jungle for a second. He goes in to peek at how many Ancients and stuff are there, but decides he'd better not, as it looks like he is headed to his own Ancients now, looking to start that power farming. And it seems like the call is just, let's just give up on him tier 1 tower. We don't really, like, the game plan doesn't change necessarily.
I think communication got a bit of breakdown. The Brood Mother is taking the stacks at the Lion mid. Because the Axe didn't clear the stacks bottom. I think the Axe should have cleared these stacks before he left.
There's even another triple stack further up that the Brood might go find later on.
Yep, maybe the Pangolier is gonna try to clear it soon.
Axe had bigger ideas, you know. He's like, I'm only Ancients, he says. Only care Ancients.
Nah, but this is exactly what happened in their previous game as well, where Dreamercell played Axe, right? He only farmed the Ancients, and I talked about it when after they lost. I felt that he actually had to farm a lot more than just the Ancient stack. He had to farm a lot of other stacks as well. But it looks like this game is gonna happen again, where he just only farms Ancient stacks. But his net worth at least is looking pretty solid, much better than the last time.
Brood finds some of those stacks. He's trying to kill this line in the mid lane. Forces out an Impale, but with the Void Spirit backup, Bok doing a great job collapsing on this mid lane. Has the web charges to make these rotations, and did scout out that stack in the neutral as well, so good moves from the Brood. Well, Axe is actually playing in the top lane now. Are you feeling like, you know, the way Boom are playing or setting up this Axe, is it going the right direction now? Or, I mean, he's the top net worth, obviously, but is this where you want your Axe to be at 12 minutes in?
I think it's not ideal because he didn't take the other stacks, and the Brood actually, look at the Brood's net worth, right? The Brood was doing pretty poorly at the start, but now he's like all back. He's richer than Invoker and the Pangolier.
Well, it was a Rolling Thunder bottom. It bounced around some walls, didn't really amount to a whole lot, as it seemed like Boom were attempting to push TNC out of this bottom lane, but they're unsuccessful in doing so. And once again, Armel has another rune. He's got a double damage this time. He's slowly starting to help TNC claw their way back in. They were down 2,000 gold at like 6 or 7 minutes into this game. It felt like the lanes had gone really poorly, but suddenly TNC over the last 5 minutes have pulled themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it really felt like while this Axe was clearing the Ancients and going top lane to farm, the rest of the Boom heroes just didn't really achieve anything. They didn't even really farm anything. I'm not sure. The FBZ is quite poor on the Pangolier. Even though he's sat at bottom lane for a while. He's in mid lane now. But yeah, Boom is trying to open up this top tower because it's gonna open up a lot of the space to farm for the Axe after he has the Manta.
That Manta, yeah, online fairly soon. Can he see his team take this top tier 1 tower? Makoto, fairly quiet game for the Invoker, other than that 1 kill mid on the Void Spirit, where his supports rotated. We feel like it hasn't really seen him able to make plays around the map. Is it just because he's been farming, or is he just not finding any good openings?
I honestly think maybe a part of it is just this being TI qualifiers, you know. Like usually we see all these Invokers, they get so much shit done, you know. Like when they play Crosswax, they get so many kills all over the place because people play so carelessly. But it really does feel like in these TI qualifiers, all these Crosswax Invokers haven't been finding the same kind of success they used to have. I think
I feel like
being tighter.
Yeah, this is I think the 4th best of 3 I've cast, and they've all been the upper bracket teams. Teams like Fnatic, TNC, Boom, and all these games at like 15 minutes in, they have like, 5 kills. It's a very common theme.
Yep.
As mid lane, Dream Missile TP in, but the tower's already gone down. Phoenix gonna just dive out of there. As the Rolling Thunder being at least pump fake, he is gonna go for this one. There's gonna be a Dissimulate, gets him to the low ground. Armel also has a Void Step. Uses the Astral Step to get back to safety, so I mean, even that's like back-to-back Rolling Thunders just being used to I mean, he's not planning on using it to zone them away. He's trying to go for kills, but TNC just completely disengaged.
Yeah, Boom have the stronger abilities right now, but they're not really getting the fights that they want.
Tim's in the top lane. They go fishing with a Sunstrike after the Tornado EMP combo, but it's not gonna work. It's no kills going the way for either team, and they are trying. They are making these moves.
Yeah, I really like that they gave Armel the bottom lane to farm, because as a Void Spirit, you can really start to lag behind in terms of farm if the Brood Mother is the one taking all the space, you know? Like the Brood Mother, if Brood Mother takes all the farm bot, Void Spirit, you feel really bad if you have to hit jungle at this point of the game. So yeah, it's really nice for Armel.
And Brood is a hero that can, as we've seen, jungle just fine. I was farming jungle stacks and everything, so.
Yep.
We'll see top lane. FBZ could be in some trouble. Armel rotated up here, and then they have the Bushwhack Sharpshooter instantly killed. Kezcute could be next. This is an Arcane Rune Void Spirit. He does lose it with the Tornado Dispel. Jumps forward out of the EMP. They could just be going for more here. They've got the Sunray on Kezcute's Lion. He's going down, and Makoto says, get me out of here. He just TP's back to base as TNC clear out this top side of the map. They get rid of Boom, get 2 kills.
Yeah, and throughout that whole ordeal, the other TNC heroes, the Brood Mother and the TB, they are not even interested to come. They just farm. This is what I mean during the draft. Like, TNC's draft identity is that they want to play 3 lanes all the time, and they just want to split you up. Like, Boom has all this team fight and like spells, but they have to use it together to kill people. And if you're split out all the time, it's really hard to land those spells together.
Feels like Axe is the only one whose game is going according to plan, which is get lots of farm. It feels like the Invoker has no plays to make. Pango's being forced to deal with the Brood lane because the Axe wants to farm the jungle. So Pango's just not being able to make any plays either.
Yep, I feel like this goes back to do these teams really know how to run this Axe? Because every time this Axe is picked, it does feel a bit weird, you know? It doesn't look like what LGD did at all.
Yeah. The hero has been an absolute disaster in TI10 qualifiers. 28% win rate in 46 games. It is a shocker.
Yep.
And things continue to not look good for I mean, it's top net worth, but Boom need to start winning some fights, making something work here. They're down 2k gold. They're smoked up. Trying to find an opening here. Boomy, the perfect hero perhaps in the front lines, but it's going to be a blink call into an arrow just to support. If TNC can cut their losses, they may be okay with this. Good fast fingers from Dream Missile to get the blink call before Phoenix could dive away.
Yep, now that the Axe has a dagger, at least they're going to have a lot more threat on the map. And maybe TNC can't farm that freely on the map anymore.
By the way, one play we haven't talked about, Gabby, TB, just free farming away. I mean, sure, Axe has been free farming, but surely, I mean, you know, TB, traditional carry. This hero should out-carry an Axe, right?
Yep, for sure. Like this, even though the Helix is pure damage and in theory it's good against TB's high armor, but it gets to a point where if you don't win the fight on the jump as the Axe, this TB that has a Skadi is just gonna not let you exit the fight, and you will just die to this Skadi slow plus Daedalus damage. And
even,
you know,
I imagine a Satanic at some point too.
Yeah.
Mid lane, Yules into the step. They get the Bushwhack Sharpshooter. That kill threat potential, that combo is just destroying them. And with a Yule Scepter, they can just set up this hoodwink for these kills whenever they want.
Yeah, Boom really needs to. I think Boom really needs to like start to think about how they're gonna approach these fights, because their lineup is the one that's supposed to be strong right now. Like, if they keep delaying this game, like, I'm not sure what are they waiting for, like Hata maybe on the Invoker, but it's gonna be countered by 1 4-star. So as long as TNC buys a 4-star on their team, on their support, the core shouldn't die to the Cataclysm anymore.
Yeah, it's been a game where TNC have been the ones in complete out of control here in the mid game. not even necessarily going around for it. There hasn't been a team fight yet. I don't think we've seen a single Supernova. It's just pickoffs, using Void Spirit Hoodwink. You can see why Hoodwink is one of the most picked heroes. That's a hero that, okay, 50% win rate. Not amazing, but not bad. It's just solid. It's always good, it's reliable, and it's being first picked in most of these other regions. So, bring a lot, and they're going to find another catch. Yule Scepter into the pool. Makoto's Invoker could be in some trouble. The damage follow-up is there, and with the Supernova, Mirana's blinking in, leaping in with the axe. They're going to bring down the Supernova egg, and Makoto actually survived. He's going to turn, throw a tornado. Great turnaround coming in as Armel gets low in the Void Spirit. Can he get out of this one? He's slowed down by the Battle Hunger. The chase is on, and they get the dunk. Dream Missile able to show up just in time to help Makoto out, keep him alive, and that's the kind of fight that Boom were looking for. It wasn't one they started, but it turned out well.
Yeah, but at the same time, Gabby, TB, he took the bottom lane tower and the outpost. So now the map is going to be really tough for Boom to play. This bottom side of the map is going to be rather unplayable for them.
It feels like, yeah, the outcome was good, but it wasn't something orchestrated by Boom. If anything, it was just TNC going for a kill that they thought they had enough damage for, but turns out they didn't. Invoker, obviously, can be very hard to kill when he's got the defensive tools, the tornadoes, the EMPs, the cold snaps, so...
Yep. And it's also like the other players on TNC being useful, right? When your teammates are going for a play, you don't just hide in your own jungle and farm. You know, you do something useful. You go hit a tower, you take the outpost, you control the map for your team, push in the waves, pressure the enemy.
Well, see how things will go from here. 6 kills to 5, very even in terms of gold. TB continuing to free farm, has hit his early to mid-game kind of core items. The Skadi, the big one you kind of mentioned, once he gets that, he's going to be so tanky and there's no real running away from him. Heroes like Axe, even the Pengo. You want a Rolling Thunder, and if this TB gets BKB off and meta, he's just going to right-click and kill your Rolling Thunder.
Yep, I mentioned that the Pangolier was a good pick against the TB, but with this net worth, this Pangolier is just going to die.
The smoke on in. They're going to invade these Ancients. It's just Axe Illusions, though. Armel accidentally jumps them, perhaps not realizing that they were fake. Boom themselves have backed off, recognizing that TNC are up to something, so maybe considering a play of their own. Well, does look like we are heading for another late game scenario. We're 20 minutes in and neither... Ooh, okay. Late game without a Brood for a moment. Nice initiation with the Sunstrike follow-up, and that's something I feel like, okay, they've had this blink for a bit, they immediately got a support kill. I feel like they've got so much kill potential with a blink call and the Sunstrike.
Yeah, they do, and I've seen this from quite a few teams. I'm not sure why the trend is to play such a slow game when you even when you have fast heroes. Like, I think they should just like 3-man smoke and like use the moonlight and get pickoffs and close the map, cut the waves, put the deep vision, you know. But how these teams have been playing is like, it really does feel like the $40 million pressure, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot at stake, but I feel like there's also so many examples of teams who go against this style where you see fan success. I mean, obviously, last 2 TIs, one by OG, and that was very much like a, we don't care if we're down 10, 15k gold, let's run at them, let's fight, we're not going to play safe and sit back. It was much more aggressive style. Even TNC, I feel like, when they had success at TI, it was usually a much more aggressive style, but perhaps with some of the newer, less experienced players, they are reverting to this more passive style of gameplay.
Yep, even at the Animajor, the WePlay Animajor, TNC also played really slowly, and they kept picking like some Viper post tree. That you would think that a Viper post tree will win his lane and snowball the game. But what they did with the Viper was, they lost the lane, and then they just farmed, and they just held the game for 45 minutes, and then balk at 50 minutes with the Viper as a push tree. It just scaled with the carry.
This could be the big team fight. Smoke up, Moonlight Shadow in, Boom want to go on this one, but do TNC know? They're still lingering around. Dream Missile needs the vision. Armel goes for a smoke of his own. They go for the blink hole in, but they're not going to find it. The Execration, the Cataclysm follow-up is there. The snowball coming on down as well. The Brute gets caught up in a tornado going through everyone. The Supernova coming out. Can they kill it? Hive wants to commit. Mirana wants this egg. He's going to get it right before he dies. Perhaps saving this fight, and with the TP dead, this is looking terrible for TNC. 2 kills apiece as Armel looking to maybe salvage things. They get the dust from Makoto, so TNC actually making this one turn out okay. They're going to lose one more, though. The Void Spirit being taken out. by Dreamcell's axe, and it's a 3-for-3 bloodbath in the top lane. That's the team fight we've been waiting for.
I'm pretty sure Gabby just pulled off an insane play. He had a bottle illusion rune, and he bottle illusion the call, and he wasn't caught by the call.
Oh, that's that's the thing. I saw a blink call, but then I was like, I don't think anybody got caught by it.
Yeah, I think so. But I think he didn't press his BKB or something, and he was still stunned, like through a hex or the rolling thunder or something. But yeah, like even with such an insane play, the fights are still difficult for TNC. Like the amount of burst and the amount of control that Boom has is frightening.
And you can see, very easily could have gone more TNC's way if that egg did manage to pop. I think Mirana, it was like, her last dying breath was like, I'm gonna get this egg.
Yeah, that's Hyde's only purpose this game. He went for the max leap. He bought power threats, he's buying a BKB on the Mirana. He just wants to kill the egg.
Yeah, BKB Mirana as a support, that is something I feel like I've never seen. And I feel like he's gonna go for that leap attack speed if this is the build.
Yep, for sure.
Got one goal.
Yeah, this was a build I think pioneered about a year ago, but I'm not sure if was it from other regions. The first support that I've seen that did it was either Hyde or Zephyr that did this. They just buy power threats into BKB. Sometimes they don't max the leap because you kind of get a leap, you max the leap too early and your arrow is kind of weak. You're still kind of far from the talent, so. And maybe he feels like he doesn't really need the arrow because his team has so much damage, so much burst. He can just play for the egg.
Well, we'll see what TNC's approach is going to be. I was about to say, it feels like one of the problems for TNC is not having any save against, if Axe gets a blink call off to start a fight, how do you save that hero? And it looks like one of the answers, at least they're considering, Boomy has got an Axe queued up on Phoenix.
Yep, and Teams also has the 4-staff already on the wing against the Kata. But even if you 4-staff the Kata, he still can die if he's chain stunned by the Pangolier.
Yeah.
So the Aga on the Phoenix might be quite big. But that's why the Mirana BKB is going to be so good, because you might be able to kill 2 heroes in the egg.
Into Roche. There's still Metamorph. TB died without using his Metamorphosis.
This is...
So, Roche is so low. And Spiderlings are going to scout it out. TNC may just be saying thank you, Boom, if they can win this fight or secure themselves Roche. The Spiderlings no longer in a web. Need to be a little bit careful with those. The Pango able to very easily clear them up. Arrows flying through for vision. And Boom had that high ground ward above the Roshan pit, which is going to help them out here. They get the Tornado on the Brood. Rolling Thunder on through. They want to take out the Brood first. Not sure it's a bit. Second rolling. He bounces. He catches out 3. FBZ. Has he got any follow-up? It looks like he's on an island, though. So Rolling Thunder is now on cooldown, and this is a Roche fight without Rolling Thunder. Suddenly TNC's thinking, maybe we can go into the pit.
Well, he's
You don't have to worry. Yep.
No one committed.
Arrow. Oh! Oh no! The arrow! It caught him mid-dive. Blink Hole coming on in. Gab with the Manta. He's going down. He doesn't get saved. He couldn't get the Sunder off. Now the Bruce is forced to run for the high ground. And it's TNC who lose 3. Armor goes down to the Finger of Death. Boom. Somehow win the fight. That arrow. I don't know what Phoenix was diving on through the Roshan pit for, but what bad luck for him.
It might have been on Gabby for not pressing his BKB, I'm not sure. Because if you press BKB, your hook wing can't 4-staff you. But so the kata hit the TB, and he didn't get the Sunder in time, even though he was BKB.
Yeah.
Oh, that was so close.
Oh.
Those
Such
are the fights
an important fight.
Yeah, those are the fights that you look back on and you're like, Dota is really a game of like seconds, milliseconds even.
Oh, and that's the thing. There's probably like 2 or 3 things on either side that could have gone differently, or that players will be saying, oh, we should have done that or could have done that. Next time, let's do this, but Dota can be just so complex. As what's pick off? Dreamcell getting another kill. His axe is really starting to take off.
Yep, and for
like
now, he is pretty strong.
Yeah, more and more we're seeing this axe, like, we think of this as this early mid-game carry, but it feels like these axes are scaling really well into this, like, 30 to 40-minute late-game stage as well. Oh, catches out Tim's with a blink hole in the trees. Dreamcell, oh!
Sunstrike? Sunstrike the base?
Didn't have the mana for the Culling Blade, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, I think for X, it's one of those heroes that if you are on even net worth, you are with the enemy, you are kind of weak. But if you're ahead, like he is right now, he's so strong. He can kill any of the heroes with one call. And also because he has a Sunstrike.
Yep. Mindbreaker, nice item to have with the extra attack speed too, so. See where things go from here for Boom. They're the ones...
I was gonna say, like, this Aegis on this X just changes the game for Boom right now, because this X can just freely jump into the fight. He's not worried at all. Like, even if he use the egg, even if Armel catches him out before he presses BKB or whatever, something like that, TB uses meta to start hitting him. He has the Aegis, like, he can just reset. TNC don't have that many stuns.
Is there a timing or something TNC is looking for at this point? Item-wise or level-wise, or just waiting for an Aegis to expire? What are they looking for to turn this game in their favor?
Oh, Gabby actually has a bottled DD rune, and he's 400 gold away from the Skadi. So I think once they get that Skadi, maybe they will try to fight with this DD rune. I think that is smarter. Letting this DD rune expire is gonna be worse, I think. I think you have to sort of look for a good fight right now. Because Boom are gonna force the issue with this Aegis for sure.
To fight even into the Aegis, you think they should force a fight?
While this DD rune is up, I think it's wiser to fight. If you do not have this DD rune, I don't think you can win the fight.
Alright.
And they are doing just that.
Yeah, they smoke up with 4. Brood nearby, very close to a completed Aghanim Scepter, but won't gotta get it before a fight breaks out, I don't believe. They're smoking down mid, they're not really headed towards where Boom is on the map. It doesn't look
courier.
like... Yeah, there's some some couriers to kill, but... Actually, no, they're gonna run in, they find Kezcute. Armel gets the solo kill initiation, and now the rest of the team smoked up may be able to find a way to jump in. Armel is just going in head first. Blink called though. Armel could be in some trouble. He may have overcommitted. There's the force off. He dodges the Sunstrike. The force off saves his life. Dreamer Cell has to wait for another call now with the Sun Ray coming out from the Phoenix Sun. Can they bring it down in time? Heidi dies. He doesn't get it. They BDTB. It saves the egg. TB, he didn't get the BKB off, but he's still doing okay. He's still got the double damage. He's just wrecking through them. He's trying to get FBZ, who's just rolling thunder to get the hell out of there. Gets the swashbuckle to the low ground.
The skin, the cosmetic, they can't see it. They don't know that he's DD. Look, he's so blue.
Sunstrike, fishing, not going to find it. And it looks like they are going to try and hunt down and chase down Makoto, who does go into the Ghost Walk to get the hell out of there. And yeah, like you said, they couldn't even tell he was double damaged, I think.
Yeah. Man.
That fight was just 2 supports dying, by the way. It felt like a whole lot more.
I just there's no more Aegis, so.
Yeah. And they came so close to killing. Pengo there just had so much damage mitigation. I thought DD TB with Metamorph hitting you in your Rolling Thunder, he would melt, but he managed to mostly tank his way through it.
Yep, the Pangolier is actually catching up a lot in terms of farm. He's actually richer than the Invoker already. And Invoker is a Midas. So it's pretty impressive by FBZ. He had a rough early game. He bought the Travels. He understood that he needed to scale in this game. He took a lot of farm in the lanes. Yeah, now he's back. He's gonna do a lot in the late game against the TB.
Yeah, has all the items to impact this game. Even the Orb of Corrosion neutral item, fantastic on a Pengo. Getting close to 400 CS as well. Obviously a lot of those spiderlings, but still impressive. And yeah, TNC just not finding the farm on some of these heroes. I mean, I mentioned that a potential Ags Phoenix would give them some save, but Phoenix has no way to farm that right now. Just trying to finish a Holy Locket. Does feel like some of these TNC heroes are falling off. I mean, do you think there's a place for heroes like the Brood if this game keeps dragging out?
Not really. The only Brood build that I've seen.
It sure looks like it.
Like I was saying, the only Brood build that I've seen that manages to scale well in the late game is the EV Dagon build, where you really put your net worth into something very direct impact. Because on Brood you sort of farm a lot, but in the late game you struggle to do a lot. So, but I don't think it looks like he's not going for that build this game. He went for the Aghanims, and now he's playing the Aga Shard. Yeah, so he's taking a different approach. I'm not sure. I think he's like completely fallen off at this point.
Yeah, you can cover the map in webs, but it's only going to do so much.
Yeah, I actually don't really see the point of this Aga. I think it's he's doubling down instead of changing the direction of his hero.
Well, it feels like all the pressure then is going to be on Gabby. His Terrorblade in these team fights coming up, working towards a Daedalus. His damage output is going to really skyrocket with that, but play carefully without the buyback.
Yeah, but
Boom.
I imagine Boom is still gonna be, you know, they're gonna give TNC the respect they deserve. Like Gabby TB, you know, is one of the best TBs in C. It's not something to be scoffed at.
Yep. I imagine, you know, eyes towards Roshan always at this stage of the game. We'll be respawning sometime in the next 30 seconds to 3 minutes. I imagine we'll see Boom being the ones who have better control around that Roche area. And they've got multiple Aeon discs now with Pango, as well as the Lion about to complete one as well. So they've got a lot of kind of defensive tools to prevent themselves getting bursted down. Particularly we've seen from the Voice where he just jumps in and tries to delete these supports.
Yeah, Armel also has a Aeon disc on the Void Spirit, and he actually hasn't locked it yet. So he might be able to pull off a sick play with the Aeon disc in the fight against the Lion.
Yep. Gets like stunned or cold and then sees a Cataclysm coming down. He can,
yeah, he can just dodge the kata damage entirely.
All right, well, we'll see. It feels like TNC, they need to make some of those kind of clutch plays if they want to win a team fight. It does feel like they are being at least outgunned a bit in terms of their, basically how strong their heroes are in the late game.
Yeah, definitely. It's starting to become more and more of a Gabby show. Like, we're just waiting on our TB and seeing whether our TB will be able to carry this game. Which he definitely could. Like, they don't really have... They don't outscale the TB, I don't think. They match him pretty well because of the Angolier, mainly. Because you just can disarm all the illusions so well. But...
Pango, what's he getting an Atos for?
Oh, he's getting it.
Hold on. Armel going for the outpost, gets Blink Cold. Arrow to follow up, but there's the Aeon disassemble. That's going to bail him out. He gets hit by the Impale as he comes down, but Boom going to disengage. Yeah, I just saw that iron pick up and was like, what? Oh, of course, Blipnir. Yeah, okay. I'm always like, why does he need an Atos? But yeah, I always forget about this item because no one buys it usually.
I mean, I've never seen it. I've never seen this item being picked up on a Pangolier like this before. But it looks very logical. It looks
yep. Having, you know, both the damage output and the lightning as well as like an ensnare against heroes like Root could be potentially very useful.
Yep, against the Void Spirit as well.
Yep. I mean, yeah, that's the thing. Even, yeah, the Void Spirit, the supports, these are kind of heroes that could be alone and just having that lockdown and catch can help for it. Here we go, Roche number 2 with Cheese and Aghanim Shard. Both teams tossing around the vision. Blink call on 3. Cataclysm follow up. They delete Void Spirit and Phoenix instantly dead. Aeon Disc was still on cooldown. And that is not what TNC want to see. That's going to be a free Roche.
Aeon Disc on the Void Spirit was on cooldown. Dreamer Cell knew. And he jumped there. Then those two heroes were gonna die. Really good vision surrounding the Roche pit there. Maybe a slightly misplay by TNC.
Yeah, the Radiant Ward, they've just kept their vision alive and Max finding the opening to go in.
Lactose intolerant. Nobody wants to take the cheese.
Where did it end up?
Oh, SQ likes the cheese. Oh, wait, no, never mind. Oh. No cheese for him.
Don't worry, they're letting it age. It's like a fine wine.
True. Well, when it gets to the 4th Roshan, it's gonna compound into like smelly cheese.
Pinkier the cheese, more expensive it is generally, actually. But here we go. They're going high ground. Mikoto TP's in with the boots of travel, and they're just looking to break the base here. No cheese, no problem. As TNC gonna have to think about how they want to approach this one. They've got Void Spirit back soon, so. Alright. Well, Boom backing off. At some point, usually at some point you realize, like, wait, who picked up the cheese? Nobody's got cheese? Okay, where, is it still in the pit?
Tower is under attack.
Yep.
That's cute. It's also kind of hidden on the webs. Like, I even hovered over. Like, you don't see the cheese because of the webs when you hover over that easily, at least. You know, it's deceptive. Trying to cut him some slack.
Bot hiding the cheese. Very smart.
Exactly. Tactical. He knew they'd get roached, and he's like, okay, these webs will mess him up. But, things are looking really tough. Pengo level 25. Has all the items in the world. It's just feels like they can deal with the TV because of how many farm cores they have. They're gonna look to perhaps take over this dire triangle. That's where they've been trying to farm on the TNC side. Dream Missile blinks in with the call. Catches the Gabby TB, the Cataclysm follow-up. It's not going to do enough damage to initially get the kill here. Void Spirit, meanwhile, on the side, forced to run away. TB's just running forward. Gabby can't find a target in his Metamorphosis. By BKB. Needs to be careful, trying to get away, but the right click's coming out from the TB. They're going to chase him down with the Daedalus Creed. He still dies. Even with the leaps away, that's not going to disjoint those attacks, so... This could set up TNC for a better fight, but it's not like they have a Supernova anyways to punish the lack of Mirana.
Yeah, like I said earlier, like this TB, he's super strong, but he doesn't have enough disables on his team. He can't actually do effective damage. Like they killed Mirana, sure, but I'm sure they were hoping for a lot more than that with Meta pop. Now that Meta is gonna be down soon, Boom is gonna be able to take any fight they want.
And they're gonna get a free uncontested tier 2 tower as they may be considering pushing for even more here. They don't have the Mirana. This is like basically like 4v5 kind of situation. Dream Missile's gonna grab the creep wave top so they don't have to worry about the split push as much. Just being efficient. And Invoker has got the Refresher to go with the Aghanim Scepter, so a lot of damage output coming from Makoto here in the late game.
Oh, Gabby. Yeah. Call?
Okay, BKB
no call?
TP. Oh. No, yeah, Axe up top.
I think that Boom needs to choke out the map a little bit better. Right now, the Axe needs to cut the top wave. And because they have Aegis on the Pangolier, he can freely sit in the mid lane. They can cut the bottom wave as well. Like, and the Lion can mana drain the TB illusions. Like, they're letting the map slip a bit too much, I think, on the Boom right now.
Oh, jump in. They've caught a Hoodwink. Very quick and easy kill. When you mentioned just choking on the map, they're just going to get as much vision up as around the Dire base. Try and keep TNC inside. Armel has made his way out towards the bottom lane, but it feels like he's going to be forced back to defend very soon.
Meta is still cooldown for another 30 seconds.
BZ gets the Alacrity on the Pengo of all heroes. Does have his Aeon Disc proc. Perhaps unintentionally, so he's going to be a little bit careful. He gets pulled back in. Does have the Aegis to play around though, so he should still be okay. Arago's flying through, not going to catch anyone, and FBZ getting lower and lower with the Sunray damage. Not enough to kill him off, and with the roll-up, FBZ does keep himself alive, has a salve to help him regen back up as well, and they're just looking to chip away at this melee racks. Slow and steady.
20 seconds on Aegis, 15 seconds.
Okay, and I think Boom backing off, recognizing perhaps that exact timer that they've got to worry about. So things settle down, and that means TNC feel like, okay, Aegis down, maybe we can make a move out together.
Alright, Aegis down, maybe we go take the cheese now, guys, or what? It's getting smelly.
That's there for next rows, then you get the double cheese. That's the real power spike.
Hey, right.
I can't believe how many games, I feel like usually when I'm casting Dota, like, you'll get one game every, like, couple of months with tier 5 items. I feel like we've had 2 or 3 already just in SDA TI qualifiers. And we're 42 minutes in. You know, we shouldn't count our eggs just yet, but it does feel like we're headed there.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think TNC is gonna lose this game just yet. I think they understand how their lineup works. I think they understand what fights they need to take. They need Boom to jump into them, and they need to somehow survive and let this TB deal insane amount of damage.
Boom may just humor them. They smoke up. They're looking for that jump. They need to make sure they get that initial kill. Tims gets caught by the blink. So does the Brood! And then the 2-hero Earth Spike to follow it up. Brood in all sorts of trouble, gets fingered as well. Brood still barely alive, but will end up going down. They're going to double buy back. The Rolling Thunder coming in from FBZ. Armel, he's stuck on a cliff, has got an Astral Step if he wants to get down to the low ground. Aeon just is propped, and Gabby trying to just burst down this FBZ Tango and will be successful. So the chase is on. They want more. Armel has a Yule Scepter if he can get close enough, but no Astral Steps to chase with. Ock doesn't want to chase too far because he'll end up on his own, and Gabby did not have the same mobility to chase these heroes down, so...
You're completely fine if you're boom there.
Yeah. They had to use multiple buybacks.
And they had to use the meta, so... Yeah, after this meta is down, boom can, again, do whatever they want on the map, but... Wow, like Dreamercell's Axe, like, he was not getting this sort of calls in the other game where he played Axe and he lost.
Pit. Tim's is in the pit. He got the cheese.
Oh,
he found it.
Sniff. Oh, yuck, he says, but it's great. Tim's is so serious, dude. He doesn't even make a voice line or like a chat wheel or anything. He's just like, geez, guys.
Yeah. That almost feels like, yeah, something you should let your opponents know about because it could be a bit demoralizing. Like, hey, by the way. Or maybe you're hoping to surprise them. Like, they may not expect Armel to suddenly pop a cheese in an upcoming team fight.
You know what Tim should do? He should just go to a lane and just drop the cheese and just like stand there, pick it up.
Deny the cheese. Hilarious. True SCA fashion, you know, denying ages. That's that's 2014, you know. Oh, blink call, Axe catches out Tim's, and he gets blown up.
He has no buyback. Like they have no meta. That was quite a bad death actually. Like when your meta is down, you need to understand that, boom. They do not care who you show, they're gonna jump. Because you have no meta, you have no way to turn the fight. So, anyone that shows, they're gonna jump. And for it to be the Hood Wing that has no buyback, it's a bit of an issue. If Boom manages to touch the base, but it seems like the creep waves are just a little bit too far right now.
Yeah, they maybe not feeling like Hoodwink alone is a big enough kill to go for any crazy high ground plays. They are getting some good aggressive wards. Mirana roaming through the top side of the map, gets a high ground base ward to scout out a lot of information here.
And the Gabby, Terrorblade, actually, he bought a Swiftling because he also feels that he needs the mobility to catch up in the fight. Because he has no disables in the fight.
I like this. Yeah, it does no longer have the boots, but yeah, the chase factor as well as the bonuses you get when you teleport in, gonna be nice for him.
Yep, no buyback though. DD on X as well.
And another smoke coming out from Boom. They're charging towards this dire side of the map. There is a Radiant Observer Ward, oh sorry, Sentry Ward on the high ground. Dreamercell in the front lines. Doesn't look like he's going to catch anyone.
Dreamercell even has a moonshot on his X, man, this guy.
Oh wow, yeah, he got farmed. Interesting, I mean, doesn't even want the Ag Scepter. It's like, that's Ag Scepter's not any good.
I mean, it's pretty good because it gives it reduces the cooldown of the call by 3 seconds. I think that's like the most important thing for him. But yeah, he'll probably angle for it now since he's maxed out 6 slots. Yeah, he just queued up the Aga right now.
Yeah, I mean the move speed aspect of the battle hungers being applied can be really nice too. So.
Yep.
So. Right now, next Roshan respawning in 40 seconds time. Where, I mean, maybe that's the Axe is like, oh, I'll get a free Axe. I mean, at this point he's so rich, even if there's an Axe drop, it's almost like you're better off giving it to like a support like a Lion or, I mean, Mirana Axe not very good, but here we go, TNC. Piling over this cliff, trying to keep the vision. Gabby blinks in with a BKB Metamorphosis. He gets Makoto's Invoker with the Hex. Completely caught by surprise, the Brute Hex. And a pause. Oh. Gabby gives him the Pom PP. Looks like both teams got a lot of lag from that one. Gabby just jumping on in, and the Scythe of Vice, I mean, it doesn't, no point saving for buyback when it's on cooldown. Bit of Dota 2 lag unfortunately coming out, but no Invoker for now. Does have a buyback if he wants to commit it. He's going to use it. Throws out the Cataclysm. The Force He gets the egg off. Oh! But just to save his life. It's not going to actually lead to any kind of a team fight. At this point, TNC may have to disengage. The Metamorphosis still has a bit of time left on it, but...
The Roche is going to be out in 2 seconds. TNC, you have meta.
Yeah. Okay. They do see it. Is there enough time with this meta? And they don't have the Supernova. maybe they're going to be a bit afraid. You're talking about Roche into Pangolier, Rolling Thunder. Okay, it's still on cooldown, but looks like TNC are going to play things safe and just back off for now.
Boom. They're just going to do it, I think. No matter.
Spiderlings nearby. Anybody going to go for a steal? It's Armel. You got to imagine he's maybe considering it. Spiderlings see exactly how much health is on the Roche. Bok is nearby as well. They throw out the Cataclysm, get some information. They actually take out the Phoenix. One hero down.
The Roche is low again and they leave. I've seen this story before.
We'll see how it goes for him. Blink Call catches Armel. He's got the A on this, so that's going to keep him alive. The buyback coming in from the Phoenix. Dissimulate to get out of there.
Oh, he has a refresher.
Blink in refresher. TB, he's got another meta. That's going to completely catch him by surprise. But the arrow, it comes in. It catches Armel. He needs a save. He gets his defensive use. He's still going to cheese as well to play around. And the Rolling Thunder coming to an end as Boom forced to completely disengage.
Rush.
Great refresher pickup. Gabby finding the item they needed for the perfect moment here. The arrow is going to hit Roshan and they're going to secure themselves an Aegis. Armel picking that one up.
Wow.
Huge find. What else did they get? Was it?
How did Gabby manage to find the goal for the refresher? I was clicking on him and he was like 1.5k away. I think he sold something. I'm not sure what. Dragonlance maybe? Wow, that just changed the entire game. Just that one play.
Yeah.
Having that
and
meta.
TP got the Ag's blessing as well. So he went all in. He's like, I don't need buyback. We need a second meta.
Boom might lose right now if they try to fight. Maybe they don't know that the TP has the small meta. Boom is playing so aggressive.
Well, Boom unable to connect that initiation. 50 minutes in. I mean, it feels like we're in the super late game, but we're still 10 minutes away from those tier 5 items, so still a bit of a ways to go. The Bok Hex pickup as well, setting up that initial Invoker kill. They just timed that initiation perfectly.
Yep, they went for I think the only hero out of everyone that didn't have an Aeon Disc. Okay, the Aeon Disc is on Lion and Angle. The Invoker does not have an Aeon Disc.
Okay, that crazy late game territory. Support Mirana saying, I can be a core now, has an MKB queued up, so wanting even more attack speed, wanting some more damage. And still anybody's game. TNC may have got themselves the Roshan haul, but it is still Boom who have an 18k gold lead and a lot of farm cores, whereas TNC, they're all in, it feels like, on this TB. Brood has fallen off. He managed to find the perfect item to have a big impact on that last fight, but it doesn't really feel like he's a core here in the late game.
Yep, they still do need Boom to kind of misposition like they were, where the Invoker was kind of too far forward without Aeon Disc for the Hex to be very impactful. Otherwise, the Hex is not that big of a game changer. Like in the macro sense, it doesn't change the fight, but because Boom were unaware of it and Mikoto positioned too far up, that's why it became such a game-winning item.
He's got the Aeon Disc now in his backpack. At this point, surely you just sell the Midas. He maybe wants to use it once or twice more, but your Midas is already
one last
paid off. Exactly. But then he's going to use it one last time and be like, okay, what about one more? Put it in your backpack, you know. Like, yeah, it takes longer to come off cooldown, but you can still have it in your backpack if you really want.
Sometimes the greed gets the better of you, you know.
Yeah. That's money towards your buyback. I guess buyback being on cooldown means he's not really too concerned about it. Void Spirit, Armel. Let's see what we can set up here. Gabby blinks in, looking to catch him with the Terror Wave that off the mark, and good play from Boom just to get the hell out of there, knowing that TB committed the Metamorphosis. Or sorry, no, just the Terror Wave. He didn't actually Metamorphosis, so he still got that Metamorphosis, so...
Yep, this TB is a huge issue right now because on Boom, right, for them to commit onto this TB, it's like they really need to have the confidence to be able to do it, but because your combo might just be messed up by something so simple as like a 4-staff, and then suddenly this TB is gonna pop BKB and Sunder, it's so hard to like tell yourself, like, for the team's communication like plan to be, guys, if we see TB, we're gonna jump. Like it's just difficult to fully commit onto the TB.
Smoke up. What can TNC find here? Headed towards the top lane. Don't imagine they're all too interested in any kind of a high ground siege into heroes like Pengo. Invoker, but they are looking to take some map control. Much like Boom, looking to keep the pressure on this bottom lane. Maybe we'll get a tier 2 tower without much of a fight. If they go for anything more, I think TNC have got to be thinking, let's just back off. Only 50 seconds left on the Aegis, and wanting to make sure they have the required buybacks for any kind of upcoming fight as well, I imagine.
Yeah, all the games today, we have seen the teams that take an Aegis posture aggressively, and the teams that don't have the Aegis posture defensively, and like nothing really big happens, you know, during the Aegis time. It always feels like
taking some out of tier 2 towers, which is, you know, not completely insignificant, but definitely not a game changer by any means. As does mean if, you know, if TNC ever win a fight, they can push that a little bit faster without having to worry about those tier 2 towers.
Yep, it also stops it stops like creep cutting, because tier 2 towers are there to protect your racks, because your opponent cannot hit your racks, right? And the tier 2s not being there just means like, as long as TNC, if they win a fight, they have one lane of creeps, they can take the mega, you know, instead of having to reset and go and clear a tier 2 tower.
The prize is mine.
When it comes to,
again.
I mean, okay, this doesn't have the bottle charge, so don't think this will be used in a team fight or anything. What are the big deciding factors for what looks to be, you know, the next big crazy team fight? What's the big things to look out for? Like, what's going to win either side a team fight?
I do think that the way they win the fight is to kill the TB for Boom. The way in which they do that, somehow maybe this Lion needs to look for the hook wing, because the only save on Dire is a 4-star on the hook wing. The Phoenix actually doesn't have Aga, he doesn't have Glimmer, he doesn't have 4-star. So the only thing that's stopping this TB from dying is the hook wing 4-star, because they have a lot of damage on Boom. They have the angle to chain stun the TB as well. They have a finger, they have double catalysm, they have a refresher orb on the Invoker. And this axe does a lot of damage on the TB because it does pure damage. As long as they stop this hook wing from 4-stuffing this TB, Boom can kill this TB. And if he uses meta and dies, then you only have to worry about one meta left, since he has a refresher orb.
Yep. Sitting on 10,000 gold, this Terrorblade just doesn't really have any way to... Could get the Moon Shard still, actually, but other than that, there's not a whole lot. Boom. Making their move towards this mid lane, smoked up, but no targets in sight. Gabby pokes his nose forward. He's got to be careful. That mana drain, dealing with these illusions well. Lion having this Axe Shard able to become spell immune as well when he's going for it. Dream Missile, does he want to go on Gabby? Right now it looks like the answer is a definitive no. He's looking for a different target.
Yep, like I said, if they don't see this hook wing, it's super hard for them to make a team decision to go on this TB.
Takes out the top haste rune, guaranteeing the power runes. Not as important perhaps as it once was, but still something to consider a little bit. Phoenix going to snipe the outpost with the dive on through. Could just be reclaimed if we want to. And curious, any... Hold on. Yeah, no fight throwing. Any crazy level 30s that you see? Like any hero that's going to really benefit from having their double talents? I think it was very close to level 30.
I have no idea, because I never ever reached level 30 as a boss fight, hence. But let's have a look.
Feels bad, man. Feels bad.
The Mirana's 25 could be pretty nice if they always have like permanent Moonlight Shadow on the map. Can be pretty hard for TNC to deal with.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Do they have a gem? Yeah, okay, I was about to say, it feels like one of their frontliners needs a gem, and yeah, Void Spirit Armel basically forced to carry it, it feels like.
Yeah, it's kind of weird that he's the one holding the gem and the Brute is the one holding the cheese. I thought it would be the other way around.
Ah, yeah, that's true. I guess maybe there's more worry that the Brood either dies in the fight or has to sit back a bit. I'm not sure about that, but...
maybe the Phoenix's 25 is going to be quite important if he adds the Sunray, because he might be able to just make it such that his TB survives on a sliver of HP with that heal with a lot. That's the other thing.
Next Roche is up. Getting to that point, these late game Roches are not always going to have the item slots to pick up an Aegis. I guess someone like TP can, of course, backpack the BKB and use his first life without BKB and his second life with. Both teams playing so cautiously. This is just game one of this best of 3. As things really heat up in one of the most competitive stacked regions for these TI10 qualifiers. Unfortunately for Southeast Asia, the teams were so even during the DPC leagues. Only one team, T1, qualified directly to TI. So teams like TNC, Boom, Fnatic, SMG, Motivate.Trust, all fighting over just one slot. As mid lane, FBZ gets jumped with the Hex, has the Aeon Disc to turn this one around. Gabby gonna now look to focus on FBZ, not enough damage coming out from him as the Rolling Thunder doing a good job to lock him down with the Glipnir as well, ensnaring them. No kills just yet, Hyde's being chased down as well. Cataclysm coming in, doing good damage here, but it's not enough. TNC still healthy through this one. The kill is gonna be on the Pengu, who does it buyback. Does he want to commit it? For now, he's holding on to it. Dive on forward from the Phoenix. Doesn't set anything else up, and it looks like TNC maybe going to back off. Could consider going for Roshan if they want to. They have the refresher in the TB's backpack still if they need that next Metamorph. And Pengo is going to go for the buyback.
The Rosh is up.
Yep. TB brings the refresher in. He's going to pop that and probably have that next Metamorphosis. Waiting for now. He's not using it right away. Teams throwing out scans, trying to get an idea of where the others are. Bok positioned aggressively. Woo! Okay, Armel goes down, instantly buys back. They're looking for more on the backlines. FBZ, he's found Tim's. Tim's in some trouble here. He tries to pull stuff away, but that's the hoodwink down. That's a lot of the save. Bok on the Brood. Has his Aeon Disc pop. He's trying to chase down Makoto, but he doesn't really have the tools to do so. Not on his own anyways, as TNC commit multiple buybacks. Both teams disengage for now. Ace is on. Armel coming back into the fight without buyback, without a care. He catches that Hyde, the blink call from the Yak. He's trying to turn this one around. He catches that Bok with it. Bok getting low on the Brute, but he gets healed up the cheese. He keeps himself alive with it. Marana, who dies, buying back instantly. Gabby, he's still alive, needs a Sun to target if he maybe wants to continue fighting, but he's okay for now. Both teams.
There's no kata.
With 5 alive.
I think TNC just gotta do it. There's no kata. There's no refresher up on the Invoker.
Yep.
Cooldown, like. Gabby's so good, he knows.
Seconds. Yep. Metamorphosis is available after the refresher. Gabby gonna secure this Aegis. That's something maybe. Oh, hold on. Bok gets caught by the blink call, out of position, does a buyback, but don't think he was expecting to get caught there. Bit of a mispositioning for him, perhaps, and TNC aren't able to get this Roche right now. They still have most of their tools.
Seen this story twice this game.
What's it gonna be? Do they try and go for this Roche? Who's even grabbing it? Who's got room for it? Boom's just waiting on the high ground. Spiderling scouting them out though. Armel jumps into KezQ. Kezq's got the Aeon Disc. Can he get any of his spells off? Has a Finger of Death if he can turn to use it. The Force Sub's keeping him alive. The Rolling Thunder. Gabby, he's okay for now. He gets stunned up. There's the Cataclysm. Gabby gets low. He needs a Sun to target. Where's the target? He needs to pop his Satanic, Sunder, anything. He's still okay for now. Gets his Satanic off. He's healing back up. The Axe getting very, very low. Can Dream himself survive through this? Gets another call off. He's trying to turn and fight. He gets hexed up now and he can't sustain himself much longer. Gabby finds the Sunder on the Boomy. He keeps the... He gets actually low. He's still going to die. And with the Meteor, he goes down. TP, buyback. Dakota with the BKB in the front lines, trying to right-click him down. Void Spirit does not have buyback. Cannot afford to die. The Aeon Disc is going to wear off. And now Armel, Astral Step. He gets out. Impale, only going to catch Tim's. He also doesn't have buyback. If Armel can survive, that's huge. And with the Mirana dead and with all the buybacks, TNC actually have 5 alive still. TB's buyback, allowing them to turn this in Dream Cell, goes for a BKB, TP out, cancels it. Sorry, BKB looking to run away. Both teams just somehow 9 heroes still alive. I feel like we just saw 9 buybacks.
I don't even know.
8 buybacks have been used. Lion and Invoker are the only heroes.
Void Spirit,
every Dire hero used buyback that fight.
I'm not even the one that casted that, but I'm breathless.
Oh, by the way, tier 5 items. It's 62 minutes, and I don't think anyone actually has a tier 5 item.
Oh, the X just
Until
got the
now.
X Machina. Oh,
all right.
It got a Seer Stone. God damn.
Hopefully we have a second to think about it. Is that good? Seer Stone, is that good or not?
I don't
Not
think it's
really, right?
ideal because you can't use it on your calls, right? Ideally, you want
Yeah.
4 items, like at least 3 good items for your cores, and then the supports can just take the nonsense, you know.
Maybe a support. Just, I mean, the vision reveal. Farseer ability. But I'm not sure what we'll see from that one. Axe maybe trying to get some more neutral items, just farming the enemy jungle. Every time we get to 60 minutes, I'm always like, can we just pause and like reread what these tier 5 items do? See them so rarely.
Yep,
Brood with a
Book of Shadows. That one is pretty
Yeah.
interesting. It's pretty. Even myself, like the first time I got it, I didn't know how to use it, but it silences, it disarms, and it mutes. So basically, you can't do anything, but you will receive AoE damage. So if he uses a Book of Shadow on like a Pango or Invoker or anything, they just like they just can't do anything for 3 seconds. They're useless.
kind of like a Doom in some ways. but
A
you
Doom
can't
without
be
damage.
targeted. Yeah.
And it's only an 8-second cooldown. Like you can use it a lot of times, many times in a fight. If your main job, which is as a Brood Mother, you just want to cause chaos on the backline, right? This is like maybe it's like one of the best items that he could have gotten. He just runs to the back, he presses this thing on the... What if he presses this item on the Invoker while the Axe goes into call? Then there's just no kata, you know?
Giant Ring comes into play. TB. I thought he was going to go for the Mirror Shield, but he wants the Giant Ring. It gives move. He's playing without boots, so I think the movement speed aspect of this is pretty big. Plus, I mean, everything about it. The strength, the movement speed, the train
you just look
pathing.
scarier, right?
Oh, jump in top. Gabby,
Oh, he's
he's
huge!
absolutely massive. This is one demon you do not want to F with.
Oh, he's huge! Oh my god, so scary.
Oh boy, a thing of nightmares, and if whoever loses this game is going to be having some nightmares about playing a 65-minute game.
He
High
looks
Drum
like
would go.
the Dragon Knight version. Black Dragon.
Blink call. They're going on the TP. Is there a Cataclysm to follow this one up? They get to somewhere. They're trying to heal him. Gabby gets pulled into the egg. They need to kill this egg. Can they get it? Where's the Mirana? They get it low, and they get both. No buybacks. No! It's a disaster. TNC. They've got to find a way to cut their losses here, but they've lost 3, make it 4. They're the ones going for the high ground push, and Boomy gets tipped. He tried to pull the TP in. I think he had to.
Distracted by the huge TV.
Oh,
He just died.
even with the Mirana dead, they were able to kill the egg.
The moonshot on the axe, making all the difference there.
Oh, Axe, by the way, is that his rapier? Who bought this rapier? Where did that come from?
He just bought the rapier because he wants to end the game. He just bought it and then he
Sure.
did it.
Okay, makes sense. And no buybacks. It's the best way to end this game. Straight to the tier 4 towers. He hits so goddamn freaking
What
fast.
happened there? They used 2 4-stars on the TV. The Fullwing and the Phoenix both 4-starving at the same time. Oh, and the Phoenix...
over.
Phoenix has the Aga
Rapier,
as well.
rapier, Invoker, Pengar. They're just all buying rapiers. I love it. I mean, they know the game's over. Holy moly.
What a game. The egg
Absolutely
needed 13
incredible.
hits, and they still got it. He has the Aga blessing, and they still managed to kill
Oh. Did he have the 25 talent as well?
Nah, he did not. He
Okay.
was level 24. One more level.
If he was 25, yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
would have
actually
definitely
crazy.
exploded the egg.
Well, a lot to say, but also a lot that's left us speechless. And we have at least one more game. That's just game 1. These two teams producing some amazing Dotas. The TI10 Qualifiers producing some amazing Dotas. So guys, don't go anywhere. Stick around. We're going to be back with game number 2 after a quick breakdown. We'll see you there.
Yeah.
Unknown Brain, Marvin Devine. I'm saying bye to all the lies and all the times you cried, saying that I wasn't right, yet I was right by your side. You manipulator, playing games, your friends commentators, and I don't know what you say about our private conversations, but it's got them hating. Thanks to all the rumors you be claiming. It's cool, I'm done with you, so they can throw you a celebration. You gon' hate it when you see me with somebody living better. I'm trying to tell you that me just doing me gon' have you jealous.
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye. So now I gotta say
Yeah, my life is lovely now, I'm focused on me. You said you were about to die, I guess the car is on E. But see, I ain't even tripping, cause I just chose to believe that somebody gon' come around and give me just what I need. I don't wanna see you frowning, see you looking down and out, coming to me crying, saying you miss having me around. Gave you chances and you blew it, you so easily influenced. All the times you told me beat it, now you gotta face the music. I'm saying
I know that I gotta stay away from all your games, yeah. I know that I found somebody else to love me one day, yeah. You'll realize the grass ain't greener on the other side, no. You did me dirty for the last time, so now I gotta say goodbye.
sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking as a lost control of this paradise with honesty. But I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed. My life destroyed. Until I woke awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly up away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Can I be your superhero?
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah. To the sea for a getaway, car top down, and we're driving just to feel young. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? Sand in your feet, feel the breeze in the summertime. Stars in the sky, one dime for a first time. Moving away to the sea, moving away, can't you see? We'll drink honey by the ocean, it's our favorite potion. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that our days will never end, yeah. No, our days will never end, yeah. No. Come on baby, let me tell you one time that
into game number 2 of the TNC versus Boom game. We had game 1, an absolute banger of a game. I mean, it went to over 60 minutes, so that was just insane in itself. I remember we were just talking in the break there, and Gods was like, oh yeah, there's another game. That one went so long and it was so intense, I kind of forgot that we had more to cast. But we also talked about the fact that you guys didn't really want to see the Brood again coming out from TNC. So I want to ask Pablo, what do you want to see instead of this Brood? What's another pick that you think is going to work a lot better for TNC's team?
I think they can consider, I mean, I'm not sure if they're going to be first pick or second pick, but I think they can consider first phasing the TB even, because I think the counters to the TB are quite clear, and I think they understand how to play the TB really, really well. Another hero that is probably going to be really important for TNC is the Puck, maybe again.
Trying to get that one before it gets banned out.
Yep, or maybe we get to see some Teams Mirana.
Alrighty, well, we are jumping into the draft, and they seem a little bit of a way along. So we have on the TNC side the Oracle and the Death Prophet. So you guys did get what you wanted. We didn't get this first phase pick of the Brood. In fact, they actually banned her. I guess if you're not going to play her, you don't want to come up against her. And on the Boom Esports side, we had the Phoenix and the Medusa, with the Dragon Knight and the Nyx Assassin being banned out. Gods, with seeing TNC banning the Brood and going for the Oracle and Death Prophet instead, does this give you more hopes for their draft and potential late game?
Yeah, it gives me hope just because they're willing to switch it up, and I think that's the thing. It's like the Brood experiment didn't work. They've got to just go for something new, something different. Death Prophet can flex between either mid lane or off lane. They've got the Oracle to back it up as well. I'm a bit surprised. I think the Oracle's the one pick that surprises me most so far. But overall, I like that. Yeah, it's just a new look from TNC.
What are your thoughts on the Oracle, Ponley?
The hero has dropped off quite a fair bit ever since it got nerfed. Because your cast range on your spells are just like so small now, especially out. That the Oracles that I've seen recently, especially Insania and I forgot someone else, like everyone's just opting for a first item dagger on this hero. Like Tranquil Boots, Fluffy Head, dagger. You don't even buy any other supportive items because the out range is just too small. And I think that's why this hero has fallen off a lot, because of how hard it is to play the hero without the dagger.
Okay, and then on the Boom Esports side, seeing the Phoenix and the Medusa, what sort of flexibility does this give to their lineup on low?
I mean, the Phoenix Medusa is already a very solid strategy in itself. Right now, they just have to draft around it and ban the hard counters to the Medusa, which are the Mars. Mars is a pretty I wouldn't say hard counter, but it really reduces the amount of damage the Medusa can do towards the late game. Like maybe Medusa against PL. If your Medusa is fat enough, if you have enough farm, Medusa can do fine against PL. But a PL with a Mars, like that will destroy Medusa because you just can't kill any of the illusions at all. Yeah, so I think the Mars is a. I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I think different Medusa players will ask for different bans. Some Medusa players will ask for anti-mage ban for sure, but to some teams it's like, you look at your heroes, you have Oracle DP, there's no way you can pick an AM and make your draft work. Like, all the Medusa needs is like, maybe like Butterfly and Aegis and like BKB, and this AM is not going to do anything.
Are they going to be looking for a lot of early game heroes that are just going to let this Medusa get as much space as she needs to come online?
Yeah, for sure. I think
Definitely
that
for
when
Boom, yeah.
Yeah, when you pick a Medusa, you want her to be the centerpiece of your draft. But yesterday, we did see Boom pick a Medusa, and then they went for a TA mid and a TI10 off lane. And they actually steamrolled that game.
That's what I was gonna follow up and ask with, is like, you know, we now know the Medusa is probably gonna be their, you know, quite key role in their draft. So what are the chances that we do see them go for a little bit of a greedier draft, knowing that they've already won one game over TNC gods?
I think at least with the other cores, like I think something Polo touched upon with the PL draft we saw last year doesn't work. You don't want like one hero Medusa that wants to farm while the others do something else. You need everything to kind of sync up on the same page. I think I like this support duo, the Clockwork plus Phoenix. They're heroes that can kind of fight well at all different stages of the game. And then we get the answer from TNC. It's like, well, you're going to Medusa. We're not going to try play fast pace and beat you. We're going to go late game ourselves. We're just going to pick a carry that matches up fine. And, you know, it's Gabby TB. I think TB has just looked like, at least similar to Medusa, one of the better carries in this current meta.
Yeah, it's going to be another one of those games, I feel, where it's who can win out in the late game.
I'm ready.
Not just... You got your Mate going to be getting you through this series, no doubt. I absolutely love it. For the Terrorblade to be more of an impact for TNC, what sort of bans are they going to be targeting for now?
I mean, I like the LC that they banned so far. I imagine they're gonna ban maybe Darkseer, because actually Boom might just pick the Darkseer right now. If they don't, I think TNC will ban it. Darkseer,
explain
LC,
to me. Yep. Yeah, explain to me a little bit more about the Darkseer Clockwork pairing. Why you think like it would be so good to pick the Darkseer now?
Oh, I mean the Darkseer is pretty bad against the Oracle in the lane, but aside from that, there is a huge kill potential, and they can speed up the game a lot against the TB, and the TB can't really do anything against the magic damage. But yeah, I was speaking about Darkseer, but I forgot that they already first pick Oracle, so they probably won't do that. Maybe Boom will pick something like a Tide Hunter, something that does well against the TB in the lane, and fits with the Medusa draft. So a bit more team fight, a bit more control.
And the tank as well. The tank coming out of the Tide Hunter would be really good, just someone to frontline so the Medusa can sit a little bit further back and just get all of that damage off when she is ready for it. What are your thoughts, Gods?
I also think Tide Hunter is a great pick.
Yeah, I think Boom agrees with us, and they've gone for it.
Yeah. I saw the Tide pop up, so I was like, oh yeah, let's play Tide. I actually had another here. I thought they might even go back for the Pengo again because you know, it is a comfort pick for FBZ, but the Tide, it's going to give them this big team fight. They're looking at this like, okay, you want this TB carry, but we've got a Medusa, and we're going to have just Tide plus Phoenix late game, even just mid game. Like it feels like the team that has the better team fight can force objectives better. They can take Roshan because, you know, TNC is not going to be able to easily contest something like a Roche when Ravage and Supernova are up. I think if you're TNC now, you're thinking, okay, how do we punish these spells being on cooldown? But that's hard to do because TNC themselves, Metamorphosis, Exorcism, they're also fairly cooldown dependent.
What position are we looking to, like, you know, how certain are we of what we've seen so far, and what position are we looking to fill out Boom's draft, Ponlo?
For sure, Boom are looking for a mid, and TNC are looking for an off lane.
Yep.
Because I don't think you want to put a DP Lion off lane against the Medusa. And I mean, you have a Oracle to save this DP anyway, so you want to play the DP like as a front runner in the game. You want to play the DP as a high tempo. You give a lot of levels to the hero, and you put this Oracle behind him, and you make this DP make this DP accelerate in the game. That's how I imagine this DP will be. And the DP is actually like pretty good to kill the Tide if he gets off to a good start.
Do we want a lot more damage coming out from TNC? Is that going to be something that is going to be factored into the next pick, Gods?
I think they're pretty good. At least, I mean, I think similar last game, if Gabby gets enough armor in the TP, they're going to hit the right items where he can just do all the damage they need, plus the exorcism. So I think it's much more about finding some kind of control or team fight, some kind of utility, like the Doom would, having Doom against Tide and Phoenix, these kind of heroes would look really good. So that's why Boom's banning that one out. Maybe some kind of Pango for some team fight control. I think those are the kind of things that TNC is more looking for with their last pick.
I see. And then for Boom, you know, they obviously are very team fight heavy over there. So what's going to round out their team fight sort of ability, Ponlo?
They need something that can lane well against the DP. The only good heroes left are...
It's really hard. I feel like you only ever have the heroes that you see in front of your face as all the heroes that are left. And there's definitely not. There's so many out there.
They ban a Drow.
Lina?
I like
I was
Lina.
gonna say it, but
I was going to say it too, Ponlo.
No, I'm putting that in the win column for Ponlo. You said the Lina before. I saw it, so therefore it's a win. I give that one to you. So, Gods, what are you going to... Are you going to be as good as Ponlo? Are you going to be able to predict TNC's counter to the Lina?
What's TNC going to pick here? I got nothing. Ponlo, can you go 2 for 2? I hear you're a prediction god.
I think just Angle.
You really think it?
I think Goss was right. I think Angle is really good for them because it's you want the disarm is never mind.
No, I had so much faith in you, Ponlo. I was ready to put 2 wins in 2 different columns, but it is going to be that Conquer, which we brought up last draft. It's something that's quite sought after for both the teams. It makes it all the way through, and TNC think that it's something that's going to really round out their draft. So, Gods, which side do you favor? And I need knowledge. I need to know why, so I can also pick just based off what you
I'm gonna go with Boom here. I feel like the Oracle as a hero has kind of fallen off a lot. I think these lanes look a little bit scary. Actually, they are gonna be doing Armel Kunkka mid, so they go for Kunkka mid. Actually, that changes things a bit. I still want to favor Boom a bit. I think they're just looking like the more well-rounded team, and I think this offlane Death Prophet is going to have a tough time.
Ponlo, are you in a similar boat? You're really favoring Boom with their lineup?
I feel like a lot of the game is going to come down to whether Mikoto gets to have an explosive game, which he can. But if he does not have an explosive game, I feel like Boom are going to lack a bit of damage before the Medusa comes online to kill anyone. Like, the moment the boat comes out, Oracle ulti is out on the DP is siphoning. I don't see anyone dying, I think. So I'm actually I'm gonna go with TNC, I think.
I think it's definitely possible for, you know, TNC know what Boom's win condition is, which is getting that Medusa online. So it is pretty easy for them to maybe just really focus on her, shut her down. But I'm sure you don't want to hear any more from me. So I'm going to let you guys jump into game number 2 and I'll talk to you afterwards.
Thank you, Nat. Excited for a game 2. As we've had some fantastic Dota today. It's just a different kind of Dota when it's TI qualifiers, it feels like, Ponlo.
Yep, definitely. I think with these qualifiers, I think no one else can say that these C players are quote-unquote mechanically just like brainless, you know, all brawn, no brain. Like, these players are using their brains a lot when they play. Like, so much more than I expected, honestly. I'm really impressed with the level of play that has been going on in these qualifiers. I think it's the most competitive qualifiers we've ever had in C, like ever. Yeah.
It does feel like, because I'm usually casting SEA qualifiers for TI, and it usually feels like there's 2 or 3 teams to look out for. This is one of the times where there's 5 or 6 teams to look out for when it comes to C right now. And as you mentioned, it's been so disciplined. The teams are looking polished. Every team, you heard like Fnatic in their interview saying how they've been scrimming and practicing for a month. Like, everything has gone into doing playing the best possible Dota for these qualifiers.
Yeah, like what I heard from scrims was that like Omega was one of the weak teams, like one of the weakest teams among the tier 1 teams. But then they come out and they bring Fnatic to game 3 games like 60 minutes, like
yeah.
It's insane.
Unfortunately, Omega, I believe, got eliminated in the lower bracket. Was that correct?
Oh,
Somewhat surprising because they look so good. I think they lost earlier today. But like you say, yeah, they put on such a good showing, and that really goes to say one of the teams who got knocked out like early on was able to take a game off Fnatic, who are in the top 3 now. So when it comes to SEA Dota, anybody can beat anybody. It feels like at times. You had the big upset, SMG getting eliminated as well. Obviously, a lot of hype and attention around that team because of some of the players, but they got taken out by Execration, so we'll have to see where things lie at the end of these qualifiers. But for now, we want to see where things lie at the end of this best of 3. Boom, having taken game 1, are looking for the 2-0. And we'll see how these lanes start to unravel. Bottom lane, early action, as we're going to see Kezcute trade his life for the kill on Bok, and it's going to be a first blood going the way of the Lion.
Yep, that feels pretty good for the Lion. Not so much for the DP. It doesn't get anything from that. Doesn't even get the XP. The Lion's already level 2.
Yeah. I think the Lion got his kill first, so I think that's probably got a tiny bit of XP, I guess, but
oh yeah,
not dying at very similar times. But yeah, the first blood gold a bit better, so very slight, slight edge going the way of TNC, but not too big a deal.
I think the lane that will really change the game is this mid lane. Like how much Armel can stand to this Lina, because he picked this Kunkka into the Lina, and it's not an easy matchup. Like a lot of players pick the Lina after seeing the Kunkka.
Every time I look over, he is like nailing LSAs and then securing last hits with it. So far from what I've seen, Mikoto is playing this lane incredibly well for what is usually a tough matchup.
Yep, it really looks like Mikoto is gonna pop off this game. My prediction might be a bit off.
He is. Yeah. Keeping those fiery soul stacks up so he's doing as much damage as possible. He's standing on the high ground. Usually it's Kunkka pulling the Lina. It's the opposite happening here. Mikoto just having a field day, keeping that 3 stacks up. He's got water runes to fall back to, but he knows he's got the edge here as Armel's bottle finally arrives. That's much needed for this Kunkka.
Yeah, the Lina does have a good matchup against the Kunkka, but this early, I'm not sure he's supposed to have like 8 denies already, 9 denies.
Yeah, he just denied a range creep in front of Armel's face with another LSA. Absolutely sick play from this Lina so far. Well, apparently Lina is a Mikoto special.
The Oracle is already stacking at 3 minutes. The Phoenix as well, like this is the meta right now. Supports just stacking.
Yep. And yeah, both teams, bottom lane, some aggression. They're going on Bok. They don't get the cogs to pull him in though. So he's going to be A-okay.
So Kezcute on the clock actually placed a sentry at the big camp in a triangle on Dire, just to prevent the stacks for, I guess for the Kunkka. That's pretty heads up play. Like all these teams are like adjusting to this meta really well, I think.
And Oracle did the same thing. He went into that Radiant triangle of camps and dropped a sentry on the Ancients.
Yep.
Now your fish food.
And both teams obviously have that big hard carry, so both Medusa, TB, more than able to farm those stacks. A TB with even just a Dragon Lance and Metamorphosis can slowly deal with an Ancient stack. More stacks, Oracle, Boomy, double stacking the neutrals. I believe actually missed one, but he's got it is Stack City right now. This is, it feels like we need to buckle in for the late game. I mean, there is always a chance that one team kind of snowballs away with some kills, but both teams do seem to be gearing up for more late game oriented Dota right now.
Yeah, we are 4 minutes in and we are already like gearing up for late game. My god. But yeah, I think these stacks are most likely gonna go to the Kunkka. You wanna accelerate the Kunkka so the Kunkka can make space for the Terrorblade. The Terrorblade doesn't really need the stacks right now. Anyway, he can go to the triangle and farm fine.
Alright, well, before we get to late game, right now, early game, laning stage Dota. Who do you see either team trying to make some moves, rotations? Like, obviously Lina Kunkka, we talk about being this explosive matchup. Both heroes with kill threat. Is that going to be something supports look to kind of set up?
I think both sides have the capability to gank the mid lane, but both mid lanes also have the capability to rotate. Like the Kanka could easily go bot to kill the Medusa once this DP has more levels, like level 5. Like this Medusa will die to the boat, and the DP they will just chase her down. And I don't think this clock can do much. On the flip side, like Lina as well, if Lina gets like a power rune, he can just walk into the...
Hide. Oh! He won't even get the kill. He dove in aggressively thinking he had it, but the Fairy Fire catching him by surprise. Oh boy. Very aggressive play coming up from the support. So yeah, we'll see if those rotations start happening, because both mid laners have hit level 6 now. So potential first power rune. I mean, we'll go back to something you said the last 2 games is, yeah, keep an eye on these power runes, and that could be something that makes a big difference for these first couple of rotations.
Yep, Hims is ready here on the 6-minute rune. See?
Rune spawns bottom. Double damage.
That would be very useful to clear the stacks.
Okay. FBZ could be in some trouble. It gets caught by the X. The boat follow up. He's got 10 stick charges. Is this going to be enough to turn him around? Throws out the Ravage. Hits Gabby on the TB, who's only level 5 here. FBZ still alive for now, as there is going to be a kill on the Death Prophet elsewhere. FBZ goes down to Gabby. They trade off laners.
Yeah, but the Lina...
yelling out the Kunkka. I love it.
The Lina actually didn't move. Like, the DP just died to clock Medusa.
Armel. Hyde trying to juke him in the trees. Dodges the Torrent. Oh. Armel still looking for that right click. He'll find it. Okay. Took him a little bit to get there, but he got there.
But Mikoto is freely farming mid because the Kunkka left. And he tried to pressure the mid tower, but Teams is ready. He's here to drag the creep waves back. Good play by TNC.
Well, unfortunately for FBZ, his aggression, he got very close to bringing down Gabby. He is...
Oh, top! They're gonna do something special.
Oh, Sunder play.
Yep.
Abby runs in. The X Torrent is there right when the Sunder... And that's gonna be... a back-to-back kill. He won't have a TP when he respawns.
That's so creative. So good.
He was not expecting them to be waiting for him when he TP'd back in.
Yep, after killing the Tide once, instead of going back to the jungle to take the stacks, the Kunkka actually stayed in the top lane because Gabby was like telling Armel like, yo, let's kill him again, I got Sunder, I'm gonna go tank the big camp and like get to low HP. So creative.
Especially because when the first time they killed the Tide, TB was still level 5, so he used the time where TB was dead and respawning to get that level 6 in the jungle. Very heads up play.
Another one.
As it stands, it's Armel's Kunkka off to a fantastic start, making these moves. He gets an X boat, pulls the Phoenix back in. There is a dive, but they've got the damage and the chain stun. Tim's the Earthspike follow-up, able to secure the kill. Armel Kunkka really popping off so far.
Yep,
2-0-2.
The TNC supports also control the 8-minute power rune if I'm not mistaken. So the Lina didn't get the power rune. Like these power runes are so important. Like this Lina feels so low impact because the Lina is not getting the power rune.
Lane. Boomy gonna run right into Hyde, and it's gonna be another X setup. This time there's no boat, but they'll have an X into a Torrent. And they get the follow-up lockdown and damage from Gabby's TB. They get an Earthspike now on the KezQ Clockwork, and TNC, this is a different game, and they're going to actually be at the enemy entrance here. Can they farm this? This would be huge for them. With a Kunkka, you sure as hell bet they can. Boom in the neighborhood, and with a Ravage back up, but I think they're going to be too late for this one. They want to try and fight this one. Lina, level 9. The Ravage coming out into play. Mikoto just trying to get what damage out he can before he dies. He's actually going to be okay, as the Stone Gaze from the Medusa used to deter TNC from sticking around and also allowing them to bring down the Kunkka. So big kills for Boom, even though they lose most of their Ancient stack.
Yep, the only thing that was kind of bad to me in the last 1 minute of what both teams did very well in like all regards, except I feel like Bob, instead of moving like he moved to mid lane or like he tried to connect to the triangle, but I think he could have just like pressured the bot lane with his Exo instead of wasting all that time. Like that could have made it all made all the difference for TNC.
very different game. We're actually seeing aggression. TNC decide we're not going to sit back and play full farm game with Armel on Kunkka, which is one of his signature heroes. He's always been an amazing Kunkka player. They're setting the tempo. Maybe perhaps overstaying their welcome a little bit there, but taking away the ancient stacks and losing those kills, they're probably feeling like at least, they're just sending a message. You're going to make Boom a little bit scared. Both teams do look to pressure the off lanes and trade towers, it seems here.
Yep, for sure. And it all stemmed from the 6-minute rune that the Kunkka got, right? The DD rune bot, and he TP'd top straight away. That was the start of the whole chain of events. But the Lina actually got the 10-minute rune now. He got the haste rune. So maybe Boom are gonna have the edge for this next fight.
Yeah. A power rune with his item timing. The Yule Scepter is going to be coming up, so very nice time to have this rune. We'll see what the response potentially from TNC might be. Armel getting tankier and tankier. His Kunkka about to finish just a Sanj, and with the double bracer, he is a hard hero to initiate on.
Yeah, the TNC heroes are gonna be really hard to kill because of this Oracle as well, and the both buff. So Boom need to be careful about trying too hard to burst someone. They might overextend.
Alright. Well, we'll see what the next move is going to be if they can find a way to use this haste rune. Clockwork level 6, sitting behind Lina, both maybe considering a setup as well as just keeping Mikoto well protected. One thing TNC have done really well, they've got this ward behind the mid-tier 1 tower, which is at least giving some good info. Saw the couriers coming out with the smoke, so perhaps they're going to read this smoke movement. We'll have to find out because it's headed towards the bottom lane. TB needs to be careful not to be the one getting caught. The LSA from behind the trees here. Gabby, the hook shot going to catch him as well with the Laguna Blade. Is the damage there? You betcha. Kezcute with the perfect cogs push. Enough to bring down Gabby. A big kill. As Mikoto's going to find the +1. The Oracle was not there to save the poor TB.
Yep, and that's why you feel this Oracle hero is picked a lot less. Like, you don't feel good about being the one blocking the smoke, but you can't really save your teammates either, like in a situation like that. Maybe Gabby being a bit too deep on the map, trying to farm the enemy medium camp like that.
And with that, a potential tier 1 mid tower is going to really open this map up for Boom Esports. Armel did grab the next rune. We talk about these power runes. Arcane rune for him. We'll have to see if TNC now, with Exorcism just coming back up, if they try and make a move of their own. They're being scouted. I mean, both teams getting really good deep vision down. This Radiant Ward around this Dire Ancients going underwarded.
Yep, you didn't see the smoke though. They're going.
No. Armel gets the X initiation. They throw out the X and they want FPC. He's got a Ravage if he wants to go for it. And he's going to make the call to do so, but he still gets bursted by the Finger of Death. And with this Supernova in the middle, surely they can bring it down with 4 heroes here. And they'll kill the egg, perhaps get one more. Makoto's Lina came into this one. That's not looking good with the TB wraparound. 3 dead and a T1 tower exposed. Both teams not playing the same style of Dota we saw in Game 1. And it's going to be Armel with the low cooldowns from the Arcane Room finding a 4th pickup on Kezcute here. Unless Kezcute's got some moves to make, which with the Cogs TP, no.
A nice attempt from Kezcute to hook through the team fight. Maybe he wanted to stun enough heroes so that the egg will pop. But slightly careless by Mikoto, I think. Like, he overextended in the fight and he just got killed by Gabby's TB. Like, you don't expect a TB to be there. Well, why is this TB here, guys?
Yeah. It's crazy because, like, after Game 1, when I saw these draft, like, TB Medusa, I was like, okay. If anything, last game was very kind of slow in the early game. I thought this game would be even more so, but it's been the opposite. TNC, do you think this has been, like, a very intentional adjustment to play more aggressive, or is this just how the game flow is kind of going?
I think it's definitely intentioned. When they pick Kunkka into a losing matchup, I think they already knew that this was the kind of Dota they wanted to go for. They knew that even though the Kunkka will lose his lane, as long as he manages to make good rotations on the map, they can snowball off of it. Because they have a lot of objective damage. DP and TB, both of them can hit towers really fast. So as long as your Kunkka is able to make good kills on the map, you're going to be able to open up the map by killing the towers really early. So I think it's definitely a plan by TNC. It's no coincidence. And I think it's a good adjustment.
Yeah. Even Gabby, like, last game is TB, I feel like you didn't see Gabby until 30 minutes. I mean, even later. This time around, we've seen Gabby. Yeah, he died when he farmed too aggressively in the enemy jungle, but he's helped push towers. He's come to multiple fights. He's
the player,
3-1-3. He's been involved in 6 kills.
The player that has like been quietly farming is actually the Lion. Like, he is almost 4k net worth. He already has a dagger.
Wow.
At 15 minutes.
True.
And this is against a clock, mind you. Like, usually it's tough to play a Lion against a clock. But the Lion has just been sitting in top lane farming. Like, the clock didn't go for him.
Alright, top lane. Lion using that blink to initiate on the Medusa. The follow-up is there. The Torrent into boat. Have they got the damage? Tied in the neighborhood. Has Ravage in 3. Bok throws out the exit, and Dream Missile with the Stone Gaze wants Bok, the egg on top of it. But Bok, he gets away with the false promise to save him. Clockwork hooks into the tower. I don't think that's the place he wants to be. The egg will pop, but Kezcu's going to go down there, trapped in the cogs. Great Earth Spike from Tim on 3 into a Torrent. The follow-up damage to the Finger of Death. They get a second kill. Can they get more? Makoto, defensive Yule Sept. I'm not sure that's going to help him all too much. He needs the LSA to help buy him some time, to buy him some space.
Gabby's here.
Dream Missile just standing still. Another stun gun, and with Gabby rocking out, here's the damage. TNC, they've got their carry getting involved early, just with the Yasha Dragonlance, and Dream Missile's got no escape. It's 4 dead. No heroes dying on the TNC side. What a team fight. They played that so well, Ponlo.
The save by Boomy. It was so picture perfect. The moment the Ravage hit the DP, he ulted, and before it hit him, it was so good.
Oh, you love to see Dota of this quality.
Yep. Picture perfect fights. Always nice to see.
And that was with both teams having all their ultimates and TNC able to edge out with a win in that fight at least. And that's, I mean, again, we see Gabby come and get involved. He did kind of show up late for the cleanup, but very much intentionally so. He's completed an SMY now. Still just even with the Medusa in terms of farm. Doesn't quite have that flash farming split shot potential when it comes to keeping up, but when you look at some of these other cores, that's where, yeah, Kunkka, full 1,300 net worth ahead of the Lina, so Armel feeling like he's going to be a big force to deal with. He's almost completed a BKB, so he's going to have an additional 4k net worth in the next team fight.
Yeah, this Lina so far has really not been working out for Mikoto. Although he won the lane, he made like 0 rotations that worked out, I think. Like, and every fight, it just feels like TNC have too much team fight. Even though your team has team fight, right? You have the Ravage, you have the Egg, but TNC's heroes are not dying in those spells. So when those spells finish, when your Ravage is done, your Egg has popped, TNC are still alive. And when they come for your Lina, you know, just a Lina, you're gonna die.
Well, TNC just keeping this bottom lane spammed. Armel using this Torrent X pullback, playing it very safe. Looks like he wants to just finish his BKB. Oh, he's got his BKB now before the next big fight. TNC have fully set up camp in this bottom Radiant jungle. Neither team with the best Roshing lineup. I mean, I guess Dire's lineup Rosh is fine, but I don't think they want to go for a Rosh unless they win a fight or get some kills first.
Yep, maybe after the BKB they might try, but even then there's a Stone Gaze and there's Hook Shot. There's definitely like space for error, I think, if you rush a Rosh.
You can see they're making a smoke move. They farm out most of this bottom lane. Gabby even continuing to pressure with his illusions. He's going to leave this hero down here while the 4 teammates of his smoke towards top. He can TP to the outpost if a fight breaks out to kind of make sure he shows up, although he is a bit low on mana. Doesn't look like any kind of a team fight is going to happen, but it's Makoto who may get caught out here if he's not careful.
This is too greedy, my man.
Yeah. Surely no way out for him. Yep. And Gabby's already out of bottom lane. He's like, okay, my teammates showed top. I need to be no way near any enemy heroes down bottom.
Yep, I mean, TNC have really good ops on at the bottom side of the map. I don't think Gabby's gonna get caught out at all. And they really like the damage. Like I said, this Boom lineup, they really like the damage before this Medusa is online. I mean, they have the Lina damage, but Lina is dead, so there's nothing for Gabby to worry about.
And it feels like these upcoming team fights, you know, outside of the Medusa who has some physical damage, these BKBs, both Kunkka and Terabyte, TB going for a fairly early BKB means, you know, Ravage, Clockwork, Phoenix, these heroes can't really do a whole lot. They don't have answers to BKBs.
Yep, I think TNC's approach to the next fight is going to be actually to kill the Tide and the Phoenix.
Tims gets kind of jumped on the line. He does manage to blink out. The dive damage doesn't kick in right away, so he blinks before the damage hits him. And Boom not finding the initiation they're hoping for. Gamer in bottom. Boom, smoking up, making their move, wrapping around top towards that enemy jungle. Fortunately for them, they're not going to find any heroes right away, but back around the mid lane, they may be able to catch Armel, but he's playing this game so cautiously. Even with the more aggressive game too, yeah, exactly. It's aggression, but it's disciplined aggression. He may still go back in and get caught though. The gush is there, but he instantly BKBs. No harm, no foul, he says. Yeah, you know, I feel like players are much more willing to kind of spam these BKBs in any moment because of the changes now where it's just, you know, 9 to 6 seconds.
Yep. Boom, they're gonna try to force something because they have the Medusa Aga. This is one of their strongest timings.
Yeah. Uncle without a BKB, that's 4K net worth essentially gone. They're forcing this Dreamer Cell with the Aga you mentioned. They're forced to be reckoned with. Even as they get scouted, they're happy to just camp the Medusa in the pit, feeling like they can take this Roche fight. Kodo getting himself in the pit as well. The Lina with a BKB. This is a big item pickup as Death Prophet goes charging in. The Ravage is there. Where's the save? This time the Oracle. He gets stunned. The save doesn't come perhaps in time. He drops down from the Yule Scepter, but Boomy could not get the false promise off. The Kodo's BKB protecting him on the Lina. The Clockwork hook shotting in is going to catch the Oracle. Forces a defensive self-false promise. That's not what you want if you're Boomy. And TNC in all sorts of trouble. Armel's BKB down for 10 more seconds, but Gabby with the BKB on his Terrorblade. He's come in. He's actually rocking this fight. Two-man torrent catches out the Medusa, takes him down. And FBZ could be next. He blinks away, but the X is going to pull him back in. He goes for the TP out. It's going to be close. He gets out. Just barely. Buyback on the Lion.
Boom. They could have just finished the Roche. Like, they didn't have to chase.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Once they killed Death Prophet, that was the big kill it felt like.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna watch this replay and like look back at this moment, and it was definitely theirs. But yeah, Boomy didn't manage to save the DP, but you know, your opponent makes mistakes and you capitalize on it. They overchase. Gabby with the sick wrap around again with this TB. He always does this somehow. He just comes from the back, waiting in the wake.
I feel like these fights get a lot harder for Boom if some of these next items come up. Like Boomy with a Blink Dagger on Oracle. That sounds like a pretty big game changer because he's going to be almost always able to position so that he can get those saves off.
Yep, it's really gonna be on the Clockwork to somehow you need to find the Oracle. But it's gonna be hard.
Bit of a pause coming out, giving us the time to gather our thoughts. TNC with a lead, now with an Aegis to back it up as well. I mean, as far as this game, you know, going on into the mid to later stages of the game, the Medusa TB matchup, what do you make of how these two heroes match up as this game goes on?
My understanding of it is that when the Medusa hits the Aga timing, and if he has a Skadi, that's where he's stronger than the TB. With like Medusa is stronger than TB with 2 items, right? Or even 3 items. I think Medusa is stronger than TB. But the moment you hit the 4th item on TB where you have like some Daedalus MKB, if the Medusa buys a Butterfly, that's where you really outrange and outdamage the Medusa, I think. And you always have the option to Sunder. You just need to not get killed in the Stone Gaze as the TB. And then after that, you're just gonna outrange the Medusa and kill him.
Bottom lane. Boomy in some trouble. He got jumped on here. It does get the false promise off, so they get the kill on the clock, and I'm sure Boomy is going to be A-okay. He heals himself through it, so it's a Clockwork kill. Armel continuing to cut this mid-wave, just using that X to protect himself.
Yeah, I think Boom's chances of winning this game were a lot higher before that Roche fight because of the Medusa's timing with the Manta Aga. But right now with the Aegis on the TB, he's gonna get a Skadi soon. He's gonna hit this Medusa in the fights. He's gonna throw the kitchen sink, man. TNC is just gonna throw the kitchen sink. Like Boom have no save. Like even if they see a Tide, I'm sure TNC will just X mark and bolt this Tide and kill the Tide with the Exo. As once this DP has BKB, they will just full commit onto this tide, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's where, yeah, the Oracle doesn't have to make those, you know, highlight level plays with the false promise that we saw like in top lane. When Death Rob's BKB, you just run in with Exorcism. It's like a completely different scenario. Same time, FBZ, his game may change. He may be looking for that, you know, more Blink, Ravage, Initiation type approach where he doesn't show himself on the front lines. TNC continue to control this map, you know, playing with this Aegis, they've managed to kind of maintain and slightly increase their gold lead, but it's still a, you know, fairly small difference in terms of the net worth of the two teams.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
TNC. Armel, what's he going to find here? It's a Dusa illusion. The real one's further up. Exorcism getting popped early. I think Bok didn't quite realize an illusion. Dream Missile hiding in the trees. He actually manages to TP out. Hyde was a perfect distraction. I think Hyde may be helping save his life, and he TPs out as well. That's Exorcism down.
Yep, somehow Gabby is rapping again. It's his MO on this hero, I think. Like, every fight he's just trying to come from the back.
Yeah. Bok wonders where his Ancients have gone. It's the Tide aggressively farming them. Boom. Doing a good job delaying this game. It was a 4k gold lead, now it's a 3k gold lead while TNC have an Aegis. So they're actually getting slightly more farm because TNC trying to make team plays while Boom kind of outmaneuver them and split the map.
Yep, I think TNC should actually just force the top tower now because you know that like at least 2 heroes TP'd out of top, right? And you know that those heroes are trying to move out on the map. So I think because you have Aegis on TB, even though you have no Exo, I think TNC can just use maybe 3 heroes to start hitting the top tower and make Boom, you know, sort of force their heroes to come back because to them it's like, guys, there's no Exo, we shouldn't be losing this top tower. But if you look at the map, like they have to walk quite a distance to the top lane to defend it.
Alright. Well, we'll see how they fare. I mean, as far as high ground defense goes, I guess they've got plenty of capable. I mean, just a Medusa you can kind of sit behind, I guess, is going to give them plenty of high ground options, but they've got to, like you say, you've got to just force them back.
Yep, I'm interested to see what Gabby is going to buy. Currently, he's queuing up a dagger on the TP. I'm not sure. I thought he would go something like either a Daedalus or a Butterfly because it feels really bad for a Medusa to buy MKB, I think. Because your split shot doesn't benefit from the proc, so yeah, it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, we'll see where. Yeah, he's gonna have that, I guess, item slot freeing up in the Aegis soon. As it feels like, yeah, we're only 26 minutes in, but both Dusa and TB already kind of approaching that late game item status.
Yeah, everyone's so rich in this game. I mean, all the cores at least, except Bok.
Yeah,
it's a little sad. But it happens. Bok is basically like the Tide killer this game. EP is like just his job is just to kill the Tide.
You can do that. That makes the life of the supports and even like, yeah, heroes like the TB who wants to be able to just go in with his BKB meta to kill people that much easier. Does look like this Aegis is not going to lead to too much more, as Boom have managed to slowly claw away at this gold difference and themselves in a pretty good position.
Oh, I didn't notice, but it's pretty good that the TB has the Imclaw because the crit works on the illusions as well.
Ah, oh yeah. Good point.
It's pretty good for him.
We'll see those tier 3 neutral items coming out soon. Curious to see which ones come into play. Could be a game where like TB with a spider leg so he can replace his boots could be really nice.
Yeah, I think he's gonna change his mind. I really doubt that he'll buy a dagger, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he wants to just buy a dagger and jump onto this Lina. That would be pretty insane, but
I think eventually it seems like the, you know, as we saw last game, 50-60 minute 6-slotted TB, you want to have that Swift Blink in there. So maybe he just sees this game going late game, so he's like preemptively getting a blink or something even.
yeah, I mean, it could be pretty cool, right? Like, maybe he thinks the Phoenix is gonna egg on the high ground or something. He needs to blink on the high ground to hit it. No, he can't see it. I don't know. It's interesting for sure. I think he might decide otherwise.
about to say he may not need a butterfly anymore. He just got an elven tunic, so that alone gives you a decent amount of evasion if he wants to rock that. But it seems like he's going to prioritize the damage of the Orb of Destruction.
Oh, now he already has a double slow with the Skadi and the Orb of Destruction. So Medusa is gonna get hit. He's gonna get the kitchen sink thrown at him.
Which way Medusa goes? So far, not commit. Okay, let's say Skadi or Butterfly. Which one's he going to commit for? He actually picks up the quarterstaff. So it looks like Butterfly's the priority. Yep. Sees the TB without MKB and is like, okay, Butterfly is going to make me really tanky.
Makes sense. Gabby actually bought the dagger and they smoked up immediately.
Oh, okay. Medusa's courier needs to not get sniped here. That's has got the quarterstaff. If you want that Butterfly, you don't want to be losing your courier. Hims goes for the D-ward play as TNC were smoked up, but they kind of revealed themselves as soon as they plant that sentry there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So just sending out Manta illusions and positioning behind these towers to farm as safely as possible while TNC try and force this tier 2 top. I love every time I feel like we see TNC in this top lane, FBZ is always at these dire ancients. He's doing such a good job maximizing his farm while avoiding fighting.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we see consistently on this player, right? His Pangolier, yesterday on his Mars. Like, FBZ just knows how to farm. Like, and he's not taking the farm, he's not snatching away the farm from his team. He's just being damn good, you know, at reading the map and assessing his risks.
Perhaps a small thing, but in a game like this that's now slowed down, having items like a Philosopher's Stone could feel really nice. Phoenix Hide. You know, if the Phoenix last game had a Philosopher's Stone, that would have, I feel like, completely changed his game, helping him get some of those item timings a bit earlier, and Hyde going to be a happy Phoenix.
Oh, he blinked in.
This pickup. We'll see the follow-up. He's got to be careful of blinking it, because, you know, his teammates aren't necessarily going to be blinking in and backing him up.
Yeah, he might make the fight really awkward for his Lion and his Oracle to play, if he keeps trying to play the fight like in that manner.
Here we go, smoke up from Boom. They've got the Butterfly complete on Medusa, so no MKB anytime soon for the TB, who does have that Swift Blink queued up for now. He may have to change his mind. Armel on the bottom room does have a BKB with the Blink Ravage. Going to look to stun him up. The LSA full out with the egg. They're just going to burst him, not give him a chance to BKB. All right. Probably you want to go for the hook shot there, I guess, not the Ravage, but FBZ saw an opening, and I don't blame him for taking it.
Yep, I mean, you don't see the Oracle, right? You don't know where the Oracle is, so the safe play is just to Ravage. Yep. So you know you can hit the Oracle with the Ravage if he tries to save. But yeah, I don't think TNC is too upset about it, honestly, because they used the egg as well. I think the egg was a little bit of an overkill.
Yeah, but the problem is Roche is actually up, so this could just be Boom getting Roche number 2. So this is Roche with Ag Shard and Cheese.
Kunkka has no buyback.
Yeah, TNC knowing this may want to contest this one. They've got the BKB Death Prophet, so can run in with the Exorcism. This is where maybe not having Supernova can come into play, though.
This is so brave from Boom because they don't actually know that the Kunkka has no buyback. So for them to be doing this is like really, really brave. No, two ultis are down and they're forcing a Roche like this. I think it's a mistake, honestly.
Yeah, they're backing off now. I think they realize, okay, they can delay this a lot, and Kunkka's about to respawn.
I think they just tenderized the meat for TNC to take it, right? Like TNC just gonna walk in there right now. No Ravage, no egg. Let's eat it for ourselves.
Yeah, can Boom stop them going for that? That feels like a big if, and if anything, it feels like the safe play here is just to give them a free Roche, but you really want to just give up an uncontested Roshan. We'll have to find out what Boom's approach to this is going to be. TNC themselves not feeling confident enough to just walk into the pit, though.
Yep, he wanted to check the power rune in case there was a DD or illusion. But the egg is coming up in 10 seconds, so I'm not so sure that TNC should just force it anymore. Maybe they should smoke up and try to get a fight first.
And the Ravage only 30 seconds away, so
okay, never mind.
They're going in. They know the exact Ravage timing, I'm guessing, so they feel confident they can make this play.
Yep.
Hyde's going to kind of get an idea of what's going on. He can egg around the Roche wall. He can cause a lot of problems here with a potential Supernova. They're going to look to go in. Dream Missile making the run to go charging in with the Aghanim's Gush from the Tide. With a lot of damage here. They get the Hex into the Impale. They want to go to do a great force up as well as a hook shot. Pezcute helping his buddy out, but he does pay the price for it, instantly buying back Armel's BKB. Roche is very, very low, and Tide Ravage is back up. Watch out for that Blink Ravage. FBZ's ready for it. He goes in. He catches a couple. Oracle on the backlines. Doesn't get caught. Gets the false promise onto Gabby. Who gets a Sunder off onto FBZ. The egg does end up popping here. Can they go for the Roshan here with the Death Prophet dead and no Exorcism? I think Boom are going to be able to secure this one. Is there a Roshan still? Blink in. Boomy. He snatches it. Oracle gets the Aegis. Does he get anything else? He gets the Shard as well. And Gabby with the Metamorph. He's still holding his ground and fighting, but unfortunately, he's losing his teammates. Kuka goes down. He's on his own. He gets pushed by the Cogs. Gabby may just need to get the hell out of here. With the Gush coming on through, this Duse is just looking absolutely unstoppable. Bok, he just fought back. He can't afford to die. The Oracle dies even with the Aegis a second time, and now they're going to lose Bok. The dieback is there. Gabby has to just farm some neutrals and get the hell out of there. What a fight from Boone. They delayed it just long enough to get a great Ravage off, and this Duse is well and truly online.
Yeah, what a steal from Boomy, but I want to point out, like, Boomy with that Aegis steal, like, Cascute, like, to start everything off, TNC wanted to throw the kitchen sink at the Medusa. We saw their intent. They popped everything. They used BKBs, they used both. Cascute, he force stuffed in, he stopped the initiation, and he hooked in, and he force stuffed the Medusa out. And they just wasted their BKBs, and they wasted the ghost ship. They wasted everything on one clockwork, and he just bought back.
Yeah. I think it was actually the Phoenix who forced stuff. The Medusa.
Really? Yeah,
At least when
play.
I clicked the... Yeah, whoever it was. I clicked the clockwork after he hook shot it in, and he still had his 4-staff up. So it must have... Phoenix is the only other 4-staff, but...
Yeah, these 4-staffs, man. Every game, it feels like the 4-staffs are mattering so much.
It feels like, you know, old school Dota, like 3-4 years ago, every support, the only item you would ever buy is 4-staff. 4-staff got nerfed so many freaking times because this item was just OP. And Boom showing, hey, you know, 4-staff's still pretty good.
Yeah, back then, Tranquil Boost 4-staff was the only build any support ever did.
Yeah. Then Icefrog added items like Glimmer Capes and Solar Crest, so nowadays, so it's like, okay, maybe we go this Aeon this, you know, Aether Lens. There's these like greedier items, but old school support is 4-staff only.
Yeah, no more Aegis, but there is a cheese on the Medusa. That is going to be really, really important for the next fight. Oh, but there's an MKB now on Gabby.
That's exactly what I was about to click, that fight, it feels like, was won with almost the, you know, the surprise factor of this Deuce Butterfly. Now with MKB. The problem is, Dreamercell, he got so much gold from all that, he's about to have a Skadi as well, and with a level 25 Deucer, Skadi now in play, that is scary.
Yep, he also has a Arcanum Shard as well on the Cold Blood, so, you know, these TNC supports, you want to throw some Hexes, some Mana Drains, be careful, yo. Like, you might just get stunned and ravaged.
Yeah. The Ags plus Shard. Brutal stuff.
He also has a Paladin Sword on the Medusa.
TNC, they're smoked up, flying around this cliff. Both teams with an Observer up here. FBC's on the front line though. Does Bok make the play to go in? He pops the BKB Exorcism, he goes charging. Gabby goes onto the high ground with the Blink, and the BKB Dream Missile on the front lines. They can't fight into the Stone Gate. Great use just to zone them away. Armel gets stoned. Don't have the damage to bring him down. So much evasion on this Kunkka, making him a hard target for the Deuce to deal with. But this Deuce is just perfectly positioned with all his teammates behind. Deuce is tanking through this, but getting low on mana. Pumps a Manta, Blink, Ravage onto Gabby. Is the save going to be there? He gets the Oracle as well, but the 4-staff now coming in. Gabby, he's kept alive. Boomy's getting low. The egg does pop, and Boomy may just save his Terrorblade here. He blinks away. Is the heals going to be enough? No, it's not. He's dead. Boomy almost saved the day. Allowed TB to blink out, but the damage was just too much through the false promise that TB still died.
Boom are playing the fight so well. Like, they saw this Exo, the Exo is running after Mikoto. Mikoto used all his spells, he has 3 stacks of Fairy Soul, he ran away. Bok wasted his Exo.
Armel. He's gonna get back to safety. Yeah, this Death Prophet is struggling to find a way into this game, it feels like.
Yeah, Boom is just pulling them into them. Like, Boom is just maintaining, like, keeping calm, maintaining their formation. The Medusa in front. The Tide is just waiting for the BKB on the Terrorblade to end. NPC sees the timing and he just jumps and they just kill everyone. Like the Oracle as well was hit by the Ravage.
Well, the Gabby TB was so close to working in game 1, and once again here in game number 2, things falling a little bit short for TNC as they lose their top racks. Not all over yet. Such a good start to this game. They were up like 20 kills to 10, in control of the Roshan, but then suddenly, boom, just with this Butterfly. That seems to be the game. Going Butterfly before this Skadi was such a heads-up decision from Dream Assault. It made all the difference for that one big team fight.
Yeah, and it really goes back to... I want to go back to like the Gabby Blink. Like, is that really necessary in this game? Like,
yeah,
it kind of felt like Dreamercell is doing his job really, really well. And Gabby is sort of like trying to play a mini game. I don't know. You know, in the fights.
He's trying to be too flashy, I guess, is what you're kind of saying. Like,
yeah. Like if the TB just held his goal and waited and saw what the Medusa wanted to buy. Let's say if the Medusa went to buy a Skadi first, right? Then the TB just buys a Daedalus. If the Medusa buys a Butterfly, the TB just buys an MKB. And then the next fight is just so much easier because you can actually kill this Medusa.
Well, Medusa now throws in a Skadi, a Hurricane Pike, has a Daedalus queued up. Let's see if she does end up... I mean, a bit slot limited. You have to kind of ditch the boots at some point maybe if you want to go for this, but we'll see how things go from here on out. As Boom is happy to slow things down. What is the, like, I guess, what's going to change what's happening in these team fights? It feels like fight after fight, Medusa, the positioning of Boom is just everyone behind the Medusa, nobody getting caught. What does TNC need to do to make these fights go better?
So for the last fight, what actually happened was TNC started on the tide, but Bob, for some reason, he popped his Exo, but instead of committing on the tide, he actually chased the Lina. Like, I think Bog actually needs to understand that he's the tide killer, you know? They need to kill this tide that's in front and force this tide to use the Ravage in a very bad way for them to win the fight, because if you realize all the fights that Boom have been winning, it's always FBZ's Ravage that comes in at the perfect time and they chain stun, you know, the LSA, they chain stun the Mystic Snake, kill the TB, kill the Oracle, kill the Lion. Like, they just need to be able to kill whoever's in front.
Makoto doing some frontline high ground sieging, gets the tier 3 tower down to half health. Not even just Seduce and Makoto with the single target damage has a Daedalus now. But he's looking very, very farm. Level 25 Lina with the extra attack range, the extra fiery souls, stacks. Force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yep, when TNC initiate on whoever's in front, and they use their BKBs, their double BKBs, they need to be able to kill the person. If they don't kill the person, the fight is gonna easily go Boom's way.
Boom starting to feel confident about where things are, just holding onto their control of this dire side of the map, farming their ancients and really limiting TNC's options. We'll be heading towards that next rotary spawn sometime in the next 3 minutes. As Boom, perhaps in preparation of that, they smoke up, they get the scan, they know roughly where they are, and they're going to get the perfect wraparound here. They see Bok and Armel actually not going for the initial kill. The hooks are going to come out, catches the Kunkka, the push back, the Ravage follow-up, they blow up the Kunkka, making sure there's no save. FBZ. Not leaving anything to chance, not letting a potential false promise save the Kunkka there. And now that puts Medusa on the high ground. There is a buyback though, and Kunkka's going to go for it with the Earth Spike initiation. They go in on Dreamer Cell with the TB damage. Is this going to be enough? The 4 stuff's coming into play as Medusa gets the Stone Gaze out and is just going to turn, look to bring down Bok. He uses himself up. That's going to buy a little bit of time here. The egg on the backline, so that's doing all kinds of work as FBZ just blinks in, tries to do what he can. The Exorcism actually manages to bring down the Clockwork. Tim to the front line, just jumping forward. Makoto getting very low in the Lina, but still surviving through it all. As Bok healed up, he's got the exit, he's running in. TNC, they're doing it. This fight going their way with the Medusa dead and the Tide. They're chasing the Lina. That's all 3 cores dead. Ultra kill for Bok. This Exorcism, DP, kept alive, was so low at one point in that fight, but somehow healed all the way through the damage. And TNC win this one.
Yeah, the Oracle didn't even use the ulti. Like, Bok used himself at last like 1 bit of HP, and I think he just like used double ult. He has a Stormcrafter, so
exactly.
I think Boom just didn't expect that they weren't able to kill the DP there.
Yeah. I saw the first Yules, then he just instantly dropped, and then he Yules himself again because he had the Stormcrafter, and that just completely threw Boom off as well, I believe.
Yeah,
to the high ground we go.
Like the bolt that comes in that run buff is so important because they just don't die in this, like in the egg, in the Stone Gaze. Like if they don't die in these spells, I've said it during the draft, like TNC are gonna outlast them in the fights. All they need is this run buff on their hero.
Well, one lane. And no buybacks on Tide or Lina. Tide's on cooldown, Lina just without the gold. I don't know if I think TNC are expecting there to be more buybacks. The Dusa commits hers, which is enough to push TNC back, but suddenly that gold lead has disappeared. It's TNC who have Roshan respawning in 10 seconds time. That would be huge if they can get that before the Tide Lina respawn. They're going to have a very small window to do so. Clockwork Rocket Flare actually expires, so we'll maybe see another one fly out to scout this Roche.
Yep, someone needs to stand in the pit right now for TNC. The Roche is up.
They haven't seen it yet. Radiant's seen it, but yeah, TNC, they're going to be potentially in a 5v5, but no, they want the pick off. They catch KezQ, they Finger of Death him through the Ghost Scepter, doing a lot of damage, and he has not got buyback. Would be a 5v4 in the Roshan pit, both teams getting all their big ultimates back up. Exorcism, Ravage, Bone Gaze.
Someone on TNC needs to X mark and TP back to clear the lanes.
Yeah.
Probably Amael himself.
Yeah, those tier 4 towers, you don't want to him take too much damage this early on.
They're trying though. Boom are trying.
Yeah, they're coming to contest this one. Even in the 4v5, Dream Cell goes running in, Exorcism from Bok. He gets stoned up immediately. This Dream Cell just going to look to disengage. He gets pulled back in by the X. He's losing his mana fast. Has to force stop away. Does not want to hold his ground and fight into the TB. The TB blinking forward. There's the Blink Ravage with the Yule Scepter. It made the stun miss on Gabby. I don't think they've got the damage to deal with them anyways. It's going to be the Supernova stunning them up. Lean on the backline's taking so much damage. Low on a sliver of health. We'll get the hell out of there as Medusa needs to be careful. Needs to find an escape. But with the X-Mark gets pulled back in. Gets brought down. No buyback on Dusa. And TNC have perhaps turned this game around. They're going to get the Tide Hunter as well, and perhaps forget Roshan. TNC may just be able to close this game out. They've got plenty of time to take Roche as well as go for the high ground. And it looks like they're going to do just that.
Yeah, the boom teamfight heroes, the Tide Hunter, the Phoenix, they were cut off at the side on the right, and they were not able to help the Medusa and the big spell so that the Medusa could do damage. Like, Medusa was all alone in the river.
And they know, no buyback on Medusa. TP buys a refresher. Unfortunately, there was no refresher shot. It was an Ag Scepter. He's going to be getting a new